I am clearly the owner of the Xingtian Armor. But I was still mocked by my ex-girlfriend, saying that I am not worthy of her. She said that we women have already awakened to independence, and the bride price is only 888. 800. Asking our male compatriots to open their eyes to the world. What I like are those armor warriors who can fight monsters. Lin Yi, who came from another world, was speechless. How could the original owner of this body be so useless, with a face of a scumbag, and end up like this? Lin Yi couldn't stand this uselessness and was about to give him a left kick to let him know why flowers bloom like this. Suddenly, a dignified and pleasant voice came, asking why everyone was gathered here. Skipping class? Or do you think that I, your senior sister, can't control you anymore? The surrounding students dispersed in an uproar, and Lin Jiaojiu, although a bit unwilling, still showed some panic and hurried into the classroom. Lin Yi was about to stand up when a pleasant fragrance entered his nostrils, and he looked up to see a pair of long and straight legs, silently giving a thumbs up in his heart. Get up, go into the classroom. The gentle voice came again. It was their usual management's senior sister Kei Shanshan. Although she was a senior sister, she had already entered a higher institution. If Ning Jiaojiu was the usual class flower, then Kei Shanshan was the goddess of the entire school. Lin Yi was a bit dazed by the time, wondering whether he preferred the immature little girl or the mature and gentle big sister. Alright, Lin Yi, go back to the classroom. She had a gentle expression and a soft tone. Lin Yi reacted and nodded. She smelled the pleasant fragrance at the tip of her nose, unconsciously feeling itchy, took a slight breath, and suddenly Kei Shanshan's expression froze, looking at Lin Yi in disbelief, her ears gradually turning red. What is he doing? Is he teasing me? Lin Yi also reacted at this moment, feeling helpless, and turned to walk into the classroom. Kei Shanshan watched Lin Yi's back, clenched her fists, took a deep breath, her eyes sharp, and walked towards the classroom. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came, like thunder shaking the sky. The entire teaching building trembled violently, and the walls cracked. The panicked cries of the students in the classroom spread instantly, crying in fearful voices echoing throughout the building. Kei Shanshan's expression became anxious. Forgetting her previous thoughts, she rushed into the classroom and shouted at the students, telling them not to panic, to follow the practice drill, and walk towards the safe exit along the walls. Hearing Kei Shanshan's voice, the students found their backbone and rushed outside. In the midst of such chaos and danger, Lin Yi remained motionless, standing in a corner in a daze. What is this? A sci-fi style virtual panel appeared before his eyes, triggering a beginner's task to show his holiness in front of all the teachers and students, transforming into armor to resist the underworld demons, triggering a chain task, and successfully killing the underworld demon Copixia who attacked the school for the first time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the newcomer's first reward, the Xingtian Armor Summoner. Lin Yi was overjoyed. What a treasure! He didn't expect the summoner to come along with him through the crossing. Just as he was feeling happy, he received a slap on the head. Damn it! He looked up and saw Kei Shanshan glaring at him through the dust. Instantly, he wilted back, and Kei Shanshan angrily spoke up, urging him to run for his life. What are you thinking? Despite being somewhat dissatisfied with the boy's previous behavior, as an elder sister, she still cared for her younger brother. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Aren't we waiting for you, senior sister?" He touched the communicator in his arms, no longer hesitated, and ran towards the classroom. The roaring sound kept ringing. Inside the empty classroom, Kei Shanshan stood in front of the window, looking outside, her originally soft and worried eyes gradually turning cold. Many teachers and students who escaped to the playground outside the teaching building felt lucky to have survived. There was no earthquake. How could this happen? Isn't this special sighting too dangerous? Which shoddy project was built by a corrupt contractor? At this moment, Lin Yi also ran out with a serious expression. Since the system gave a task, it was not difficult to guess the culprit of this accident. Flames and dust filled the air, and faint traces of blood and broken limbs could be seen. At this moment, in a group of people gathered together, Ning Jiaojiu suddenly screamed. She fell to the ground, pointing to not far away, her voice trembling, mixed with unspeakable fear. Lin Yi turned his gaze to where Ning Jiaojiu was pointing, his eyebrows gradually raised. It turned out that this thing looked so ugly. A terrifying monster was slowly approaching. The monster was wrapped in dark red leather armor, with green stripes embellished with flame-like patterns, a hideous face with viscous liquid, a half-green mask attached to it, a mouth as big as 2 fists. Roaring, a burst of flames erupted from the abdomen of the monster, and a fireball shot out. The scorching heat with a strong explosion echoed on one side of the playground, instantly making everyone more frightened. Cries and screams were heard one after another. Everyone was trembling with fear. Ha ha ha! The monster laughed heartily at this sight. Seeing the monster continue to approach, a voice full of sarcasm came from the crowd. Where's your grandpa? Looking like a monster. Do you have the face to laugh at others? As soon as this voice came out, the entire school fell silent in an instant. The monster seemed to be stunned for a moment by the scolding, but the next second it roared in anger. Obviously its pride was hurt. The dark demon looked over in a fierce manner towards the direction of the sound. The meaning was obvious. Who said that? In the blink of an eye, the people in this area disappeared without a trace, and Linny behind didn't even react. The surroundings instantly became empty. Really? Are you guys running so fast? He was a bit speechless, but didn't mind. The dark demon kept staring at Linny with its two big eyes, coupled with its terrifying and disgusting mouthpiece, instantly making everyone around him mourn for him. Linny was now touching the summoning device in his arms, not panicking at all. He even walked forward, continued to curse. What are you looking at? Are you embarrassed by my appearance? The dark demon, upon hearing this, was furious, pointing at Linny wanting to say something, but no sound came out. Who understands? Ha, coming up and attacking someone's appearance. How audacious of you. Not far away, Ning Jiaojiu and other classmates saw the scene and naturally heard Lin Yi's words. They all widened their eyes, not understanding what Lin Yi was doing. Is he looking for death? Yes. You are handsome. But is this the time to say that? Does this person think he is not dying fast enough? Some teachers and some calm students quietly called out, "Hey, what are you doing? Come back quickly." At this time, Linny could no longer hear the voices behind him. He walked alone, with a terrifying ghost in front of him and a crowd behind him. I have waited for so many years, and finally witnessed this scene. The blood in my body seems to be boiling. I ask you, men of our generation, who can remain calm at this moment? He took off his coat and threw it on the ground, holding the Xingtian summoner in his hand. Unfortunately, there was no girl he liked watching behind him, which was a little regretful. He restrained his expression, looked at the Yomi demon not far away who was still in a daze. Thoughts rushed through his mind, and finally he came up with a pretentious phrase. From now on, for the next 10,000 years, you will all remember my name. He raised his hand and placed the summoner in front of his eyes. Parallel, with a click, pressed the button, scanned the iris. With strange energy fluctuations, he performed the Tai Chi Yin-Yang posture with his hands. The Xingtian armor, surrounded by light, the armor began to materialize from illusion, integrating a red armor full of righteousness and majesty, standing tall and mighty, feeling the powerful strength within his body, and the countless gazes behind him. Linny was simply overjoyed. Shit, what more could a man ask for when he gets armor like this? As the interdictor armor, which represented the Dai Chi and the sun and moon stars, its various stats, despite being relatively mediocre, meant that it had no shortcomings, and Lin also knew very well that the interdictor armor had a high ceiling. As long as the intention can be strong, the sense of power within the body is peculiar, and despite coming from the armor outside the body, it can be controlled naturally. At the same time, some of the operating instructions for the interdictor armor are naturally known. Lin also raised his head, and the armor on the eyes of the interdictor armor instantly lit up. Looking at the spectral demon not far away, Linny used his armor for the first time, and there was wariness in his heart. Try the power of the interdictor armor. Just as Linny jumped into action, the playground behind him had exploded. Who would have thought that in a moment of desperation, an armored warrior would appear? And this person is actually usually right next to them. And fucking handsome? That makes a lot of guys a little sour. After all, this was the time when many of the girls looked at the majestic armor not far away, and their eyes were turning into heart-shaped ones. This armored warrior is a classmate they spend time with and a student many teach. As for the small area where the first class is located, it's even more lively. What today's protagonist, Ning Jiaojiu, said only a few minutes ago was heard in everyone's ears. The people I like would be the armored warriors who can fight monsters. The words are powerful and still ringing in my ears. By now she was sitting paralyzed on the floor, and there was still a look of disbelief in her eyes. Her pupils were disoriented, and when she looked up, she could see the armor that Linny had summoned. It was worse than letting her die. Even in her opinion, it would be better to be killed by a spectral demon than to become a laughingstock. She could almost think of the way the people around her looked at her, the voices talking behind her back. Thinking of this, Ning Jiaojiu gradually gritted her teeth a little. Lin also, how can you own armor? You punk! How do you deserve to be an armor warrior? In her opinion, Linny had made her lose face. It would be better if he wasn't some kind of armored warrior, and it would be better for the whole school to die together than right now. It was at this time of the year that the house was falling apart. A girl who usually didn't deal with Ning Jiaojiu, Hanlu, walked to her side with light steps and giggled. Yo, isn't this the Ning student we want armor warrior to like? Look at your mouth. It's really opened up. The students around the room burst out laughing at this statement. Isn't it? Ning Jiaojiu sniffed and even lowered her head to cover her face, and her pretty face lost its color. In an instant, though, she shifted her thoughts and a joyful look came over her face. It's not right. Lin Yi, doesn't she like me? Then wait a while and I'll accept him and be his girlfriend. He must be overjoyed, thinking about soon to become the armor warrior's girlfriend. Ning Jiaojiu suddenly once again raised his head and boasted. Lin also doesn't realize that some people already see him as a handful. At this moment, he felt out the power within his body and thought about the fighting style that had been passed down by Interceptor. The next man sends, the first man arrives, seeks the longest and the shortest. The battle is invincible. In a flash, the armor lit up around him. He exerted a slight force on his legs, and his whole body rushed towards Kapisu. In front of him, Kapisu was already alert when he saw Interceptor appear, and then when he thought about the words Linny had cursed him with. It was really a mix of old and new grudges. At this moment, when he saw him charging directly at him, he instead showed disdain in his eyes. But having just summoned the criminal heavenly armor, you dare to rush up and fight me? Only just as he had set up his stance, Interceptor's body appeared in front of him, extremely fast. Immediately after that, the right palm of the interdictor armor glowed and a palm covered down. Penal palm. Bang! The sound of collision resounded loudly, as the palm of Interceptor landed on the face of Kapisu, who had changed drastically, and the strong force directly blasted him out. How? Kapisu covered his shoulder and tried to stare. This palm was so powerful that even though the underworld demon's flesh was strong, it could not easily resist it. But the first time you summoned Interdictor, you were able to be so fluent? Could it be that his intentional energy was so powerful that he was naturally attuned to Interdictor? Aha, no! Seeing how arrogant that bastard was just now, it might not be the first time. While Kapizio's mind was in turmoil, thinking wildly, Lin also didn't chase after him. At that moment the magical panel reappeared in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Manifestation before men, complete. Quest reward, intentional energy +2, skill shifting shadows. Kill wanted list opens. Quest redemption list opens. Seeing the line of instructions in front of him, how could Linny still not understand? It turns out that completing quests increases one's intentional energy and also unlocks some unique skills. And with the increase in intentional energy, the development of the interdictor armor would be faster. Then won't I be able to unlock the God of War Interceptor soon? Or even the God of War Blazing Sword? What's up with those two lists? Though, there was still a fight going on at this time, so Linny planned to wait until it was over before checking those two lists. Not far away, Kapitsu remembered Lin Yi's words not long ago that were like sharp blades, and he couldn't help but ignite a blazing fire of anger within his heart. His abdomen blazed rapidly, surging with a fiery flame that then shot out in a flash. Red flame strike. Bucket-sized fireballs concentrated with majestic power shot towards Lin Yi's direction, and many of the teachers and students at the back cried out in shock when they saw this scene. Watch out! Kupizio threw back his head and laughed at this. I want you to pay for what you said. Lin Yi didn't panic. As he opened his mouth, Gadgets hold a grudge. While concentrating his intentional energy and gazing at his mind, he lightly drank. Flaming sword. His right hand crossed from the card box at his waist, and at once a card crossed out to be grabbed by him and inserted directly into the summoner in the center of his belt. The hilt of the sword appeared out of thin air as his right hand was clenched in vain, accompanied by the sound of mechanical assembly. The fire-red sharp blade spat out. It's a long story, but it's only in an instant. The flames have arrived in front of him, and the burning sensation hits him head-on. Linny gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, his body tensing up as he instantly chopped down towards the fireball in front of him. Break! Accompanied by a violent roar, that fireball was chopped into two and exploded around. He stood with his sword in hand, looking toward the underworld demon in front of him, and casually mocked. It's only when someone tells you the truth that you get anxious, and it seems you understand that you do look stumped. Seeing that his unique stance was cut apart by a sword, and hearing Lin Yi's taunts, Capizio was in a hurry, but there was nothing he could do but let his mouth drop. Interceptor, I'll let you off this time, but I'll take your life next time. With that said, he blasted out a blow towards the ground, and instantly dust flew up and enveloped the surrounding area. Capiso disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a sentence with a strong sense of resentment and hatred. Next time, before I take your life, I'll make sure to tear that mouth of yours apart. Seeing that the spectral demon was knocked away, the teachers and students on the playground all settled down. It was only when they heard the monster's final words of escape, and looked towards the mighty interdictor armor not far away. Many people were somewhat unable to strain a smile. Lin Yi's face instantly darkened when he heard Kupisa's last sentence. Mud, slander me and try to escape? He put away his pyromaniac sword and proceeded to stand upright. The hands are folded up and down in front of the belly in a heaven and earth position. At that moment, his intention closed and condensed, and his mind seemed to be instantly enlarged and swept around. Hope College, Southeast, 3,000 meters. It's an abandoned construction site with a 4-story rotting building in the center. In the center of the first floor of the rotting building, Capizio emerged to look around before letting out a long breath and letting go. That foul-mouthed interceptor. When I call someone, I'll make sure I whip his mouth before I kill him. Even though the mouthpiece was hideous, the voice was low, but you could hear the thick resentment within it. On campus, Linny opened his eyes and gritted his teeth. Found you. In the next moment, surging heaven and earth energies surged. Shift. With a light shout, the Xingtian Armor instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared in place. In the rotting building, Capizio finished his sentence and instantly got a chill down his back and a chill down his spine. The criminal sky apparition appeared behind him, and the criminal sky palm landed with a boom. Bang! Capizio was once again knocked out hard and landed on the concrete floor. His body trembled when he saw Linny, and his words were filled with shock. How did you follow me here? Linny didn't bullshit this time. Shifting shapes consumed a lot of intentional energy. He wanted a quick battle. You ugly 13. One word makes the persona I've worked so hard to create all fall apart. You living waste of air. Dead waste of land asshole. Cupizius on the ground? You're still cursing? The air shakes cold. He was so enraged that he directly climbed up and roared a sentence to the sky. Demon blood lien. With that, his right hand was clenched forward, and a reddish short-handled scythe that emanated endless blood chi appeared in the center of his hand. The devil blood lien emitted a blood aura that fused with the anger aura around Capizio's body, and his aura was instantly strong. He grinned his ghastly muzzle and roared out with red eyes. If I don't kill you today, I won't die in peace. Chapter 4, The Flying Shadow Appears. Great man. Bless you. While Kupisu was unwillingly enduring the humiliation, a vivacious woman with a light aura was currently answering a phone call inside a mediocre teppanyaki restaurant in the city's downtown area. There is a signboard outside the store that reads Juan Teppanyaki. The woman wore a white t-shirt, her hair tied up casually, and her hands worked nimbly on the teppanyaki in front of her. She is naturally the owner of the teppanyaki restaurant. Jan welcomed the side of her head, and the cell phone that answered the call was clamped to her shoulder. Hello, why are you calling me? The perky voice was clearly cheerful, and there seemed to be a girl on the other end of the line as well, talking to her about something. What? Yang welcomed the cry of surprise, having stopped the movement of his hand. The Xingtian Armor has appeared? Alright, your school. She grabbed her cell phone with one hand and hastily received the teppanyaki to one side with the other, with a look of disbelief still on her face. Ah, or is it your schoolboy? As he spoke, Yang welcomed the iron plate in front of him to flip open, and then a Star Trek molded, somewhat mysterious spacetime display disc appeared. The woman on the phone didn't know what to say again, and she responded helplessly with paralyzed hands. Didn't I tell you before? I've used the Ares prediction spell, but it shows a chaos, and the spacetime disc is all messed up. Ugh, I don't know what's going on. The spectral demon that has appeared now is already far beyond my expectations. Yang welcomed the time display disc as he covered it, and then continued frying the teppanyaki. After a few seconds of pause, she blinked her big eyes and sighed. And what if I told you that I found an Xingtian Armor summoner myself? Do you believe that? Inside the rotten building, Lin also summoned the fire torture sword and instantly rushed up to engage Kapisu in battle. Bang! The sound of gold and iron clashing appeared as the two weapons clashed, immediately rubbing out a shower of sparks. Linny held his greatsword in both hands and slashed towards the underworld demon with extreme speed, his body's intent energy condensing. Kupizio, despite his quick resistance, was recognized by the intense burst of pain coming from his arm. How are you? How are you so strong? He was unable to resist, and Linny slashed at his chest with a teasing chop of his sword. Giggle. Immediately after that, Linny danced the fire torture sword and slashed out a few more swords at extremely high speeds, directly hacking away all of the demon blood lien. The blade cut into the leather armor. Bursts of sparks gushed out, and Kopisu was knocked backward, covering his chest. He crouched low and gasped for air. Despite the reluctance, despite the feeling of shame, he spoke in a low voice. Interceptor, how about letting me live? Linny stepped forward with his sword, a blazing light in his eyes. I let you live. Who let those students who died tragically on the school building live? And then he continued forward, snickering and speaking. You spectral demons. You look ugly and think pretty. The fire torture sword in his hand sank down, the energy of the heavens and earth condensing above the blade as Lin Yi's aura grew stronger and stronger. Kupizius cowered. Frightened, he tried to run away again. Red flame strike. After leaning down and releasing a fireball, he turned and tried to flee. However, this time Lin Yi didn't give him a chance. Fire torture Chinkuan split. A soft gulp. Boom! The fire torture sword slashed out with a heavy force upwards, and the dazzling hot fire red sword chi split on Kupisu in an instant. almost chopping his body into two. He was decapitated and sent flying out of the rotten building, unable to move. Seeing this, Lin Yi was about to execute the criminal heaven's definitive death technique to confine him. However, at that moment, a light blue light shadow flew directly down from the upper floors with a powerful impact, and with one foot, it stepped on the already seriously injured Kupisu. The already life-threatening spectral devil took such a kick again, directly dying. Stop! Lin also spoke out urgently. At the sound of the voice the figure stopped moving and turned to look at Lin Yi. Flying shadow armor? Lin Yi recognized that what was in front of him was none other than the flying shadow armor. Flying shadow looks lighter overall. His shoulder and leg armor stands out as a large area of pure white. The chest armor, on the other hand, is a combination of azure and white stripes that extend to the head. The rest of the body that is not covered in armor is mostly blue, and this armor represents the moon of the sun, moon, and stars. It was just that for some reason. In Lin Yi's eyes, this flying shadow seemed to be slightly slimmer, but he didn't think much of it. After all, flying shadow was good at speed itself. What are you calling me for? As Lin Yi was sizing up flying shadow's voice came out. Not a human voice, but an electronic one with a mechanical sound. The process sound of the flying shadow armor. It was just that the voice actually carried some questioning and dissatisfaction, which instantly set Lin Yi on fire. The heavenly armor took 2 steps forward, and the fire torture sword was pointed directly at the flying shadow. You're fucking asking me back? This spectral demon is my prey. Understand? Lin Yi's displeased voice, coupled with this with a strong blunt style, seemed to have confused flying shadow a bit for a moment. He stood there neither speaking nor otherwise moving. Lin also, on the other hand, hadn't finished. He took 2 more steps forward, and the pyroclastic sword slammed down in front of him with a thud, cracking the ground. Then Lin Yi folded his hands on top of the hilt of his sword, his aura even stronger. I've gone to the trouble of crippling this thing. Oh, you're jumping out to harvest at this point. Where the hell have you been? Flying Shadow seemed to freeze as he listened to the various grievances that never stopped coming out of Interceptor's mouth in front of him. And then, he first took a step back, and then spoke with some dissatisfaction. How do you talk? Didn't your teacher teach you to speak properly? Lin Yi sniffed and thought it was a bit funny. Are you an armored warrior or are you the grandma next door? How do you care so much? Smoothly, he continued to spew, but this one seemed to break Flying Shadow's defenses a bit. So young and not a good word out of his mouth. His eye armor lit up, and the legs of his Flying Shadow armor actually coalesced with energy. Lin also, however, ignored it. Concerned about his mission, he said no more. Where was he going to catch this thing if Kapisu recovered and ran away? Fuck off. After saying one more sentence, he collected his mind and the fire torture sword was put away by him. With that, the intentional energy coalesced and exploded. Lin also turned his hands into the heaven and earth yin and yang style, flipping up and down and then retreated with his feet, making a surefire starting stance. At the same time a calm and composed yet dignified voice appeared. Heaven and Earth Without Limits Criminal Heaven Definitive Killing Technique. At once, a spatial energy was generated. A black curtain surrounded by a semicircle from the circumference of Interceptor's armor. The border was ablaze with flames, and in a split second, a closed space of certain death was formed. The Flying Shadow not far away couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the scene in front of him. He's included me in the must-kill space? This must-have space isn't simple. It's not just for pretending to be 13. This space had a closure effect, and at the same time, it could suppress other creatures within it excluding Xingtian, strengthening Xingtian's own attack power. It can be said to be a supportive space that reduces the enemy's attributes and strengthens its own. Lin Yi didn't shout those lines. He wasn't a galactic enforcer. He was only loyal to himself. After thinking about it, he looked at Kapisu, who had all kinds of emotions in his eyes. Anger, resentment, hatred and fear, etc. intertwined, and opened his mouth in a serious manner. Ugliness of appearance is not terrible, ugliness of mind is real ugliness. You would fall into the category of both. In your next life, I hope you can learn from me and be a good person who is gentle, calm, and upholds justice. Kupiziu, I sentence you to death, immediate execution. Retreating to the edge for fear of being flabbergasted by the rash together with a must-kill Flying Shadow flabbergasted. Gentle? Collapsed on the ground, with breath in and out. Capizio was nearly brought to life by the gas. Peaceful, and fucking nice? He wanted to open his mouth and berate the cheeky, foul-mouthed Spitfire in front of him, but he no longer had the chance. The majestic and righteous Interdictor armor arrived in an instant and blasted the underworld demon into the air with a palm strike. Then the card flew in and the Pyromaniac sword appeared. Firelight sword technique. He held the fire torture sword, the blade gulping cold light, and performed a wave of fire light sword technique directly toward the guy in the air. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, Capizio was reduced to dust, and a Rubik's Cube genetic code was suspended in midair. Linny seemed to vaguely see that at the last moment. His lips seemed to move a few times, as if he was saying something. Curse you, dead squirt? No, that can't be right. Linny shook his head, a wide smile on his face as he said what he must have said. Great man, bless you. Chapter 5, 2 lists. Going to school? The space of certain death dissipated, and the sunlight spilled down onto the earth, shining right at the feet of the interdictor's armor. Lin also took a few steps forward and lightly tapped the interdictor summoner with both hands, taking the genetic code into the internal space. He was also a bit fatigued after the battle. After all, he had just summoned interdictor, and his intentional energy wasn't exactly high, and he was still cognizant of himself. But it's still nice to be able to extinguish the stuff that tarnishes my reputation and destroys my persona. The thought of it put him in a much more relaxed mood. Now no one will know what to call it. Suddenly, Linny frowned. The interdictor armor turned around and gazed furtively at the flying shadow not far away. At once, Flying Shadow felt a surge of inability. Always feel a chill behind you. At that exact moment, the panel in front of him reappeared, which made Lin Yi's eyes light up. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Quest, first kill, completed. Quest reward, intentional energy +2, unlock personal panel. What is this man panel thing? And those two Wachamacalit lists we saw earlier? As Linny thought this, the panel in front of him changed and began to present the content he wanted to see. Kill list, Hope Edition, for other versions to unlock. Go to your region. 1. Yendi, +35. 2. Lufa, +25. 3. Joe Luxury, +13. 4. Ansatsuki, +12. 5. Korath, +11. 6. Sabine, Baru, Kara, +8. 13. Cupizius, Kautsogis, Kuroi, +1. Lin also looked down so much that he probably understood. Slaying these spectral demons would additionally increase one's intentional energy, and how much would depend on how strong their battle was. From 13 upward all the way to 6, each level of 3 Psy Devils increases the intentional energy by 1 level as well. There is a gap further up, with Inferno and Lufa solo blocking. Lin also sighed, thinking of Kapisu just now. After all that, he's the weakest of the bunch. Keep looking down. Quest Redemption List, Hope Edition, for other versions to unlock. Please go to your region. Number of quests completed *5. Can be exchanged, Vidra Armor / Flying Shadow Armor *1. Number of tasks completed *10. Can be exchanged for, Interdictor's Armor *1. The following levels are slightly lower and cannot be viewed. Number of tasks completed *****. Can be exchanged, Shura Armor *1. Number of missions completed *****. Redeemable, Alphas *1. The documentary history of Vidra and Pestle. Linny looked at this redemption list and his entire body was dumbfounded. This thing, off the charts. Simply put, you can redeem anything, as long as you complete enough quests. Shura Armor can be changed too? The Alpha's battleships can be exchanged as well? For a moment, he was feeling a little thirsty. Seems like it's time to take the long view? What's it like in the banking system in the world beyond Blue Star? Thinking about this, Lin Yi's heart created some yearning, but he quickly came back to his senses. Shaking his head, he threw those temporarily impractical thoughts out of his mind. He thought of something even cooler. If I put together a team to do my job for me and fight, is it not a little more efficient? Anyway, we can exchange armor, collect some men, and let's form a legion. His eyes glazed over at the thought. And look at this personal panel. Linny cheerfully continued to watch, and soon he was splashed with cold water. Personal panel, Lin Yu, 1955, Chinese-American physicist, astronomer and mathematician. Body, 5, normal adult 5. Summoning armor bonus. Intentional energy increase synchro boost. Intentional energy, 10, +5, commoner 5. Gifted 10. Expected 40 for armor upgrade. Combat skill, 5, out of 10. Can be improved by practicing real combat. 5 elements bloodline, unlocked. Without looking at the others for a moment, the intentional energy aspect is really much worse. Taking a deep breath, Linny comforted himself. Don't panic. At least at the moment there's not much of a problem fighting normal spectral demons. As long as he completes the quest quickly and picks up the hangers-on to fight first, I'm sure he'll be able to upgrade his armor in no time. And now, Linny turned to look at the flying shadows not too far away and began to search his heart. Let's explore what's going on in the world first. Flying Shadow had originally been sizing up Linny, and was still a bit puzzled when he realized that he had suddenly stood there frozen for a moment. As a result, he realized that Linny had suddenly stared back at him, and was instantly a bit uncomfortable. Hey, disarm the armor and transform. Linny opened his mouth towards Flying Shadow while secretly observing this guy. Unexpectedly, Flying Shadow not only didn't undo the transformation, but disliked it back. Why don't you lift it? Obviously still remembering the revenge from just now. Lin also muttered darkly. Why don't I lift it? It's not because I'm afraid you're an old six. What about cunt labor? Thinking of this, he didn't continue to dawdle with this Flying Shadow and immediately took 2 steps back with the intention of walking away. Then let's get together. After saying that, he slightly exerted his legs and directly jumped up and over this construction site fence. Vaguely heard a word from behind. Remember to go to cheer teppanyaki. Linny moved away from there in a few moments, found a secluded spot to undo his transformation, and then walked out onto the street. Going to teppanyaki? Whoever the fuck wants to go. I'll poke around on my own first. With the memories in his head, he walked towards his home. What? Going back to junior college? School? Go to school. My ass. I'm an armored warrior. I don't go to junior college for shit. Back at home, Linny rolled over on his bed and let out a long breath. Other than that, think about your next survival in this world. This small house is not big. 2 rooms and 1 hall, 80 or 90 square meters. This was an old neighborhood in the West City and one of the legacies left behind by Linny's parents in the beginning. Now that Linny had crossed over, he also felt something was wrong when he thought back to the accident that had happened to the 2 old men. You can check it out later if you get a chance. There was still some money on the bank card. Certainly enough for him to spend in the short term. As for down the road, where to worry about this? Rolling over and climbing up, Lin also came to the computer table, opened the computer and started checking the internet. Within a few minutes, he saw some of what he wanted to see. In this world today, the existence of those monsters is no secret. It's not a big deal, but you do get to see quite a few similar monster attacks. Linny frowned as he looked at the message he saw, then his eyes widened. Next city over. Alien beast? Oxer are out? That's a bit surprising. Meaning that everyone is in a similar situation and basically synchronized? At the same time, Lin also noticed something wrong. Strange, the world is so big. How come there is so little news from other places? These 3 municipalities become TM's Blue Star Center? After searching for a moment, Lin also didn't make any more associations. What he reads on the internet is ultimately superficial, and I'm afraid that professionals know more about what's really going on. Since Flying Shadow said that, he should have told Welcome about my situation. Lin also rubbed his chin to mull this over. I can't hide the fact that I transformed at school, and it shouldn't be hard for someone with a good mind to find out, so it's easy to get to me, depending on whether you're sincere or not. His top priority was to improve his strength. With the help of the system, honestly, as long as he had the time, he could increase his strength by going out every day and turning around to trigger quests or searching for the spectral demon. Joining Young Welcome's camp is not mandatory, but efficiency is expected to increase quite a bit. And that Flying Shadow, is that Su Tingfei? Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Chapter 6, A Welcome Invitation. The sudden knock on the door startled Lin Yi. He stood up and grabbed the interdictor summoner and slowly came to the door. Speaking calmly, who? A grumbling voice came from outside the door at that moment that didn't sound good. Whoever you say. Who else comes to you but me? Hearing this voice, Lin Yi's furrowed brows relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. As soon as he opened the door, he looked out. Outside the door was a rather burly boy who looked like he should be about 18 or 19, but his body appeared to be otherworldly. Nothing more, just overly strong. One might even say lanky. Again, about the same height as Lin Yi's 5 feet 8 inches or so. Lin Yi was the type that typically made girls fall in love with him. Well proportioned, trim and strong, overall white and clean, and his features are on the handsome side. Previously, it was still slightly soft, but now Lin Yi's arrival had obviously colored this appearance with some sharpness, and this looked nothing but handsome. The boy in front of him was a completely different story. He was on the lanky side and was quite a bit whiter than Lin Yi. At a glance, it gives off a sense of oppression, and should be the type that makes people more in awe. But while he looked lanky, he had a very pretty name. His name is John Zhu. He is Lin Yi's hairdresser. The two grew up together as children and came to the city from the village. Although James Chu is now out of school for family reasons and works in an auto body shop, John Chu walked in cursing with a black baseball shirt on top and wide-legged jeans underneath. Open the door so slow. Is not hiding the house is being solved? Thanks for worrying about you. Lin Yi was filled with speechlessness, spitting as he smoothly closed the door and set the summoner aside. Do I need to fix myself? With a face like mine, I can't go out and yell night and day. Zhu Junjie sat on his butt on the sofa, placing the packed rice in his hand on the coffee table and looking at Lin Yi with slight surprise. Yo, why are you so direct today? Haven't you always gone for the stuffy style? Lin Yi didn't have any fear of being seen through. He had fused most of his memories and knew of the bond between the two. Besides, Who in their right mind would want to think about something like their childhood friend being crossed over? That's just stupid. Zhuangzhou dreams of butterflies. And butterflies dream of Zhuangzhou. Who can say? He sat directly on the sofa and opened the rice that Junju brought over to himself while casually saying, "Isn't this connected? What's the point for a man to live this life and be afraid? Man, it's all about going forward. It's all about pizzazz." Linny wrapped his arm over Junju's shoulder and laughed, raising his eyebrows. "We just love money. We love beautiful women. We love to play 13. What's wrong with that?" When Zhu Junjie heard this, a smile of realization also appeared on his face. Who isn't a serious man who loves to look at beautiful women? Isn't it still a man if he doesn't love looking at beautiful women? The two of them looked at each other and then burst out laughing. Lowly, opening the lunchbox in front of him, Linny began to wolf down his food. It was indeed lunchtime, and he was really tired after a busy morning. "Hey, I heard your school had an accident this morning?" Sitting on the sidelines, Zhu Junjie asked out loud. Seeing that Linny was fine, all that was left on his face was the color of gossip. "I heard about a college student who was actually an armored warrior. They say he transformed in front of everyone and fought off the monster that attacked." Zhu Junjie's thick broad face was filled with envy and yearning, and his eyes felt like they were glowing. This is too good to be true. He closed his eyes, even as he had brought himself into it. Hot-blooded. "Hey, hey!" Linny slapped the large man beside him twice, looking at his slightly reddened face, speechless on the spot. "Not really." Zhu Junjie was still a bit upset at being slapped awake by Linny, but then he excitedly continued to inquire. "Who is that college student? Do you recognize him? Doesn't it usually look different? Very imposing? Is that armor handsome? Is it awesome?" Listening to Junshu's mouth that couldn't stop like a machine gun, Linny hurriedly interrupted him. "Stop." Then he slightly turned his body sideways, revealing the perfect side of his face, before calmly opening his mouth to reply. "I recognize that student. Indeed, usually have an extraordinary temperament. Unlike ordinary college students, like a crane. He is indeed handsome. That armor is both handsome and awesome." When he finished speaking, he continued to look down at his meal, trying to suppress the corners of his mouth that he couldn't help but raise. "Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's so cool. It would be even better if there was a chance to transform once in front of Junju and see the look in his eyes then." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhu Junjie didn't feel the slightest bit out of place, but instead nodded his head in deep satisfaction. "Well, that's right. Hire people. That's how it should be." Seeing Lin Yi concentrating on picking up his meal, his face showed some hesitation, mixed with some heartfelt feelings, and then he opened his mouth again. "Lindsay, since you know that armored warrior, see if you can tell me about it, and I'll get to know this kind of high-ranking person as well." Linny lifted his head to look at him, and the old god said, "What for?" Zhu Junjie hemmed and hawed and said with some embarrassment, "It's not like I want to admire the armor, and I think I have good qualifications. Look at our physique. I'll ask to see if I can get a whole armor for me too. I'll cover you when the time comes." Pust. Linny almost didn't spit out a mouthful of rice when he heard what he said. "What do you think this thing is, like a cabbage in the market? You can make a whole one if you say so." He glanced at the guy, almost thinking the guy had seen through him. After all, he could really give him a hole. Instead of losing his head, Zhu Junjie puffed out his chest and slapped it hard a few times. "You sure can't with your little body. But not me. If it works out, I'll take you to a good place. Protected you all around." Lin was also speechless. Well. Inverted Big Dipper, right? No problem. I'll take you to see him in person when we're done and you can talk to him yourself. Lin also made a light sentence, and Zhu Junjie was overjoyed. He was about to go on and let out a few more grandiose words when he heard another knock at the door at that moment. Knock knock. The knock on the door this time was significantly lighter and more rhythmic than that of John Chu's in the party. Who is it? You'll have someone else here?" While Zhu Junjie's face showed surprise, Linny had some guesses in his heart. He inquired as he went to open the door. "Which one?" The woman's clear voice came from the door. "Hello, Mr. Lin Yi. I'm Yang. Welcome. About Interceptor. I'd like to have a chat with you." Linny snapped open the door, then went back to the couch and sat down. Jan welcomed a smile on her face, her dark brown dip-dyed hair neatly tied back and looking lean and sharp. She was dressed simply, a white t-shirt bottomed out with a light pink knit sweater, and with slim white pants she looked plain and beautiful. It was only when she saw Lin also return directly to the sofa that she froze for a moment. She followed her in and closed the door, hesitating to change her shoes when she turned to see the Interdictor summoner sitting on the edge of the couch. Sure enough, it's the Interdictor's armor. At that moment, Yang welcomed the thought of the words that Flying Shadow had accused Lin Yi of in the store before he came here. "I told him, but the kid didn't show up. It seems he didn't take it seriously at all. That kid is stubborn and has no good words in his mouth, but by the looks of it, He's not weak, so I think you'd better go yourself. With your personality, you should be able to communicate well with him. Jan welcomed the fact that she remembered her naive inquiry at the time. Why let me go? Aren't you supposed to be closer to him? She remembers the time when Flying Shadow's fists clenched and unclenched, repeating several times, finally speaking through gritted teeth. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist punching that kid to death when I see him. Chapter 7 Daily Quest Aries Transfiguration. I want you. The living room. Zhu Junjie first looked at the beautiful woman standing in the doorway, and then at Lin Yi, who was old and relaxed, picking at a few grains of rice at the bottom of his lunchbox, always feeling that the atmosphere was a little weird. He thought about the abnormality of Lin Yi's return today, and stole a glance at Welcome's shifting complexion for a few seconds. God's color changed drastically. This. It won't be Lin also him, and this youthful beauty? At once, he felt that he had seen through the truth. Welcome looked like he must be in his late 20s despite his youth. A couple years older than Lin Yi. Animal. The more he thought about it, the harder it was for him to think about how there was such a big gap between people. Can you pick up someone so many years older, just because it's good looking? Resentment emanated ghostly. At this time, Lin also could not stand the atmosphere a little bit. He looked at the disoriented Zhu Junjie, and felt that it was better to keep him out of these things for now. So he opened his mouth toward him. Kit, why don't you come to my house for a while? She and I have some personal business to discuss. Zhu Junjie instantly became even more claustrophobic. I'm sure you're going to kick me out. It's a private matter. You can't let me, an outsider, listen to it. With that in mind, he stood up and drifted ghostly into the bedroom, closing the bedroom door with a bang. Lin Yi then opened his mouth to welcome. Don't stand there. Come sit down. Welcome nodded and came to sit on the couch next to Lin Yi. First let me introduce myself. My name is Yang Welcome. She opened her mouth and introduced herself first, then got straight to the point. I know, you're the summoner of the Interdictor Armor, and I own the store that Flying Shadow sent you to this morning. Lin Yi nodded calmly. He knew all of this. So what are you here for? When she heard Lin Yi ask this, her expression instantly became serious, and she opened her mouth to explain. Perhaps you don't understand that armor comes with duty. The origin goes back to the Northern Song Dynasty. She then carefully explained to Lin Yi about Lufa's Psi Corps coming to Blue Star during the Northern Song Dynasty and the 3 armored Primarchs fighting them. So you understand? Welcome turned around and looked at Lin Yi with clear eyes. Once those Psi Devils go around destroying and killing people to collect enough negative energy to bring Lufa back to life, then the entire blue planet will be in danger of destruction. And all we have to do is to seal and destroy those underworld demons again. But Lin Yi's face was unmoved and he simply said, don't press me with these great powers. There's still a tall man to hold the sky when it falls. Welcome sniffed with some anxiety and dissatisfaction on her face, and she stood up in a flash, a little unhappy. You're just taller now. Besides, the coordinates are saved in the Interdictor Summoner, and sooner or later, Lufa will find you. You and he are destined to be enemies. Lin Yi instantly smiled when he heard those words, and he patted his side again, gesturing towards Welcome. Sit down, talk, take it easy. Welcome was a little deflated when he saw him in this state, but then Lin Yi rambled on and asked, according to you, in order to summon armor, not only do you need to have some kind of gene, but you also need to make an armor contract with your mithril practitioners. So please, genes aside, I never signed any shitty contract in the first place. Why can I summon armor? Lin also turned his head to stare at Welcome, his eyes full of inquiry. He wondered where the original Li Haotian was after he summoned the Interdictor Armor. It mattered whether the Interdictor Summoner in his hand was the one he had bought himself, or the one from Li Haotian. If it's really that original version of Li Haotian's, then there are really coordinates here. As soon as Lin Yi's words were asked, Welcome's eyes suddenly flickered and his thin, red lips pursed. If you don't tell us everything you know, I'm having a hard time believing what you're saying. As soon as these words with an aggravated tone and a slight coldness came out, Welcome instantly felt that the originally calm and handsome teenager in front of him became oppressive. She had come to invite Lin Yi to join her, and she was a bit flustered to see Lin Yi like this. Don't get me wrong, there is indeed something else strange about it. Welcome looked up to explain, her big eyes sparkling with sincerity, and said, it's like this. I used the Aries prediction technique earlier and realized that the sky and spacetime were confused. This suggests that the original future course may well have taken a turn for the worse. Along with that, her words revealed some doubt and disbelief. Also, I have found a criminal armor summoner. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly at his words, and a smile reappeared on his face. That summoner is authentic in signing the contract? Welcome nodded. She had inquired, and Li Haotian had indeed signed a contract before. Lin Yi pondered in his heart. It seemed that currently he had appeared out of nowhere, and the original 3 sets of armor and summoners should still be there. Yang Welcome saw that Lin Yi had stopped talking again, as if he was thinking about something, so he was a bit anxious. What if the guy feels no qualms and wants to join even less? Then she thought about what Flying Shadow had told her about the teenager in front of her. As she grabbed Lin Yi's hand, her face was filled with hope, but her words were soft. Brother Lin Yi, I want you to join us so we can save more people and you can be a big hero. Lin Yi glanced at Welcome, then saw the other party's big, bright eyes and was somewhat speechless. Treating him like a child? I was about to say no when there was a ding in my ear. Inside the bedroom, Xu Junjie sat on the bed, listening to the vague sounds outside, and was a little tickled. TSK, what's this kid Lindsay chatting about with this beautiful girl who's having an affair? Thinking about it, he couldn't control this curiosity of his, so he could only console himself mentally. Lindsay and I have this relationship, having grown up in open pants. There's nothing about him that I can't know. The next second, his whole body was pressed against the door of the room. The living room. Ding. Triggered daily quest. Invitation from a beautiful woman. Agree to all invitations from Yang Welcome. Can be refused. Quest reward. +1 intentional energy. Ability dash. Aries transmission. Seeing the quest appear, Lin Yi's eyes instantly lit up. Don't care what happens later. Empty promises or whatever. Let's get this task in front of us in our mouths first. Refusal is non-existent. After seeing the reward, how can he refuse? With that, he took Welcome's hand and shook it warmly before saying, it's fine to join you, but I have conditions. Welcoming the feeling of her hand being grabbed, her face stiffened a bit as she looked at Lin Yi. Change face so fast. How? Feel in front of this guy is not like 17 or 18 years old teenagerette, but it's a good looking one. You say. After stumbling back, Welcome drew his hand back, feeling the other party's movements as if she were a small frightened rabbit. Lin Yi was instantly helpless, and then he looked squarely at Welcome and said, word for word, I want you. Yang Welcome's eyes widened and her small mouth opened slightly, no longer in that lively look. Behind the bedroom door, Jun Zhu, who was struggling to listen to the wall, also opened his mouth wide that could eat people, and the expression on his face froze. This kid is so brave. He had just come over and vaguely heard voices outside. Conditions. You say, I want you. A few simple words with an explosion of information. A model for my generation. Lindsay, from now on you're my big brother. Chapter 8, Taking a Taxi to Mess with the Underworld Demon. Yang Welcome dumbfounded Lin also looked at him, pointing at him but could not say anything. Only the years are getting redder and redder. He just started college. How can he say such things? But he's really nice and good looking and can summon armor. Just as Yang Welcome was still in a daze, Lin Yi spoke the second half of his sentence. Guys, listen to me from now on. Welcome reacted. What did you say? The corner of Lin Yi's mouth curled up into some smiles when he saw this, and he repeated it in full. I said, I want you all to listen to me from now on. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Welcome also reacted to the fact that it was someone who was flirting with her just now, and instantly a color of shame and indignation appeared on her face. What you're thinking? It's impossible. And who do you listen to there? Welcoming the gradual calming down, she glanced at the old and relaxed Lin Yi, and a small evil thought arose in her heart. Armored warriors? Surely, listen to whoever is best. Oh, Lin Yi was a little surprised, not expecting her to say that. Just what I need. And Welcome had her own little agenda inside at this point. She had learned that the other interdictor summoner intentional energy was very strong. Besides, her good friend, Flying Shadow was not weak. This bad guy with a bad temperament and a penchant for teasing. You don't learn at a young age. When the time comes, let him grow a lesson if he dares to stand out. Beat him to death. Secretly clenching her small fists, Yang welcomed this to restore her state of mind. She didn't realize how many unnecessary battles would start later because of her remark. Then you can move in with me from now on. Despite hating the guy in front of him, Yang welcomed this invitation for the sake of safety. Lin Yi was still searching for a reminder of how there was no mission completion yet, when he suddenly heard Welcome come back with this sentence. Detailed description of the association task. No way. This has to be agreed to? At the door of the bedroom, Zhu Junjie had just awakened from the last segment of our model, and then he heard that beautiful woman's voice. Then you can move in with me from now on. Immediately following Lin Yi's reply. Okay. It's gotten to the point where it's a wrap around cohabitation? And then there was that shameless Lin Yi, who had really agreed so lightly. Don't think about the brother at all. Zhu Junjie completely collapsed. He walked silently to the bed and buried himself in it as soon as he could. It's hard for my brother. I still want to continue to take care of you in the future. Why don't you give me a chance? This is worse than killing me. Outside, seeing that Lin Yi had agreed so decisively, Yang Welcome was instead a little apprehensive in his heart. This bad guy can't be scheming. She didn't wait to think about it anymore when her cell phone rang. She blanched as soon as she picked up and heard the words coming from the other side. What? The spectral devil? In which direction and where? Lin Yi had just accepted the reward for the mission, and before he could even warm up to it, he heard the news as well. Upon hearing that there was a phantom beast, he was even more excited than Yang Welcome. Before the latter could hang up, he rushed up as soon as he could to inquire. Where is the spectral demon? Move it. I'll get rid of them. Yang welcomed hanging up the phone and seeing Lin Yi's anxious appearance. A warm feeling surged in his heart. Looks like this guy isn't all he appears to be. Not honest with his mouth on his hands, but a truly dependable person. How could she know that? To Lin Yi, the spectral demon could be much more attractive than her nowadays? We're on our way. Welcome didn't delay and immediately pulled Lin Yi out of here. There was a slamming of the door, and the sound of it made Zhu Jinjie, who was lying on the bed, want to shed even more tears. That's a lot of fast moves. That's a double date. Downstairs, Lin also looked around and then turned his head to Welcome. How did you get over here? Yang welcomed a look of bewilderment. Take the bus. Lin was also speechless. You said that the spectral demon is in the Western District, so how do we get there now? These days, if you want to be an armored warrior, you have to pay for your own transportation, or else you'll be cold by the time you find the Phantom Devil. It's still good to be next door to ERP, high-tech fixed-point teleportation. As Lin Yi was lamenting, Welcome had already stopped a cab and sat in it. Hey, what are you muttering about there? Hurry up and get up here and go. Good. Take a cab to mess with the Phantom Devil. After sitting on the car, Yang Welcome toward the driver master said the location. The driver master is quite happy. Joyful opening. Hey, what are you young lovers doing over at the docks? There's not much to do over there. Yang Welcome eyes glared to retort, but Lin also preempted a step, smiling back. There's fun to be had on the master's side. You'll see when you get there. The middle-aged uncle also laughed at his words, and the car accelerated and rushed towards its destination. Yeah, then I'll stop by and see this fun you're talking about and let my girl go around later. The road was Welcome to stare nervously out of the car, obviously worried about what was going on over there. And the driver's uncle was still talking about how good her daughter was in her senior year, how good looking she was, and that she was in a major high school. Lin Yi briefly echoed a few words, twisting his head to look at Welcome and comforting him as well. Don't worry, isn't there a flying shadow over there? That kid's strength should hold up for now. Welcome looked over in surprise at his words, some strange colors in his eyes. Kid? It was at this point that the surprised voice of the driver's master came. How come people are running out the door over there? Lin also probed to see. Only to see not far from the pier where many people are full of panic running towards the outside. All kinds of containers blocked, also cannot see the situation inside. Master, you can just put it here for us. Welcome spoke softly. The older man sniffed and waved his hand. What a thing to say. I'm a professional driver. Lin Yi. Then you drive inward. Uncle. A few hundred meters further in, there was a rumble. The containers stacked on the side of the cab exploded, only to see a large hole blasted out and a cloud of smoke roll in. Immediately after that, a monster slowly withdrew from the smoke, and hissing sounds continued to come out. It was covered in crimson, rough flesh and skin, with a black, tattered battle skirt wrapped around its lower body. The most gruesome thing was that the monster's head had a full four circling sharp long horns, and its mouth protruded with teeth exposed, like an evil spirit. The driver's uncle had never seen this before, and his hands were shaking so much that he couldn't hold the steering wheel. Uncle C told you to stay back and make a U-turn before getting out of the car. Lin also meaningfully said this to the uncle before getting out of the car with a straight face, holding the interdictor summoner in his hand. The underworld demon also noticed Lin Yi's group at this time, and immediately hissed unkindly. Lin Yi could coalesce and spoke seriously. You're welcome to stay away from here. No response. Turned his head to see. The party's cab transmitter hissed instantly dust. Yang Welcome press simply did not get off. Good. In the cab, Jan welcomed the calmness of her face and admonished herself without turning her head. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth twitched a bit, and without further thought, he picked up the summoner and placed it in front of him. Scanning the iris, the belt reveals itself. Criminal armor. The summoner is instantly inserted, and the hands are in the heaven and earth pose, turning to stand sideways with one hand. Merge. Dense heaven and earth energy appeared, and the interdictor armor wrapped around his entire body. The mechanical sound came out. Armor fit. Almost in the next second, Lin Yi charged out in a flash, his entire body coming in front of the underworld demon to slash his head. Penal palm. Chapter 9, Flying Shadow. Female? Call sister. Corawheel was still a bit stunned at the sight of the interdictor armor, but he didn't expect Lin Yi to come to his eyes and slap him in the next second. Bang! A loud thud came out and Corawheel was slapped back a few steps, feeling the fiery pain coming from his face. He was furious. Interceptor. You don't speak martial arts. Lenny shook his wrist after closing his palm, clearly feeling that the interdictor armor was much smoother to use. What Interceptor specialized in was palm. Obviously, a slap is a slap in the face. He looked up at Kuroi and returned with disdain. Wunderkind? You didn't have this when you were incarnated as Psy Devils. Or you wouldn't have to rely on attacking people on the blue planet for negative energy. You don't have anything for yourself, and you're asking me to have it? Kuroi was furious at his words. Despite having fallen into the abyss, they, the Spectral Legion, still fancied themselves as warriors. Well said. A voice with anger appeared from the other side, and Flying Shadow showed up to walk. He had already engaged the spectral demon in the party, only to cover the remaining ordinary people who had not evacuated without pursuing. Flying Shadow pointed angrily at Kuroi and bellowed angrily. Killing fire prevention and attacking ordinary people in order to collect negative energy. What else do you deserve to talk about martial virtues and morality? With that said, he gulped softly and scratched out a weapon deck from his waist side card box and inserted it into the summoner. Blast Shadow Blade. Only to see him holding one hand in a false grip. A delicate hilt appeared. And then the blade also gulped out. Flying Shadow took a few steps forward and slashed at the underworld demon. Giggle. Sparks flew as the blade slashed at the body of the spectral demon. Kuroi ate the pain, covering his chest and stepping back to the side, scanning the two pairs of armor in front of him. Lenny saw him like this and knew that this guy was 80% trying to escape. It was hard to pursue these guys once they escaped, and besides, the intentional energy was right in front of him, so he couldn't let it go. He snorted, taking a few steps forward to survey Kuroi and opened his mouth. I really don't know what kind of face you have to talk to me about voodoo. With the four horns on your head? Once the taunting starts, you can't stop. People say that the phase is born from the heart. Look at your rough, ugly face. What are those two teeth doing out there? Pretend to be a saber-toothed tiger? Listening to these words, Kuroi, who had originally planned to retreat, was suddenly seething with anger and resentment. The Flying Shadow on the side also stopped listening to all this and looked at Lenny somewhat breathlessly. Lin also, however, didn't stop as he pointed at Kuroi and taunted. Looking at you, I think that more than just an odd appearance, your strength should not be good either. Glancing up and down at the pissed-off phantom demon for a few moments, he continued, with this righteousness of mine, I think you wouldn't dare to strike at me even if you were given the chance. At those words Kuroi roared out in anger. Interceptor, you juniors bully people too much. If it weren't for the two of you, I'm not afraid of you. Kuroi. Hot blood surged to the top of his head, the already irritable and easy to anger. He immediately about the battle. A wide magic blade appeared in his hand. The idea of fleeing and retreating was thrown away without knowing where. Lin Yi's mouth revealed some smiles when he heard this and immediately spoke out. Flying Shadow, don't interfere in the next bout. Flying Shadow at this time also figured out some of what Lin also did. Sniffed and looked at the furious Siyu Luo Yi. Very tempted to say that as far as he is now this way together with the estimate that he cannot run away. Going to the top and cutting your own life short. But he couldn't say this explicitly, so he could only nod. However, Lin Yi's words weren't just to stop the underworld demon from escaping, they were also to ensure that the head would fall into his hands. Seeing that Flying Shadow nodded and took a few steps back, Lin also stepped forward to come across to Kuroi. Come on. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yi directly charged up, and a sword with blood chi ruthlessly slashed down towards Interceptor. I'll show you the power of my Evil Eater Demon Blade. He couldn't help but want to teach this Interceptor a lesson long ago, especially trying to rip his mouth off. Lin Yi was able to focus. The magic blade with blood aura in front of him seemed to slow down, and he instantly sidestepped to avoid the trajectory of the magic blade. Giggle! The demonic blade that cut through the wind slashed down against his torso, and he seemed to be able to smell the blood on it. Dodging the blow prevented Kuroi from instantly returning the move, and Lin Yi took the opportunity to gather his supernatural energy on his right palm and blasted out with a palm, sheltering sky palm. Boom! The underworld demon had nowhere to draw strength from and was struck in the chest again, and his entire body suddenly flew out backwards and fell to the ground. Immediately after that, Lin Yi slashed his right hand across the card box and directly summoned the pyroclastic sword with a click. Taking advantage of the situation, he turned around and brewed his next blow. I'll kill you while you're sick. Fire torture Qiankuan split. In a flash, a huge sword aura that cut through the ground blasted through the sprawled Curie with blazing heat. Ah! The badly injured Kuroi screamed miserably and finally came to his senses. He's scared. No! I can't die. To escape. Before he could finish his thoughts, a strong and magnificent voice had already resounded through the place. Heaven and Earth Without Limits Criminal Heaven Definitive Killing Technique. Lin Yi put away the fire torture sword and calmly watched as the sure kill space manifested itself to completely envelop the underworld demon. He had already calculated how he could let him escape. Kiroi looked around at the dark and flaming space of necessity, and realized in his heart that the tide had turned. But remembering what had just happened, he felt a great hatred in his heart. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and look at Lin Yi. I should never have listened to those words of yours. That mouth of yours should be torn apart. Lin Yi was instantly disgruntled at his words. Why were one or two of them full of these words? He, a college student who studied hard to build his country, was denigrated in this way. I'm too lazy to bullshit with something like you. He looked to Kiroi and continued to scold. You know your sins in your own heart. You don't need me to pronounce judgment. Only your wish would be to go in and have a good talk with another companion. Perhaps you two have something in common? After saying that, he didn't waste any time and blasted it up with a palm, and then directly summoned the fire torture sword. Firelight sword technique. With a roar, the unwilling Kiroi also transformed into a Rubik's Cube QR code. The must-have space dissipated, and Lin Yi stepped forward to inhale the Rubik's Cube into his belt. At the same time, he felt a meditative sensation coming over him. Couldn't say it, but he just felt an increase in intentional energy. This guy is also on the wanted list plus a little bit of intentional energy. Waste. If Kuroil heard this comment from Lin Yi, he'd probably have to live and die with anger. But, instead, you can use the pyroclasmic rapid fire? Satisfaction. At this time, the flying shadow armor walked over, and was also a bit surprised to see that Lin Yi had sealed another underworld demon so quickly. It seems that your intentional energy isn't weak. You were able to seal 2 spectral demons in both the morning and afternoon high-intensity combat. Although he had seen a few spectral demons so far, he had only sealed one. These guys, they're too good at getting away. Lin Yi saw the flying shadow come over but didn't defend himself anymore and directly lifted his armor transformation. And then he patted Flying Shadow with a smile on his face and said, Xiao Fei, you are not bad. Hurry up and lift the transformation. Let's brother and sister get close. We'll need the toolman again. But then a clear and gentle voice came from the Flying Shadow armor. What dash? Lin Yi student. What are you talking about? Lin Yi froze when he heard such a voice. Wasn't the summoner of the Flying Shadow armor Su Tingfei? Why is it a woman? Besides, why does that sound familiar? Turning to look, it was at that exact moment that the Flying Shadow armor lifted, transforming from solid to virtual. The woman's black hair was tied into a ponytail, her eyebrows were arched, and her unpowdered appearance was delicate and moving. She was wearing a set of slim-fitting black sportswear, simple yet extraordinarily revealing of her vitality. The light blue light projected out, illuminating the beautiful and moving appearance, but with some mature and gentle temperament of the woman more and more hazy. When he saw it clearly, Lin also made a surprised sound. K. Shannon? Snap. A slap on his head and a voice that did its best to seem authoritative came. Call the schoolteacher. Chapter 10, Xiao Tian appears, triggering a quest. K. Shanshan thought that Welcome might have already told Lin Yi about his identity, so he also disarmed his armor. But looking at Lin Yi's surprised face, it was clear that he hadn't, and Lin was a little messed up. I thought the original summoners were supposed to be here. How could there be a female armor warrior, and she's even her own sister? That's outrageous. Will we be able to trust memorized intelligence in the future? K. Shanshan wasn't happy either. Lin Yi's behavior in the morning made her very unhappy. It was completely negating her management achievements. Now look, this guy doesn't even call himself a schoolmate. A direct slap to correct him. No, K. Sister, how come it's you? Lin Yi had a head full of questions. Female armor summoner? Never seen it before. And K. Shanshan was actually the summoner of the Flying Shadow armor, and it looked like she was skilled at summoning the armor as well. K. Shanshan at this time is different from the morning. A sportswear, surprisingly looks a little valiant. She looked over at the surprised Lin Yi and finally felt a breath of relief. So with a grin on his face, he opened his mouth. Why can't it be me? Is armor summoning not gender specific? It's a no-brainer. The question is, where's Timothy Sui? Not being able to figure it out in a short period of time, Lin also didn't think about it any further, and immediately planned to return to the Welcome store with K. Shanshan. He followed K. Shanshan towards the outskirts of the pier, circling around and finally coming out into a parking lot. The docks were deserted all the way down, and one by one, crews were arriving as well. The two were quick on their feet and finally stopped in front of a parking space. No, this thing is yours? Lin Yi was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide, pointing with one hand to the parked, rather cool and domineering-looking BMW S1000RR motorcycle in the parking space. This locomotive is a very classic BMW motorcycle that not only looks classically handsome, but is also impeccable in terms of performance. Or what? Is it hard to believe that it's still yours? K. Shanshan blankly glanced at Lin Yi and stepped forward to insert the key. The locomotive in front of me was obviously a color change. It was dark and dark inside, but the sides of the tank were dotted with red and white lightning stripes, brushed textured silver white engine, exhaust with light blue tail flames, and aquamarine and silver white calipers. Overall, the locomotive looks cool and handsome in its understatement, but reserved and gentle in its introspection. If it isn't the dream love car of my past life. Lin also unconsciously close to this car. The Hala eyes are about to flow down. Hey, what's going on? Kei Shanshan, who had already put on her helmet, breathlessly pulled Linny back a few steps, and then straddled the locomotive with a single stride of her long legs. Buzz! With a heavy low chirp, she started the car, followed by a twist of the throttle, and a roar that was nothing less than that of a sports car came out. Get in the car. There's no helmet, so you'll just have to make do. While Kei Shanshan opened her mouth to speak towards Lin Yi, Lin Yi's eyes glowed as he stared at the locomotive, and the beauty in front of him. What a favorite from a previous life. I'll have to take this one. Hearing no movement behind her, Kei Shanshan turned her head in confusion and happened to meet his eyes. Looking at the fire blazing in those eyes, she was actually distracted for a moment. Hurry up! When she came back to her senses, Kei Shanshan was a little angry for some reason and gave a disgruntled prod. After a moment's thought, she added breathlessly, I'll open for you when I get a chance later. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a sinking behind her, followed by a pair of hands gripping her waist. Okay Kei-senpai, you're so sweet. Feeling the difference in her waist, Kei Shanshan's body instantly tensed. Once he heard Lin Yi's words that he had gotten the better of him, he was even more upset. So the locomotive started violently, and in an instant it was out of the parking space. With all the wind in its sails, the gale was blowing and Lin Yi felt like he couldn't even open his eyes. All he could do was lie on Kei Shanshan's back and wrap his arms tighter around him. A few minutes later, the locomotive came to a stop and a cold voice came out. Get off! Lin Yi, an adult college student, suddenly woke up as if from a dream, and climbed up from his slightly soft back, also loosening his tightly wrapped arms around his waist. After getting out of the car he was still not self-aware. Full of chagrin, he opened his mouth towards the ice-cold-looking Kei Shanshan. Sister Kei, don't blame me for holding on too tightly. You're the one who's riding too fast. But you're awesome, Kei-senpai. After saying this he ran straight into the Huan teppanyaki store in front of him, leaving Kei Shanshan alone, looking down at the clothes that had already creased there at the waistline and gritting her teeth. Walking into the store, Lin Yi roughly scanned it. The most conspicuous thing was the teppanyaki table, and then he saw Welcome, who was sitting on the couch, and a young man seated across from Welcome. The youth was calm and composed, exuding an aura of calmness and inaction, and his appearance was just a little worse than his Lin Yi. Li Haotian, the proper summoner of Interdictor's armor. His entire aura looked like a good match for Interdictor at a glance. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart when he saw this one. No wonder he was able to develop the Interdictor armor to that kind of extent later on. Aside from being slightly indecisive, this is a perfect summoner. This is. At this time, Kei Shanshan also followed her in, and when she saw Welcome and Li Haotian, the ice coldness that remained on her face only dissipated. Welcome stood up at this point as well, and instantly introduced the three to each other. Xiao Tian. These two are Lin Yi, the summoner of the criminal sky armor, Kei Shanshan, the summoner of the flying shadow armor. Lin Yi, Shanshan, this is another criminal heaven armor summoner, Li Haotian. Li Haotian also opened his mouth towards the two in a friendly manner at this time, saying, Hello guys, I'm Li Haotian, just call me Xiao Tian. Lin Yi detected that most of his attention was clearly on himself, and there seemed to be a searching intent in his eyes. But Lin also ignored it. He could probably guess some of the reasons. Welcome gestured to Lin Yi and Kei Shanshan and spoke with a straight face. The interdictor held by Xiao Tian is the one handed down from the Northern Song dynasty, the one containing the coordinates. He's under contract, not like you two. Lin Yi looked at Kei Shanshan by his side in surprise, not realizing that she hadn't signed a contract either, and belonged to the pirate version. Kei Shanshan ignored the eyes of Lin Yi beside her. She was the most familiar with Welcome and couldn't help but ask at this moment. So Flying Shadow should also have another summoner, right? Welcome nodded, understanding what her bestie meant. Yes, our most important task at the moment is to fight off the frequently appearing monsters while searching for the summoners of the two remaining armors. Welcome scanned over the three people in front of him and said with a solemn expression, finding one more pair of armor will give us a little more strength. Otherwise, with the current trend, I'm afraid we'll be unable to fight back once Luffy is resurrected. Li Haotian nodded his head as well, and there was a light in his eyes that ordinary people couldn't detect crossing over. It's not just saving other people, it's saving ourselves. Lin also understood the secrets he was harboring in his heart and the truth he wanted to seek, but now was not the time to tell him. The drive to explore is always the best way to improve your strength. Ding! Trigger daily quest. Seek. 1. Find the summoner of the flying shadow armor. 2. Find the summoner of the adamantium armor. Quest reward, intentional energy +2, skill, 8 position shift. Chapter 11 Good girls don't fail. Bad girls don't waste. Over here, Lin Yi triggered the quest and felt that it was as easy as a bag of tricks. In the secret room of the Ba Wang group, the robed form of Lufa was listening to his subordinate's report. Did Interceptor also appear? Ha ha ha. Very well. I definitely won't lose this time. His hoarse voice continued to emanate as he looked at the spectral devils below who were kneeling respectfully. Originally, the awakening of this general would take some time, but the trajectory of heaven and earth changed. The positive and negative energies were out of balance, and I saw the opportunity. I can feel it, the disruption of space-time energy. I'm afraid the power of the gun-yielding Vajra pestle is no match for it, so I'm going to take advantage of the situation. Lufa's voice was full of accomplished undertones as he turned around with a flutter of his robes, seemingly remembering something. He looked up and into the distance, deep darkness within his empty hood, but within it a gaze seemed to pass through the walls of this chamber. A few seconds later, Lufa's disdainful voice came out and said, Rather, I didn't realize that there were actually evil forces in this place, and they wanted to join forces with me earlier? After this general resurrects and leads the Underworld Legion to invincibility, and then gets the Gungpan Vajra pestle. He's a small blue star native bug. How can he be worthy? Then his soul power was hidden and his robes lost their support and fell to the floor, leaving only a cold sentence to flow through the chamber. Resuscitate all the mid-level fighters of the 3 squads and gather negative energy at full strength. Do whatever it takes. Inside the teppanyaki store, Lin also opened his mouth and said towards the 3. Leave the search for the 2 summoners to me. I've got it covered. Welcome sniffed and glanced at Lin Yi, his face filled with skepticism, and Kei Shanshan, who was on the side, also looked at Lin Yi suspiciously and said, What can you do as a college student? Lin Yi smiled casually at his words, his intent able to focus before he spoke. At once the voice turned into a line and accurately disappeared into the ears of the 3 people, as if it had gone straight to their heads. I naturally have my ways. Welcome's eyes widened at the words and lost his voice. It's like the Ares transmission? How did you get this ability? Isn't this the preserve of us esoteric practitioners? Upon hearing this, both Kei Shanshan and Li Haotian immediately looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't explain. He just stood against the wall with his arms wrapped around him, calm and collected. As I said, I naturally have my ways. For a while, Welcome became more and more curious about Lin Yi, and Li Haotian's expression was even stranger, as he stared at Lin Yi closely, as if he had something he wanted to say to him. But before he had the chance to open his mouth, Lin Yi was grabbed by Kei Shanshan, who was gritting her teeth at the side. Kei Shanshan did not inquire about anything, but only spoke with a flat expression. Whatever you're capable of, you need to be back in school at this hour. When these words came out, Lin Yi's expression stiffened. Looking down at my watch, I realized that it was almost afternoon, and it did seem like class time, but he's a warrior in armor. Go to a hammer school. The blue star is all but destroyed. Sister Kei, you still let me go to school? Lin Yi was filled with speechlessness as he twisted his head to look at his schoolmate who was close by. Kei Shanshan heard Lin also say this but didn't dismiss the idea. She lifted a strand of wind-blown hair on the side of her cheek behind her ear and said with a serious expression, When you are needed to fight and help, you can certainly go and help. But what about when it's okay? Do I watch you fool around? Lin Yi, Yang Welcome and Li Haotian on the other side actually felt a bit dazed when they saw the way Kei Shanshan trained Lin Yi. It was as if they realized at this moment that the teenager was actually a freshman who had just started college. It's just that the vibe, it really doesn't go with college students. But Kazan was still speaking in a serious tone. You are now a junior college. With your grades specializing in college you are hopeful of getting into our first-class institution, Chaoyan University. I know it doesn't work. Brothers don't scold. Forced to revise. Have you ever thought that when these crises are lifted, you'll have to get back to your normal life after all? Lin Yi looked at the beautiful face in front of him and actually didn't know how to retort. How can I put it? That my ambitions are starry-eyed? Or should I not stay on the blue planet? If you'd like to still go back to school during the week, I can lend you my car to drive. Kei Shanshan gritted her teeth and released her big move. After a few seconds, Lin Yi nodded solemnly. I've understood your good intentions. Senior sister, please, can I have my car keys now? Queenslander clenched her fists at once. Afterwards, Lin Yi and Kei Shanshan walked out of the teppanyaki restaurant together, intending to return to school together. Before Li Haotian could find Lin Yi to open his mouth, he saw the locomotive, which was much more handsome than his own car, roaring away. Never mind, I'll have a chance to ask later. Lin Yi's mouth was grinning under his helmet as he felt the enchanting and powerful nature of the baby in his crotch. With this car, it's much easier to find both Fei Xiaojiang and the Phantom Demon next. In the back, Kei Shanshan lowered her head to block the wind with the help of Lin Yi's body. not forgetting to open her mouth to continue. All you need to do is go back to class and I'll take care of the rest. Returning to the school, the building that had been vandalized in the morning was, of course, not repaired. Most of the classes were organized in an adjacent building. Xingtian says goodbye to Linny and says she's going back to her teacher's dormitory to change her clothes. Tells him where the first class is now and leaves. It wasn't time for class yet, so Linny wandered towards the classroom, not forgetting to reminisce about his lost college days. A short while later, push the door and enter the classroom. The students in class 1 were collectively silent after their gazes looked at Linny, and Linny silently counted in his heart. 3, 2, it's Linny. Linny actually came back. Before he could finish his count of 3, the classroom looked like it had exploded, and the yelling nearly lifted the floorboards. This is one of the reasons why Lin also doesn't want to go back to school. He ignored the students and walked to a seat and sat down. With that, he silently calculated the angle at which the sunlight was hitting him, leaned over the table in a comfortable position, and closed his eyes. It just so happens that I didn't sleep at noon. The voices in the classroom diminished, and along with a faint smell of rose perfume, a clear, soft and somewhat delighted voice appeared. Lin-E, it's great that you're okay. I was worried you'd get hurt dealing with that monster. Lin-E climbed up with some impatience, and in front of him was Ning Jiaojiao, who was a different person from her demeanor in the morning. At this time, Ning Jiaojiao's demeanor was soft, with the right amount of concern on her face, together with the loose but deliberately adjusted clothes. It really was the standard look of a white moonlight. Lin also came to be a bit more interested at this point. He stood up and surveyed the girl in front of him, a playful smile curling his lips. Want to be my girlfriend? Ning Jiaojiao's eyes flashed with a touch of delight and complacency when she heard this, and some shyness flashed across her face. Didn't you confess to me before? Lin-E, I've actually always liked you, but I want to see how much you like me. Morning is my test for you. Right now, I think you're perfect for my boyfriend. So, can I be your girlfriend? Hearing this sentence from Ning Jiaojiao, before Lin-E could react, the other students in the class all stared at each other with wide eyes. No, it's that good? You just fooled someone in the morning, and then in the afternoon you change your rhetoric and put on such an imploring face? And then the gazes of all the people landed on Lin-E, their eyes revealing a look of intense anticipation, denial, reject her hard. This strong, simply comparable to the will of intentional energy. Lin-E felt it, only to see him nod and say, "Can." What a hammer. The first 2 words were like a muffled thunderbolt that struck inside the classroom of the first class, shattering everyone. Only Ning Jiaojiao, a smile similar to that of the morning, finally appeared on her face. It was only in the next moment that Lin-Yi's last 3 words appeared, and a teasing voice came out at the same time. My girlfriend can't be a handful. As he spoke, he stood up with his right hand propped on the table and moved forward to stare at Ning Jiaojiao's pupils. Why don't you accompany me to kill a spectral demon sometime? Then you can be my girlfriend. Otherwise exempt. Ning Jiaojiao's pupils gradually revealed struggle and fear. She felt that the man in front of her seemed not quite the same as before. Lin-Yi's idea was simple. Do unto others as they would have them do unto you. Chapter 12, Primitive Methods Out. Xiaojiang calls Big Brother. The people that I, Lin-E, like should be those brave people who dare to fight against monsters. Not a coward like you. Lin-Yi's voice appeared like a demon in Ning Jiaojiao's ears, his mocking words extraordinarily obvious. Ning Jiaojia thought again of the playground, the mighty and powerful armor under the sunlight. The thought of never being able to say such a thing again. See, the man summoning the armor is my boyfriend. She then had a hard moment of pain. How are you going to show off in front of those little bitches later? At the thought, she was a bit reluctant. Her eyes instantly softened and she clenched her fists about to open her mouth again. What for? A soft drink with an angry voice came violently, only to see the classroom door. Xingtian glared angrily. This is the classroom. What are you two doing? Go outside if you want to talk about love. Being so startled, Ning Jiaojia was so frightened that she hurriedly returned to her seat. The other students in class 1 were also chilled to the bone, not daring to utter a single word, having never seen their own senior sister help manage the class in such a temper. Xingtian didn't know why she was so angry. She had just changed at her apartment and had then hurried to the class. For one thing, he needed to calm down the frightened schoolmates in the first period himself, and for another, he was worried that Lin-E wouldn't be able to cope. She didn't expect to come over in a hurry, and as soon as she entered the classroom door, she saw Ning Jiaojiao and Lin-E almost right next to each other. Lin also that guy, with his head on the side. His mouth was almost on Ning Jiaojiao's face. What an indiscretion. What do you want? Each and every one of you. Xingtian stood on the podium, her gaze with anger sweeping the students below, and those who were stared at by her hurriedly lowered their heads for fear of that murderous aura spreading over. The exams are in a month, and you guys actually have the leisure to do something else. She stared at Lin Yi, but saw that instead of looking down, Lin Yi looked up and grinned toward her. It's an abomination. With these thoughts in mind, the chalk in Kei Shanshan's hand silently turned into powder. After class, Kei Shanshan called Lin Yi outside, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous anger. If you keep this up you won't come back. Yes, Lin Yi was overjoyed. Kei Shanshan, you're pissing me off. Watching Kei Shanshan angrily leave, Lin Yi skimmed his lips and didn't chase after him. I haven't said you've spoiled me yet. Since he was out, he didn't bother going back to class, and immediately took out his keys and rode his bike straight away. On the road, the BMW locomotive was extremely fast, cutting through the traffic. Lin also put on his helmet and thought about the mission. Su Tingfei's father is the boss of Su's marine transportation company, so he might be at the company now? But immediately after Lin Yi felt that his thoughts were 80% wrong. Think about Fei's character. Second generation. Rich second generation. Obviously it is impossible to stay in the company. 80% of them are having a quickie somewhere. Better go to Kong first then. Hobos basically hang out in game halls anyway. Lin Yi first consulted the locations of the game halls within the Western District, and then rushed over one by one, intending to take his chances. He had long forgotten which of the game halls Xiao Gang frequented, but fortunately there weren't many in this area, so it wouldn't take long to find them one by one. Time passed, and Lin Yi had already walked through a few game halls, but he hadn't found Wu Gang. Could it be that I'm that unlucky? Lin Yi, who was skeptical, parked his car and scanned the surroundings before approaching the Excellence Game Hall in front of him. As soon as he entered, Lin Yi revealed a joyful expression after scanning a few eyes. Nothing else. Kong sitting in front of a game console with a loud voice was just too obvious. Hello, are you any good? Wimpy kid, ha ha ha. He had just beaten a kid, and Wu Gang was sitting and laughing, with taunting skills playing out of his mouth. Lin Yi walked behind Wu Gang and sized up this one authentic Vajra armor summoner. The body could only be described as well-proportioned, but it was far from robust. With textured hair, with his face that was smug at the moment, it looked like a heartless, more reckless character. But the three pairs of armor, sun, moon, and star, are supposed to look at the summoner's personality, and really don't have much to do with the body. In the moment that Lin Yi was alone with his thoughts, Wu Gang also noticed the boy behind him. Hey, what are you standing here for? Wu Gang looked at the handsome-looking boy in front of him, and for some reason inexplicably felt a little offended. He directly stood up and looked at Lin Yi, then spoke with a slight hint of provocation and mockery. What? You little brat want to have a go at me too? Lin Yi looked up with a face full of speechlessness as he sniffed, finally realizing why this guy attracted so much hatred. Who's a brat? How old are you? Bullying little kids here on the strength of your extra hair. Lin Yi didn't spoil him and immediately returned the favor. This sentence instantly made Kong even more mortified. He slammed the game console and instantly shouted, Come come come, you compete with me. I'll see if your skills are as hard as your mouth. Lin Yi took 2 steps back and instead spoke in a cloudy manner. Come out here and let me have a word with you and I'll compete with you. As soon as Wu Gang grabbed his backpack, he directly followed Lin Yi. Just come out, I'm still afraid of you? The two of them, one after the other, soon arrived outside the game hall, in a deserted alleyway, with an impatient look on his face. Xiao Gang opened his mouth towards Lin Yi. You have something to say. Say it. Finish up and go back and compete with me. Lin also didn't beat around the bush and asked directly towards him. Ever heard of the armored warrior? Wu Gang snorted at his words. Who doesn't? It's those armored heroes that have appeared recently to fight monsters. Lin Yi nodded, and then stared at Xiao Gang, who was unconcernedly acting like a dilettante, and slowly opened his mouth. Do you want to be an armored warrior? The exit of a light word instantly caused Wu Gang to instantly turn his head and stare closely at Lin Yi. There was no longer the impatience on his face from earlier, but instead his eyes widened, as if he was a little incredulous, and he cautiously said, Me? You mean I can turn into armor too? Seeing this, Lin Yi's face instantly revealed a look of satisfaction as he nodded his head indifferently. That's what I'm talking about. You can't be unruly. That's a proper response to the temptation of armor. Suddenly, ha 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 ha, the sound of unrestrained, maniacal laughter came. Wu Gang laughed so hard that he covered his stomach with one hand while pointing one finger at Lin Yi and scoffed. Ah ha ha ha, you didn't think I'd believe that, did you, little fart? Wu Gang laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath, not noticing that Lin Yi's face had turned black. I'm so smart, I can be fooled by you? I'm just teasing you, and transform into an armor warrior. You're not as old as me. Why don't you say transform into Ultraman, ha 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 ha. Lin Yi's forehead was filled with black lines, his face expressionless. As soon as he pulled out the interdictor summoner, he silently inserted it into his belt. Criminal armor. Merge. The energy of the heavens and earth swept through this small alley, and Xingtian stood indifferently. Wu Gang, who was originally laughing his ass off, stiffened in place on the spot, his mouth unable to close. Seconds later, screams came from the alley. "Ah, I was wrong. You won the competition. I'm not your opponent." After another moment, a refreshed Linny stepped out of the alley and took a deep slouch. It's true that the primitive method still works best. Behind him, Gang, who was bruised and limping, but with a bright light in his eyes, followed out. "Big brother, so I can change too, right?" Chapter 13, Forceful Persuasion. Linny walked ahead and nodded when he heard Xiao Gang's inquiry behind him. "Yes, you go and sign the contract. Then you can summon the adamantium armor. Someone else will explain the rest to you." In the back, the bruised and swollen Xiao Gang gritted his teeth at the words and clenched his fists, secretly fuming in his heart. "Bullying me by my armor. When I can summon armors too, you'll see how I'll get my revenge." Linny skimmed over Kong behind him and saw his clenched fists, the corners of his mouth curling into some smiles. "King Kong versus Interceptor. Ah, I've been wanting to try this for a long time. I hope you'll give it a shot." Wu Gang student, pulling Wu Gang behind the locomotive. Linny sent him straight to the welcome. It was still a bit unbelievable until Kong pressed his handprints and welcomed the fact that the deed was generated. "And you really found it so quickly?" Lin also nodded and smiled. "Told you. I have my ways." Then he looked at Kong, who was full of excitement and eager to try, and added another sentence. "Don't worry, the summoner of the adamantium armor will find you on its own." At those words Kong calmed down. "You can't rush and lose your temper. What if you get held down and beaten up again?" Lin also turned towards the welcome and then inquired. "By the way, are you ready for my room? I'll come and sleep at your place at night." Welcome gave Linny a blank look when she heard his words as a matter of course. "Ready? That's good." Linny nodded, about to leave again. "I'll go out again and take my chances. I'll be back during dinner tonight." Xiao Zhang, who was on the side, was instantly happy when he heard Linny and Welcome's conversation, and busily asked towards Welcome. "Hey, do you still have a place to stay here? It just so happens that I don't have a place to stay. Can I stay with you too?" Welcome was speechless, and then nodded hopelessly. She was prepared for this. She had planned for the summoners to all stay here. It was safer to gather together. It's just that these two guys are too self-conscious to ask before she does. Seeing that Linny was about to leave again, Welcome remembered something and turned toward him. "By the way, Xiaotian said for you to come back and find him sometime. He seems to have something he wants to ask you." Linny waved his hand backward. "Got it." Getting out and mounting his motorcycle, Linny put on his helmet and felt the increase of intentional energy in his body. Suddenly, the back seat sank. Wu Gang's voice came from behind him. "I heard you're going to find another summoner. I'll accompany you." Linny was about to refuse, but there was a sudden movement in his heart. There is some sort of connection and a specific destiny track between the summoners of the three pairs of armor, and bringing him along might actually be of some use. This time, Lin also headed directly to Su Tingfei's father's company, which was not located in the center of the city, but a little bit on the edge of the western district. Half an hour later, a relatively empty, manicured and planned site appeared ahead. At the very center of this site was a 20-something story high-rise office building that looked majestic, though not opulent. TSK, Fei and his family are doing well. Parking his car to the side, Linny got out and surveyed the area. Xiao Gang's face was also in awe, and he couldn't help but utter an exclamation. This is how rich you have to be to build a company like this." Linny then instructed Xiao Gang, "Let's look for someone in the neighborhood first, and if we don't find them, we'll go inside in a while." Kong nodded and inquired again. "What does that man look like, and how can I recognize him?" Linny thought about it and described it towards Xiao Gang. "It's probably just about the same height as you and me, and still has a handsome look. The aura is that of a rich kid with some self-importance." Xiao Gang sniffed and grimaced. "Yo, how handsome can it be? Or is it a rich kid?" Lin also thought carefully for 2.5 seconds and replied to his question. "It's just a little bit worse than me." Separating from Xiao Gang, Lin also walked towards the side of the building, and thought about his next move in his mind. You need to step foot in the Devil's Tower, where the Gungrave Adamantine Pestle and the gravity-free high magnetic prison that holds the Emperor of the Inferno are located. But Lufa's robes are definitely gone. You can't tear into Lufa yet, so when you do, you'll be the first to grab all the stuff. Leave him dry. Therefore, it was imperative to raise the intentional energy and find a few reliable teammates to kill the underworld demon together. I don't know if it's because it's business hours, but there's not many people in this area of the company. Lin also followed a large circle here. After nothing to find, it intends to return to meet with Xiao Zhang, and then together into the company to ask. But before he could walk back to the appointed place, he heard Kong's loud, noisy voice. "Hello, are you still being reasonable? I just accidentally touched it. Why are you so unforgiving?" Then came a voice that sounded calm but also had suppressed anger within. You hillbilly! You scratched up my car. Do you have any idea how much that's going to cost to fix? Lin also walked quickly towards there. Only at this time, the voice sounded somewhat familiar as well. It can't be him, can it? Looking closer, the face of a handsome man with a black vest layered with a white shirt on top and straight suit pants underneath was filled with anger. He pulled on Kong, who was wearing only a denim t-shirt, one hand still pointing at the red sports car parked to his side. Apologize. Su Tingfei was angry. It would have been upsetting to have nothing to do these days being called to the office by his own old man to talk about it. I ended up coming down and just sitting in the car when a loser with a backpack shrugged and wiped past. The sharp sound of metal scratching made his heart break as he listened in the car. This is one of my favorite sports cars. Su Tingfei roared out towards Lin Yi and Wu Gang in front of him. Lin also looked in silence at a scratch on the side of the red sports car, and then at the broken metal zipper on the side of Wu Gang's school bag. What a thing to call it. Are these two people born to fight each other? Avoiding previous destinies resulted in this little thing going right. Su Tingfei looked at Lin Yi in front of him, and then looked at Xiao Gang who was standing behind him, and directly opened his mouth to question. You two are in this together? As soon as Kong pulled Lin Yi back, he opened his mouth to retaliate. Brother, judge me. Is this guy blackmailing? Before Lin Yi had a chance to speak, this side of Su Tingfei scoffed out. Big brother? Ha ha ha. You call someone so much younger than you a big brother? I'm afraid he hasn't graduated yet. Originally, Lin Yi wanted Xiao Gang to apologize to him, and as for the money, let Welcome pay for it. But hearing Su Tingfei's words at this moment, it instantly made him unhappy. Why are you still looking at people with colored eyes? Can't you be a big brother just because you're young? Su Tingfei slanted his eyes and glanced at Lin Yi, obviously not taking Lin Yi's words to heart, and immediately said, You tell me, how do you pawn it? That face was full of conceit and disdain. Lin also saw back then that the two people in this team were not well trained and were extremely prone to messing up. It feels that way even more now. Well, then I'll tell you how I'm going to be. Lin Yi calmly looked at Su Tingfei, and in the next second the interdictor summoner appeared. Criminal Armor. Chapter 14, Intentional Energy Increases. The underworld demon came out. 2.5 minutes later, Fei, who had obtained the same nose and face skin as Kong, sat on the ground with a grave expression. So you guys are saying that I can summon such armor to fight as well? He looked up across the room at Kong, who was also sitting cross-legged on the ground, his swelling equally unabated, and then spoke silently. So you were convinced by him in that way too? Kong nodded silently. The two of them looked up together at Lin Yi, who was standing with his hands folded and was looking refreshed, and actually couldn't help but have some of the same enemy mentality. You guys have a special way of letting summoners join. Su Tingfei silently spat. Lin Yi reached out and pulled the two of them up, then comforted them in a slow voice. I'm actually a nuclear good-natured person on a regular basis and a very good talker. It's just that your lack of cooperation is causing me some distress. Su Tingfei and Wu Gang both didn't say anything when they heard this. They just both clenched their fists in silence. Our summoners appear randomly? Lin Yi nodded to Fei, then asked as if he remembered something. By the way, I forgot to ask. Are you willing to summon the armor and take on this responsibility of eradicating the phantom demon? Fei sniffed and nodded hurriedly. What man wouldn't like something so pretentious? As for danger, the heavens are going to come down on us. Besides, I've suffered and been beaten. Over here, the three of them returned to the teppanyaki restaurant together, and Welcome signed the contract for Fei as well. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Completion of Seek Reward 8-bit shift, +2 to intentional energy. Lin Yi felt the changes within his body and immediately mobilized the panel happily. What is my current intentional energy? Current host intentional energy, 18, number of tasks completed, 4. Great. One more quest to complete and you can redeem a pair of armor. As long as the intent can be upgraded to the point where it can upgrade the God of War. Interdictor. With the power of the armor it will be able to have a confrontation with the present-day Lufa. After having dinner at the Welcome store, Lin Yi and Kong went straight upstairs to rest. A full day. Lin also went to bed happily after a brief workout. I hope I have good dreams. Nightfall. The entire city of Hope seemed hazy in the night, and no one knew that a legion was buried here, and that a fiery sun would likewise rise. Inside the Devil Suppressor Tower, a clicking sound suddenly appeared in the silent space. Extraordinarily loud. Several hideous stone statues on the second floor suddenly cracked, and a channel of magic air invisible to the naked eye flowed out. Jingle bells. On a large bed, Welcome, who was sound asleep in his cartoon pajamas, snapped his eyes open. Not good. She rolled over and sat up, listening carefully for a few seconds before quickly making her way to the teppanyaki countertop, the tabletop sinks to reveal the astrolabe below. With the help of the astrolabe, She finally sensed the presence of the underworld demon. Gotta hurry up and get Lin Yishanshan and the others up. Just after that she pulled out her cell phone, her face turning indignant. Can anyone sleep anymore? In the dream, Lin also felt like he was in a bit of a trance, as if he was godless but also as if he had a god. He stood above the infinite heights of space, looking down on the countless planets below, raising his hand and releasing it to his eyes, a dazzling golden color. Hey, hey, hey! Lin also, get up quickly! Welcome shook Lin Yi's body and kept shouting. Seeing that Lin Yi hadn't gotten up yet, she was about to slap him down, but she was suddenly gripped by a hand on her arm. What are you doing? It's just a wake-up call. You don't have to slap me. It's a personal vendetta for the public. Lin Yi let go of her arm and rubbed his eyes, still somewhat unconscious. What's the situation? Despite the displeasure of having his dreams disturbed, he knew his priorities, and there could be no other reason for being woken up in such a hurry by Welcome. It was Welcome to see him awake, and it was a long story. A spectral demon has appeared, and it shouldn't be just one. I've already notified Shannon. She's heading towards that area now, so you should go too. Lin Yi nodded and quickly dressed and was about to go out, but then turned back to Welcome and frowned as he asked, have you notified Li Haotian? Welcome, who was still sitting by Lin Yi's bedside, froze at his words before speaking. No. For one thing, he's still a little reluctant and doesn't seem to want to get involved, and secondly, it's not necessary, is it? With you and Shannon. No. Lin also raised his eyebrows and fought and shook his head towards the Welcome. Better inform him, just in case. You tell him I'll give him a chance to ask me questions when he gets here. Li Haotian, you're already in. Where's your chance to hesitate? Such an ace. Remove some obsessive thoughts and hesitation. Cultivate well that is not inferior to Yen Di. Lin also won't give up the chance to use him in a bright way. West Town Center. It was something like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and although it was still light, it was not so dark in the north as it had been in the summer, and the eye could see perfectly well. Not much on the streets, only a few people who hadn't been home all night still hanging around occasionally. Boom! Along with an explosion that sounded like thunder, a large hole was blown out of the wall of the merchant bank's headquarters here. In the burning flames, 2 figures draped in burlap and black robes walked out unharmed with sacks on their backs. Not too many people were alarmed at this point. Only some of the bank's internal watchmen were frightened or accidentally injured. But by the time dawn breaks and the story gets out, one can only imagine the amount of negative energy that must have festered must have been colossal. At that moment, a pure black sports car sped up like a phantom. It didn't make much noise, but it arrived in a light flash, blocking in front of the 2 black-robed men. Click. The car door opens. A long leg wrapped in tight yoga pants stepped out, followed by a dimpled and perfect body, and finally a pretty face with a frosty face. You do evil at will and now you want to leave? Kei Shanshan closed the car door, her voice cold and her eyes full of anger. Ah ha 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 ha. A figure under the black robe hissed and laughed. How dare such a pretty chick stop me? Show you my true colors. As he spoke, the hood on his black robe was lifted off by a pair of monstrous palms, revealing the hideous head underneath. The head was like a Komodo giant lizard with a huge mouthparts. The bare teeth were sharp and pointed, and only the silver leather armor that was regenerated in the eyes made the guy look a bit more on the human side. Spectral devil. Bajobi. Kei Shanshan's eyes didn't have the slightest ripple, only that she quickly turned over the flying shadow summoner in her hand and inserted it into her belt in a flash. It's you monsters who are to be found. Flying shadow armor. Hopper. Kei Shanshan raised one hand sideways in an elegant stance, and the flying shadows wrapped around her like stone armor. In the next second, the rich moonchild essence transformed into an invisible sharp blade, instantly shredding the stone skin and revealing the delicate and powerful azure armor inside. What? Flying shadow armor? Spectral demon Bajobi was shocked at this, not expecting this generation of flying shadow to actually be a female. What are you waiting for? Get together and finish her off. The other black-robed man on Bajobi's side also lifted his robe at this time, his voice full of manic killing intent. Its whole body is red and rough, just like magma flowing through the whole body solidified. The 2 scorpion pincers on top of his head and the white bead eyes were exceptionally terrifying. The demon of the underworld, Kusorgus. The 2 Psy Devils looked at each other, and Kusorgus blasted a firebomb in a flash as his abdomen glowed with heat. Bajobi, on the other hand, took advantage of Flying Shadow's evasion and rushed straight forward, blasting Flying Shadow in the chest with a punch. Bang! Kei Shanshan felt a pain in her chest and was knocked back a few steps. Chapter 15, Breaking into a Boat to Fight For? 8-bit shift begins to show its power. Kei Shanshan scanned the 2 underworld demons in front of her, secretly calculating the time in her heart. She sidestepped a punch from Baobi, then took 2 steps back to dodge another leg from Kautsuki's, and turned to take advantage of the opportunity with a flying side leg kick. Flying shadow leg. The intentional energy was focused on the leg and a kick was delivered to Kusorgis's abdomen, sending him a few meters away. The flying shadow armor was extremely fast and attacked mainly by legwork, and she had figured out how to use it quite a bit. Katsukis was annoyed by the kick out, and with his abdomen building up he was about to shoot the fireball again. Instead, Bajobi moved up and tangled with Kazan, making it impossible for her to get out of the way. Seeing that the blazing fireball was about to shoot out towards her, Kei Shanshan, who tried to dodge but was never able to get away from Baobi, sighed darkly in her heart. I'm afraid I'm going to be robbed this time. I hope that kid will come earlier. However, the expected fireball impact did not come. Instead, a roar came from not far behind him, followed by a scream from Kusorgis. Ah! Xing! Interceptor! Kei Shanshan was instantly delighted at the sound, kicking out a leg and taking a step back with each of Baobi, then turning to look. One could only see Lin Yi standing sideways in his interdictor's armor, his snorting laughter clear and powerful. You monster! You haven't tasted what you shot yourself yet. Just now, he had blasted Kusorgis in the stomach with his palm when he was unprepared, causing the fireball to explode on himself. At those words, Kei Shanshan only felt that there was something strange about them. Instead, Katsukis covered his abdomen and became furious. Interceptor! Then I'll let you taste it too. Lin Yi, me X. He attacked in a flash, and the interdictor's palm blasted out once again. Only this time it was towards the scorpion pincers on Kusorgis's head. I'll fuck you up. Intentional energy was focused on the palm of his hand, and a palm as powerful as Tarzan landed with a loud bang. Bang! Before Kusorgis could react he was blasted off with a palm strike that broke the pincers on the top of his head that resembled large horns, and then fell to the ground. Not far away, Baobi, who was confronting Flying Shadow, saw this and his heart went cold. How is this criminal Sky so strong? When Kei Shanshan saw that Lin Yi's side was like a force to be reckoned with, she immediately put her heart down. With a strong leg, accompanied by a light blue intentional energy, she leapt straight into the air, her knee and elbow slamming hard towards Baobi. Bang! Baobi couldn't react as well and was instantly knocked out. Damn it! But Jobi stood up and looked toward Kusorgis, who stood up trembling not far away, and instantly yelled, "Come on out! If we don't come out we won't be able to top it." These words immediately caused Lin Yi, who was not far away, to be careful. And then he saw that not far away, a figure suddenly came out of the wall a few meters behind Kei Shanshan, suddenly crashing into the back of the Flying Shadow. Boom! The Flying Shadow's back armor was sparked, and Kei Shanshan was knocked right out of the way, staggering and half kneeling on the ground. And that figure also showed its true form, a spectral demon with purple leather armor all around and a face that looked like an iron-armored skeleton. Basadi! 3 phantom demons? Lin Yi was secretly alarmed, and at the same time, he was a little worried about Kei Shanshan, who was not far away. He was standing at the outermost periphery of the battlefield, and the 3 underworld demons were in 3 directions, eyeing him intently. Just as Lin also was thinking about whether to withdraw first, he did not notice that not far behind him, a sanitation worker is silently approaching him. Lin Yi, who was thinking about how to stall for time, whether to wait for Li Haotian or retreat, looked up at Fei Ying, only to find her looking violently behind her. At that moment, Lin Yi's mind tightened and he instantly turned around and slapped out with a backhanded palm. Boom! That ringwraith sparred with Interceptor and retreated a few steps before his body trembled, revealing its prototype, another underworld demon. This underworld demon was covered in gray leather armor, and its head was like a toad, which was extremely strange. Spectral Devil, Shigura. Shigura looked at Lin Yi, who was slowly retreating, and instantly revealed a hideous and terrifying smile. His hoarse yet sharp voice came out as if it could pierce the heart and soul. Interceptor, Flying Shadow, you're in for it this time. Lin Yi backed up and approached Kei Shanshan, scanning towards the 4 surrounding Psy Devils, the corners of his mouth twitching a little. Well, wake me up and come out in the wee hours of the morning and let me hit 4 is it? Not far behind him, Kei Shanshan had barely managed to stand up. The Flying Shadow armor excelled in speed, but it was hard to take advantage of the fact that this place was already surrounded. Lin Yi, I'll cover you. See if you can break out. Flying Shadow came behind Interceptor and scanned towards the surroundings. Sister Kei, I'm so touched that you're still thinking of me at a time like this. Lin Yi was trying to figure out what to do while conversing with Kei Shanshan. But I can leave anytime I want. I just want to try to take you with me. Lin Yi was telling the truth. He had shifting shadows. Trying to escape wasn't a problem. If there's really no way out when it matters, he'll definitely withdraw. However, Kei Shanshan thought that Lin Yi was comforting her, wanting to live and die with her, and was instantly moved beyond words in her heart. If we can get out together this time. Kei Shanshan had just opened her mouth when Lin Yi smiled and picked up flirtatiously. You've been watching with me for 1,000 years? Xingtian was flabbergasted and was about to say something when her mind was swaying, but she realized that Lin Yi's intentional energy had risen violently. It turned out that Baobi and the four of them had summoned their weapons, not wanting to give Lin Yi and Xingtian any more time. Lin Yi's right hand scratched across the card box and then inserted it into his belt, holding it in his hand in a false grip. Flaming sword, accompanied by a mechanical sound. He wore the interdictor armor and held the fire torture sword, leaving a sentence before directly killing out. Senpai, it's better to talk about going out when you go out. Xingtian didn't say anything, only that her right hand also quickly scratched across the card box and summoned the weapon. Blast Shadow Blade. She quickly headed towards Baobi with her blaster blade in hand, only to whisper something to herself the moment she rushed out. On the other side, Lin Yi rushed out with a clear goal in mind, heading straight for Xingtian, who had been injured by him. There's only one way to break the game today. His eyes under his armor were extraordinarily determined at the moment. Take out two first. Xingtian had been injured by Lin Yi earlier, and when he saw Lin Yi charging towards him again regardless, he was a bit tearless. You hit them. What's chasing me? He hurriedly fled in the direction of Shigura, only to be still caught up by Interceptor and slashed his sword on his back. You want to run away? Did I fucking let you go? Lin Yi stomped on the back of the cleaved down Xingtian, while then looking towards Shigura, who was charging a few meters away. The corner of his mouth hooked up. I'll eat both of you in one bite today. I'll see if I can eat a big fat one. The fire torture sword was put away, and he folded his hands in front of his body into the heaven and earth style, intending to be able to condense the space for certain death, and his cold shout spread all around him. Heaven and earth without limits, criminal heaven definitive killing technique. Boom! The majestic dark space blasted into shape under the burning outlines of the flames, directly encircling Xingtian and Shigura in together. Shigura, who had originally charged towards Interceptor, stopped when he saw this, and was somewhat startled. I'm in good shape. What's he dragging me in for? However, Lin also pulled out a card from his card box in a flash and inserted it into his belt, holding the pyromancy sword in his hand once again. Kautsuki's had felt the taste of death. No! Lin Yi ignored it as he stabbed downward viciously and then lifted upward. Fire torture Chinkuan split. Boom! Amidst the screams, Xingtian was directly blasted apart and turned into genetic code. Shigura reached out and roared, but it was too late to stop it. He watched as Lin Yi absorbed the genetic code, so he opened his mouth coldly with his short sword in hand. Interceptor, you'll bury him with your life. After saying that, Shigura walked slowly towards Lin Yi, with mockery on his lips. A new generation of summoners? I've also summoned Interdictor and understand the Interdictor armor. You're at the end of your rope at this point, so what can you do even if you pull me into the space of certain death? Lin also ignored him and simply put away the fire torture sword on his own, then stood upright, his intentional energy all condensing in an instant. Shigura sneered and raised his sword, a powerful force sweeping with a devouring demonic aura, and Lin Yi's mind flashed through the many essentials of the 8 movements, his body moving at will, his mind moving. The moment that the killing night toad blade fell, he snapped his eyes open and let out a soft cry under his breath. 8 shifters. For a split second, Shigura slashed empty with his knife. His surroundings were like overlapping spaces and phantoms floating around, with a criminal heaven appearing in all 8 directions at the same time. What? 8-bit shifting? Such a profound skill. How could you possibly know it? Shigura roared out as if he had seen a ghost, and his voice was already mixed with deep fear. The 8 criminal heavenly armors released a majestic power, as if there were 8 voices overlapping and opening their mouths at the same time. Penal palm. In an instant, 8 directions simultaneously unleashed uncountable criminal palms to bombard the Shigura in the center. Boom! Almost instantly, Shigura's body was directly broken. The genetic code isn't even left. Chapter 16. Something's not right. There are 2 interceptors. Shigura never thought to his death that he could actually die under the 8 shifters. He also couldn't figure out why that kid was actually able to use such a profound technique as the 8 position shift, except that he did get blasted out of existence. And without even the genetic code, there was no hope of resurrection. The space of certain death dissipated, and Lin Yi felt weak all over. It's the kind, as if it doesn't stop for 3 days and nights, that extreme emptiness. A little bit of power in the body. Really a little bit can't be squeezed out. He didn't even stand still and directly dropped to one knee, propping up his body with his hands. The interdictor armor was also forced to disintegrate, glancing not far away. Flying Shadow struggled to tangle with 2 spectral demons, and that was even with both sides drawing a lot of attention from his side. At this time, when they saw Lin Yi fall, Xingtian's side was suddenly losing ground. Sister K, you can't do this either. Lin Yi weakly spat out, only one thought remaining while struggling to keep his body from collapsing. It's over. On the other side, Baobi and Basadi were originally surrounding the Flying Shadow, and were also startled after seeing Lin also directly unfolding the space of necessity to pull the two Shigura in. However, on second thought, he was relieved that if Interceptor was even stronger, could he still kill both of them at the same time? Ha ha ha, Interceptor is really arrogant. But Joby Fong was injured, and now that he had come to support him, he was naturally pleased and mocked out. Kei Shanshan had also paid attention to that scene, and despite the anxiety in her heart, she understood that Lin Yi was trying to stall his opponent. Don't you ever be okay? Mentally, the pressure on her side did ease up quite a bit, because Baobi and Basadi did divide their attention between Lin Yi's side, wanting to focus on the outcome. But the moment the space of certain death dissipated, the one person and two devils present were stunned. What? How is this possible? The two Bajobi men were filled with panic and couldn't control their cries. 3 go in. 1 comes out? In a short period of time, Lin also actually cut down Shigura, who was in perfect condition and a bit stronger, along with, for a while, Bajobi and Basadi were frightened. Kei Shanshan had only just breathed a sigh of relief at the sight, and the next moment the smile that bloomed on her face froze. Lin also fell to his knees in exhaustion, his armor lifting. Seeing this, Baobi and Basadi were relieved and let go of their hearts. Ha 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 ha, Flying Shadow, you won't be able to escape now. Basadi held a knife and slashed at Flying Shadow's chest, and there was a flash of fire as Kei Shanshan staggered back a few steps to Lin Yi. But Joby also stepped forward triumphantly, hissing with his decisive axe in hand. Interceptor, Flying Shadow, you should be happy that you can die together. Lin Yi sighed darkly as he knelt on one knee and looked at Kei Shanshan, who was blocking his way. Women really can't be trusted. Li Haotian, why the hell aren't you coming? As if he had heard Lin Yi's heartfelt words, not waiting for Baobi to continue to be smug, a locomotive roar came. The next moment, a clear and quiet male voice appeared. Criminal Armor, merge. The sound only appeared in Baobi and Basadi were staggered. What the hell? Interdictor's armor? While the two underworld demons were frozen in concentration, a red figure rushed to block in front of Lin Yi and Kei Shanshan. Li Haotian's apologetic voice came from within the criminal heaven armor. Sorry, I'm a little late. Lin Yi barely caught his breath as he rolled his eyes and said, not too late, just right. I haven't been killed yet. Li Haotian did have an apology in his heart. Ever since he met with Welcome, the interdictor summoner that he had lost when he was a child had inexplicably reappeared in his room. He was still hesitant in his mind when the Psy Devil appeared to welcome him on the phone. To stand up to this reality you don't want to face or not. He hesitated a little longer. So, just come late. Opposite. Baobi's voice stuttered a little as he stared into his otherwise non-existent eyes. Interdiction? Interdiction? Basadi was also a bit dazed as he first stared at Li Haotian in uncertainty, and then looked at the frail Lin Yi. He's Interceptor? And who are you? The corners of Lin Yi's mouth twitched a bit. You asked a good question. Li Haotian ignored the words of the spectral demon in front of him. He barely had a novice's groping stage, and with a flash of his eye-face armor, his entire body rushed up. Penal palm. Bang! He stepped forward and covered Basadi with a palm, directly blowing his opponent back several steps. Something's not right. By this time, Basadi was already muttering in his heart. First a ridiculously strong interdictor appeared and directly secured Shigura. Now there's another interceptor. There are 2 interceptors? This interceptor won't be able to take seconds too. At the thought of this, Basadi's heart shuddered. He looked at the situation in front of him and made a split-second decision, covering his chest and yelling at Baobi. The situation is not right, let's retreat. After saying that he directly used the transportation technique to burrow into the ground and disappeared, leaving Baobi standing in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. Li Haotian was too late to stop Basadi from escaping, and immediately placed his gaze on Baobi. Spicy next door, but Joby burst out with a recently learned foul mouth, mentally cursing Basadi a million times over. He's still got a wound on him. That guy's so fast. What about him? Kazan also came to Baobi's side at this point, just to prevent him from escaping as well. On one side was Flying Shadow, and on the other side was Interdictor. Do it! Flying Shadow lightly shouted. His dexterous figure stepped forward in a flash, and the blast shadow blade slashed down, but Joby was hacked and retreated a few steps. Interceptor stepped forward again and blasted out with a palm. He was instantly knocked to the ground and the weapon in his hand dissipated into thin air. Looking at the situation in front of him, he held his tongue and finally could only spit out a sentence. The general will avenge me. Kei Shanshan put away her blast shadow sword. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, her intent energy condensed. Wind Forest and Fire Mountains Flying Shadow Definitive Art. As his hands opened, the space for sure kills with sky blue flames in the pitch black appeared, gradually encircling Baobi. Kei Shanshan's resolute voice came from within the Flying Shadow armor. You have violated the unforgivable crime of covetousness in the galactic law of justice, and I, the flying shadow armor. Declare that you are stripped of all your rights and are sealed and wanted. She crouched low, her leg armor glowing. Gird your loins. In a flash, the flying shadow armor rushed out in Baobi's direction, coming directly in front of him and kicking out with a leg. Whirlwind voodoo leg. Baobi growled as he was kicked in the air, and the flying shadow armor summoned the blasted shadow blade to perform another wave of slashes. Phantom blade technique. In the end, Baobi was barely breathing, and a flying shadow blaster arrow shot out, completely ending his life. When the mandatory space dissipated, Kei Shanshan also disarmed her armor. She was on the verge of her limit even after this day. Lin Yi was being supported by Li Haotian, and was still a bit distressed to see that a spectral demon had been sealed by her. That's all intentional energy. What are you muttering about? Kei Shanshan walked over to Lin Yi and inquired after sizing him up for a few moments. Nothing. Lin Yi twisted his body, getting off of 10-10 and leaning on Kei Shanshan of his own accord. I mean, the armor is too chunky. It's better if you hold me up. Kei-senpai. Kei Shanshan was surrounded by a light fragrance, and leaning on it instantly made him feel a refreshing scent. The soft body also instantly reduced a lot of fatigue. Then Xiaotian's support really comfortable. Chapter 17, Challenge, Armor Reinforcement, General. I'm telling the truth. Li Haotian had just lifted his armor transformation when he saw Lin Yi almost being thrown out by Kei Shanshan. Where are you touching? Kei Shanshan squeezed Lin Yi's wrist, and there was a murderous aura in her pretty eyes. No. Accidental Kei's senior sister. Lin Yi snapped and smiled. Kei Shanshan gritted her teeth and had the urge to throw this brat out. If it weren't for the fact that you were braver for not running away just now, I'd break your arm. She whispered a warning to Lin Yi, but still wrapped her other arm around his waist towards the car not far away. Li Haotian stood at the back, when the sky was already slightly light, thin morning fog and a little lightsome hazy, and in the haze, a back of a frail figure is difficult to support the side of a taller man slightly swaying toward the front. He opened his mouth, actually wanting to say, why don't he help? After all, Kei Shanshan had pretty much exhausted herself as well. Lin Yi spread out on the bed and let out a long sigh, not moving a muscle, only feeling like his body didn't belong to him anymore. Welcome, he yelled a few times, welcoming a breathless approach from outside the room. What for? For crying out loud. Quick, goji berries and red dates for me to soak. And isn't this a teppanyaki restaurant? Lin Yi spoke quickly and continued. What waste? Oysters are prepared for me. I have to make up for it. Seeing him in this state, Welcome Tun returned with some dismay. No, I only have goji berries here. Take it or leave it. She didn't bother with Lin Yi. Kei Shanshan was already resting in her room, and the way she came back then, it was obvious that Kei Shanshan needed to rest more. Alright. See how tired you are of dragging you back to Shannon, and you're yelling on about being tired. After sputtering, Welcome turned away. Hey, don't go. Lin Yi hurriedly called out a Welcome. Goji berries are fine, put me on a jar. Unfortunately, Welcome ignored him and went straight downstairs. Lin was also a bit speechless. He was really feeling weak. Kei Shanshan was physically drained. He was drained right out of his body. Can it be the same? But the 8 shifters are indeed powerful. He wasn't in full condition and used 8-bit shift to directly second a full condition spectral demon. Moreover, Shigura's reward was the addition of 2 to his intentional energy, which meant that after this battle, his intentional energy had increased by another 3 points, and had reached 21 points. Lin Yi was lying on his bed thinking, when Xiao Gang sneaked in outside the room. Hey, big brother. He took a look at Lin Yi's appearance and was a bit surprised. What's wrong with you? Your face is white. Why are you so weak like this? Didn't you go out to fight the underworld demon? How come it looks like a sleepover at the bathhouse? Lin Yi sniffed and rolled his eyes. Shut up. What looks like a sleepover at Foot Wash? A sleepover at the bathhouse will do that to him? You've got to be kidding me. Looking at the curious look of Xiao Zhang beside him, Lin Yi thought better of it and said to him, this time out I encountered 4 spectral devils. I struggled to leave 3 behind and got away with 1. Before Lin Yi could finish his words, Wu Gang's face revealed a look of awe, admiration, and reverence. So Lin Yi, who had originally intended to add details, instantly chose to ignore the minutiae. So in the future, you'll have to be careful even after you have a summoner, so you don't get wrapped up in the spectral demon. Hey, I was just about to tell you guys. Kong sniffed behind him and pulled out towards the back, the Vajra summoner appearing in his hand. He pointed to the summoner in his hand and spoke joyfully. I went out this morning to get a bottle of water from the vending machine, but I didn't expect this to fall out with a clunk. Lin Yi's face also showed surprise when he saw this, before turning calm. Just in time. After you familiarize yourself with the adamantine armor, you just happen to go out together to fight against the underworld demon. Wu Gang held the summoner in his hand, and his back stiffened. Plus, Looking at Lin Yi's appearance of being unable to take care of himself, he forgot about Lin Yi's previous battle results to the skies. He looked Lin Yi up and down before speaking with a dry cough. Lin Yi, right. I heard from Welcome that you're still a freshman in college? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes when he looked at him like this. What? Kong had gotten into the swing of things, and immediately continued. Look, you're still young, so it's reasonable that you should call out to me as Brother Gang. But who let us be companions from now on? It just so happens that I also have armor. I think we still have to compete. You can also call it later. After he finished speaking, he looked down and saw that Lin Yi's face was already expressionless, and immediately remembered what Lin Yi had just said, that he had just killed 3. Instant heartburn. So he hastened to add, but I don't think you're going to be able to compete now, so let's just call each other by our own names. Ding! Lin Yi's eyes lit up as new content appeared in the panel in front of him. Congratulations to the host. The challenge quest, Challenge 1, is refreshed. Challenge 1, accept Wu Gang's challenge to defeat the adamantium armor. Quest reward, intentional energy +2, armor enhancement value, 10%. Note, armor enhancement value reaches 100% can choose any normal armor for 1 enhancement upgrade. Not affected by the summoner's strength winky face. Seeing the new quest refresh, Lin Yi was instantly delighted. He was even more delighted to see the new rewards that had appeared. Armor enhancement value? Does the fact that you can enhance and upgrade any normal armor mean that you can enhance 5 pairs of light and shadow armor? Can you give the God of War? Interceptor. Another enhancement? What about even the Shura armor? Is it possible to strengthen and upgrade it as well? Thinking of this, Lin Yi immediately felt a bit of a fever, only wishing to immediately get this enhancement value full. Xiao just noticed that Lin Yi's expression seemed happy after he finished that sentence, because I'm not challenging him anymore? Thinking of this, he subconsciously added another sentence. Of course, I'm worried about your health. It would be nice if you could compete, and I would be able to dang. I can. Lin Yi spoke out with an uplifted expression, interrupting Xiao Gang's words. After careful thought, he patted Kong on the arm, enthusiastically. Tell you what, why don't you go ahead and familiarize yourself with the adamantium armor until this afternoon, or tomorrow. Let's just compare notes. Mostly I'm also afraid of bullying you to familiarize you with. Xiao Gang, who hadn't expected Lin Yi to be so enthusiastic, only felt a little bad at this point and swallowed the half sentence he hadn't said yet. Take back my dignity. On this side, Kong was still suffering from his own problems, and on the other side, in the secret room of the Ba Wang group, Basadi had already been kicked over a few times. Lufa's robes flopped and the fabric on the front of his hood was wiggling like a spurt of spit. Grace, you said that 4 were deployed to surround 2 and 3 were killed. You also said that Interceptor directly killed Shigura and Kusorgis in seconds. Now you're saying that there are 2 interlopers? Lufa's voice continued to rise, anger churning. The hem of the robe lifted straight up, as if an invisible foot had lifted up and directly kicked over Basadi. In that case, let's just triple X's surrender. And a fucking fart. Barsadi was aggrieved beyond words and cried out, General, what I said is true. Chapter 18 Taking advantage of the situation. Integration of teammates. Inside the chamber, Basadi was kneeling on the floor, his mouth crying out for justice, practically sobbing at every word. He felt that he was even more wrong than the sinuses he read about in the drama books. Seeing this, Lufa finally became somewhat convinced, and he inquired suspiciously, according to you, in the end, they were 2 against 2, and since they were very strong, how did you escape and come back? At these words, Barzadeh was stuck. After a few seconds, he finally replied in a whisper, take advantage of the situation and vanish. Lufa, doesn't Bajobi know how to vanish as well? The implication is, why didn't he escape back with them while they were down? Basadi, the subordinate is taking advantage of Bajobi's lack of attention. Roadmap. Let that guy break the back and be the scapegoat while Bajobi's off guard, right? So pops another kick and rolls over. You piece of trash. What a disgrace to this general. Lufa is literally furious and wants to get rid of this thing altogether. But there aren't many people on hand in the first place. Wake up a few more. Bakuru, go with Basadi and see if what he says is true. Huan Teppanyaki Restaurant. Li Haotian sat on the sofa, opposite K Shanshan and Welcome. Where's Lin Yi? I'm here to see him. Welcome spread his hands and spoke helplessly. The guy's still lying down. Says he needs to recuperate. K Shanshan was also a bit speechless. She sighed and looked at Li Haotian with some embarrassment. Why don't you go up to him yourself? He won't even go to school. Say yes. The body is weak. Whether this was true or not, they really weren't sure, but that's what Lin Yi said anyway. Xiao Tian opened his mouth when he heard the 2 of them say that, but he eventually went upstairs by himself. Walking into Lin Yi's room, as soon as he entered, he saw Lin Yi lying comfortably with a book in his hand not knowing what he was reading. you're here? Linny put down his book and wasn't surprised by Xiao Tian's arrival. Goten closed the door and the expression on his face finally changed. He was a bit afflicted, and his expression was still pained. You can also summon the interdictor armor. Have you ever seen anything when you were little? Linny was very clear about the pain and entanglement within his heart, and he also understood that most of Li Haotian's obsession stemmed from this. I haven't seen anything. Linny sat up from the bed and looked at Xiao Tian and said, but, he went on, amid some disappointment on the part of Little Sky, and a somewhat disoriented look on his face, I know exactly what you want to pursue. Upon hearing this, hope once again appeared in Li Haotian's eyes. Then tell me. Linny shook his head, his expression rare and somewhat hesitant, and eventually he opened his mouth. All I can say is that I hope you're prepared. Join me in the fight against those underworld demons, and you will have your time to see the truth with your own eyes. Li Haotian's face showed some despondency and pain. So many years of pursuit, of course he was prepared. Just the truth trapped him. Linny grabbed his arm, and there was an unexpected seriousness and solemnity on his obviously somewhat boyish face. I don't promise I can get the best for you, but if you stand with me, I will do everything I can to help you. Li Haotian looked down at Lin Yi, his face that was not mature enough but appeared unexpectedly steady, making it easy to ignore his age at a glance. Good. In the future, we'll work together and capture those underworld demons one by one, Xiao Tian slowly spoke. Somehow, he could feel that what Lin Yi said was true. He was willing to trust him. A smile also appeared on Lin Yi's face when he heard Li Haotian's words. He also didn't know if the Gung Ho Vajra mortar and pestle could change the past, or if it had any ability to change the past. But, things happen. After a trip to this world, you can't just spend it in mediocrity. Lin Yi muttered. When you live again, you naturally want to control the strongest power, see the pinnacle of the landscape, and explore the magnificence of the world. Xiao Tian left the room after he finished talking to Lin Yi. He planned to move in as well. Lin Yi rubbed his chin, a sly smile on his face. This time Xiao Tian is fooled. As for the remaining two dragasses, force education will be fine. What he had just said was naturally all true, but there was no reason to convince Li Haotian. The worst thing that can happen to a team is infighting, or a lack of heart, but in that case, Welcome should be disappointed. Lin also laughed. In fact, Welcome was indeed disappointed. She had been chatting with Kei Shanshan, and not long afterward, she saw Xiao Tian come down from upstairs, and then heard him say that he was moving over. That's obvious. It's all about being in the family. No, what kind of magic does that guy Lin Yi have? Welcome a little surprised, but she was the first to persuade Xiao Tian. That time Xiao Tian that has eaten the weight. Ironheart does not want to get involved. And you ended up just going up there for a while. And you were convinced? Dash and Kong were also the ones he found. And by the looks of it they should have been cleaned up. In that case, wouldn't all three armored summoners look up to him? Welcome stared wide-eyed, feeling like he was losing his leadership position. She blinked and saw Kei Shanshan sitting elegantly across from her, and her eyes lit up as she pouted at her best friend. Shannon, I don't think you'll betray me. Kei Shanshan sniffed but her expression dawned, thinking of the laughing words from that earlier battle. If we go out together this time, will you stay with me in all the waters? Humph. Kei Shanshan snorted coldly as she returned to her senses. That's a lot of flowery language for a young man. She looked up at Welcome and was suddenly smiling. Don't worry, there's no way I'm going to let that kid get away with anything. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Kei Shanshan glanced at the time and stood up with the intention of leaving. On her way out she also barked at Welcome. When that kid comes down you tell him to get back to school if he's okay. It's been a morning off. With that said she turned to leave. She had to get back to school. Lin also put down the book on his side and got off the bed, stretching his body. Although the intentional energy hadn't been fully restored, it wasn't in that drained state either. These ancient books about combat techniques are somewhat interesting. What he was reading wasn't an ordinary book. It was the combat techniques summarized by previous generations of art cultivators, which were still quite useful. Fighting, it's an art. Lin Yi tried to compare a few of Interdictor's moves, and then he became smug. A genius like me can comprehend this. It so happened that Wu Gang, who had been familiarizing himself with the armor all morning, passed by the door, and Lin Yi instantly called out to him with glowing eyes. Kong, don't you want to compete? Come on. When Xiao Gang saw Lin Yi in this state, he immediately felt a little weak in his heart, but he still agreed with a stiff upper lip. After going downstairs for lunch, Lin Yi first went to find his BMW motorcycle, and then rode it to a vacant lot in the countryside. Kong had already been waiting here, and the perimeter was just about empty. When he saw Lin Yi arriving, he instantly remembered that beating, and in an instant, his blood went hot. I don't believe I can take a beating when everyone is armored. Chanting, Kong pulled out the Donkey Kong armor summoner disguised as a game console. He pressed the button and the card flew out and inserted into it. and then he instantly stuck the summoner into his belt, and his arms became the heaven and earth giant power style. Xingtian Armor. Merge. Chapter 19, King Kong vs. Interceptor. Redeemed to get a Xingtian summoner. Surging heaven and earth energies converged. A torrent that looked like a substantial code rolled over Wu Gang. And the next moment the Xingtian armor transformed from virtual to real and appeared with a bang. The adamantium armor representing the Starchild was thick and powerful, with bright yellow armor wrapping around the vital parts of the body. The lines of the great power of the mountains and the sea transformed into white lines dotting the circumference of the body. And the sense of majestic power was shocking. The adamantine armor sure looks like it's bursting at the seams with defense and power. Linny couldn't help but look at Xingtian and let out a sigh of relief. I wish I could try it on in my adamantium armor. On the other side, Xiao Gang also heard Lin Yi's chanting, and at this time, feeling the strong power within his body, he also had a lot more energy, and he immediately spoke out in mockery. And you want to summon adamantium armor? Only a man like me can use such manly armor. Lin Yi? He was a little shocked at Kong's guts. Who gave him the courage? Liang Qingju? Oh no, it's adamantium armor. That's okay. Lin Yi cheerfully pulled out his interdictor summoner, and then instantly completed the armor summoning. It won't give you courage anytime soon. Xiao Gang wasn't polite either, and just as soon as Interceptor appeared, he directly rushed over, his huge fists directly greeting him. Watch me strike first this time. Lin Yi didn't panic, and with a slight movement he directly dodged the move, his body appearing behind Xingtian. His intentional energy had now increased once again, and he was even stronger than before. Instantly flashing behind Xingtian, he slapped his palm out. You're too slow. Bang! This palm directly staggered Xingtian. Damn it! Little Kong was a bit annoyed, turning around and charging towards Xingtian once again. He believed that his power could cause trouble for Lin Yi, yet he couldn't imagine the gap between the two right now. Seeing Xingtian's fist smashing in, this time Lin Yi didn't dodge. He concentrated his intentional energy in his palm, and then blasted out with the same punch. Boom! The huge power collision set off a wave of air that directly shook the smoke and dust. When the smoke cleared, Interceptor stood squarely and loftily. The adamantium armor controlled by Kong, however, was knocked back a few steps and wilted a bit. Lin also stood sideways. His criminal sky blue eye armor lit up, and a calm guiding voice came out at this time. Although the adamantine armor excels with power, your own intentional energy is too weak. Plus you simply have not comprehended the adamantine armor's fighting style. So even against the power, you're no match for me. Kong looked down at Xingtian's hands with some difficulty. I don't believe that I can't beat you at all, he shouted angrily. In the next second, the adamantium armor slashed the card box from the side of his waist, and a card flew out to be inserted into the summoner. Exploding thunder drill. In an instant, on Xingtian's right arm, with the sound of mechanical assembly, a large double-headed electric drill appeared. With just a thought from Xiao Gang, the explosive thunder drill roared and the drill rotated crazily. When Lin Yi saw that he had actually summoned a weapon, a cold color flashed in his eyes. The adamantium armor held up the explosive thunder drill and charged straight at him, but Interceptor calmly avoided it and appeared behind him once more. Are you in over your head and you dare to summon a weapon against me? Lin Yi's voice rang in Xiao Gang's ear, followed by a soft shout. Penal palm. Bang! This palm carried a powerful force that blasted out directly from the back of the adamantine armor, causing the little Kong within the armor to be knocked to the ground with a pain. The explosive thunder drill appeared before it could be used and disappeared again as a ray of light. Lin also took the opportunity to remove the summoner from the belt of the Xingtian armor as soon as he could, and instantly the armor disintegrated, revealing Kong inside. Kong was on the ground and didn't say anything, so Lin Yi just looked down at him and finally spoke. Sober? Using a weapon against a fellow human being, and you're still competing in a sparring match? The aura emanating from the criminal sky armor was extremely strong around him, but Lin Yi just wouldn't disarm the armor. You're too impulsive and cranky. Just like this you put down the summoner while you can. I fear your death at the hands of the spectral demon. After saying that, Lin Yi disarmed his armor and extended his hand towards Xiao Gang. Kong glanced up at him and was about to reach out and grab hold to stand up when he heard Lin Yi ask a leisurely question. Convinced now? At once, the outstretched hand froze in midair. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Yi leaned against the locomotive, and Gang crouched behind it to draw circles, thinking about the party in his mind. He was clear that he had indeed gotten on top just now and actually summoned a weapon to try to deal with Interdictor. It's like a soldier at the training ground saying he wants to cut a deal, only to pull out his gun and bang bang bang. Unlikely, Lin Yi suddenly spoke out. Xiao Gang, who had originally planned to stand up and apologize, froze in place again when he heard this cry from Lin Yi. You did it on purpose. Look at my jokes. Finally squatting with sore legs, Xiao Gang couldn't hold it in, stood up and walked towards Lin Yi, apologizing after all. Linny nodded without saying anything more and lifted his leg on his motorcycle to leave the place. He thinks it's about time. This crackdown should last a long time. Wu Gang looked at Lingy's dusty back, rarely calmed down. This time he really realized the gap in strength. On the locomotive, a layer of virtual panels appeared out of nowhere on the road in front of Linny. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Quest, Challenge 1, completed. Reward has arrived. Linny had a joyful look in his eyes. The increase in intentional energy he had already felt, and the armor reinforcement value was less than 100%. He could only watch in awe. But I've already got 5 for this number of quests completed. You can redeem things now. Open the redemption list. Quest redemption list, Hope Edition, for other versions to unlock. Please go to your region. Number of quests completed *5. Can be exchanged, Vidra Armor / Flying Shadow Armor *1. Number of quests completed *10. Can be exchanged for Interdictor's Armor *1 / Armor Enhancement value of 20%. Number of quests completed *15. Can be exchanged, Spectral Physique / Ares Star Combat Technique. The following levels are slightly lower and cannot be viewed. Number of tasks completed *****. Can be exchanged, Shura Armor *1. Number of missions completed *****. Redeemable, Alphas *1. The documentary history of Vidra and Pestle. 5 mission completion points is the minimum amount that can be redeemed, and the only one that can be redeemed is currently 1. Vidra or Flying Shadow Armor. Flying Shadow Armor K-Senpai has it, and you can borrow her number if you want to play, so it's better to redeem the Adamantine Armor. Lin also quickly made a decision. Redeem the Adamantine Armor. He had just finished speaking when he felt something appear out of nowhere in his arms, parking the locomotive on the side of the road. Lin also touched it in his arms and took out none other than the Vidra Armor Summoner. Ha 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 ha. This is the time for Raoul's 2 pairs of armor to be swapped. Putting the summoner back into his arms, Linny took a look at the number of quests completed, and then was surprised to find that it was actually still 5. That means this stuff is cumulative? He grinned at the thought. Double happiness. Now with the Adamantine Armor, he could add another teammate and change his tactics in the short term. The power of Adamantium Armor still has merit, but of course he still specialized in the Interdictor Armor. After all, Interdictor had the highest usage cap. Before Linny finished being happy, the phone rang in his hand. He glanced at it and realized that it was actually Su Tingfei. Connecting. Ha ha, I got the Flying Shadow Armor Summoner. Just as soon as it was connected, Fei's arrogant and conceited voice with some self-respect came from the other side of the microphone. Little brat, don't you dare compare yourself to me. I'll wash away the previous disgrace. Ding, triggering the challenge quest, Challenge 2. Linny, good. 3 happinesses. Chapter 20 Come who can come over you, living father. Before Linny had a chance to speak, the system's voice in his ear sounded again. Ding, trigger the challenge quest, Challenge 2. Challenge 2, accept Timothy Sue's challenge to defeat the Flying Shadow Armor. Quest reward, intentional energy +2, armor enhancement value, 10%. This was really giving a pillow when sleep came. These 2 guys really lived up to Lin Yi's expectations of them. On the other side of the phone, when Fei heard no movement from Lin Yi's side, the corners of his mouth hooked up in a handsome and proud smile. Must have been surprised by me. Looks like he's still jealous of me. While he was thinking that, Linny on the other side finally couldn't help but laugh out. He was just too happy. Fine. Just come over here and find me when you feel ready. Lin also agreed painfully. Su Tingfei's side on the contrary. Feel a little wrong. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yi's gaze shifted to the direction outside the city. Does the Jinmu Tower? Want to go and take a look at it? After thinking about it for a long time, he still felt like seeing it for himself. That's where it all began. And within it existed the statues of all the Psy Devils. Again, that was an alien ship with a thieving level of technology, and Lin was still somewhat curious. Getting back on his motorcycle, he immediately headed in the direction of the Demon Town Tower outside the city. If I remember correctly, the Gungrave Adamantine Pestle should also be in the Devil Suppressing Tower, as well as the High Magnetic Prison where the Yen Emperor is imprisoned. The S-1000RR roars low, but is extremely fast. With his experience in his previous life, Lin Yi's skills in riding a motorcycle were still fine. On the street, many saw only a cool black motorcycle speeding by, with the same young man dressed in black and wearing a helmet. Passing a repair shop, a lanky boy's eyes glanced up and then glazed over. No, isn't that Lindsay? Zhu Junjie rubbed his eyes and looked at the figure that was far away, somewhat frozen. Is the treatment that good? Not only do you get to live together, but you get to ride a BMW? It's still a rich woman. Linny of course was not aware that his flirtatious appearance had been seen by both Junju, who had already left the city at this point. Seeing that he was about to arrive at the Devil Suppressing Tower, Linny couldn't help but think of some more information. Even though I have currently learned the whereabouts of the Gung Ho Macadam, and the energy sphere and shards will not be difficult to find, I cannot take this treasure just yet. Once he took it, Luffy was bound to dog it. He was not strong enough today to deal with a fish out of water situation. Besides, no one knew for sure how powerful the Gungrivage Rapessel really was. Luffy was now in a false body, and it wasn't really easy to stop him if he was determined to run. Giggle! An ear-splitting sound of brakes came out, and the powerful inertia caused Lin Yi's body to lean forward. He stopped the car and looked up at the ancient Devil Suppressor Tower dozens of meters away. So the best thing to do nowadays is to progress gradually. Once I'm able to successfully upgrade War God Interdictor, the initiative will be back in my hands. After thinking about all of this, Lin Yi took off his helmet and slowly walked towards the Devil Suppressing Tower. He stepped forward and pushed open the old wooden door while looking inside. The tower was divided into 8 sides, and starting from the second level, each side had a ferocious statue of an underworld demon. Moving up through the ranks, the next tier is the 3 captains. At the top is Luffy. In the center of the tower extends a quaint wind chime down from the top, and directly below the chime is a countertop. Lin Yi stepped into the tower and looked around. Those hideous statues of the underworld devils seemed to be looking down on him. Ordinary people would probably have a great deal of psychological pressure if they came here, but Lin Yi didn't care at all as he bristled and spat to himself. I'm not afraid to beat you to death if you're alive. Not to mention a few statues. He was hanging out in the tower when Basadi and Bakura showed up in the city. Where are we going to find Interceptor? Bakura scanned the bustling crowd, his eyes full of fascination with the present world. Basadi clenched his teeth and said after careful thought, we just need to show up, and soon they'll be on their way. But his brain spun immediately after he finished speaking, and he quickly came up with a great idea to avoid getting kicked again. There, I saw that Interceptor first appeared at a school. We'll just go to that school. After saying that, Bakura nodded in agreement, but Basadi looked at each other again and suggested again, the 2 of us aren't enough, and in case they're thinking of sending out 2 as well, won't that not prove what I'm saying? Looking for the general, mobilizing 2 more people. We won't fight them this time. Once we see 2 interdictors appear, we'll immediately withdraw, spread out to collect negative energy. Hearing Basadi's facetious arrangement, Bakura nodded in agreement once more, already believing in his heart what the other said. Inside the chamber, Luffy receives Basadi's offer. Could it be that 2 interdictors have really appeared? Earth has rushed patrol squads again over the years? Without much thought, he awakened a few of the Psy Devils once more, and he too wanted to know the truth of the matter. After awakening the spectral demon, he even commanded, there's someone in the Jinmu Tower, go one and see what it is. On Lin Yi's side, he was wandering around observing the spectral demons, also trying to see which ones he had taken out. TCH, if a spectral demon were to resurrect at this moment, it would be a lot of fun, he chortled to himself. Before the words fell, the wind chime in the center of the Devil Suppressor Tower began to chime. Ding, ding, ding. For a moment, he thought it was his system voice. When I looked up again, the swinging wind chimes were close to spinning. Crap. Lin Yi was a bit bewildered. It's not that bad, is it? My mouth. Is it so open now? Inside the teppanyaki restaurant, Welcome's body trembled as he once again sensed the spectral demon resurrecting. She flew to the front of the stage and began to look up the exact address where the spectral demon had appeared, and then began to notify the crowd. Shan, Lin Yi, Xiao Gang, Xiao Fei, Xiao Tian. Now that there were enough for 5, Welcome wasn't in too much of a hurry. Lin Yi was lamenting over here, and then the Welcome Aries transmission went straight to his head. Lin Yi, the spectral demon has appeared again. Where are you? I know. Saw it with my own eyes. Welcome, where are you? The Devil's Tower. There was a long silence, and before long, Welcome seemed to spot the area where the spectral demon was. No good. Those Psy Devils went to your school again. Lin also heard here is also ahead of question marks. How to stare at that? At this point, the students at Hope School have begun an emergency evacuation. After the last incident, this time the students' resentment was simply sky high. The city of Hope is so big that it's got its sights set on this little shitty school, doesn't it? Come on. Who could have come before you? Living Father. Kei Shanshan stood on the school building, holding her summoner in her hand, and looked at the 4 spectral demons hissing below, also revealing a look of indignation. A few others were on their way and she needed to cover for a while first. Wool can be this one grip. After spitting out a sentence, Kei Shanshan transformed into flying shadow armor and leaped down to block in front of the underworld demon. Inside the Devil Suppressor Tower, Lin Yi was still chatting with Welcome. Welcome, there's nothing going on at your end, is there? Lin Yi, no. As he was talking, a man pushed open the door from outside and looked at Lin Yi. The two looked at each other face to face. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth hooked up. and a touch of sharpness appeared in his eyes. There it is. Chapter 21, First Encounter in the Devil's Tower. One encounter with Lin Yi mistakes one's life for the other. Lin also broke off the call with welcome, then looked at the average-looking middle-aged man. Hey, kid, what do you do? What are you doing here? Without waiting for Lin Yi to open his mouth, this middle-aged man spoke extremely arrogantly first. He was so high and mighty that at this point he looked rather less like a middle-aged man and more like a punk. Lin also laughed and didn't spoil him. Hey, greaseball, what do you care what I'm doing here? You can come and I can't? When the middle-aged man sniffed, his face immediately showed ferocity. A sharp-tongued kid. You don't want to cry from me in a while, lest I chew you raw and salty. As he spoke he took a step into the tower and closed the door with his backhand. At once, the whole tower was plunged into dimness, and the spectral demon statues around it seemed to be more regal. Ha 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 ha, look at all these statues of gods and demons around you. Be careful they come alive and eat you. The middle-aged man seemed to be addicted to bad taste as he continued to terrorize. However, Lin Yi was already too lazy to engage in conversation with him, the moment he showed up just now. His interdictor summoner had already warned him. His voice grew cold as he looked ahead to the smug man. Just these evil ghost-like ugly things are worthy of being called gods and demons? You don't have to worry about scaring me. I was worried about scaring you. Hearing Lin Yi's unforgiving words, the middle-aged man who couldn't stand being spoken to in such a manner instantly roared in rage as his body began to twist and struggle under the demonic aura immersion. In the blink of an eye a green-eyed and fanged gray underworld spectral demon with two horns on its head appeared. Psy Devil. Sharuk. Sharuk looked towards Lin Yi, whose complexion hadn't changed in the slightest, and hissed out in mockery. Ha ha ha, kid, you've been stunned. In the next second, Lin Yi scanned his iris with the interdictor summoner in one hand and pressed the transformation button. Holding the other hand on the belt, the card instantly flew out and inserted itself into the summoner, which in turn merged into the belt. A dense heaven and earth energy descended as he held his waist with one hand and raised one hand sideways, his majestic voice resounding throughout the entire devil-suppressing tower. Criminal armor. Merge. Bang! The fiery red mighty armor instantly appeared around Lin Yi, and a slight mechanical sound surrounded his ears like an echo. Armor fit. Across from Lin Yi, Sharuk felt the slightly familiar aura and the strong energy surrounding the armor, and for a moment was stunned into staying in place. Didn't the general say that Basadi and the others went to attract the armor? How is it that the strongest one they said, Interceptor, ran away from the devil-suppressing tower? Lin also slowly stepped forward and opened his mouth to taunt Sharuk. Why don't you move? Is it frozen with fear? With his strength nowadays, unless it was the three captains or vice-captains, the other Psy Devils basically couldn't threaten him. Sharuk reacted at that moment and tried to escape at the first opportunity. Only the door behind him had already been closed tightly. Mimicking humans is his ability. He doesn't walk through walls and hide. Interceptor, this is your plot, right? You just wanted to come here to ambush me. Sharuk didn't hesitate. A purple energy ball coalesced out of the sharp horn on top of his head, and in an instant, he launched it towards Lin Yi. Boom! Lin Yi dodged away with a slight movement of his body, and the energy ball instantly blasted against the wall of the devil-suppressing tower and exploded. Fortunately, this Shinmu tower is the external embodiment of the ship, more or less extraordinary, otherwise the terror of this blow will be blown through. Seeing that the blow missed, Sharuk immediately coalesced again, while his mouth began to fire sonic attacks. He was a Grey Sticks player, and wasn't very good at physical combat. It's a shame the fight isn't in your control. Lin Yi let out a light gulp and his body rushed forward, dodging a few shots of energy balls before he had arrived in front of Sharuk. Penal palm. A palm slapped out, and the powerful force blasted directly onto the spectral demon's chest, sending him flying directly and setting him on the wall of the devil-suppressing tower. Ahem! Sharuk covered his chest and came down from the wall behind him, his eyes already full of madness. Interceptor, I'm not afraid of you. He hissed loudly and raised his hand to summon his weapon. Extinction Spirit Ring Blade. The long-handled broadsword was held in Sharuk's hand, and he roared angrily as he charged towards Lin Yi once more, only expecting to be able to inflict some damage on Interdictor. Lin also took a few steps back to the other side of the demon suppression tower, brushing the card box with one hand and similarly summoning his weapon. A card with a pistol design was cut out and instantly inserted into the summoner. Pyrotechnic Rapid Fire. He clenched his hand with one hand, and the handle of the gun appeared out of thin air, followed by the combination of the gun's body. Lin Yi looked towards the charging spectral demon, his gaze filled with coldness, and with his hand raised, the fire-tortured quick rifle fired a few shots to block the incoming path. Bang! 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 The fire-tortured quick lance, which was not inferior to the underworld demon energy bomb, blasted out fire, directly blasting out many craters in front of it. Sharuk was blasted several times, and after using his weapon to fend it off a few times with difficulty he finally failed to defend himself from being hit, and screams came out at once. Ah, damn it, I shouldn't have come to Jinmu Tower. Shiruk showed up gray and a little unsteady with his greatsword in his hand. He wanted to cry, "General, you're wrong about me," or, "Help." When Lin Yi heard Shiruk's shout, a look of mockery appeared in his eyes. "Ha, why are you yelling for help? Weren't you great when we just met and said you were going to make me cry?" Shiruk smiled and was simply ashamed. Did not expect Lin also at this time actually use words to insult him. He immediately gathered his energy again and his sonic ability was cast. "Xingtian, even if I die, I will never let you feel good." A raspy voice with unintelligible notes continuously hissed out, echoing throughout the space with the help of the devil-suppressing tower. The noise and tingling in his ears went straight to his head, and even at this moment, Lin also felt the pain. MD, this thing is a sonic killer. Lin Yi, who was doing his best to resist, looked up with difficulty, and his heart was suddenly shocked. Seeing several purple balls with pent-up energy blasted, he was busy rolling to the side to avoid. Boom boom boom, accompanied by a terrifying roar and vibration. The wall of the Jinmu Tower not far behind Lin Yi was continuously bombarded, and was actually blasted open to an entrance. At the same time, the heart of Lufa, who was hidden within the secret room, suddenly palpitated and suddenly appeared in shock. What happened? Why am I suddenly distracted? Inside the Devil Suppressor Tower, after all this maneuvering, Shiruk had very little power left. He panted and half-kneeled. Looking up at the entrance he'd blasted out of the room, also a little surprised. Lin Yi turned his head to look at the entrance and was even more puzzled. What the hell? The Devil Suppressor Tower was pierced? But he didn't pay any attention there, and instead took the opportunity to come straight to Shiruk, and blasted him away again with a palm strike. You guy, looking at the green eyes and fangs is weirdly scary. I didn't expect the heart of the heart to be so bad too. Spitting out a sentence, Lin also directly cast the interdictory certainty technique so that he wouldn't be able to run away from this guy. Heaven and Earth Without Limits Criminal Heaven Definitive Killing Technique. Boom! A strong energy magnetic field appeared, and the obligatory space wrapped all around this. Shiruk surveyed his surroundings in horror, utter despair in his eyes. I really shouldn't have come to this devil-suppressing tower. General, you lied to me. What armored warriors are lured away is a lie. Lin Yi didn't delay, and after summoning the fire torture sword, he directly executed the fire torture Chinkuan split. Bang! The blazing flaming sword chi pierced through from below, directly shattering Shiruk's body and leaving only a gene pod suspended in the air, including the genetic code within the summoner. Lin also scanned the surroundings. The Jinmu Tower at this time a devastation. Alas, I won't be credited with damaging an ancient building. He lamented as he walked with caution towards the entrance blasted out by Shiruk. There was clearly no bright light there that was too strong, and it was obvious that this hadn't blasted through the Devil Suppressor Tower. Slowly walking into the entrance, and then with some bright light, Lin also realized that this was actually a modest chamber. Where did this secret room come from? It's not from the Lufa battleship, is it? Lin Yi scanned the surroundings and spat somewhat breathlessly. Just a few blasts and it blew away? At the center of the chamber was a high platform, empty around it. Wait, eyeing the scene a bit familiar, Lin Yi's eyes widened. This can't be. With a forceful arm, Interceptor blasted his fist towards the high platform. Bang! The high platform exploded and the debris crumbled out, revealing a silver-white egg-like object the size of a double fist in the center. Gravity-free high magnet prison. For many years to come, Yen Di, who had conquered various places and set foot in the universe, often lamented such a sentence. The first time we met in the Jinmu Tower, once we saw Lin Yi, we were mistaken for life. Chapter 22, Manifestation of the Sacred Plus in front of people. I'm going to pack a big one today. Lin Yi held this silver-colored egg in his hand with a wonderful expression on his face. How could he not expect that a few blasts from the underworld demon had actually accidentally blasted open the secret room where Yen Di was being held? The gravityless high magnetic prison was actually able to imprison Yen Di. But Lin Yi looked down at this high-tech prison egg in his hand, somewhat helpless. What's the code for this thing again? He vaguely remembers it being voice-activated, really doesn't remember exactly what it is. A few seconds later Lin Yi was relieved again. It's fine. Hold it in your hand for now. Walked out of the town tower just as the welcome call came back. Hello. Welcome came a somewhat worried voice. What's going on over there? You just said there was a situation. Smiling at this, Lin Yi turned his head to look at the devil-suppressing tower and cheerfully opened his mouth to reply. I just met a spectral demon, but it has been sealed by me. It's just that it might have been messed up that little bit inside the Jinmu Tower. Yang welcomed hearing Lin Yi say that and didn't take it to heart, immediately urging, in that case, you should head to your school quickly. I'm afraid a few of them won't be able to handle it. Linny inquired as he walked towards the locomotive. Anyone rushing over there now? Only Shannon is right at school, and Kong is leaving from the store. Neither Dash nor Sky are close by, and are making their way across. No wonder Welcome was worried. For spectral demons, if they were bent on attacking and destroying, K Shanshan could resist? By the time backup arrives, I'm afraid she'll be gone for a while. Hearing that the situation was so urgent nowadays, Lin was also a bit anxious, and K Shanshan's moving appearance immediately appeared in his mind. Good. He hung up the locomotive and turned around and leaped onto it, starting it up with a loud blast of the throttle, and the whole thing scurried off like a bolt of lightning. K Shanshan. The roar of the car gradually accelerated. With the help of his intentional energy, his reflexes and maneuvering abilities increase nowadays, and his haste makes him like a deft phantom in the traffic. So today, many people on the roads of the City of Hope were treated to a scene that was comparable to a movie stunt. What's speeding or not? I'll save you and you'll pay the ticket yourself. It wasn't that Linny didn't want to use shifting shadows. That would certainly be faster. But he has just fought a fight, and then a super long distance shift. The past is afraid of directly deflated. It's not certain who will save who when the time comes. Ding! Trigger the daily quest, Manifestation of the Sacred Plus in front of people. Manifestation of the Sacred Plus in front of people. Stage a shocking save in front of the whole school, while transforming into an armored warrior afterwards. Quest reward, depends on how shocking it is. Ordinary aptitude +1, excellent aptitude +2, amazing aptitude +3, outstanding aptitude +3, plus mysterious limited time bonus winky face. It can still be played like this? Linny was overjoyed. I'm going to load a big one today. Hopefully the school. Still a familiar location. Still a familiar scene. Numerous students and teachers gathered on the playground, looking at the scene not far away, all a little tearful. For hideous and terrifying monsters stared intently at this side, with hissing sounds coming out from time to time. Some of the girls had long since cried from fear, and most of them were shivering a little. But the resentment here is also extremely strong. In just 2 days, there had been 2 attacks by Psy Devils, and this time it was still 4? Is this place some kind of feng shui treasure? All fucking run here. That's it. No, just give us a straight shot. Some of the bold students had already begun to swing for the fences, all swearing out angrily and venting their inner grievances. Live. Who the hell can live when you spectral demons come once a day? Come on. Who can come over, you guys? Living dad. The spectral demons not far away could all feel this huge resentment, and could not help but be overjoyed. What a strong aura of resentment. It's delightful to have such a strong negative energy. Bakuru sighed a few times, and Barsadi nodded in agreement. No wonder I read earlier online that students and working people are the most disgruntled groups in society today. The 2 underworld demons looked at each other, then sighed in unison. The name is true. They weren't in a hurry, because the only thing standing in the way of those students was now a suit of armor. K Shanshan summoned her flying shadow armor and gritted her teeth to tangle with the 2 spectral demons, and with 2 more eyeing her from the side, her sense of pressure immediately increased. What the hell are you guys doing here? K Shanshan gulped lightly, and her flying shadow leg took advantage of the situation to kick a spectral demon in the shoulder, forcing it back a few steps. The 2 spectral demons in front of her, one with reddish-black, hardened leather armor and a head that at first glance looked as lurid as a demonic bull, with a skull full of protruding balls of sharp spikes. Psy Devil. Charmin. This guy could release corrosive black mist while releasing energy ball explosions. Very troublesome. The other had purple leather armor dotted with cyan stripes, a hideous face that showed no features, and a pair of giant ram's horns extending from either side of his head. Spectral Devil. Buckshot. He was so fast that he could vanish, leaving K Shanshan defenseless. At this point the 2 sides parted briefly, and Buckshot burst out in hoarse laughter at the sound of Quigzan's angry cry. Ha 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 ha. So what if I just want to tease you bugs? Hearing these words, before K Shanshan could express herself, another angry shout came from not far away. Spectral Demon. Stop it for me. Wu Gang finally arrived here at this time, and when he heard Buckshot's taunt he instantly pulled his anger level up. Vidra Armor. Merge. He took out his adamantium armor summoner and in an instant, he inserted the card and transformed completely. The next moment the adamantine armor ran wildly with strong power, wanting to meet up with K Shanshan. However, how could Bakuru and Basadi, who were watching intently from the sidelines, continue to stand by when they saw that other armor had finally arrived? Bakuro summoned his own weapon with a pull of his hands from his center, and then met Vidra with a slash. Bang! Kong stopped himself as he blasted his fist into the blade. Basadi took the opportunity to use transportation to weave behind him and slash down with the same slash. Sparks were cut out of the back of the adamantine armor, and Kong also felt a pain in his back, staggering a few steps to the side and half kneeling on the ground. He looked up to the 2 Psy Devils who were staring at him closely. and then to the other two in front of him who were still tangled up with Xingtian, and wanted to curse on the spot. No martial virtues, engage in sneak attacks. Why don't you take a weapon to her? Why don't you take out a knife and chop me when I come here? The spectral demon still discriminates between men and women. Basadi held his sword and hissed out impatiently as he and Bakuru turned their backs in the direction of the school gates. Is that all the speed you armored warriors have? After waiting most of the day for one? Where's the interdictor? Where's the two? He had come to prove himself, and seeing that his purpose had not been achieved, a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Looks like you guys are going to hide unless we give you some pain. The four spectral demons looked at each other and laughed out cruelly. In that case, let's kill some people and set some fires. Boom boom boom. At that moment, the underworld demon condensed a bursting ball of energy and blasted it directly in the direction of the teachers and students, carrying a terrifying power within it. Seeing this, Xingtian and Wu Gang immediately did their best to step forward. They flew and blocked a few of the energy balls with their bodies. The remaining two exploded in all directions with a roar that shook the sky. The horrific explosion instantly made the students and teachers in the playground unable to hold on, and cries came out. Xingtian and Kong were half kneeling on the ground, already injured after catching the attacks with their bodies, making it difficult to fight them off. I will not allow you to harm my students. With all her might, Kezan struggled to get up and tried to stand in front of the students again. Unfortunately, before she could take 2 steps, her entire body covered her chest and fell to her knees, as severe pain continued within her body. Armor lifted. The spectral demons saw this and slowly faced forward, their hideous faces filled with cruelty. Their weapons were raised in their hands, and mocking hissing laughter continued to emanate. It seems there is no one who can save you, haha. Scream and shout and show all your fear. Unfortunately, it's no use screaming your head off. Rear, Ning Jiaojiao crying with rain, a class of students, teachers, and other hundreds of thousands of people at this time are the same panic, like a group of helpless lambs. In the midst of the rampant laughter, despair appeared in everyone's eyes. It's really over this time. Suddenly, the thick clouds rolled over, and the sunlight pierced through the clouds like a sharp sword piercing through the haze and shining down. At the same time, a heavy roar intertwined with the whistling of wind that was rapidly tearing through the air. In the blink of an eye, that sound traveled from the sky to his ears, like drumming on a battlefield. A number of people looked up. A black phantom instantly arrived, like a sturdy divine dragon breaking through the cage and entering this area. Bang! Heavy crashing sound. Ah, what the hell? Without waiting for the crowd to see, a heavy collision sound accompanied by the miserable screams of the spectral demon appeared, and Bakura was knocked away by a mountainous force behind him without reacting at all. Basadi's body tense just turned his head. In front of him was an athletic figure riding a cool black motorcycle rushing again. The roar of the locomotive shook the surrounding area, and then in a flash, the front wheel flew up like a dragon's head, whisking him in the face and sending him flying. In the next second, the black motorcycle stopped in front of King Kong and Xingtian with a beautiful dump. The athletic figure in the car rolled over and got out of the car, turned off the engine, and took off his helmet in one fluid motion. In front of the entire school's students and teachers, Lin Yi's handsome yet hardened face appeared. Xingtian looked up at the figure, and in an instant her eyes softened as if she was drunk. Class 1 students, Ning Jiaojiu was even more eyes showing a blazing light. This was followed by a moment of uproar and shouting out across the school. He took out his summoner, scanned his iris, formed his hands into a heaven and earth pose, inserted the card, and merged it into his belt. A calm, angry voice tinged with majesty came. Criminal armor. Merge. Chapter 23, Gravity-Free High Magnetic Prison, Manipulation and Ownership. A rich energy descended, and a crisp mechanical sound came out. Armor fit. And then, the moment the sun sloped in the west and shone here, the interdictor armor turned from virtual to real. Feeling the many substantial gazes behind him, if it weren't for the armor covering his face, Lin Yi's mouth would have been crooked with laughter at this time. Ha ha ha, I've definitely put on enough flavor for this wave. Just now on the road he was wondering how on earth he was going to make his appearance a little more shocking. With the help of the locomotive, we'll crash right into the phantom demon, and then transform again in front of all the attention to maximize the sense of impact. Lin Yi felt that he was definitely a genius in the area of pretending to be 13, as the system also recognized it. Ding! Daily mission, manifestation of the holy plus in front of people, completed. Verdict, fabulous. Quest reward, intentional energy +3. Upon testing and analysis, the current mystic reward materializes as, gravityless high magnetic prison, manipulation and ownership. The rating is superb, the highest rating, and is certainly a testament to the full stars of the technical content of this one load. In fact, today's scene, in the long years to come are like a big meteor, smashed into the hearts of everyone present. Cannot forget. On Lin Yi's side, The moment he saw the mysterious reward, his eyes went wide, and the joy was simply beyond words. Make the gravity-free high magnetic prison mine? Then, in the future, wouldn't it be possible to release Yen D, and then still be able to imprison people at will? That's too cool. At the same time, the increased intentional energy within his body was clearly felt. Stronger. Slowly raising his head, the eyes of the interdictor armor lit up with light, and his entire body moved forward. After that battle, the two spectral demons added 3 points of intentional energy. Completing Vajra's challenge quest in today's quest gave me 5 points, and killing that one in the Devil Suppressor Tower gave me another 3 points. At this moment, his intentional energy had reached 31, as if the interdictor armor carried an invisible aura. The 4 underworld demons standing across from each other could not help but move backward at this time. Mud, there's 4 of us. What are we afraid of one of him for? Both Basadi and Bakuru, who had just been whisked through the wheels, carried their anger with them, and the remaining 2 were a little ashamed when they reacted at this point. They are warriors of the Psychor. How can you back off just because of one person? Though the armor this man wore had once killed them one time with a bite of a predecessor and a slap of a QR code. Together, Basadi shouted angrily and immediately rushed towards Linny with his sword. The remaining 3 spectral demons all summoned their weapons as well, and surrounded Linny directly. Linny wasn't the least bit afraid as he slid his palm across the card box from his waist side and instantly drew out a weapon card and inserted it into the summoner. Flaming sword. Bang! Linny stepped forward with the fire torture sword in hand and battled with Basadi. Swords clashing and sparks flying. The 3 Bakurus surrounded Linny, from time to time throwing out swords or shooting energy balls to attack him. For a short period of time, with the performance of the interdictor armor and the enhanced intentional energy, Linny was still quite comfortable. Kicking back Bakura with a kick, Linny opened and closed wide with his pyroclastic sword, directly purging a circle around him. He stared at the 4 spectral demons around him, knowing that he needed to find a breakthrough. At that exact moment, Basadi opened his mouth as he stared intently at Linny. Interceptor, even if you're good, can you hold up against the 4 of us? Once we go all out, you will soon be defeated. By now, you won't let the other interdictor come out? He had come with a mission this time, and seeing that there was a delay in the appearance of a second interceptor, he was also anxious in his heart. At those words Linny raised his eyebrows and instantly figured out the cause and effect. He grinned and turned toward Basadi. What second interceptor? What are you talking about? When these words came out, Basadi's face changed. Bakuru, who was beside him, also changed his expression at that moment and stared at Basadi beside him in vigilance. Could it be that you dare to deceive the general? Sharman shouted angrily at Basadi. Barsadi had no choice but to speak angrily towards Linny at this point. Interceptor, don't you dare pretend. He knew it was impossible to say anything, so he immediately opened his mouth towards his companion at his side. Let's injure him first. I don't believe that when he's dying, no one will come to save him. Bakuru and the others sniffed and moved in a noticeably negative manner despite nodding. Lin also noticed the change. Here's your chance. He immediately stopped paying attention to the other underworld demons and slashed towards Basadi, battling with him once again. After a few moves, he took the opportunity to slice his sword across Basadi's chest. Ah! Basadi screamed miserably, covering his chest and taking a few steps back. Linny followed closely, his intent energy condensing in his palm as the criminal sky palm then blasted out. The 3 Bakuru saw this immediately changed their complexion and stepped forward to surround Linny, relieving the pressure on Basadi. What they didn't expect, however, was for Linny to leap up to come behind Basadi, his pyroclastic sword pointing at the ground and poised to strike. Fire torture Chinkuan split. Boom! Accompanied by Linny's furious shout. A giant flaming sword she lifted off the ground and straight away sent Basadi flying out and falling to the ground, never able to stand up again. Damn it! Interceptor, you're arrogant! Bakuro came to Basadi's side to support the latter and shouted out angrily towards Linny. Can't do it without anger. One more surefire catch and Basadi is gone. Linny burst out laughing at this. Ha ha ha, why are you in a hurry? Don't you guys just want to lend me a hand to teach him a lesson? The 3 shamans were instantly a little annoyed when they heard this. They did have that little bit of a mind, but they didn't have the idea of letting Basadi die. You don't know if that's a lesson for you? Sharman and Buckshot stood in front of Linny, weapons clutched in their hands as they stared viciously at Linny. Cut the crap. You're not seeing the coffin. Bakuru also stood up, gradually forming a circle with the other 2. You're in for it today. Lin also gazed towards his surroundings, and without saying much, he smoothly disarmed the interdictor armor. The 3 spectral demons froze at this, thinking that he was going to surrender. Don't think we'll let you go if you surrender. But the next moment, a strangely structured yellow game console, the Vajra Armor Summoner, appeared in Ling Yi's hand. He pressed the console button and the belt appeared around his waist. Immediately after that, A golden armor summoning card flew out from the card box and was inserted into the summoner in a smooth manner. And Lin Yi then stuck the summoner into his belt. His arms were swung in the heaven and earth giant power style, and he lightly drank out. Vajra armor. Merge. Boom. Majestic energy gathered. And the sturdy and powerful yet rigid adamantine armor appeared outside Lin Yi's body. Armor fit. Bang. The adamantium armor's double fists collided, and a fluctuation of power visible to the naked eye emanated. Lin Yi's eyes revealed joy as he felt the obviously much stronger power within his body, as well as the strength of the armor he felt. The adamantine armor is known for its defense and immense strength, and it really lives up to its name. Now I can handle their siege comfortably. Lin was also happy, but Charmin and the other Psy Devils froze in place once more. This is adamantine armor? The three spectral demons collectively turned their heads to look at Kong on the other side. Then he, not far away. Kong first looked down, then up, then down, then up again, his whole body confused. Your Vajra armor? Then who am I? And so on. How the fuck can you summon adamantium armor too? Chapter 24. Bumping armor isn't scary. It's embarrassing for whoever dishes it out. At this point, Kong was broken inside. I just finished comparing myself with Vajra armor and the opposite side with Torture Heaven. And then you turn around and you tell me you can play both sets? What's the point of comparing? I'll just bow down and call the boss. No wonder. Teaching me to use the Vajra in a set. Kong muttered in a low voice. But this was him wronging Lin Yi. The adamantine armor was something he had just exchanged not long ago, and he really hadn't used adamantine at the moment of the competition. Not far away, Basadi, who had fallen to the ground and was seriously injured, also saw this scene and burst into tears. He cried out anxiously, and surprisingly some aggravation could be seen on that skeleton-like face. Look, you guys look, 2 sets. Really 2 sets. It's a great feeling to be wronged. Lin also summoned Vajra armor without a moment's hesitation, and once again drew a card and inserted it into the summoner. Exploding thunder drill. A clanging sound appeared, and a set of explosive thunder drills were instantly assembled on his right hand. With a thought, the thunder drill roared. Extremely intimidating. Hey, you 2 crooks. One with a cow's head and one with a goat's head. Lin also pointed towards Charmin and Buckshot, mocking them in an extremely provocative manner. Dare you come up here and spar with me? At once, the 2 Charmins were furious and rushed straight forward. Charmin held the chopping moon ruler, a long-handled broadsword, and slashed directly down towards Lin Yi's face. Lin Yi's expression didn't change in the slightest, and the explosive thunder drill immediately blocked forward, but Buckshot vanished and came directly behind him, rushing in the back of his heart with the wheel of underworld sword, immovable as a mountain. Mentally reciting the essentials of the Vajra armor, Lin Yi instantly intended his energy to be collected outside of his body. Buckshot stabbed his sword in, and the adamantium armor's amazing defense didn't hurt him at all. Move like a thunderclap. Lin also defense after the intention of energy concentration. Right hand explosive thunder drill rumbled. Majestic power from the arm gushed out, ruthlessly impacted and down from the chest of Charmin. The furious drill directly toppled his weapon and blasted sparks out of his chest. And then Lin also backhanded the explosive thunder drill and blasted it onto Buckshot. The drill drilling crazily. The leather armor on Buckshot's chest was nearly shattered, and he was directly blasted out. The fact that the 2 underworld demons were repelled so easily instantly brightened the eyes of many people present. There was only one person with a jaw dropped in disbelief. It's Mr. Gang. Bumping armor isn't scary. It's embarrassing for whoever dishes it out. When Bakuru saw how powerful Lin Yi was, he stopped being arrogant and made an entrance wanting to join Tolman and the others. However, at this time, voices came out at the same time from the direction of the school's main gate and the direction of the crowd in the school building. Criminal armor. Merge. Flying shadow armor. Merge. Bang. The 2 armors appeared at the same time, leaping from both directions in a single bound, directly surrounding the underworld demon here. Kei Shanshan and Xiaogang burst out in joy at this. Fei, Tian. The interdictor armor walked over to Lin Yi, and a familiar apologetic voice appeared. I'm sorry, Lin Yi, we're a little late. So after seeing that you could still handle it, the 2 of us discussed it and came in from both directions, so that we could attack from the front and back, and try to leave all of these underworld demons behind. Lin Yi was powerless to spit out their speed, but he still agreed with their approach. By this time, the spectral demons had all been stunned. Another interdictor, a flying shadow? There really are 2 sets of armor. To inform the general as soon as possible, Baruch conversed with Charmin, and there was already a retreat. Their purpose had been to probe the veracity of the message, and now it had been established. Could it be that another patrol squad has arrived over the years? But this is not the time to think about this. The crux of the matter is how to escape. Hate to admit it, but it has to be said that they are indeed counter-surrounded. Basadi was so excited by now that he was a blur, and he shouted out a few times towards Baruch. You see, another interceptor has appeared. However, as he called out, Dash, who was not far from him, had noticed him. This spectral demon, seeing us coming and actually not being afraid. What arrogance! He snarled, and was then told by Xingtian that it was a brittle remnant. The eyes of the flying shadow armor lit up, and energy slowly coalesced around it. In that case, let me take this fellow first. As Lin Yi and Xiao Tian were spreading out their two flanks, preparing to pin down these underworld devils, he heard Xiao Fei's generous voice from not far away. Wind Forest and Fire Mountains Flying Shadow Definitive Art. Looking up, Basadi and Dash have been wrapped in the obligatory space. Lin Yi's eyes glazed over and he almost hollered out. Don't! That's damn near the head I left behind. But it's too late. When Bakuru saw this, he immediately spoke out to greet the other two. Retreat while you have the chance. How could Lin Yi and Xiao Tian let them leave peacefully? Instantly rushing forward with the intention of blocking them. Seeing this, Bakuru backed away while calling out towards Charmin. Charmin, quickly! Get some energy balls to blast out and create smoke to get us out. Charmin sniffed without the slightest hesitation, and immediately expended his energy to quickly condense energy balls to blast towards Lin Yi and Xiao Tian. Lin Yi continued to move forward with the defense of his adamantine armor, but there were frequent explosions and smoke around him. In the smoke and dust, Bakuro and Bucket looked at each other and rushed directly into the ground using the transportation technique. Lin also rushed forward, sensing something in front of him with his mind, and immediately blasted out with a drill. Bang! Lin also sensed that a fellow had been sent flying by his strike, screams of misery coming along with it. Ah! The sound of the explosion faded, the smoke gradually dispersed, and the other two spectral demons had disappeared without a trace. On the ground in front of him, only Charmin struggled to get up. He scanned his surroundings and instantly realized what had happened. Hissing in grief. You two assholes! Didn't you know to take me with you when you went away on the transported man? Charmin long whistling to the sky, with its raspy voice. Surprisingly, there is really some sense of sadness, but at that moment, a sword light slashed, and Charmin, who had managed to stand up, was once again blasted out. Xiao Tian stood with the fire torture sword in hand, and looked about to unleash a sure kill. Lin Yi hurriedly took 2 steps forward and stopped him. Wait, Xiao Tian, don't! There was some hope in the eyes of Charmin, who was lying on the ground. Let me do it, Lin Yi added. At the sound of this murderous, decisive voice, Charmin's hanging heart finally died. Lin Yi's arms stretched out, and an oppressive force came from around his adamantine armor. His thoughts coalesced and he spat out softly under his breath. Mountain and sea megapower of Vajra Surefire. In an instant, everything around them was blocked off, and the bound space extended to wrap Charmin inside. Lin Yi held the explosive thunder drill and rushed forward without the slightest hesitation. Hybrid drill method. The exploding thunder drill darted out and blasted all over Charmin's torso, eventually sending him flying through the air. With that, Lin Yi quickly switched weapons and another card was inserted into the summoner. Explosive thunder cannon. With a leap into the air, he aimed his right arm forward at the spectral demon and struck the final blow at the right time. Vajra Chaos Wave. Boom! Cannonballs with majestic power bombarded the severely injured body of the underworld demon, exploding in an instant and reducing the place to nothingness. The space of certain death dissipated, and Lin Yi dispersed the explosive thunder cannon on his arm, then disarmed his armor. He walked across the devastated land, looked up into the setting sun and took a long breath. Not far away, Xingtian looked down at Kong, who disarmed his armor and suddenly sighed. Kong. Goten also walked over and spoke earnestly. Lin Yi is really good. We all need to work on that. On the side, Fei, who got his maiden kill, also nodded seriously, and then suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a match with someone. Chapter 25, Thinking about it, searching for the 3 captains. After the school matter was settled, the group left there together and returned to the teppanyaki restaurant. This was sort of the first time all the armor summoners had met as a group, and it just happened to resolve a phantom demon incident, so the overall atmosphere was okay. So at the suggestion of Welcome and Lin Yi, they all got together and bought a lot of food and drinks at the store and had a small get-together that night. It's worth noting that Mr. K's BMW, Lin Yi's beloved ride, was sent for repairs. There's no way how a violent crash could not damage the car, but as the one and only car that has ever hit a phantom demon, it can feel honored. Inside the Huan Teppanyaki restaurant, the crowd was seated at the table, on which were a number of purchased barbecues, hot dishes, and a variety of sorts. Also, the teppanyaki countertop that finally came in handy to make the teppanyaki. Hey, welcome, don't tell me you're not bad at this. Lin also bit down on a large mouthful of numbing and spicy teppanyaki squid, and after praising it, he tilted his head back and downed a glass of wine. On the side, Xiao Jiang was even more happy to eat. and although Xiaofei and Xiaotian had to be a bit more restrained, the moment they entered their mouths, their eyes also clearly lit up. Welcome! It's really delicious. Hearing the appreciation around him, Welcome tilted his head proudly. That's for sure. How else would I be able to keep this store open? Lin also ignored the welcome of inexplicable pride and reached out to grab another skewer to eat, taking a sip of his cold beer. Soothing. He hadn't even finished lamenting when he felt a pain in one side of his arm. Hey, what for? Lin twisted his head to look and realized that it was Kei Shanshan on the other side who was staring at him with furrowed brows. Apparently she was the one who had just pinched Lin. Kei Shanshan's clothes were still simple professional attire today because she was at school. A white slim-fit shirt on the upper body outlines the delicate curves, and the lower half of the body is a black pleated skirt, which looks both dignified and sensible. It was just that at this time she was sitting on a chair, her white jade legs naturally exposed, and the side of her skirt was unusually wonderful. Snap! Lin was surveying Kei Shanshan's surroundings with eyes that found beauty when a slap slapped him on the arm. Kei Shanshan's voice came out with a murderous aura. Lin, what are you gawking at? Seeing this, a gloating smile appeared on the welcome face on the other side of Kei Shanshan. Makes your eyes misbehave. Little pervert. Little Sky, Little Fei and Little Kong continued to eat, only glancing over from time to time with their afterglances, also wanting to see Lin Yi's defeated appearance. When Lin Yi saw the mischief in Kei Shanshan's gaze, he was busy withdrawing his gaze from looking at his legs and smiled at her. It's not that senior sister is too good looking, attracting me so much that I don't even have the heart to eat. Seeing Lin Yi being so blunt, Kei Shanshan also froze for a moment. Her ears slightly reddened but she still forced herself to keep a straight face. You're a college student. You're young and you think about this stuff every day? Unthinking. Hearing Kei Shanshan say that, Lin was also unhappy and retorted on the spot. Sister Kei, you're wrong to say that. My fair lady. It's not like it has anything to do with age. And besides, you're so good looking. What's wrong with me just liking to look at you? Kei Shanshan's eyes widened. Her gentle and moving cheeks filled with astonishment. She pointed her scallion fingers towards Lin and stuttered in her speech. You? What are you babbling about? Lin also hemmed and hawed again at this time, and as he wrapped his arm around Kei Shanshan's shoulders, his head came over to speak in her ear. And Kei-senpai, didn't you help the teacher end it quickly? You'll be a college student by then too. Warm breath hitting Kei Shanshan's ears, coupled with the unique manly odor of Lin Yi's body. She was instantly confused, her ears reddened to the naked eye, no longer looking like her majestic appearance in school. On the opposite side, Su Tingfei saw that Lin Yi was on the verge of kissing Kei Shanshan's face, and was immediately impressed. Awesome, too high. On the other hand, welcoming the sight of Kei Shanshan's dumbfounded appearance, and then seeing Lin Yi's happy look as he came over to her, his heart was instantly infuriated. Hey, Lin Yi, what are you doing? She reached out and pulled Kei Shanshan over to her, her eyes glaring angrily at Lin Yi. Lin also sniffed the fresh fragrance in front of him, saw the beauty was pulled away, and immediately glared back without showing weakness. What's wrong with me and my schoolmate getting closer? Welcome sniffed at the flushed and giddy look of Kei Shanshan on his side, and thought of a sentence that came out of his mouth. I think you're thinking about it. At those words, everyone in the room froze, and the entire store fell silent. Thinking about it? Good image. Lin Yi opened his mouth, wanting to say something in retort, but in the end, he sheepishly didn't say anything. At this time was welcome to pull to the side of the Kei Shanshan finally wake up. She was originally in the heart of the chaotic out of focus. The result is welcome a thinking about the wrong to scare awake. She stood up and sat up straight, and all of a sudden the fullness wrapped in her white shirt became even rounder. Lin Yi didn't have the control to look over, and was greeted by Kei Shanshan's hard glare over. He didn't have the heart to look any further, and instantly withdrew his gaze. With that, Kei Shanshan collected her thoughts, and a gentle but serious voice came out. Today is the first time that those of us who are here have gotten together, and I think we can seriously explore a plan of action and goals going forward. Her oval eyebrows knitted lightly, her red lips pursed slightly, and her beautiful eyes looked towards Lin Yi, who was pretending to look at the sky on the side. Instead of saying something irrelevant and unnutritious, I have to say, this is the real state of Kei Shanshan. She was already an insightful and thoughtful woman, or she wouldn't have been able to combine the two factors of teaching and biking. Welcome, seeing Kei Shanshan in this state, was instantly godlike, and directly spoke out in conformity. That's right, we misters are on a mission. Just like you armor summoners, we must destroy the entirety of the Spectral Legion. A few words out of his mouth and the whole party suddenly got serious. Lin also did not continue to appreciate the beauty. Priorities, the situation towards him still see clearly. It just so happened that he took this opportunity to mention something he had already thought of. The first thing that's certain is that the Psy Devil that escaped back this time will definitely report the situation to Lufa. and Lufa will definitely take some measures. With 2 sets of armor, the Phantom Legion was at an immediate disadvantage. Linny swept his eyes toward the surrounding crowd before continuing. If I were Lufa, then I'd definitely have the Phantom Demon spread out and destroy it everywhere. As soon as they see us coming, they will withdraw, so that they can avoid an engagement, which will be to their advantage. At those words, Xiao Tian looked grave, and both Welcome and Kei Shanshan frowned. Apparently they've realized how tricky this situation is. Is there any way to deal with this situation? Linny opened his mouth towards the crowd to inquire. A few people looked at each other, and they all looked at each other in disbelief, because this is a really difficult situation to deal with. It's the same as putting them on a hard time right out of the gate. At the same time, inside the secret room of the Bile group, the escaped Bakuro and Bucket knelt in front of Lufa and reported on that battle. General, there really are 2 sets of armor. We saw it with our own eyes. Lufa's robes exploded at his words, followed by his slightly nervous and doubtful voice. Could it be another patrol squad? Did they come to the planet by chance, or did they receive a message from Gulfa and the others? After a long time, Lufa's hoarse voice with some determination came out. Awaken all the demons of the underworld. Doing my best to collect negative energy. It's imperative that I come back to life as soon as possible. You guys spread out and move. When you see Xingtian and the others, immediately withdraw and do not tangle with them. It was bound to be easier for him to personally grab the summoner after resurrection than it was now. And then Lufa's robes flipped and he turned around and sneered out. I'd like to see how they're going to cope with this. After saying that, Lufa seemed to remember something else as he looked down towards Bakuro. And find me a trace of the 3 captains. His voice was cold and harsh. Want to hide? This general promised. Chapter 26, A Night of Reminiscences. Yen D appears. Inside the teppanyaki restaurant, everyone fell silent. Linny shook his head at this, then turned toward the crowd. The truth is that whatever the situation is, it's based on our strength. He looked to Welcome and after a few seconds of thought inquired. Welcome, do you know anything about this generation's art cultivator? We need to bring him in so we can quickly improve our strength in manipulating armor. Not him, of course. Welcome sniffed and nodded. Don't worry, every generation we are connected to each other. In matters of business she had to admit that nowadays Linny was indeed like a pillar of support. Hearing him say that, all of a sudden, there was less worry in the matter of dealing with the underworld demon. By the way, how did you get the adamantium armor summoner? Welcome asked curiously as he thought of this. Hearing the Welcome inquiry, the other few people around them instantly looked at Linny curiously. Yeah, I actually used King Kong to compete with you earlier. Kong put down the skewer in his hand, looking as curious as he could be. Of course Linny wouldn't tell the truth. He thought about it and casually opened his mouth to perfunctorily say, I certainly have my ways. Just as he finished speaking, he saw that Welcome's expression moved, and even Xiao Tian seemed to have thought of something and wanted to speak. Linny was busy interrupting their inquiries with a voice. That's the one. One look at their appearance Linny knew what they had thought of, and he spoke without any good humor. You guys think this stuff is cabbage and you can just say you have it. The entire blue planet is estimated to have only these 2 sets, and the Eurasian armor is definitely gone. And then he silently added in his mind that of course the 5 elemental armor and the artificial 4 elemental armor should still be there. So next, our task is to try our best to improve our strength. If there are dispersed spectral demons, we will have to split up to deal with them, and then it will be a case of each according to their own abilities. Hearing Lin Yi's words, both Xiao Gang and Xiao Fei had heavy faces. It can't be helped. After watching today's battle, they can roughly estimate that their 2 newcomers should be the weakest. The most bitter part was that Lin Yi had sealed all of the more average strengths in the Underworld Legion. The next ones to appear are presumably some of the stronger spectral demons. After saying this, Lin also smiled and spoke to Xiao Tian again. We both summoned the interdictor armor. You can come over next when you're free and we'll train together. Bringing out the potential of Xiao Tian, he was capable of being a one-man show. Got it all out of the way and everyone put their heads down. At least you have a plan in mind, don't you? The crowd had a few drinks together next, and before they knew it, it was late at night. K senior sister, don't go away. Right, big night. I have a big bed. Let's both sleep together. Promise not to aggravate Shanshan Yu. Xiaotian, Xiaofei and Xiaojiang all went upstairs to sleep with great eyesight, while Lin Yi, who was left more or less drunk, pulled the hand of K Shanshan beside him and patted his chest to ensure that he invited people to sleep with him. K Shanshan was still sullen at this point, trying to pull him away. The welcome on the side scoffed at once at Lin Yi's appearance. Little kid can't drink and still have to drink. You see, K schoolmates don't even call. Directly call on Shanshan. After she finished speaking she looked towards K Shanshan, who had a helpless face, and smiled. Sammy, why don't you go to my room and rest? I'll send this guy up so he doesn't tug on you. K Shanshan sniffed and looked down at the hand that was clenched by Lin Yi, and then looked at his eastward appearance, and finally softened her heart. Never mind. I'll send him up. Welcome saw her tugged hand and understood what she meant, so he locked the store door and went to his room first. By this time, Linny had already leaned on Kei Shanshan's body, and the fragrance in his nose coupled with the soft and comfortable touch instantly made him somewhat intoxicated. A little rain on the streets of heaven. Kei Shanshan had originally stiffened her body and was surprised when she heard this. How could she even recite an ancient poem? She sighed and dragged Lin Yi's body hard, returning to Lin Yi's room together. Okay, it's time for your room. Go to bed. Coming to the bed, Kei Shanshan tried to put Lin Yi on the bed, but she didn't expect Lin Yi to fall on the bed at once. But she didn't let go of the hand that was tugging on her. Her entire body was violently yanked and she lost her balance and fell towards Lin Yi's bed. Ah! She let out a soft cry, and the next second she fell on Lin Yi's body. Not waiting to get up was Lin Yi's arms. A bear hugged tightly in his arms. Looking at the handsome and uninhibited face close at hand, feeling the blazing breath and wine breath that greeted her, Kei Shanshan felt a little tipsy. Normal portrayal. Audit great mercy. Lin also, you let go of me. Kei Shanshan called out to Lin Yi in a low voice because she was afraid of being heard by others. But Lin Yi didn't seem to hear it in the slightest. Instead he rolled over and hugged her tighter. Well, Kei-senpai. The sudden sound of sleepy voices made Kei Shanshan even more afraid to move. And while she was thinking about what to do, a large face suddenly turned around. Feeling the hot blow on her face, Kei Shanshan's eyes rounded for a moment, as if she was still a bit unresponsive. 2.5 seconds later, she didn't know where the strength came from, and in one fell swoop she broke away from Lin Yi's bear hug and stood up quickly. At this time, Kei Shanshan's originally gentle and beautiful cheeks were abnormally flushed. As if they were ripe peaches, her willow eyebrows were raised, and the corners of her eyes carried anger. But there was also a hint of shyness. Normal emotional progression. No vulgarity. Protagonist adult college student. Female schoolmate. You. She pointed her finger towards Lin Yi who was lying on the bed, gritting her teeth to say something, but then she saw that Lin Yi was still murmuring in a daze, and suddenly her whole body lost that energy. After thinking about it, she touched her forehead, gritted her teeth and squinted her eyes as she stepped forward and raised her palm, aiming right at the side of Lin Yi's face. Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes with some drunkenness and bewilderment and was looking right at her. Kei? Sister Kei? This sentence instantly made her whole person lose her armor. Instead of feeling ashamed of herself, she turned around and fled the room. After Kei Shanshan left, Lin Yi on the bed closed his eyes once again. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. A flashback. Day 2. Lin also woke up and got up. Refreshed, he walked out of his room and downstairs, only to see Welcome and Kezan sitting together eating breakfast. Originally, the two were talking and laughing, but after he appeared, Welcome looked at him with a quick flash of suspicion in his eyes. Why do you look so refined? Weren't you drunk last night? On the other hand, Kei Shanshan, who was on the side, looked stagnant for a moment, and then quickly returned to normal as she ignored Lin Yi. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at that and put a fried egg in his mouth as he caught himself. I can be strong in my will, and I can't be affected by a quick sobriety. Welcome, the intentional energy still has this effect? Lin Yi opened his mouth to inquire offhandedly as he ate his omelette. Who walked me to my room last night? Kind of hard to remember, but it was a pretty good sleep. Kei Shanshan's demeanor was calm, and she spoke flatly. I sent you back. She got up straight after saying that and planned to leave. I have things to do at school, so I'll leave first. Lin Yi called out to her. Sister Kei. Words Kei Shanshan footsteps a stop. Back to Lin also the bottom of the eyes is a piece of panic. He will not remember it. Mr. Kei, I'd like to borrow your car for a little while to go out for something. Hearing this, Kei Shanshan sighed in relief and directly threw the key to Lin Yi before leaving. I'll take the bus then. A Welcome aside surprised. You have a driver's license? Lin also grinned. Just turned 18 and took the test. With that, he took the car keys and walked towards Kei Shanshan's metaphysical black sports car, his mind already communicating with the gravity-defying high magnetic prison. This prison has been in his bag, which he carries with him. The next moment, the inside of the prison entered his mind. A gravity-free, high magnetism prison that utilizes Ares' highest-end space technology and magnetic energy technology to hold most of the most vicious, powerful and violent people in the world. There are 9 spaces in here, or you could say 9 prison rooms, each in a different spatial plane, and at this point, only one of the 9 is occupied. A bench hovered in the boundless, stylus, silver void. On the bench, a big bald man with a robust figure and arcane patterns on his torso was sitting there with his eyes closed, as if he had never moved. Yendi, the leader of the Inferno Star in the galaxy, and the summoner of the Shura Armor, and even most likely the strongest person in the entire galaxy after summoning the Shura Armor. The interdictor armor was nothing more than the armor of the generals he led, and the Flying Shadow and Vidra were just auxiliary generals' armor. With such a character, Lin Yi couldn't even get an idea of what to do with him. Chapter 27 Yendi Raiders. Sitting inside the sports car, the scenery outside the window flashed by rapidly, and Lin Yi had a thoughtful look within his eyes. Yendi's strength is strong. Even without the Shura armor, I'm afraid it can't be underestimated. Most importantly, what kind of attitude was he going to have towards Yendi? And what would freeing him bring him? After thinking for a long time, Lin Yizhang summarized something. Look at my Yendi Raiders. He drove to an open area near the outskirts of the western city center, far from the city and in the middle of nowhere, so there weren't many people on weekdays. Open the door. Get out. Lin also opened his backpack and took out the silver egg inside, which was the gravityless high magnetic prison. Touching the egg in his hand, he even lamented about it. Don't say. Other people's level of technology is high. At least this egg is made very standardized. He then moved his mind, and immediately the space in front of the gravityless high magnetic prison began to distort, followed by the opening of a one-person high spectral entrance. Inside the prison, Emperor Yan slowly opened his eyes devoid of any emotion. He stood up, his stocky, tall body resembling a tower of iron. In the next moment, with a single step, his entire body stepped out of that profound entrance and arrived in front of Lin Yi. Kid, what are you? This isn't Ares? Where's that scumbag Lufa? Yendi scanned his surroundings and had already noticed the change in the location, and he didn't feel any emotion of surprise. He just voiced out a question towards Lin Yi. Lin also didn't rush to reply. Feeling the powerful aura if anything on Yendi's body, he smiled faintly. Elder, this is the Blue Star. Lufa led his men in a defection from Ares, taking the gravity-defying high magnetic prison with him when he left. He wanted to become the new lord of the galaxy, but was stopped and defeated by a squad of Ares armored patrols while acquiring the last energy crystal 1,000 years ago. When Emperor Yan heard Lin Yi's narration, some surprise appeared in his eyes, but only a little. He's a battle fiend who has lived his life to fight and seek to rival his opponents. He snorted a little at what happened to Lufa. Lin Yi smoothly pulled out his interdictor summoner and continued to speak calmly. When the patrol squad spent their lives defeating the Psi Legion, it was merely sealed, and now 1,000 years later they are back again. I am a Blue Star and a summoner of the interdictor armor. When I fought against the underworld demon earlier, I accidentally discovered the prison that was holding Senior, so I simply released Senior. Yendi sniffed and first looked at the interdictor summoner, then laughed out loud. Lufa, actually defeated by one of Ares' patrol squads? It's really getting back to life. I'd like to face him again. After saying that, he looked Lin Yi up and down before speaking aloud. So handsome boy, what is your purpose in saving me from this? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, his starry eyes full of candor. I just saw that Senior was imprisoned and released him in passing. When Emperor Yan heard Lin Yi say this, his body immediately lowered, his rough eyes staring intently into Lin Yi's eyes, his body's intent energy condensed, and his invisible aura pressed down. However, Lin was not a generalized person. His intent energy was similarly gathered, and despite the pressure coming from his surroundings, it was far from enough to make it difficult for him. Seeing that Lin Yi always had a straight face, Emperor Yan suddenly reared up and laughed. Good. I've traveled across the galaxy, and I'll never owe you this favor of help. And in the future, as long as you ask, I'll help you out once. After saying that, he turned around and scanned his surroundings before striding forward, a rough and loud voice coming out of his mouth. Blue Star? Where's the remote planet? Wait for me to seek out if there are any experts. It was also the first time Lin had seen this kind of person who was bent on war, and it was heck of a surprise to see him leave just like that. Just now, he was actually prepared for Yendi to ask for, or borrow, the interdictor armor from him. After all, a person intention can be strong again, without the corresponding armor amplification and play out, ultimately still want to inferior some. Also, with a disposition like his, bright, straightforward and resolute, it's not supposed to rob people. Looking up at Yendi's back not far away, Lin Yi suddenly hooked the corners of his mouth and laughed out softly. It's a shame I'm not some bright, good guy. Yendi, I've let you out, and I'm going to let you get away with it? After muttering to himself, Lin also walked to one side and sat in the sports car to start it up, and with a blast of the gas pedal, it sped off towards the front. With a roar, the arcane black sports car overtook Yendi in the blink of an eye, leaving behind rolling smoke. Inferno, he suddenly felt a bit out of his depth, arriving on a strange planet with no armor in hand, no way to interstellar travel, and likewise no knowledge of the planet. That boy has a good character and his nature is to my liking. I should have kept him. It would be nice to stay and be a tour guide. And aren't they the ones fighting Lufa? By means of them it was also easier to find that scumbag Lufa. He hadn't thought about revenge or anything, But wouldn't a cutthroat defeat of Lufa at a time like this be the greatest humiliation for Lufa? At such a thought, Yendi's hardened brow furrowed. It was at this point that the sound of vehicles came again. Yendi looked up, only to see that the black sports car that had just sped away actually slowly backed up again. The car window lowered, and Lin Yi's sincere yet slightly chagrined expression appeared. Senior, I'm really sorry. I forgot to ask Senpai just now. I see that Senior is alone, and it is not very convenient to eat, live and travel here, so I can do some small favor as I can. Yendi instantly felt much more comfortable in his heart when he heard this, feeling that the young man in front of him knew his way around, and was not much better than the vice generals he had back when he was Yin Xing. He was thinking about whether he should pretend to excuse himself first. Lin Yi in the car, however, looked serious, collected his chagrin, and clasped his fists in a proper manner. Elder has not been answering. Could it be that he suspects me? I am in no way trying to use this as a way to hold my predecessor hostage. If Senior doesn't believe me, I'd better leave. Lin Yi sighed, and without saying anything else, he was about to leave once again. Stop! Emperor Yan suddenly spoke out. He looked at Lin Yi, some displeasure flashing in his eyes, and said aloud, "You've got a lot on your mind. When did I say I doubted you?" Emperor Yan took a step forward and patted Lin Yi's shoulder, a look of appreciation on his face. "Earlier when you let me out with nothing to ask for, I thought you boys had a taste for me." He then tilted his head slightly, arms clasped in front of his chest, and spoke aloud with a sigh of emotion. "Since you boys have the heart, I'll leave you in charge for a while. It just so happens that I'd like to learn more about Lufa nowadays." Lin Yi sniffed, his face once again showing a sincere look as he spoke seriously. "Senior is polite. Since I was able to release Senior, it was fate. Besides, with the glorious past of his predecessor, the galaxy deserved to be number one. I'm happy to help some seniors." He opened the door and got out of the car, guiding the obviously pleasanter Inferno behind the passenger side and opening the door for this one to sit in. When Lin Yi returned to the driver's seat, Yendi, who was on the side, also spoke bluntly. "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you kid either. You're the summoner of the criminal armor? Then I would be able to mentor and guide you during this time." Lin Yi smiled despite his face not moving as he claimed his thanks. Inside he was about to burst into laughter. This great god, as long as it stays then it has value. Just don't leave now, then you won't be able to leave later. Watch me steal from Yendi, the blue is better than the blue. Lin also sighed in his heart. The Yendi cheats he had summarized were really good. That's when the phone rang. Lin also took out and picked up. "Hello?" On the other side, Su Tingfei's voice came. "Hey, where are you? Come on, we agreed to have a match today." With Fei's pride, whether he could fight or not was not to be said first. It was impossible to be afraid. Lin Yi thought it would be fine, so he answered. He had just hung up the phone when Yendi, who was on the side, spoke up. "Someone actually tried to challenge you? I'll go with you just to see what you're made of. By the way, check out your Blue Star powerhouses." Chapter 28, Battle Against the Flying Shadow. Emperor Yan's shock. Hearing Yendi's words, Lin Yi was slightly pleased. "It's been hard to get this one here. Could it be that we're about to receive a favor? In terms of manipulation of the Inferno Star armor, Yendi should be considered second to none." Lufa was on the verge of breaking down as Lin Yi traveled to the agreed-upon location with Fei. "Here's what's going on. Who can tell me?" He levitated in the air, staring down at the many molded underworld demons below him and roared out in anger. In the air of the secret room, a picture was being synchronized at that moment, precisely the scene within the devil-suppressing tower. The tower was devastated, with traces of battle everywhere, and the most striking thing was naturally the door to the chamber that had been blasted open. Lufa crumbled inwardly. The situation was already bad and two sets of armor appeared. Now, the gravity-free, high-magnetism prison that held Emperor Yendi is actually lost? If that guy gets out, who can restrain him? Fortunately, the Shura armor was hidden by this general. This makes Yendi without the Shura armor quite acceptable. Lufa was pondering this when a voice came from a few of the Psi Devils below. "General, my subordinates have gone forward to check the preliminary estimate. It should be Shuruk who accidentally blasted open that secret room when he was fighting with Interceptor." Lufa sniffed in amazement. He looked down to see that the party reporting was the vice-captain of the Purple Underworld. Balu, do you think what you're saying is ridiculous?" Baru was also in a difficult position at this point, but eventually he spoke with a stiff upper lip. "General, a few of us have been there. We should be right." Lufa sniffed in silence for a few seconds before gritting his teeth in anger. A thing of success and failure. He wasn't aware of it and was resentful even before Shah Rukha's death that he had cheated him. "It's okay," Lufa reassured himself with a sigh of relief. "The code to the gravity-free high magnetization prison is classified, and just getting the prison won't help at all. After thinking for a long time, he gazed down at the sparse spectral devils below him and slowly opened his mouth to give the order. Wake up Kula. Let her observe Interceptor and their traces. And in the meantime, see if there's any chance to retrieve gravity-free high magnetic prison. While the underworld demon was preparing in a big way, the Yendi that Lufa was chanting about was at the moment sitting in front of a barbecue stand with a mouthful of kebabs and a glass of beer. So comfortable. Lin also noticed the strange look in the shopkeeper's eyes not far away. Who's good enough to eat kebabs in the morning? But Emperor Yen was happy at this point. Enjoying the planet's unique cuisine actually gave him a sense of satisfaction equal to that of combat. Could it be that I'd been held captive for too long? Even though with his powers he could already live without food or drink, the thousands of years of captivity did change him a bit. Elder, how's it going? Isn't that refreshing? Lin also looked smilingly at Yendi, who tilted his head back and poured down a bottle of cold beer, burping loudly in the process, suddenly feeling that this god of war had more fireworks. Putting down the wine in his hand, Yendi nodded at Lin Yi and also spoke more in a rare manner. Somehow, it suddenly feels like enjoying food is actually comforting. He is a man who devours battle as if his life depended on it and is constantly searching for the strongest. Only a strong person who rivaled them could stimulate his nerves and make him feel pleasurable and unrestrained. Food, normally for him that would be something to replenish his energy. However, after being dazzled by Lin Yi today, Emperor Yen had actually felt something different. Going forward, so much of that thousandth part of your energy can be devoted to enjoying food and wine. Can't get much more than that. Emperor Yendi, who was in the middle of belching a skewer of grilled squid and lamb loin, solemnly made this decision. Lin Yi stared at Yendi, who was eating happily, and once again, there was some unkind light in the bottom of his eyes. Senior, in fact, we are here. The total category of food is very much. In the future there is time to take Senior to taste some. Soon after, Lin Yi brought the well-fed and well-drunk Yendi to an open space behind the teppanyaki restaurant. This was the place that was welcome to be found in a short period of time for Lin Yi and the others to cultivate and train, because it is part of the backstreets. Most of the old houses around here don't live anymore, and the area is less frequented. With a little bit of attention, there's no problem with training or anything. Su Tingfei had already waited here for a long time by this time, and when he saw Lin Yi he immediately said with some displeasure, "Where have you been? I've been waiting here for you for a while." Lin also didn't bother replying to him, and immediately took out the criminal sky summoner, while then seriously admonishing him. With today's situation, we may have to go out and deal with the underworld demon at any time. So point blank, he was there to complete the mission and get the reward, otherwise he wouldn't bother. Today's little Fei and little Kong, even including little Tian, should not be his opponent. Fei nodded at his words, and then took out his flying shadow summoner before realizing that Yendi, who was standing not far from Lin Yi, was looking this way with interest. Hey, there's someone else over there. Who's that big bald guy? Lin Yi glanced at Yendi, then said, "It's fine, don't worry about him." In the next second, he directly raised the interdictor summoner, scanned the iris, and pressed the button. Criminal armor. Merge. On the opposite side, Fei also took out his flying shadow summoner without hesitation. The card on the side of his waist flew out and inserted into the summoner, which then merged into his belt. He spread his arms out to the sides in a very Sao pose. Flying shadow armor. Merge. Accompanied by two slight mechanical sounds of armor merging, Interceptor and Flying Shadow stood opposite each other. Since it was for the sake of accomplishing the mission, Lin also didn't spoil him. He stood still, his intent energy condensing in his palm, capturing the Flying Shadow's figure. Flying Shadow was good at speed, and Su Tingfei knew that very well, so he sprinted in an instant, almost instantly arriving in front of Lin Yi, and kicked out at Interdictor's chest. Seeing that Interceptor didn't dodge, he thought that Lin Yi hadn't reacted. Just as he was getting complacent, Lin Yi's body slightly sidestepped and dodged the leg, followed by a calming voice. Penal palm. Bang! He gathered his strength and slapped his palm on the knee that Flying Shadow had kicked out, and Fei stumbled. Not far away, Yendi leaned against the wall and commented faintly, "The gap is too big." As soon as he spoke, Fei stepped back indignantly, his intent energy focused on his legs, about to attack again. However, Lin Yi no longer intended to continue, his intent energy condensing slightly as he spoke in a proper voice. Shift. Swish. Interceptor instantly appeared behind the Flying Shadow, who was brewing an attack, and slapped out his palm. Boom! The palm was slightly more vigorous, and Fei was knocked to the ground, but was not injured. That's the end of it, isn't it? Lin also spoke calmly. Fei dejectedly disarmed his armor and muffled back. I admit defeat. At this time, the sound of a quest being completed came to Lin Yi's ears, and before he had time to look at it, he heard Emperor Yen coming along with a slight compliment, saying, "You've actually learned to shift your shape?" It's not bad, and it's coming together. With that, Yen Di stepped forward to look at the shriveled Fae and rebuked him without mercy. The summoner of the flying shadow is like a fledgling who doesn't even understand the basic essentials of flying shadow. As fast as the wind, as slow as the forest, as sweeping as fire, as difficult to know as the shade. Not only must it be fast and come with ferocity, but it must also be puzzling to the opponent. He glanced at Su Tingfei and didn't even bother. This unflinching criticism instantly made Fei's face a little hard to bear as he stood up and looked at Yen Di, retorting instantly, "Who are you to talk like you're so great? Besides, I'm already a fledgling, and I've only been summoning armor for a day or so how else do you expect me to comprehend? You think everyone is as perverted as Lin Yi?" Yen Di's face showed surprise at his words, then he realized something and glared at Lin Yi. "You, summoning interceptor, for more than a day?" Lin Yi sniffed and shook his head. "No, I've been around a little longer than him." Hearing Lin Yi say that, Yen Di's expression also flattened out once again. "Told you, how could anyone be more talented than him?" The next second Lin Yi's somewhat embarrassed voice rang out. "I'm 2 days. Chapter 29, Yen Di, Stronger Nurturing Program, Lin Yi, I'll even kill you together." Hearing Lin Yi's somewhat embarrassed voice, Yen Di's originally calm expression from the beginning gradually changed, lines being squeezed out in front of his forehead, and his face seemed to carry some incomprehension. "Are you saying that you just became an interdictor armor summoner for 2 days? And then the intentional energy is more than double that of a flying shadow summoner, and also comprehended the shift?" Lin Yi grinned like a green teenager. Yes, Emperor Yen was a bit confused. After being imprisoned for so many years, could it be that armored summoners were so powerful nowadays? Is it that easy to raise your intentional energy? He was a person who had been there before, so he was well aware of the difficulty of raising the intentional energy as well as the gradual progression, and he had never seen one that could scamper so high at once. According to this, wouldn't it take this kid no time to catch up with me? In an instant, Yen Di's eyes lit up with light. It suddenly occurred to him that if Lin Yi's rate of progress had been this fast, wouldn't he soon be able to experience expert duels again? What else is there to look for in a strong man? I can't raise one on my own, and staying here will also allow you to try. As Lin Yi said, other delicacies in the meantime. It's almost like 2 birds with 1 stone. Yen Di looked towards Lin Yi. The battle intent in his eyes had risen up. He couldn't wait. He had been too lonely all these years, and Lufa had used a trap to defeat him. Otherwise how could he have been defeated while wearing the Shura armor? He knew very well that his speculation hadn't been exaggerated, and that Lin Yi had a real possibility of catching up to him in a short time. The enhancement of intentional energy never depends on accumulation over time. It requires comprehension, chance, and that there is a bottleneck. Yen Di had been imprisoned for thousands of years, and Lufa had likewise survived for so many years, but their strength had long since stopped growing. When a peak is reached quickly, everything comes to a standstill. There is never any such thing as living long enough to be strong enough in this field. Emperor Yen stared closely at Lin Yi and slowly spoke out. "You're good." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and spoke towards Emperor Yen. "Does Elder have anything to teach me?" Yen Di shook his head, his rigid face showing some reminiscence. "Everyone has their own path in the enhancement of intentional energy. What I can teach you is how to bring out the armor's greater strength." After saying that, he patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and laughed. "The most pressing thing you need to do today is to upgrade your armor, which requires you to know your armor extremely well and understand the essentials of each piece of armor. It takes a burst of intentional energy in a short period of time to inspire armor." Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully at his words. He didn't care that much. It was someone else who needed it that way. He's the man with the system. As soon as he reaches 40 points of intentional energy, he'll be able to upgrade his armor on his own. And now, Lin Yi's intentional energy value was 36, because the party's quest, Challenge 2, was completed. He had increased his intentional energy by another 2 points and his armor strengthening value by 10%. Soon, on the side, Xiaofei heard Lin Yi and Yen Di's conversation and wondered, how come it sounded like this bald big man had something? He stared at Yen Di, and Yen Di felt his gaze. "Kid, don't worry, you're too weak for me to look at you. Dash. Strange shame." Just as he was about to rush up and theorize about it, the welcome voice came eagerly. "Not good. The underworld demons have appeared, and in large numbers." Unsurprisingly, Lufa did send the Psy Devils out in force to cause havoc everywhere in order to collect negative energy faster. "That's 5 directions I've detected now. So split up into groups." A nervous voice was welcomed, and at that moment, she was standing in front of the time and space disk, assigning locations to Lin Yi's 5 people. Kei Shanshan was currently at school and Xiao Tian was at work, so they had to be close enough for them to go to the nearest Psy Devil, while Lin Yi, Fei and Kon were currently at the teppanyaki restaurant. The 3 of them set off from here together. "Welcome. Are there 2 closer together? Let me go to one of them so I can easily back up when the time comes." Linny was thinking about shifting. Of course, and if he could take care of one without any problems, he might have a chance to deal with the other when the time came. Welcome sniffed and probed carefully, then opened his mouth towards him. There is the Fantasia amusement park about 8 or 9 kilometers from the store and the superstore not far from it. Linny nodded his head in understanding, his eyes showing some fire. I'll go to the amusement park and let Dash go to the superstore. This time, if he could kill a few more underworld demons, it was extremely possible to upgrade War God Interdictor with a large increase in his intentional energy. He came to the car and Inferno was already sitting in the passenger seat. Let me go along and see the caliber of the Phantom Legion today. Nodding his head, Lin also didn't say much and immediately quickly rushed to the amusement park. At the same time, Kei Shanshan left the school and headed to a large neighborhood not far from the school. Li Haotian also stopped abruptly on the way to deliver the courier, turned around and headed to another area of the Welcome Inform Fantasy Amusement Park, which is one of the largest amusement parks in Hope. Even though it's not a weekend, the place is still very crowded with tourists, couples, parents and children, seniors, singles, with a dull and boring monotonous life. Everyone needs some beautiful moments to spice things up and to hold the weight of life. But at this point, the amusement park, which should have been filled with laughter, was filled with panic and cries. Boom! Boom boom! A fiery ball of fire was spat out to blast many of the large rides, followed by sudden explosions. The bottom of the massive Ferris wheel exploded with a bang, and the many cockpits around it came to a standstill, and the people inside the doors panicked and began to scream and bang on the hatches in desperation. The merry-go-round was blown right in half, and many of the wooden horses were scorched in the rolling smoke. The bumper cars were blown right out of the sky in a close collision. At the center of the amusement park, a phantom demon was methodically unleashing fireballs that blasted in all directions. He scanned the chaos, panic and hurt around him flatly, as if none of it mattered to him. This underworld demon had a reddish body and a hideous head that resembled a ferocious hissing dragon head. Spectral devil, Kulesk. He was instructed by Lufa to come here to create chaos, as it was an amusement park and many people gathered together. The more negative energy caused by the chaos inside the amusement park, many people fled outside in a hurry. They are the lucky ones, because there are bound to be unfortunate people who will get hurt or die in this mess. A couple was wrapped up in the crowd as well. The man had curly hair and angry eyebrows, and a slightly chubby but robust body. He was holding his girlfriend in his arms at the moment, his pace steady, and there was no fear in his eyes as there was in the eyes of the onlookers. Aku, let's go. It's horrible. Those monsters are out to cause trouble again. It's so hateful. The clean-looking, gentle and kind Lily clung to Korath's arms, her mouth rebuking softly, with residual panic in her eyes. Korath sniffed with a complicated look on his face. After a long struggle, he escorted Lily out to the safety of the outside and turned himself around to head back inside the amusement park. Lily, you go home first. I have something to do and I'll be back in a while. When he returns to the playground when he finds Kulesk, Lin Yi's transformation of Interceptor has already wounded the phantom demon. Interceptor's eyes lit up, and a voice with suppressed anger but still majestic came out. Go and redeem yourself. Cu Wrath saw that a fire torture Chinkuan splash from Interceptor had cut out, directly injuring Cu Lei 6 seriously. Seeing that the Interceptor's certain death technique was about to be unleashed, Kulesk was about to be decapitated. He grit his teeth and watched, struggling for a long time to finally resist rushing out. Stop! Standing in front of the severely injured Kulesk, Korath felt a trance and wondered if he had taken the right or wrong step. One could only hear the opposite side of Xingtian lightly drinking, his brash voice filled with anger. Well, I thought you were good enough to come out and save this thing? Then I'll even kill you with me. Chapter 30, Bodhisattva's Heart. Vajra's means. Dozens of minutes ago, Lin also parked his car outside the amusement park, and as he listened to the panicked shouts coming from inside, and then looked at the people swarming out of the park, his eyes also showed urgency and worry. So many people. Even if the spectral demon didn't cause casualties, I'm afraid that the trampling and collision accidents are also rare. Ignoring Yen Di, who was scanning the surrounding area, Linny tumbled in from the side wall of the amusement park in a single bound. It's impossible to get in through the front door. Listening to the roar coming from the front, he held the Interdictor Summoner in his hand and hurried forward. Within moments, Linny saw Kulesk standing in the open area, as if he was walking idly. He took a few steps forward. The Interdictor Summoner raised, pressed the button, inserted the card and merged it into his belt. At the same time, he had rushed forward, and in just a few steps, the Interdictor's armor appeared in an instant and was worn on top of his torso. A few breaths later, Linny had appeared behind Kulesk. Kulesk felt the wind at his back, sensed something was wrong, and hurriedly turned around to throw a punch. Penal palm. Linny used the momentum of his charge to slap out his palm, colliding with the fist of the underworld demon. Bang! With a loud bang, the powerful forces of both sides collided, immediately setting off a wave of air. Lin Yi stood steadily, staring flatly ahead. Kulesk was knocked back a few steps before he could stand still, and burst out in surprise. Interceptor? Then he thought of Lufa's advice before he set out and took a few steps back again, hissing, "You got here fast. I've only been here a few minutes and you followed me." Lin also noticed his appearance, and then scanned the surrounding area, where the originally good amusement park had been blasted into a battle-damaged version. Not far away there were still people trapped in the ride screaming, but at this point, the spectral demon was being held back, and those people were not in any serious trouble. It's only been a few minutes and this place is devastated. If I come a little later, won't this place be in ruins? Seeing Kulesk's movements, Lin Yi instantly snorted out a laugh. It seems that Lufa was in a real hurry to make you guys even have the courage to face me. Kulesk, who had been backing up, stopped at the words and grunted coldly. Just don't want to waste time with you. Do you think I'm one of those losers from earlier? Your strength is nothing more than that in my opinion. Having just faced off with Lin Yi, he had slightly more confidence in his heart. It took a few steps to blow himself back while he was here. So much for strength. Seeing him stop, Lin Yi's heart stirred, scanning the guy for a few moments before he suddenly shook his head and sighed. Seeing that you have a dragon head on your head, I thought the Red Underworld team could have some backbone, but at this glance you're still a rat. At these words, Kulesk was not pleased on the spot, and he shouted back angrily, "Interceptor! The warriors of my Red Underworld team are all valiant. Don't you dare slander them! Ha ha ha!" Lin Yi laughed out loud, pointing at the underworld demon in front of him and mocking in an extremely contemptuous tone. "You guys? Valor? If you guys were heroic, even the rats would have to be called General Rat. Bunch of freaking cowards." With those few words out of his mouth, the Kulesk in front of him only felt his brain buzzing as if it had exploded. You. He pointed at Lin Yi, and for a moment, he was surprisingly speechless with anger. Behind Lin Yi, Emperor Yan was leaning against the back of a tree in a daze. Is this kid the same one I was talking to in the morning? However, he quickly reacted and looked at the battlefield situation with astonishment, his eyes revealing a strange color. Is it hard to be afraid that the guy from the Red Sticks team will run away? Using this kind of trash talk to provoke the underworld demon, and it's still the most violent and irritable Red Underworld. This underworld demon is afraid that it's now going to fight to the death and not back down. Over here, Lin Yi slowly stepped forward, his mouth still not stopping. You what? Even Basadi of the original Purple Underworld team dared to fight me instead of running away when we met. Is it wrong to say that your Red Underworld team is nothing more than rats and can't be called warriors? Lin Yi calmly delivered the final blow. Kulesk felt his body filled with anger, his blood rushing almost to the top of his head. Kill this guy. At once, he stepped forward and charged towards Lin Yi, power brewing in both fists, wanting to blow Lin Yi away. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Lin Yi was also nonchalant, and his right hand crossed from the card box on his waist side, holding it with one hand in a false grip. Flaming sword. Seeing that the underworld demon had come close and thrown a punch, Lin also held the fire torture sword in both hands and slashed downwards, chopping at his chest. Giggle. Before Kulesk's fist could touch down Lin Yi, the leather armor on his chest was chopped out of sparks, and his whole body flew backwards. It had to be said that he was indeed stronger than the few spectral demons that Lin Yi had previously sealed. After being hacked out, Kulesk immediately regained his footing, his demonic aura overflowing around his body as he took out his weapon with both hands in a false grip. Blast Cave Blade. With a furious roar, he held the strangely shaped weapon and chopped down several slashes in the air towards Lin Yi. Several dark blades she appeared all of a sudden, slashing straight at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was slightly surprised for a split second before the pyroclastic sword in his hand swiftly blocked, blasting away several of the blade chi. I have to admit, you do look a lot better than the cows and sheep that came before you. Intentional energy coalesced, and Lin Yi smiled softly towards Kulesk as his body moved at will. Shift. In an instant, his body appeared behind the underworld demon, and then his left hand, the fire torture palm, slapped down fiercely. Boom! The strong force blasted at the back of the underworld demon, and the blow instantly knocked the latter to the ground. Ah! A scream escaped Kulesk's mouth and awe appeared in his heart. Lin also did not stop. His right hand fire punishment sword downward slash, once again hit him with fire, his body to crack, being nearly beheaded by a sword. Kulesk's originally upturned hot blood quickly cooled. He rolled out on the ground, feeling the sharp pain inside his body, and gritting his teeth, he was about to flee towards the outside. Lin Yi's face didn't change in the slightest, he just changed his weapon at a rapid pace. The card of the pyroclasmic rapid fire gun inserted into the summoner. Pyrotechnic rapid fire. At that moment, the form of the pyrotechnic sword in his hand changed, The machinery was assembled at a rapid pace. The hilt of the sword was transformed into the hilt of the gun, and the gun was gulped out. Trying to escape now? Late. He held his pyroclasmic rapid gun and quickly sent out a few shots towards the fleeing spectral demon in front of him. The firebomb thuds out, hitting Kulesk with flying colors. The strong blasts and explosions directly knocked him to the ground, and he could no longer escape. Linny stood not far away, his eyes filled with the colors of majesty and justice. The blue-eye armor of Interdictor's armor lit up as he looked around at the swords around him and listened to the weeping in his ears, his voice coming out flat in his anger. Go and redeem yourself. The fire torture sword was transformed out, and Linny held the rapier as flaming sword chi erupted out. Fire torture Qiankuan split. Boom! The crimson blazing sword chi blasted the underworld demon, and its entire body was ablaze with nothingness, already on the verge of death. Linny retrieved the fire torture sword and slowly stepped forward, and as the criminal heavenly certainty technique was about to be brewed and executed, a shout suddenly came. Stop! Kor Wrath quickly stepped in front of Kulesk from the corner. This was his oldest subordinate, and even more so, a comrade in arms for countless years. There was really no way he could watch his opponent get killed. Lin Yi's eyes first revealed some surprise. Of course he recognized who this was, and understood that the three captains of the Underworld Legion were all considered to be underworld devils with a conscience. However, in an instant, the plainness returned to his eyes, with killing intent brewing within them. You can see everything here, and I'm sure you're aware of what he's done, but you still want to stand in my way. Lin also hadn't fought a third-grade captain-level Psi Devil yet, and he didn't know if he could, but in his heart, he must have gotten rid of this bad breath today. He looked to Kor Wrath and his brash voice traveled in all directions. Great! I thought you were good enough to run out and save this thing, then I'll even kill you with me. When Kor Wrath heard Lin Yi's words, the look that was still somewhat entangled and struggling disappeared, and a murderous aura appeared on his face. Yen Di stood behind the tree, listening to Lin Yi Ling Li's words. His eyes instantly lit up as he commented, "It's really Bodhisattva's heart and Vidra's means." Chapter 31, Summoning the Vajra to reveal his strategy. 8 shifted to battle the Wrath. When Kor Wrath heard Lin Yi's words, the entanglements and struggles suddenly disappeared. He threw his head back and let out a furious cry. Furious red energy spilled out in all directions, and in an instant, his body transformed into a spectral demon. Kor Wrath is reddish in color, clad in ancient battle armor, bullhorn helmets, and heart shields wrapped around vital parts. His head was like a demonic beast, with narrow red eyes and a pair of large horns on both sides. At first glance it looked like a large horned bull. Captain, Kulesk behind him shouted excitedly. At this moment, Kuz transformed into a spectral demon, ignoring the voice behind him, as if the hostility from 1,000 years ago had resurfaced. He raised his hand to point at Linny and opened his mouth to scold. That's quite a mouthful. I just don't know how capable you are. Linny disarmed the interdictor armor, his starry eyes blazing, his handsome features murderous, no less than Kurath, black and white, cranky and reckless. Not good enough. It is true that if it is not my kind, its heart will be different. Originally, Linny had some thoughts about the 3 Psi captains, and he was well aware that those 3 didn't share Lufa's philosophy, but he argued about signs regardless of heart, and since the guy in front of him was going to stand up for himself, let's do it. In his heart, Kor Wrath knew that it was Kulesk who had done wrong, but he didn't want his men to die, even if they had done wrong. To put it bluntly, he wouldn't feel pity for strange blue stars. At this moment, when he heard Linny say that, he also opened his mouth and said towards Linny, I just didn't want him to die. You're the one who went too far and had to kill him. Linny sniffed with a cold smile and took out his Vajra armor summoner. Kor Wrath is a power psionic demon, and would be more targeted using Vajra. I don't care to reason with you. You don't deserve to hear it. Vajra armor. Merge. He pressed the adamantium armor summoner and inserted the summoning card into the summoner and merged it into his belt. Then the 2 fists collided, and the arms and body became the heaven and earth giant force style. In a flash of energy, the adamantine armor appeared on his torso from the virtual to the real. What? Kor Wrath was taken aback when he saw that Linny had actually summoned the adamantine armor. The armor he used at the beginning was the adamantine armor, and at this moment, some feelings arose. Vajra armor. This kid actually has a suit of armor? When Emperor Yen saw that Lin also blinked and transformed into adamantine armor again, he also revealed a look of astonishment, and then he muttered to himself, didn't say there was other armor. Over here, Linny had already held his anger. His intentional energy coalesced and he manipulated the adamantine armor to attack directly towards Kor Wrath. Kor Wrath was also not the least bit weak. Immediately striding forward, the 2 directly collided together. Boom! The 2 fists collided, the same like a mountain of huge power collision. At once both sides were shocked backward. Captain level sure is something. Lin Yi's heart fluttered as he gathered his strength and threw another punch straight out. Bang! He threw a punch at Kirath's chest, and the powerful force immediately sent sparks flying from his opponent. At the same time, Kirath's fist crashed into the adamantium armor's chest. Lin also only felt a huge force coming, followed by a rapid onslaught of pain. Mud! I have to teach you a lesson today. Lin Yi was fuming in his heart, and immediately took large strides towards the front, his fist swinging as he battled with Kirath. In an instant, the two bodies collided and separated, and the sound of roaring was unceasing. Yendi looked at the two sides of the deadly battle in front of him, some emotion showing in his eyes. One of Lufa's three major vice-generals. This kid can actually reach this level in a short time. If it's on my Inferno Star, I think it should shine brightly. Inferno Star. Thinking of Yen Xing, Yendi's eyes were so deep that he couldn't see to the end at a glance. In the middle of the field, after another collision, Lin also stepped back. His right hand flew across from his waist, and his weapon card flew out and disappeared into the summoner. Exploding thunder drill. Instantly, the explosive thunder drill flew out of his right arm, and the sound of the thunder drill roaring came out. Not far away, Cu Rat's eyes were crimson, not lagging behind in the slightest, and with a pull of his hands out of thin air, an ancient double-bladed axe appeared in his hands. Axe of the Angry Dragon. Lin Yi stepped forward with his drill in hand and instantly blasted out with a strike. The raging dragon axe blocked through, and was shaken away by Lin Yi's gritted teeth as the drill bit drilled hard into Kirath's shoulder. At once, the piercing sound of thunder diamonds rubbing against leather armor appeared, accompanied by the firelight. Kirath's shoulders deflected away. However, the raging dragon axe slashed down in a smooth manner, cutting into the shoulder armor on the side of the adamantine armor. Lin also felt a weight on his body, and then rolled on the ground to avoid the follow-up attack. And Cu Rath gasped and took a few steps back. Both sides had switched places by now. At that moment, Lin Yi summoned another weapon card, and the explosive thunder drill on his arm assembled and transformed into an explosive thunder cannon at a rapid pace. Not far away, Kirath was alert in his mind and blocked the double-bladed axe in his hand. Lin Yi, on the other hand, hooked the corner of his mouth without moving his eyes, and the explosive thunder cannon in his hand was ready to fire. No good. Kirath sensed something was wrong. His gaze shifted to the severely injured Kulesk not far behind Lin Yi, and immediately his complexion changed drastically as he shouted urgently, "Duck!" Kulesk was bewildered for a split second when he heard Kirath's shout, and before he could react, Lin Yi instantly turned around, his long-prepared explosive thunder cannon aimed at him. "I told you, you can't get away." With a light shout, the explosive thunder cannon in his hand instantly sent out a majestic and explosive electromagnetic thunder cannon. Vajra Chaos Wave. Boom! A muffled thunderous popping sound came out, accompanied by Kulesk's screams, where it suddenly exploded. 2.5 seconds later, a reddish-red tesseract of genetic codes hovered in the air. Kirath stood not far away and watched the scene, his breathing gradually increasing as he spoke angrily. "Good calculation. You switched to adamantium armor on purpose." A strike from a burst lightning cannon stored up is much more powerful than an attack from a pyroclasmic rapid-fire lance. And while there is indeed a reason why the Vajra armor power defense is convenient for battling Kirath, it's a small part of Lin's idea for using Vajra. Ha! If I say I'll let you die, you'll die. Using shift to skewer Kirath to kill this guy in the middle of a high-intensity fight? That's not realistic. Precision strikes can only be accomplished by changing your position as you fight and come back into range. Vajra means, true to its name. Lin also stepped forward to absorb the genetic code, and Kirath didn't stop it. There's no way to stop it. And there's no point in stopping it. He's got to pay for what he's done. Of course, as does everyone else. As you are, so am I. Lin also disarmed his adamantine armor and calmly looked at Cu Rath. Kirath looked up at the young-looking but calm and cunning, handsome but ruthless Blue Star man not far away and spoke out coldly. "You can make him pay, but you don't have the strength to mind my business. We're all at the captain's level of strength. Who's afraid?" However, Lin Yi's intentional energy within his body at this time increased once again. 39. It's just a hair's breadth away from being able to upgrade the armor. Lin Yi played with the game console in his hand, looked at Kuruz and opened his mouth to taunt. Rebellion from the Psi Core is not complete, nor is integration into the Blue Planet, and those like you are doomed to tragedy. Kirath was shocked at his words, feeling as if he had been stripped naked all over and seen through. He mused and then put away his weapon, thinking that Lin had also given up the fight because neither one could take anyone. However, Lin Yi raised his head, and the familiar arrogance in his eyes reappeared. "Mud. I'll fuck you when I say I will." The interdictor summoner was inserted into the belt, instantly completing the transformation. He then glanced in the direction of Yendi, his body's intent energy condensing like a blazing sun. And then, boom, it exploded. The energy glow around the interdictor's armor exploded, and the armor seemed to have a halo. Linny gave a middle finger towards the front, and a slightly raspy and manic voice appeared. 8. Move. Boom. With a manic intent energy that appeared like a phantom. In an instant, Cu Wrath saw the 8 hinds surrounding him, and in the next moment countless palms stretched out. Bang bang bang. An endless number of palms bombarded the area, a force that instantly injured Cu Wrath. He grits his teeth and focuses his energy, putting all his strength into defense, but there were actually a couple slaps in his face. It's too much of a bully. By the time the 8-bit shift was over, Kurath had been beaten to the point where his body was turtled, and his face, which had reverted to its human form, was covered in bruises and swellings. Linny could still barely maintain his armor form, but he was powerless to attack anymore. Core Wrath covered his chest, trembled and touched his face, then opened his mouth in indignation, as if he wanted to say something. Pust. A mouthful of blood spurted out and he fell to his knees. Chapter 32, Life and Death Regardless. A wonderful use of trash talk. Seeing Cu Wrath become like this, Linny burst out laughing. He was about to taunt a few times, but his body went limp and his armor disintegrated instantly and he also dropped to one knee. Senpai? Elder. He was busy shouting towards a large tree not far away. An inferno slowly came over that way. Arriving in front of Linny, Yendi looked at the face that Linny revealed that was admiring and sincere to him, as if it was two people from the one who had previously calculated to violently beat up the underworld demon. He looked down with some complexity on his face, as if with some melancholy. You know how to move in 8 places too? Linny nodded obediently. Learned that in the last 2 days too? Lin also nodded curtly again. The speechless Yendi wrinkled his brows and finally gave Linny a hand to lift him up, saying, promise me one thing. Fight me when your strength is raised to its limit. He twisted his head to meet Linny's well-behaved gaze and added solemnly, live or die. Lin also widened his eyes slightly. Life or death? Then I'll fuck you up. Oh, or you fuck me to death. Ding. Trigger the daily quest, life and death regardless. Life and death regardless, when strength is raised to the limit. He fights against Yendi. Promise this pact. Reward, skill, magnetic field of heaven, earth and humans. Follow-up, duel and victory over Emperor Yen. Quest reward, the belonging of the Yen Star and the position of the Yen Star's leader. Linny looked at the words on the panel in front of him, then looked up at the bald man and nodded with a thump. Yendi's word was his word, which meant that before Linny's strength was raised to its limit, he would definitely not harm and should also help him appropriately. And Boss Yen is atmospheric. At that time, if you accidentally get Boss Yen killed, adding so much intentional energy not to mention the gift of the Yen Star and the army, Linny just wanted to shout to the heavens right now. Boss Atmosphere. As for when his strength really exceeded that of Emperor Yen, wouldn't that life and death still be under his control? But this system has also learned to draw big cakes now. You want to surpass Yendi? Galactic first. What's the matter? It's been a while. I have a system that can't be reasoned with. While Linny and Yendi were exchanging friendly words, on the other side of the room, Ku Wrath had been confused the moment he saw Yendi. Yen? Emperor Yen? He almost pissed himself. Okay? When they attacked the Inferno Star, this one was invincible, and Lufa used I don't know how many underhanded traps before capturing this one, ultimately leading to the collapse of the Inferno Star in one fell swoop. How did you get out? Wasn't it in jail? The Inferno Emperor took a look at Ku Wrath, and his powerful aura caused the already severely injured man to slump straight to the ground. Linny was being carried in Yendi's hands. He glanced at Yendi and then at Ku Wrath, and suddenly some sinister and murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Elder, this guy is one of Lufa's 3 lieutenants. Why don't we get him killed? He couldn't move anymore, but Emperor Yen could do this with complete ease. The body of Cu Wrath, who was lying on the ground, trembled when he heard Linny's words. He was truly afraid of being stomped to death by Yendi. Lily, he was yearning for and loving his current Blue Star life. It was a pity that Linny hadn't heard him say that, otherwise he would have been able to spray him to death. Yearning? Aspire to your fucking letting those things destroy? It's just a selfish desire. Amidst Ku Wrath's nervousness and Linny's anticipation, Yendi didn't even look at Ku Wrath, and after glancing sideways at the far wall, he turned around and carried Linny away. Kill him? A little vice general of the Psi Corps dirtying my hands. At the sound of the long blaring siren, Kuratha's body relaxed and closed his eyes in reassurance. Along the way, Linny was nestled in the passenger side, watching Yendi skillfully and frantically driving the sports car faster and faster, and he couldn't stand it anymore. So weakly he spoke. Seniors, you don't have a driver's license. Yendi twisted his head to look at him, and Linny, who was in his most vulnerable period, suddenly had his mouth shut and his eyes closed. Returning to the teppanyaki restaurant, the crowd had returned by now. Lin is also the last one. seeing Linny being carried back with a bodyguard like big man beside him. The crowd looked at him in surprise. Xingtian went up and picked Linny up, helping him sit on the sofa, and then he invited Yen Di to sit down as well before inquiring, "And this is?" Linny waved his hand. "It's fine, a senior who can be trusted." Trust? Originally, Emperor Yen, who had just sat down, was giving a pleased and appreciative look to Xingtian's understanding, and when he heard Lin Yi's words, he instantly looked at him sideways again, before retracting his gaze as if nothing had happened and closing his eyes to rest his mind. Let's start with what everyone else is experiencing. Linny scanned the surroundings, and without realizing it, he had already asked a question as a leader. The crowd around them didn't feel anything wrong and opened their mouths to spit. Kong was originally playing a game when he heard the query. He put his adamantium armor summoner down on the table and opened his mouth irritably. "I just went to meet that spectral demon, and before I could summon my armor to fight, the guy escaped by burrowing into the ground." Xiao Tian nodded as well, and he looked at Lin Yi with a slightly grave expression. "Although I had a few moves with the spectral demon, I can't stop him alone if he wants to leave." Lin Yi wasn't too surprised when he heard that. Apparently Lufa did use the tactic of scattering his attacks. He looked to his side at Kazan, who shook her head at him. "Me too." Chagrin and indignation also emanated from Dash, who was sitting across the table, and he lightly pounded the table. "The guy I saw, he actually laughed at me after he circled me and then ran through a wall." At the words of the crowd are surprised to look at Fei. "No wonder he is so angry." Kong laughed and raised an eyebrow at Fei. "Is it that the spectral demon sees that you can't do it? The one I've seen doesn't even dare to fight me." Fei glared at Kong and tilted his head slightly to provoke him. "Then let's have a fight?" Excitement appeared in Xiao Gang's eyes, and he was about to agree, when Lin Yi's calm and waveless voice interrupted him. "You two have so much energy, why don't you have a go at me?" At once, the two men shut up. Lin Yi frowned and looked around, regretfully. "Then it seems I'm the only one who sealed the spectral demon." The crowd also guessed the result when they saw him come back like this, and they welcomed some doubtful questions towards Lin Yi. "The spectral demon you saw didn't run away?" Logically speaking, seeing Lin Yi is the most important thing to run off. Lin also pursed his lips, his face full of tangled and thoughtful colors. He was thinking about what to say about this matter. "Say you're too strong? You have a magnetic field on yourself, and the Psy Devil doesn't even want to run when he sees it? No way, it's too unreal. No way, we're on the same front. You're still hiding." Seeing that Lin Yi didn't say anything, Xiao Gang immediately urged. Sitting next to Lin Yi, Xingtian's beautiful and attractive face revealed a thoughtful color. She vaguely guessed what, already silently covering his face to show his unbearable color. Xiao Tian didn't notice Xingtian's expression as he looked towards Lin Yi and opened his mouth with a straight face to persuade Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, if you really have a good solution, share it so that we can all use it together and also seal the underworld demon faster." Lin also. "It's not that I don't want to talk about it, it's just that it's not something you can use." The Yen Emperor, who was sitting on the other side of Lin Yi, had a look of impatience on his face at this time as he opened his eyes and glanced at his side, saying impatiently, "What's there to hide?" Lin Yi had already expected something, and suddenly his teeth ached. Sure enough, the next second Yen Di continued. "He has nothing special to do, just trash talk to enrage the phantom devil." The cursing spectral demon's anger got the better of him and he took the initiative to attack towards him. Then he took the opportunity to seal it. "Welcome, Goten." Fei and Kong looked at each other. How sharp does this trash talk have to be? It's the only way to get the phantom devil all up in your head and end up losing your life. Xingtian lowered her head to cover her face, and Lin Yi emptied himself with a straight face, pretending that this had nothing to do with him. Chapter 33, Yendi. He knows armor too, ERP's call. Inside the Huan Teppanyaki restaurant, there was silence at that moment. Cough. Lin Yi coughed dryly and was about to open his mouth to explain. "You can't. This way. Don't talk." Welcome raised his hand to interrupt Lin Yi, his face filled with a serious look of contemplation. "I'm thinking. For the first time, I learned what it means to have a bad word in June." Lin Yi. Ba Wang Group. Inside the secret room, Lufa looked down at the returning Psy Devils below and had realized that one was missing. "What's going on?" Lufa bellowed angrily. "Kulesk the punk. Tell him to leave as soon as he sees the armor. How can he still be sealed?" The spectral demons below all bowed their heads, their hearts all filled with thoughts. It was at this moment that a purple mist shuttled in from outside the wall and manifested itself as a solid body. This spectral demon was covered in purple leather armor with blue stripes covering it, and part of its body was similarly clad in battle armor. The top of his head was grotesque, like a decapitated demonic bloom or a sharp, fleshy bun. The eyes were purple, and the clown-like face had a vaguely cunning color. "General, I've made a major discovery." He knelt on one knee in front of Lufa, positioned in front of all the spectral demons. Lufa looked down at his subordinates and spoke indifferently. Baloo, what did you find? Baloo looked up, some excitement in his voice, but also fear. General, after Kulesk's delayed return, I traveled to where he was. I found Captain Korath and Emperor Yen. When these words came out, the grey robes trembled slightly, and the entire chamber fell silent. It was a long time before Lufa's raspy voice continued to come out. Inferno Emperor, are you sure? How could he have gotten out of a gravity-free, high-magnetism prison without this general's unlocking? Baloo's voice was sure, and he clasped his fists and bowed his head. General, it's Yendi. Captain Korath recognized him too. Korath? Lufa muttered to himself, then sneered. Why did he show up? I thought he had forgotten his identity. Baru sniffed and also passed out a laugh that contained malice. Because Kulesk, that fool, was enraged by Interceptor. As Interceptor was about to seal him, Captain Korath rushed out. In the end, Kulesk was sealed, and both Interceptor and Captain Kojinsky were defeated. Lufa's grey robes flipped as he listened, and Baloo stood before him, bowing his head slightly. You saw all this, and the Inferno Emperor was nearby? I'm surprised he didn't notice you? Baloo sniffed with a slight hesitation and some uncertainty. I don't know, subordinate, but I think it must have gone unnoticed. Otherwise how could I have come back alive? Lufa shook his head slightly. You haven't angered him. He wouldn't care to kill a weakling like you. Grey robes fluttering, Lufa stood in front of him not knowing what to think. After a long time, his cold voice came out. Summon Kirath to me. Hopefully the downtown hospital. Kirath was lying on a bed inside the hospital room with a number of tubes and instruments still attached to his arm. He had woken up and was staring silently at the wall in front of him, wondering what he was thinking. In the chair on the side of the hospital bed, Lily was sitting on it, looking at Kirath with a distraught face. She grumbled heartily under her breath as she held Kirath's hand in one and carefully stroked Kirath's swollen cheek with the other. What the hell? So heartless that he purposely punched you in the face while you were accidentally knocked unconscious. This is Kirath's explanation of his girlfriend. It's okay, Lily. I'll be back soon. Korath came back to his senses and turned his head to comfort his girlfriend. Lily nodded her head even though there was still worry on her clear features, and grabbed Korath as she did so, her face full of dependence. Korath had some smile on his face when he saw this. At that moment, the door to this ward was opened and a young man in a black hoodie walked in. He was slightly chubby in appearance, with a constant smile on his face, and his eyes occasionally flashed with the slightest purple aura. The man, under the astonished gaze of Kirath and Lily, came to Kirath's hospital bed and bent down slightly in a gesture. You are? Lily opened her mouth to inquire, but Korath gazed carefully at the visitor. The man stared at Korath, suddenly showing a respectful smile, releasing a wisp of his own breath and opening his mouth. Captain. Korath's face changed drastically at the words, feeling the wisp of aura. He subconsciously sat up with some caution on his face. What are you doing here? The man in front of him was a human possessed by Baloo walking Hope City, called Little King. On the side, Lily sniffed with surprise on her face, not understanding why this person was calling her boyfriend Captain. She looked to Kirath, who had a collected look on his face and deliberately regained his composure. He smiled first and explained to Lily. Ha ha, this is a co-worker from my previous job. A group. I'm the captain, and he just got used to calling it that. It was then that Korath looked to Baru and spoke in a deep voice. Why? What are you doing here? Baloo smiled, making a point of glancing at Lily beside Korath before speaking. It's like this, Captain. I was told from above to talk to you and meet him sometime. It's been a while since we've all seen each other, hasn't it? The uneasiness in his heart intensified as Korath sniffed. It was clear to him that it was the earlier strike that had exposed him, but having been discovered by the general, he knew well enough of Lufa's methods that it was no longer possible to hide. I know. I'll go back when I recover. Korath responded and then stopped paying attention to Baloo, laying back down and closing his eyes. What flashed through his mind was Linyi's mocking and angry scolding of him. Inside the teppanyaki restaurant, Linyi sat up straight and scanned the crowd present, so he simply stopped pretending as he spread his hands. The method was told to you, but you see you can't use it, so the only thing left to do is to raise your strength. He patted the Yendi beside him and solemnly introduced himself. In the absence of the arrival of the art cultivator, you may all ask the senior for advice. It wouldn't be bad to learn a trick or two. Yendi opened his eyes at the words and looked at Linyi, his rigid face without the slightest expression. Linyi wasn't the least bit vain, and he was busy using the Ares transmission technique to make a pact with Yendi. Elder, as long as you're still on the blue planet, barbecue and beer and food and a house, I'm all in. Eat what you want, drink what you want. Emperor Yen nodded his head expressionlessly and similarly transmitted his voice back. Deal. Fei had already met Yendi, but was not yet clear on what this one could do. so he immediately raised an eyebrow and asked, "Consult him? Who is he to know about armor too?" On the sidelines, Kong blared in the same way and opened his mouth. Looking at his physique, I shouldn't be able to beat him in a straight fight. But summoning armor? I think it says whoever wants to pay can pay. Lin Yi's eyes had widened when he heard these two big brothers' words, which were like provocations in front of the richest man in the world. Who's this? He knows about money too? When Emperor Yen heard the words of these two juniors in front of him, his eyes glared and his intent energy exploded out. Boom! Strong intent energy pressed towards Kong and Fei, and the two snapped their heads mounted on the table, their faces coming into close contact with the tabletop, as if there was an infinite mountain pressing on their bodies. Both of their mouths could not be opened, and they could only explain anxiously in a vague manner. Quan generation. Whoops who? After so much as a moment, everyone in the room instantly realized that this was a great god. Emperor Yen stood up, lifting both of them up as he sneered. Two losers? What a disgrace to my Inferno Star armor. I'll help you next. He grabbed Dash and Kong and was about to head to the backyard. Welcoming the sudden ringing of her cell phone, she picked it up and listened for a few moments, her face quickly showing surprise and amazement. She put down her cell phone and scanned over the crowd, finally looking at Lin Yi and opening her mouth in surprise. A call from Jinghai City. It is said to be the base ERP of the armor warriors of Jinghai City. Come to exchange recent news with us. It says something about light and shadow armor, as if they want us to go to the Sea of Silence to help. Chapter 34. Nowadays, the universe of heaven and earth, King's Landing, see 5 elements. The words of welcome fell, and those present showed surprise and amazement. Yen Di also sat down again, the same look of interest in his eyes. Armored warriors from other regions? Same armor as ours? Now that there are different monsters popping up in every area, people are taking care of themselves and going to them? A few people were talking, and some excitement flashed in Ling Yi's eyes. Jinghai City? 5 elements of light and shadow armor. He was just as curious. Welcome also showed concern as she spoke somewhat helplessly. I've used the time and space disk to probe the space and time of heaven and earth earlier, as well as the Aries prediction technique, and the results all show that the space and time of heaven and earth are in chaos. Heaven and earth energy revival spurt. I do not know how many demons and monsters on the whole planet are revived together to make trouble. Lin Yi was speechless. In his opinion, this place was a chaotic parallel time and space. Bad things are rushing together. What demons and monsters all fucking came out together? Yen Di also closed his eyes when he heard Welcome say that, and cast his secret technique after his intent energy coalesced. 2.5 seconds later, he opened his eyes with a rare solemn look and some emotion. I can't believe I wouldn't have realized it if this little girl hadn't said. Just now, I used Yenxing's unique probing and prediction techniques, and I can only sense that this was the result of the operation of the universe of heaven and earth. It seems that even the lines of fate and future change intertwine. Lin Yi looked at Yen Di in surprise, not expecting this one to actually be able to probe so much. Chaos, pound for pound, overlap, conflict. Emperor Yen spoke calmly, but there was a fiery color in his eyes. What a time of doom, strife and radiance. Perhaps, more powerful people can be found that weren't there before. He found another reason to stay here. Lin Yi didn't think about it so much. He turned his head towards Welcome and spread his hands and said, invite us to Jinghai? What about Lufa alive? Is it hard to believe that he went after Jinghai? Hey, speaking of which, Lin Yi's own eyes lit up. Good idea. Kei Shanshan guessed that Lin Yi had thought of something else when she saw the way his eyes were glowing. She slapped Lin Yi on the arm and glared at him as she opened her mouth. And then what? Letting those Psi Devils collect negative energy here with impunity? Restore the Psi core to the strength it had at full victory? Welcome also glared at Lin Yi and immediately blurted out. No way Lin Yi. I still think that even though you have quite a few problems, you're at least a character. But it turns out that you actually want to run away? Lin Yi rolled his eyes, speechless. I was just kidding. Of course he could leave. But Kei Shanshan, Welcome, Xiao Tian and Xiao Fei, they were definitely not leaving. This is their hometown with family and friends. Spectral demons attacked everywhere, and everyone was at risk of being victimized. However, things cannot be left here is not a way, but the laborer must be ahead of time to the Jiang. Walking can be. All the good stuff has to be found first. Shaking his head, Lin also returned to the situation at hand. Although I'm interested in the so-called 5 elements armor, it will have to come after settling Lufa and the Spectral Legion. At that moment, however, the Welcome cell phone rang again. It's still the Jinghai side. Welcome picked up the phone after informing Lin Yi of them, and then a few words seemed to be said within the phone, and Welcome's eyes widened as he said, to speak to Lin also? She looked to Lin Yi, who also came to be interested and nodded. Come on, give me the phone. I'll hear what they want to tell me. Welcome sullenly handed his cell phone to Lin Yi, but took the opportunity to turn on the speaker. Lin also didn't care and spoke calmly after taking the call. I'm Lin Yi. Upon hearing Lin Yi's voice, a warm, crisp yet soft woman's voice came from the other side of the phone. Hello Mr. Lin Yi, this is. Before the opposite party could finish speaking, Lin Yi's calm voice came out. Call me Lin Yi, or Mr. Lin Yi. The woman across the table visibly froze for a moment, but she seemed very educated and spoke again with enthusiasm. Hello, Lin Yi. I'm the head of the ERP research office in Jinghai City. Seemingly feeling that the title Mr. Lin Yi was a bit of a mismatch for Lin Yi's age, she chose the title Lin Yi. My name is Mei Jin. Lin Yi interrupted the introduction of the woman across from him and opened his mouth to say the other party's name. Just as soon as he heard the voice on the phone, he knew who it was. Mainly because ERP doesn't seem to have any other women either. This interruption from Lin Yi instantly caused Mei Jin on the opposite side to be surprised once again. She didn't expect Lin Yi to actually know her name. The problem is that in the investigation, wasn't this armor summoner previously a college student who had just started college? And over here, the others around Lin Yi were also a bit surprised. Kei Shanshan and Welcome's eyebrows were raised, and a murderous aura was evident in their eyes, not knowing what they were thinking. Mei Jin laughed, her light and peaceful voice reappearing. Lin Yi, you really surprised me. Is it convenient to ask how you know my name? Lin also laughed and teased. Beauty, don't you know my name too? Mei Jin, who was standing in the research room answering the phone, flinched again at the words, and she quirked an eyebrow, unsure of how to respond. Didn't you say you just started college? College students are so precocious nowadays. She then subconsciously skipped over the topic, as she had investigated Lin Yi using satellites and many other energies. The main reason was that Lin Yi was the most active and exposed armor summoner in Hope City anymore. It's not hard for anyone with a heart to find out, except that Lin Yi ran away a long time ago and no one else could find him. The main reason I called today was to invite you to come to our Jinghai City. There are a lot of differences between your armor and our 5 elements of light and shadow armor, so I'm sure there will be a lot of interesting findings when you compare them, and I'm sure you'll be able to excel wherever you belong. Mei Jin's voice was soft and knowing, and as the female head of ERP, she was very good at persuading people. The Welcome standing across from Lin Yi's face was on the verge of raising his eyebrows when he heard Mei Jin's words. Arrogant. It is really arrogant. Digging up people in front of others. She is at least this side of the bright side of the head of the bar. Although basically no one listens to her, I guess. Lin also laughed out loud when he heard Mei Jin's words. Of course he would go over there. He was eager to experience the 5 elements armor and Emperor Man. Just for now. Ding. Trigger the daily quest, King's Landing. King's Landing agreed to Mei Jin's invitation to travel to Jinghai City in January. Quest reward, 5 elements bloodline plus 10%, armor strengthening value, 10%. At that exact moment, Mei Jin also continued. If you agree. Lin also. I understand that you are currently just starting college, and your school is training for a specialized degree. Our side can find a way to provide you with a guaranteed place in Jinghai University. As soon as these words came out, Kei Shanshan instantly tilted her pretty face up with pride. She naturally noticed her best sister's exasperation, and now she was about to let it out. Humph, my schoolboy. Lin Yi, he would have been able to move up to a college of the same caliber and wouldn't have needed to bail out at all. He's not going to say yes. She gave Welcome a reassuring look after she finished speaking, and Welcome's heart warmed at the sight. In the next second, Lin Yi spoke decisively. Okay, fine. 3 simple words. Kei Shanshan playful face of pride crushed. Welcome just warm heart instantly frozen. Reveal Lin Yi's current panel at the end of the chapter, otherwise some of my brothers will forget his value. P.S. I will never admit that I am the one who can't remember it anymore. Never. Personal panel. Lin Yu, 1955. Chinese-American physicist, astronomer and mathematician. Body, 5, normal adult 5. Summoning armor bonus. Intentional energy increase synchro boost. Intentional energy, 10, plus 29, commoner 5. Gifted 10. Expected 40 for armor upgrade. Combat skill, 8, out of 10. Can be improved by practicing in real battles. 5 elements bloodline, 20%. Armor enhancement value, 30%, 100% can choose to enhance a pair of armor. Number of tasks completed, 9, redeemable items. Quest redemption list, Hope Edition, for other versions to unlock. Please go to your region. Number of quests completed *5. Can be exchanged, Vidra armor / flying shadow armor *1. Number of quests completed *10. Can be exchanged for, Interdictor's armor *1 / armor enhancement value of 20%. Number of quests completed *15. Can be exchanged, Spectral physique / Ares combat technique. The following levels are slightly lower and cannot be viewed. Number of tasks completed *****. Can be exchanged, Shura armor *1. Number of missions completed asterisk asterisk asterisk. Redeemable, alphas asterisk 1. The documentary history of Vajra and Pestle. Chapter 35, Large Chain Quest, The End of the Eye. Unlike Kei Shanshan and Welcome, Mi Jin's eyes in the research room showed intense joy. She was just giving it a try. And she didn't think it would really work? Is one really so gifted in persuasion? Mi Jin was already fantasizing about how wonderful it would be after Lin Yi's arrival. Research what the difference is between his armor and the 5 elements of light and shadow armor over here. And how do the two compare in terms of battle power? And in this way, this side to deal with the action is becoming more and more obvious. Cannot resist the shadow world can also be an additional force. Before the fantasy was over, Lin Yi's voice came again. It'll take a while though, a month I think, just to settle my college transfer along with it. Hearing that, Mei Jin's face showed some loss. She was all ready to study Lin Yi. It's okay. But she didn't dare to refute it, fearing that Lin Yi would backtrack all of a sudden. She had just heard it, and there seemed to be 2 soul sisters across the street as well. Lin Yi, you have to come soon. Before hanging up the phone, Mi Jin's soft and somewhat playful voice came out as a final layer of insurance. Inside the teppanyaki restaurant, the atmosphere was grim. Xiao Tian and Xiao Fei were all a bit uncomfortable, favoring Yan Di, who turned around at that moment and opened his mouth towards Lin Yi. I thought you were going to be leaving this. Take me with you when you go over there. I'd like to see some of the other armor as well. Lin also nodded stiffly. The 2 grim gazes at his side sent chills straight down his spine. Oh, what about going to Jinghai City in a month? Our interceptor is really confident that he can solve the problem of Lufa and the underworld demon in a month. Welcome stared straight at Lin Yi, his eyes so cold that it looked like he could directly freeze to death. Lin Yi sniffed and laughed dryly, then explained towards the crowd. With the urgency of Lufa today, the likelihood of his resurrection in the short term is great. 1 month. Not that we're in a hurry. Rather, he was in a hurry. Anxious to be resurrected. Anxious to find the Gundam pestle and mortar. Anxious to find the Shura armor. And using many preparations to defeat the crowd to take the energy crystal. Hearing Lin Yi's analysis, Xiao Tian and the rest of them also understood the urgency of the situation, naturally understanding that a month was not just empty words. Welcome to the betrayal of Lin Yi. Although there is still some resentment, but at this point she had nothing more to say. At that moment, another gentle and soft but secretly murderous voice appeared. Alas, it turns out that the school you've always wanted to go to is Jinghai University. I'm really incompetent as a school sister. No wonder you don't listen to me and don't go to school. So you want to go to Shizumi. And yes, there is a soul sister there who likes you a lot. Hearing these words, Lin Yi immediately went cold, feeling unwell everywhere. At this time, Kei Shanshan, however, smiled and Yan Di said, Senior, why don't you take them to the back to train now? Lin also happens to have not recovered his intentional energy, and I'd like to talk to him about a little bit of personal business as well. Emperor Yan also seemed to be able to see that the atmosphere wasn't right. But he was too lazy to get involved in Lin Yi's bullshit, so he just took this opportunity to leave. Only the 3 of them were left in the room at this point. Welcome glared at Lin Yi and turned toward her room. Humph, let Sam clean you up. When there were only 2 people left here, Lin Yi clearly felt that the aura of the place was all different. Spectral devil, show up a quick one. I'm going to fight. Unfortunately, the cries of his heart did not have the slightest effect. Kei Shanshan looked up at Lin Yi. Her red lips pursed slightly. A saddened look on her face. The cold color in her beautiful eyes had disappeared, leaving only the slightest hint of sadness. I know you well enough to think that I'm considered one of the closest people to you these days. Think I'm all genuine in thinking of you. You'll understand. Unexpectedly. It's amazing what you get in return. You never actually liked what I did. Did you? Her pretty face was bleak, and she reached out to brush her short hair from her ears, which for a moment actually caused Lin Yi's heart to tremble slightly. But soon, Lin Yi came back to his senses and found the right thought. He reached out and grabbed Kei Shanshan's slender arm in one hand, and with a slight push of his arm, he closed the distance between them. Then his eyes showed sincerity and struggle, with some imperceptible heat within them. Kei Shanshan was caught close. Her heart tightened, and she looked up to see Lin Yi's eyes. The next moment a slightly magnetic, firm voice came out. Sister Kei, you've always been one of the people I cared about the most. I understand everything you do. It's just that I had my reasons for choosing Jinghai. He lowered his head and looked closely at the person in his arms, and in an instant, Kei Shanshan's original emotions dissipated, leaving only her reddened neck and ears to express her true emotions at this time. I want to get out of this school. I want to get rid of this identity. I don't want to be a college student anymore. Regular readers help explain this fucked up moniker. I'm Lin Yi. I could be Interceptor, could be a college student at Jinghai University, can be an ordinary person. But I don't want to be a junior college student at Hope College anymore. Lin Yi's voice was low, but very powerful. It seemed to be signaling the apprehension and determination within the owner of the voice at that moment. If these words were spoken, how could Kei Shanshan, as smart as she is, not hear the meaning of the words? Her brain boomed, only feeling that Lin Yi's thoughts seemed good. So what? Get some rest then. Kei Shanshan took a few steps back, her voice trembling a little as she trotted away from the place, saying one last thing. I have to go back to school. When Kei Shanshan left, Lin Yi's complexion instantly shifted, and his footsteps began to lighten up as he walked towards the upper floors. Spectral devil, spectral devil, come out. I want it. God of War Interceptor. Inside the chamber, Kurath dropped to one knee and spoke respectfully. General. He hadn't stayed at the hospital long, knowing that Lufa had found him, and he'd been distracted for a long time. Lufa's grey robes levitated in front of Kurath, and a cold, low hiss came out. Humph, you still know to come back? I'm afraid I've long forgotten who I am. Kurath's complexion changed instantly at his words, and he replied in a deep voice with his head bowed. Don't dare. Seeing that Lufa didn't criticize Kuz too harshly, Baru, who was still a bit puzzled, was a bit speechless when he heard Lufa's words again. Does he know his own identity? General, you still do not have a point in your heart. Then he could have come if he hadn't been found out? Kurathbone was also a little surprised, from what he knew of the general. This one shouldn't have been that magnanimous. But immediately afterward, his face changed and he realized Lufa's intention. Today, the resurrection of this general is imminent. But there is some negative energy missing. Lufa's grey robes fluttered, and a low roar with a tyrannical tone came from his entire back. There is no time to lose. We can't wait any longer. Seeing that Interceptor's strength is getting stronger and stronger, Yen Di is also eyeing from the side. Since they are forcing me, don't blame me for being crazy. Core Wrath. Lufa's grey robes turned abruptly, revealing a pair of dark eyes under his hood, gazing icily at Kurath. I want you to take a few men and blow up the most massive substation in the city. As darkness falls, afterward, while the night is young, you make a mess throughout the city and walk away, and soon the negative energy I need will be collected. Kurath's pupils tightened and his color changed. Immediately afterward he bowed to the ground and spoke bitterly. General, this matter must not be with such a huge commotion. I wonder how much inexplicable attention it's going to attract. I'm afraid it'll cause an unforeseen complication and a sudden change of heart. Lufa threw back his head and laughed out of the corner of his eye. I've traveled across the galaxy and it's such a small, remote planet. What could have changed? He gazed down at Kurath, grimness evident in his tone. Could it be that you're worried about hurting those blue Starians? After all these years, the three of you disappeared. Could it be that you want to be blue stars? Core Wrath didn't say anything, just continued to push back. General, I really can't do this right. Lufa snorted coldly at this and angrily shouted. Get off! Core Wrath, as if pardoned, immediately left the place. After he left, Lufa looked over to Baloo at his side with a ghostly sigh. It seems that nowadays Core Wrath has something to hold on to. You go and cut the ties for your Captain Ku. This will restore the wariness and heart of my three captains. The underworld demons didn't appear to cause any more trouble, so Linny was finally able to take a good day's rest and recover his intentional energy. It was nearing evening, and as Lufa asked Kurath to blow up the substation, a voice suddenly came to Lin Yi's ears here. Ding! Triggering a large chain quest, Eye of the Endgame. The panel appeared before Lin Yi's eyes, and the details of this quest appeared above. Endgame at hand, the unexpected appearance of the Spectre's army chief Lufa chooses the craziest course of action. Being in the middle of a situation, everyone has to make a choice. Mission rewards, different rewards according to the degree of mission completion, stackable. 20% completion, plus 1 intentional energy. 40% completion, plus 2 to intentional energy. 50% completion, armor enhancement value plus 10%. 70% completion, plus 3 to intentional energy. 90% completion, plus 10% to 5 elements bloodline. 100% completion. Anyone common armor summoning permission, limited to myself, optional, 5 elemental armor, Inferno Dragon, Wind Eagle, Earth Tiger, Snow Mastiff, Black Rhinoceros, Sun and Moonstar, Interdictor, Vajra, Flying Shadow, Elemental Armor, Nava, Znami, Pack Apparatus, Cool Raven's Winky Face. Linny scanned through the information in front of him, and his eyes felt like they had turned into 2 large light bulbs, glowing. It's New Year's Eve. So many good things? It took a while for him to calm down and read the description of this quest. The craziest thing to do? Linny was half lying on the bed, his brows furrowed, his face filled with puzzlement. So what's the craziest thing to do? Tell me instead. While Linny was thinking hard, another quest reminder appeared. Subtask of the moment, Innocent Grief. Innocent Grief, after 12 hours, Go to Victory Street Preschool Road and stop the Phantom Demon from hurting people. Mission reward, 20% completion. Is this system so strong? You're able to predict the actions of the Psy Devil? Cows. Bang. Suddenly, the door to Lin Yi's room was pushed open with a bang, and Emperor Yan walked in with large strides. Senior, what are you? Lin Yi was just about to inquire when Emperor Yan sized him up and spoke directly. Where's the adamantium armor summoner? Lend it to me. Chapter 36, Yendi takes away the summoner, heaven, earth, and human magnetism saves the innocent. Hearing Yendi's words, Lin Yi froze, then tentatively opened his mouth and inquired. So what, elder? You're going to? A disdainful look appeared in Yendi's eyes as he leaned to the side with his arms wrapped around him, and he did not hide it from him, directly saying, nothing, I found out where that Lufa guy was hiding. Thousands of years have passed. Go meet him. Lin Yi's eyes widened. No, I didn't tell you where Lufa was hiding. How did you find out? Without the Shura armor, a body that is too fragile will suffer. Summoning a suit of armor avoids this problem. Seeing Lin Yi's astonished look, Yendi explained for him why he wanted to borrow the adamantine armor. It had to be mentioned that the spectral demon's own physique was still relatively powerful. Lin Yi thought about it and took out the summoner of the adamantine armor and handed it to Yendi, asking another question in passing. Then, elder, how did you discover Lufa's hiding place? Emperor Yan reached out and took the summoner, sniffing with a slightly self-satisfied look on his face. Just when you were fighting with that big horned bull, I realized that not far away there was a spectral demon probing in the dark, so it followed that guy with a wisp of intentional energy. What? There were actually Psy Devils around at that time? Lin Yi frowned, more or less fearful. In case he exhausted his strength and was caught in an opening, it would really be a gutter. But it seems like I dared to be so reckless at that time because I had Emperor Yendi by my side. When he thought of this, he immediately dropped his heart again. That's okay. Let's just say I'm so solid. How could I slip up? When he dared to directly confront Ku Wrath and even fight to the point of losing both of them, it was because of the fact that Yendi was by his side and he had a bottom in his heart that he did so. While Lin Yi was thinking about this, Yendi continued to speak. I didn't realize the devious fellow was hiding in a building. He let out a cold snort, his eyes revealing a warlike intent. Now that I'm without Shura and he's injured, it's not like I'm bullying him. Seeing Yendi's look of determination, Lin Yi opened his mouth to ask again. That building? Isn't it called the Ba Wang Group? Emperor Yan froze at his words and looked sideways at Lin Yi, his thick eyebrows wrinkling up. How did you kid know? Is it hard to believe that you knew the road law was hidden there? Lin Yi helplessly spread his hands and shook his head. There's nothing I can do even if I know he's there. Lufa is now a void body. It's very easy to escape. I can't help him. Might as well keep it in mind and wait to catch him off guard later. Hearing Lin Yi say that, Emperor Yan felt that it seemed somewhat reasonable. After thinking about it, he instantly felt a bit annoyed and waved his hand at Lin Yi before leaving with the Vajra summoner. What a pain in the ass. I'll take the Vajra summoner for now. It's not like it's going to help you much anyway. As for Lufa's place, I'll see what I can do first. Lin also didn't stop him, mainly because he couldn't stop this one either. Tomorrow, if all goes well, I can raise my intention to 40. I won't be so passive if I upgrade War God Interceptor. According to speculation, the recently resurrected Lufa, the god of war, Interceptor, should be able to fight against it. Of course, trying to defeat the kill. Maybe it still needs some leveling? The three of them, Xiao Tian, Xiao Fei and Xiao Gang, stayed at the teppanyaki restaurant tonight, having been trained by Yendi all afternoon. Although the process was somewhat painful, it was really beneficial to them. That senior has already told us the essentials of fighting with the 3 pairs of armor, as well as demonstrating for us the fighting style that the armor excels at. At the evening meal, the people were sitting together, and Xiao Tian was chatting with Lin Yi about all this. Kong raced through his bowl of rice, not forgetting to give himself a treat. Swallowing a mouthful of rice, he finally had a chance to speak. I'm exhausted. Gotta eat more tonight, but you don't have to tell me. I think I've gotten a lot stronger nowadays. Seeing his complacent appearance, Fei on the side laughed coldly and mockingly struck. Why do I remember that one said that your enlightenment was too poor to manipulate the adamantium armor as well as Lin also occasionally play with it? Xiao Zhang instantly angry eyes. You, stop. Lin also gestured, looking at the 2 people whose gunpowder aura had thickened again, and immediately pointed to the back door. To fight, go out and fight. Seeing the 2 subside, he looked a bit more serious before continuing to speak. Anyway, it's nice to take the opportunity to improve a little bit. I have a feeling that soon we will be facing a serious battle. As the words fell, the crowd nodded, realizing how tight things were. Finally Xiao Tian put down his chopsticks after eating and smiled at the crowd. Tomorrow I'd like to introduce you to someone who I'm sure you'll like. Welcome sniffed and looked up. Curious. Who? Goten returned. Her name is Sleeve. Linny raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself whether Yuzu's appearance was her intention or the kara inside her was acting up. Are you sensing something? He asked toward Goten. Xiao Tian looked at Linny with some surprise, not expecting Linny to be so perceptive. And then he nodded. Yes, I feel she's special. Based on what Welcome said, I think she might be in the same category as us. Welcome stood up, obviously a little happy as she and Tiny said. Then you can bring him in tomorrow so I can take a look. After dinner, Linny returned to his room and looked through the ancient books left behind by the art cultivators while condensing his intentional energy and trying to skillfully control. One night passed. In the morning, when the sky just dawned, Linny pinched off his alarm clock, rubbed his eyes and sat up, stretching his waist first. No! What's going on with this spectral demon? How can he get up so early? Since Kei Shanshan had taken her car when she left yesterday, Lin also walked on foot towards the street stated in the mission. At this time, even though it was early in the morning, there were already a lot of pedestrians on the road. Sanitation workers cleaning the streets, vendors making breakfast, early morning commuters and students with backpacks. The city is made up of many different kinds of people who walk around the world, either plainly or wonderfully. Lin Yi's pace was unhurried, weaving in and out of groups, eventually breaking away again. Victory Street, Preschool Road. This is a residential area, with a corresponding interplay of high and low-rise buildings, as a number of surrounding neighborhoods are located in this area. At this time in front of the main gate of a neighborhood, the cheerful and clear voice kept coming. Geez, Mom and Dad, come on over to me. Wearing a floral halter dress, Lily was standing on the side of the main gate of the neighborhood at this time, constantly waving happily towards a middle-aged couple walking slowly not far away. The middle-aged couple came to Lily's side, doting written on their faces despite their helplessness. You, who gets up so early in the morning? Lily's mom grumbled jokingly towards her own daughter, then teased. And, actually, to meet your boyfriend, our son-in-law to be. Lily had a huge smile on her face, holding her own mother with one arm while she looked to her father for an explanation. Aku was injured yesterday and seems to be in a bit of a bad mood as he doesn't seem to know what he's encountered. With that she shook her mother's arm and pouted. He said he wanted to meet you too. I was just trying to cheer him up. Lily's parents were obviously enlightened parents as well, and just smiled dotingly at the words. Aku said he'd be here in a few minutes, so let's wait. After Lily said this to her own parents she looked out towards the far side of the road with a smile on her face, but then she saw a man walking this way. Hey, aren't you that Aku's co-worker? Why are you here? Lily's face showed confusion as it came from none other than Baloo, who had possessed the young king. With a devious grin on his face, Baloo strides forward and tugs on Lily's arm. Ha ha, it's nothing, just want to ask you to come with me. Lily's face showed pain when he yanked her like that, and she cried out, what are you doing? On the side. When Lily's parents saw this, they immediately went up and exerted themselves as well, trying to separate Baloo and Lily. The old couple did it while still snapping under their breath. Who are you? Let go of my daughter. Baru was yanked by the couple, and a sense of annoyance appeared, anger rising. He shook Lily off and glared angrily at the older two, accompanied by a hiss. Old thing, get the hell out of my way. The mauve demonic aura churned, and the little king's body shook to transform into a spectral demon. Lily's parents instantly revealed their horror at this and cried out in disbelief. Demon! Demon Beastman! Baru's hoarse laugh came out, and then he strided forward to grab them with one hand, the other about to slash down. Ho ha ha, was going to just get rid of her. You two old things had to get in the way. Then go to hell. His hideous palm with a strong force instantly smashed towards the old couple's heads, and the moment he saw it was about to hit, a soft shout came out. Heaven, earth, and human magnetic fields. Chapter 37 Then I'll let you see mine. The God of War. Interceptor. Lin was also angry. He traveled without transportation today. He even left the house early because he knew he would have to walk. I didn't know that just because I saw some fireworks on the road, my spirit underwent some metamorphosis, and I was actually a little bit close to making a big mistake. Before he could even get to the scene, Linny heard the terrified shouts of the poor old couple. He also finally realized the name of the quest, why it was called Innocent Sorrow. Nima people old couple kind-hearted and open-minded. The main out to accompany their daughter to meet the prospective son-in-law. Who wouldn't kowtow to this treatment first? It turned out to be a karma at first sight. Inexplicably dead. Just tell me, innocent or not? Lin also saw that Baru's palm was about to slap down. Immediately in his mind, intentional energy spread out in an instant, combined with the skills that he had already learned. So all four directions were fixed. For the first time, this powerful skill was used by Lin Yi in such a situation. Heaven, earth, and human magnetic fields, accompanied by a soft drink, It was as if the entire heaven and earth had stood still. Everything seemed to be frozen. Time and space seemed to be sealed in amber. Shift. Linny shakily arrived at the old couple's side and slapped his palm out towards Baloo. The magnetic field of heaven, earth, and man lifted at the right time, and Baloo only felt a shudder as an armor appeared in front of him, staring straight at him. He was instantly startled. Interdictor? In the next second, Interceptor's palm blasted on top of his body, sending him flying out. Baloo flew out backwards and fell to the ground. He covered his chest and roared in fear at Linny. Interceptor, how did you end up here? Linny blocked in front of Lily and his parents, his right hand lightly holding his belt as he taunted. Because the handsome and compelling me sensed that you, the beast, wanted to do harm. Is that reason enough? Baloo sniffed and nearly spat a mouthful of blood backwards. Shameless. Lin Yi's eyebrows went up. He didn't expect him to be called shameless. He stepped forward and countered with a cold chortle. Shameless are you? What warriors? Honor. All garbage. You've thrown your so-called past glory into the cesspool. And now you're a bunch of vile, ugly things. Damn it. As soon as his words fell, his right hand drew the weapon card from within the card box and instantly inserted it into the summoner. Flaming sword. Linny clasped one hand in a false grip, and the fire torture sword appeared in his hand in a resounding clang. He had just raised his pyroclastic sword when an anxious gulp came from not far away. Stop! What are you doing? Kirath ran from the far street at that moment, and as he searched for Lily and her parents, the imposing figure with the sword in front of them stood out. Lin also saw Korath and opened his mouth to curse. Fucking frackers. He ignored the guy, and with a single leap of his body, he headed towards Baru to kill him. However, Baru has already brewed a good recluse technique when Korath appeared to stop him, and the sword of fire punishment slashed down, and only a little bit of demonic energy remained in this place. Linny instantly became furious. He looked to Korath who had come close and instantly chided angrily. Are you fucking brain dead you? What's the point of stopping labor if not to stop that thing? The sword chi on the fire torture sword was actually like substance, and it was about to split out. Korath was scolded by Lin also did not react for a moment. After he reacted he was about to retort. Lily ran over. She had tears in her eyes and a fear that hadn't dissipated in her cries. Aku! It's scary. Those monsters are scary. Her heart was full of fear and terror at this moment. Just now, just a little bit closer, he would never see his parents again. If it weren't for the appearance of this armored warrior, I'm afraid, and my parents were killed. Oh. Lily's sobs reached Kirath's ears and he blanched, already knowing what had happened. Seeing this, Linny also first put away the fire torture sword and turned his head to pacify the old couple. Thank you so much. This couple is sensible and eye-catching people. And after they had survived the robbery, they took Lin Yi's hand and thanked him profusely. Lin was also rarely embarrassed. It's making me a little embarrassed. With that, Korath and Lily came together, and when Lin Yi saw this, he immediately let out a cold snort. Korath apologized to the two oldest first, then said as he gave Lily the key. Lily, you go to my place with your parents first to rest and relax and relieve yourself. He looked guilty and his voice was slightly low. Linny stepped out at this time and interrupted him icily. This Lily girl, you and your parents, right now, immediately take a cab to the Huan Teppanyaki restaurant 2 blocks away. Korath sniffed with some anger as he turned his head to look at Linny. What do you want? The eyes of Linny's criminal sky armor lit up with a blue aura as he opened his mouth to curse. Use your brain. If you want them to stay alive, do what I say. Lufa's purpose didn't succeed, and will definitely not stop. Lily and the girls are looking for death if they run around now. Kirath fell silent, as if the possibility had occurred to him as well. After finally sending both Lily and her parents away, Linny and Siu Rath came to a deserted alley. Tell me, why did Lufa take Lily? To say it has nothing to do with you, I don't believe it. Lin also opened his mouth to inquire. A despondent look appeared on Kulex's face, and after intense agonizing, he let out a breath and told Linny what Lufa had arranged for him to do. Linny sniffed with shock on his face and gritted his teeth. He's a real nutter. Blowing up a substation can be more than just a power outage. There's an explosion there. I don't know how many people will be killed or injured. Korath looked at Linny and opened his mouth as if he wanted to retort something, but in the end he said, this time, thank you for saving Lily and her family. I will remember your kindness. Linny grinned at his words, a suppressed fire and ferocity showing in his eyes. A great deal. After all, I'd love to get you killed. At those words, Siu Rath, despite knowing in his heart that he owed Linny, didn't hold back and nonchalantly shot back. If you've got that, you can come and get it anytime you want. Aha? What do you mean? Mocking me? Thinking I'm not strong enough? Lin Yi immediately felt unable to do so. Goo. This little temper of mine can't really stand your bitchy behavior. Just in time. Subtask, Innocent Sorrow, completed. Task completion, 20%. Bonus, +1 to intentional energy. Seeing this, Lin Yi was instantly shaken. His alien ability had reached 40. He's finally going to start Bull 13. He looked up at Kurath instantly, his gaze already starkly downcast. Good. Since you're looking for death, let me show you my God of War Interceptor. Lin Yi's voice was resounding, and it was filled with pent-up confidence. On the opposite side, when Kurath heard such a confident voice from Lin Yi, and then heard the words War God Interdictor, his pupils immediately shrunk, and his heart was also a little weak for a moment. In the next moment, Lin Yi stood upright with a serious expression and lightly shouted, God of War Interceptor. Upgrade. Silence. Across the room, Kurath tensed and blinked. Yet nothing happened. Lin Yi was still a bit disbelieving. Upgrade. Still silence. Nothing happened. At this time, Lin also finally sensed that there was no God of War Interceptor card in the card box. Leader my ass. Kurath? A few seconds later. If you're trying to scare me, you've accomplished your goal. Kurath spoke calmly and turned away. The alley was empty, and Lin Yi lifted his armor transformation. Silence. Crouch down. Cover your face with your hands, and from now on have no face-to-face Jiangdong father and mother. What step went wrong? Chapter 38, Emperor Yen, when did worms dare to speak presumptuously to me? Returning to the teppanyaki restaurant, Lin Yi was frowning tightly as he couldn't figure out which step had gone wrong. Expect to upgrade your armor at 40. I'm 40. Nothing wrong with that. Walking into the store, Lily and her parents had arrived earlier in the day, but there wasn't much room here in Welcome, so we had to let them sit in the store for now. Seeing that Lin Yi had returned at this time, Welcome stepped forward and gestured towards Lin Yi and asked, What's going on when they say you told them to come here? They are? Lin also waved his hand. It was not easy to explain in front of Lily and the others, so he could only speak vaguely. They're a bit special. With that, he asked toward Welcome, Did Senior come back today? He wanted to ask Yendi for advice on what was going on. Seeing Welcome shaking his head, Lin was still a bit disappointed. While this was happening, the door of the teppanyaki restaurant was pushed open, and Goten pulled a young girl in. The young girl looked circumspect, wearing a gray hoodie on top and very plain black pants with white shoes underneath. Just the way she looks gives away her introversion because she never looks up to meet anyone's eyes. She was none other than the hidden cultivator, Li Yuzu. Seeing this, Welcome went to place Lily and her family first, before returning downstairs again to look at Yuzu. Tian, is this the grapefruit you were talking about? Welcome looked curiously at Yuzu, then graciously reached out. Hello, my name is Yang Welcome. Just call me Welcome. Lin also smiled smoothly and said, I'm Lin Yi. Yuzu looked up slightly, glancing at the two before reaching out slightly to touch the Welcome and then retracting. Hi guys, I'm Yuzu Li. Just call me Yuzu. Welcome enthusiastically came forward and pulled Yuzu to sit down, and then the two chatted after pouring her some water. Lin Yi stood a short distance away, leaning in front of the teppanyaki table and surveying Yuzu with his afterglow. Is she in a state of being awakened by Lufa today? Or is she not? If it's an awakened state, it means that the resurrection gene in her has already been taken by Lufa, and then Lufa is indeed just a negative energy absorption away from being resurrected. If not, then Lufa was bound to find her again. Within moments, Welcome and Tiny came together. Welcome looked at Lin Yi first before nodding towards Xiaotian. That's right, Yuzu is the hidden cultivator. Lin Yi wasn't surprised, while Li Haotian turned his head to look at Pomelo on the other side, who was still a bit wary, and a look of heartache appeared in his eyes. She was wandering when I found her. I was going to take her in. She was so bitter. Lin Yi didn't hold back from rolling his eyes and opening his mouth to spit. Look at what you're saying. Since we're all in on it together, we're certainly not going to leave her behind either. Besides, you want to take it in? Who knows if you're just seeing things? His voice was lower when he said the last sentence, but it was heard by Goten. At that moment, Xiaotian looked a bit embarrassed and was busy opening his mouth to explain. I definitely don't have that kind of mind. Seeing this, Welcome smoothly whacked Lin Yi and pouted without a trace of anger. What are you teasing Goten for? After waiting all morning, Yen Di did not return, and the underworld demon actually did not show up on a rare occasion. Lin Yi mumbled as he rubbed his chin. Strange. While this was going on, a special guest came to the teppanyaki restaurant. Yun Tae, commissioner of the Demon Orc investigation team of the Hope City Protection Office. He was wearing a uniform, and was currently standing in front of the teppanyaki restaurant talking to Welcome. Only his gaze glanced at Lin Yi from time to time, and it was obvious that the real target was Lin Yi. After ending the exchange with Welcome, Yun Tae came to Lin Yi. Hello, summoner of the Interdictor Armor. He opened the door and directly stated Lin Yi's identity. Seeing this, Lin also didn't think about Yen Di anymore, and instead focused on the matter at hand. He wasn't aware that when he left the store in the morning, Yendi was also heading towards the Ba Wine Group's building. Void body? Ha! Just because that kid can't deal with him doesn't mean I can't help it either. Yendi's eyes were filled with wariness, and he soon arrived at the Ba Wine Group. It was considered one of the best built and most opulent buildings in Hope City, and as Yendi walked in, 2 security guards immediately stepped forward to stop him. Hey, what are you? One of the younger security guards stepped forward to stop Yendi with a frown, while the other middle-aged security guard did not step forward, but only inquired, "What are you? What are you doing here? Do you have an appointment?" If someone came in on weekdays they would not be so nervous. It is really Yendi's stop body plus the pattern on his face. How to look at it does not look like a serious person. Yendi also didn't expect that someone would actually dare to stop himself. "I'll get Lufa." After saying that, Yendi continued forward towards the place he had scouted. The young security guard was instantly enraged as he yanked on Yendi and shouted, "You can't go in there. And there's no such thing as the law here, as you say." Yendi's eyes went cold, his powerful aura burst out, and he flung away the security guard. "Fuck off. Noisy." This directly threw the young lad out, and the majestic aura also instantly pressed the surrounding people breathing difficulties up. The young security guard still seemed a bit defiant, and with great difficulty tried to get up to stop it again. "You can't. Oi, oi, oi. Stop it, lad." The middle-aged security guard came at this time and pressed him down, looking at Yendi's back going away. Somewhat speechless, he lowered his head and opened his mouth at the young security guard who was full of defiance. "Young man, what are you putting your life on the line for $2,000 a month?" The middle-aged security guard's eyes revealed a color of reminiscence and said with some emotion, "I've been in this business for more than 20 years. I know exactly who can and cannot be stopped. Do as much work as you're paid for, you young man." Regardless of what the old-timers in the front hall had taught the newcomers, by now Yendi had arrived at the floor where Lufa's secret room was located. This despicable fellow is hiding really deep. Yendi took large strides towards the front, without a trace of fear in his body. Inside the chamber, Lufa, who was planning for the resurrection, shuddered violently inside and muttered to himself somewhat in wonder. "What's going on? Why is there some sense of heart pounding?" The next moment, Bakuro penetrated through the wall and came with a panicked voice. "It's no good, General. Yendi. Yendi, he's here." "What?" Lufa's grey robes tumbled as he angrily said. "How did he know I was here? Where did he go?" Bakuro fell to his knees and spoke back quickly. "It has come to this floor and is coming this way." Lufa's mind moved slightly, instantly recalling what Baru had said about seeing the Yen Emperor, and he instantly exploded a little inside. Waste. What a bunch of losers. None of them useful. But at this point, Yendi was already on the verge of arriving, and it was useless to be annoyed, so he immediately gave a quick command. "Bakuro, you go inform Buckshot. You too, go ahead and block Yendi for a while." Bakuro sniffed with some panic in his eyes. Only the other day he had just escaped from Lingyi's hands by selling Charmin, and today he was actually going to face Yendi? Lufa sensed his subordinate's trepidation and cursed in his heart, but said calmly under his breath, "He doesn't have the Shura armor, and it's hard for him to use his power. You two are more than enough to stop him for a while." Hearing that Bakuro was a bit more relieved, he bowed his head and said yes, and immediately turned into mist once again and left the place. Inside the hallways of the highest floor of the Ba Wang Group, Emperor Yen suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes scanning towards the emptiness in front of him, and snorted, "Get out! Do you want to hide in front of my eyes?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Bakuro appeared from within one of the walls, while Buckshot's form flew down from the ceiling and landed in front of Inferno. "Emperor Yen, don't you get too cocky." Buckshot reached forward, thinking of what Bakuro had said to him, and immediately opened his mouth in mockery. "How much strength can you have now? Still think you're the same person who wore the Shura armor?" Yendi immediately threw back his head and laughed, his rough but rage-containing voice resounding throughout the entire floor. "That kid with that kind of talent and strength was respectful when he saw me. You too, the bugs he's chasing and killing. How dare you talk to me like that too?" He reached out and took out his adamantium armor summoner and pressed the button, and a flood of energy overwhelmed him, and the adamantium armor transformed from virtual to real. Vidra armor. Merge. Boom. The strong aura immediately spread and impacted in all directions, and in the blink of an eye a disdainful Vidra armor appeared in front. Seeing this, Bakuro froze, and Buckshot was even more frozen in place. What the hell? Didn't they say that Yandere didn't have armor? In the next second, Emperor Yan's domineering and cold voice appeared. "When did worms dare to speak presumptuously to me?" Chapter 39 Lufa's Transportation, Yendi's Surprise. "When did worms dare to speak presumptuously to me?" Just as Yendi finished saying these words, his entire body instantly disappeared in place and appeared behind Buckshot. Boom! He raised his adamantine fist and blasted it down. Instantly, Buckshot was blown out, hitting the ground hard enough to blast a crack in the floor. Bakuru was chilled at the sight, and busied himself with taking a few steps back to come behind Buckshot, summoning his weapon, the short blade purgator teeth. Buckshot was seriously injured by the punch and was shocked along with Bakuru. Vidra armor? After struggling to get up, Buckshot clasped his hands in a false grip, his magic aura surging around him, and his weapon appeared along with it, the Wheel of Darkness sword. How did you get adamantium armor? Both Psy Devils were shocked by the punch they had just thrown, deeply impressed by the unreliability of Lufa's intelligence. Inferno Emperor didn't bother to answer. He snorted disdainfully, his body tensed up, and the Vajra armor went crazy with intentional energy around him. Vajra Mountain Abyss Fist. With a single blast of his fist, his entire body actually appeared synchronized in front of the two underworld demons in front of him, and the majestic fist force directly blasted them out together. Buckshot fell to the ground covering his chest and panting hard, his weapon thrown aside, completely seriously injured and unable to crawl. Yen Di coldly mocked a sentence. A bug is a bug. His body braked forward, his right arm tensed, his intent energy condensed in his fist, and he punched down towards the severely injured Buckshot. Bang! A popping boom resonated throughout the building. The powerful force directly blew out Buckshot's body, and the ground below was braked out of a large pit, nearly being blown through. Buckshot didn't even grunt and turned straight into dust. Bakuru witnessed this, and his eyes burst into a frenzy, immediately taking advantage of the gap in which Yen Di had just struck a blow to come behind him, and slashed down with a slash from the weapon in his hand. Bear! Sparks exploded as the short blade made contact with the back armor of the adamantium armor. However, under the enchantment of Yen Di's powerful intentional energy, the defense of the adamantine armor also increased dramatically. The Yen Emperor didn't even move a bit with this slash. He slowly turned his head to look at the dazed Bakuru, green armor lighting up on his eyes. Monster! After being called a monster for so long, who the hell is the monster? Bakuru, once the courage to call the lifelong timidity, immediately backed into a mist to disappear to escape. Seeing this, Emperor Yen wanted to pursue but frowned when he felt the speed of the current adamantine armor. I'm sure there's still a shortcoming, and I can't utilize my speed. But he immediately drew the weapon card from his waist-side and inserted it into his belt to summon a weapon. Explosive Thunder Cannon. The clicking sound of mechanical assembly came out, and the explosive thunder cannon instantly appeared on his arm. Intentional energy condensed in his weapon, and Yen Di directly blasted out 3 cannons in a row. Boom boom boom. Explosive and powerful shells were continuously bombarded on the ground where Bakuru had disappeared into, directly blowing up the entire ground, bombarding it with debris and scattering dust in all directions. Ah! Screams came out as Bakuru was blasted hard out of the ground and flew backwards. Without wasting any more time, Inferno brushed his right hand from the card box and switched weapons. Explosive Fist. Instantly, a mighty armor assembly of gold and black containing power appeared, extending to the palm of the hand. Yen Di took a step to come to Bakuru, and his huge fist directly blasted down. No! Don't! Bakuru's fearful screams came out, and were then muffled by the sudden explosion of booms that disappeared without a trace. Inferno calmly continued to walk forward until he came to Badu's office and blasted the secret door with his fist. Lufa, are those the 2 bugs you sent to stall for time? Walking into the chamber, Yen Di scanned his surroundings. The space inside the chamber wasn't small, it was just dark through and through, with a somewhat eerie aura. There is a raised 8-sided platform in the center with some items on it. Around the chamber, there are also many symbolic items of the Psi Core hanging. But apparently, Lufa is out of here. Ha! Cowards! Emperor Yen sneered as he was about to turn around and leave, but then he realized that a piece of paper was sitting on the 8-sided platform of the party. A few lines were being written on the paper in Galactic Common. Yen Di, you killed 2 of my men. I will take this revenge. I've placed an Ares barrier here to trap you, but it will be lifted in 3 days. There will be a battle with you when I am resurrected. I believe I will give you a good fight, but I need you to wait here for 3 days. If you are worried about my resurrection, you can do your best to blast the formation. After Yen Di read the piece of paper, a ghostly blue flame ignited itself and burned the note clean. At the same time, in the perimeter of the chamber, those containing a bizarre atmosphere of the old things of the underworld army suddenly levitated up. The ground many array patterns revealed. In an instant to form an isolation array, the entire chamber sealed up. Inside the chamber, the Inferno Emperor scanned his surroundings and snorted as his armor lifted. What if I wait here for 3 days? He had just sat cross-legged on the octagonal platform, intending to wait for 3 days. But the figure of Lin also suddenly appeared in his mind. Also surfaced Lin also fight with nothing to use the appearance of. As he instructed Lin Yi on his fighting methods, Lin Yi's retort also reappeared. Against a vile enemy, one must use even viler means. If I treat them with kindness and righteousness, and they deal with me with wickedness, then I am afraid that I will not be able to repent in the future. What enemy to meet? What method to use? Suddenly, Emperor Yen remembered the Yen star from thousands of years ago. After the defeat, his army, subordinates, his entire home planet, those clansmen, only a few days together? I was actually affected by that kid's heart for battle. His eyes blazed back up, but his eyebrows knitted. Trap me here. Luffy, he wants to deal with that kid? Just in the next 2 days? Yen D was just belligerent and had an extreme mind that went after his opponents. Not stupid, and quickly analyzed the situation. After thinking about it, Yen D instantly started talking to himself. Can that kid handle Luffy? Well, it should still be a little short. Then he'll just have to ask me for help when the time comes. Yen D stood up from the octagonal platform. His adamantine armor once again summoned as he surveyed his surroundings, his flat voice coming out. Troublesome boy. A majestic intent energy spread out in an instant, sweeping the entire isolation formation. The explosive thunder cannon appeared on Yen D's arm, and in the next moment the berserk thunder cannon began to frantically blast shells in all directions. Still the same vile wayfarer. The berserk energy surrounded the entire chamber, and under the strong intentional energy, the formation soon showed signs of instability. But the center of that burly figure is not the slightest bit moved. Gradually the entire chamber is filled with bursts of dust. Cannot see what it looks like, only a seemingly self-muttering murmur came out. But this time, your meanness doesn't seem to be helping you. The second floor of a still undeveloped, rough-hewn superstore building, owned by the Ba Wine Group, Bardu stood at the forefront, cloaked in his gray robes, gazing out at the city scene ahead of him, a red glow flickering within his eyes. Behind him, the sexy, hot Mithril stood carefully and with some fear to one side, for on the other side, several spectral demons of various shapes were standing respectfully. Badu reached out and suspended his hand in the air, and in the blink of an eye the Vajra mortar and pestle made of ancient battle orders manifested. Luffy's raspy voice came out of Badu's mouth. Ares muster order. My warriors, all return and fight for me. A ghostly aura emanated from the Vajra and pestle in an instant, and the Ares rallying order was invisibly issued. The many underworld devils had different expressions, and in their hearts, they had already felt the effect of the rallying order. Mithrin stood to one side and looked to Bardu and asked tentatively, So, Ba Dong, won't that big scary-looking guy come after us? A transporting smile appeared on Badu's face while he turned towards his subordinates and said confidently, Don't worry, Yen D will never show up again in a short period of time to ruin our plans. I know him too well. Think you're righteous, but you're pedantic. Teppanyaki restaurant. Linny was clear about the true identity of the man in front of him, who seemed to be one of the 3 vice-captains of the Underworld Legion, Sabine. It seems that in the original world, this guy was the one who died in vain, died twice, both times by their own people. Never saw the armor gang from the beginning to the end. It says there are 25 phantoms. People have seen 24, and are completely unaware that there is a Sabine in the phantoms. Sabine had curiosity in her eyes. I wonder if we could go out for a private chat. Lin also showed some interest on his face, and he was also curious as to what Sabin was doing here to find himself. Could be. And it was just about the time that Luffy released the Ares rallying cry. Standing in front of Lin, also Sabin's complexion suddenly changed. His arms covered his head, and his mouth even hissed. Ah. Eventually, with an agonizing bellow, Sabin's entire body rapidly changed and transformed into a Psy Devil. Inside the Teppanyaki restaurant, the crowd was in a state of shock. Lin also took a few steps back, the interdictor summoner in his hand, and was somewhat surprised. Now, there's no need to go out and say it, is there? Chapter 40 Mission, the Mad Spectre, hoping I saved it for nothing, right? I know that Sabine, the demon, isn't too bad, and that she really wants to get out of the Psy-Core, and she's never done anyone any harm. But dude, you're transforming directly in our lair. More or less disrespectful, isn't it? Even though Lin spat inwardly, his hand movements weren't slow at all, and he immediately used the summoner and pressed the camera button. Criminal armor. Merge. Under the dense energy, the interdictor's armor, which was full of righteousness and might, appeared above Lin Yi's body in an instant. Sabine, what's wrong with you? Protecting welcome behind him, Lin Yi could already tell that Sabine's state wasn't right. At times he was killing. At times he was backing away, struggling to hold his arm in pain. After a little thought, Lin Yi guessed what this was about. Ares rallying order? Sabine's look was not friendly, but rather hideous. Gray leather armor all over, with another battle armor draped over the chest. The head was completely unlike a human being, with sharp teeth in all 4 corners, a mouth split to the ear cheeks, and 2 long teeth in the lower jaw. Older brother, not I say. You look like this. No one can believe that you are a peaceful recluse and a fasting Buddhist. Lin Yi's body was slightly sideways. his palms one in front of the other in a yin and yang style, but he still couldn't help but spit under his breath. Welcome, who was hiding behind Lin Yi, didn't hold back from slapping Lin Yi and spoke angrily. What a time to be talking about this. As if he had understood Lin Yi's words, Sabin roared in struggle and slapped at Lin Yi. Lin Yi wasn't the least bit flustered. His left arm slightly raised to block his arm, and his right palm directly blasted at his chest. Bang! Sabin was knocked back a few steps by Lin Yi's palm, and seemed to have slightly regained his senses. I, for one, can't help it. Saying two words with difficulty, the negative emotions within him surged out once again. At this time, Xiao Tian and the others rushed down from the upper floor together, and when they saw Shabindu everyone was stunned. Is the spectral demon so arrogant? Xiao Gang was instantly furious, and Xiao Fei also raised his eyebrows with ice coldness in his eyes. Vajra armor, flying shadow armor. Both of them took out their summoners at the same time and started transforming. Merge. Seeing the three armors coming forward together, Sabin realized that the situation was not right even though his negative emotions were surging, and he turned around and crashed through the doorway, directly fleeing away. Lin Yi stopped the two people around him from going after him and instead shouted at Sabine, "You can come back to me when the situation is convenient." After shouting and twisting his head to look at Kong and Fei's shocked looks, he explained, "There's something different about this spectral demon. He hasn't done much evil." After a pause, Lin also added calmly, "Of course, I'll kill him next time if he's an enemy or if I find him doing evil." Hearing this, Xiaojiang two talents calmed down. This is like Lin also well. Before a few people could relax, Welcome's demeanor changed. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her right hand had both fingers together pointing to her brow, which was sensing and probing the energy of the underworld demon. The phantom demon has appeared again, and again. There are several, one with extraordinarily strong energy. At those words Lin Yi frowned. He thought for a moment and arranged towards the few people in front of him. "Welcome, you go and inform Shan, Xiao Fei, Xiao Gang and I will deal with the spectral demon that has appeared." After saying this he purposely looked at Xiao Tian with a serious expression. "Xiao Tian, don't go out, stay here." Hearing this Xiao Tian was a bit surprised and asked out loud, "Why, is the situation so urgent now?" Lin Yi's heart was more worried about the Kara in Yuzu's body, but there was no proof with empty words, and Yuzu wasn't in a good state, so it wouldn't be good if it irritated her. So he explained, "I'm worried about a Psy Devil attacking this place." The words fell out of his mouth. He smiled again and looked to Welcome. Flirting, after all. Welcome, Yuzu, and Lily, they're babies. Welcome sniffed with a slight blush on her pretty face and didn't hold back from punching Lin Yi. "What are you talking about? Don't go yet." Nodding towards Xiao Tian, Lin Yi immediately turned to leave. At the same time, Fei Xiaojiang and Kei Shanshan all set off to various places. Feeling Welcome to inform the location is not too far away, at about 4 kilometers south from here. Lin also didn't hesitate, and immediately decided to use shifting shadows. Because he doesn't have a car, he secretly resolved that after this time he would go to the garage and ride the bike back. In the next moment, the intentional energy coalesced around the body, and then instantly projected to the coordinates a few kilometers away. Boom! Almost a moment, as if in the blink of an eye. Feeling the sudden decrease in intentional energy, Lin Yi's body had already arrived a few kilometers away. This is a living area outward from the center of hope, surrounded by a waterfall of stores of almost every color. Help! Monsters! Run! Before Lin Yi could observe his surroundings, a terrified shout came from his ears. Looking in the direction the shouts came from, the people there were frantically running in all directions, trying to get away from the area. Lin Yi looked towards the center of the already empty area, and then surprise appeared in his eyes. Joe Extravaganza! Only to see that in front of the empty store, a spectral demon was continuously hissing, as if it had no sanity, frantically smashing all the items around this area. He had ethereal purple leather armor all over his body, and part of his body outside of his body wore dark silver ancient battle armor. The head was shrouded in armor, making it impossible to see the real face. The helmet matches the arm and shoulder armor and is an antique dark silver color with pointed corners topping out on the sides. Ding! Triggered the subquest, Madness of the Spectre. Mad Spectre stops Captain Purple Sticks in his tracks and brings him to his senses. Killable. Quest reward, total quest completion plus 20%, unlock weapon card, fire torture poem. Seeing the triggered quest, a bright light appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. Let him sober up. According to the system, killing is considered sobering. However, of the 3 captains of the underworld, Joe Extravaganza seemed to be vaguely the first in terms of strength, and without the armor being upgraded, Lin Yi really didn't have much control over it. In an instant, Lin Yi's body powered up and his entire body rushed directly to Xiao Xiefei's side. His palm suddenly raised, and his intent energy condensed in the center of his palm. Penal palm. Boom! Xiao Shefei, who was originally frantically attacking towards the store, was slapped to the back of his heart by Lin Yi and staggered back a few steps. He hissed as he stabilized his body and stared at Lin Yi, his demonic aura rising. Interdiction. Interdiction? Lin also stood upright, and the eyes of his interdictor armor lit up with a blue glow. Zhou Extravagant Fei. At the sound of his name, Zhou Luxury Fei instantly covered his head with both hands and hissed in agony. Ah! Kill you. General's orders. But in an instant, he grabbed his arm again as he looked hard behind him at the store that had been destroyed to rubble, and there was some sadness in his tone. Save my master. Lin Yi froze at his words and instantly looked sideways at the store behind him, which originally seemed to be a barber store. At this point the store had been destroyed beyond recognition, and at the back of this rubble there was surprisingly an old man who had collapsed to the ground in shock, seemingly unable to move any further with a smashed leg. This old man was trapped in this store. Outside is the Zhou Extravagant Fei that is blocking the door. Seeing this, Lin Yi had already realized that the store behind him was the place where Xiao Shuefei had previously worked, and that old man should be the master who had taught him the art of barbering. Shift. Lin Yi's body instantly disappeared into the store. Then he picked up the frightened, already unconscious old man and instantly left the place again. After placing the old man on the outskirts of this area where he wouldn't be affected, he went back to the front of Zhou Xavier. At this time, Xiao Shefei was completely unable to suppress the madness within him, and he hissed up to the sky. Interdictor, you're going to die. Lin Yi, ? So I'm saving people for nothing. Chapter 41 Fire Torture Paman Locked Baru. Are you ready for the judgment of death? Seeing the frenzied Zhou Extravaganza Fei, and then hearing the words coming out of his mouth, Lin also narrowed his eyes. In that case, I'll beat you sober. Battle intent surged in his eyes as his interdictor armor strided forward to collide with Xiao Shuefei. Boom! The two men clashed their fists and palms against each other. Clashing first, the strong power collision directly shook both of them back a few steps. The next moment they rushed forward again, fists, feet and palms being used, and in the blink of an eye they were exchanging blows once more. Xiao Shuefei's strength was truly powerful, and with Lin Yi's strength today, even Kurath was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold out. But Xiao Shuefei also used fists and kicks to resist, and surprisingly did not lose the wind at all. Bang! Interceptor's palm pressed against Xiao Shuefei's chest, while Xiao Shuefei's punch blasted above Interceptor's chest armor at the same time. Both of them were immediately shaken back by each other. This time, Lin didn't go up again. After exchanging hands, he had estimated each other's strength, so why did he go up to have a meaningless fight? Zhou Extravaganza seemed to want to move forward again, but Lin Yi was extremely fast. He slashed his right hand across the side of his waist, and the weapon card instantly flew out and inserted itself into the summoner as he held his right hand in a false grip. Pyrotechnic Rapid Fire. With a light gulp, the pyroclasmic rapid gun quickly assembled and appeared in his hand, the cohesive intent energy pooling into it. Sorry about that, old man. I'll shoot you a few rounds first. Try your physicality. Flirting, Lin Yi quickly fired a few shots towards Zhou Extravaganza's body, and majestic blazing attacks blasted out. Bang! 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 With a sudden shock and some sanity as the danger struck, Zhou Xavier rolled to the side to try to fend it off with his body's instincts, but Lin Yi had already counted on it, and the trajectory moved so that just one shot blasted the ground, the rest hitting him with precision. Zhou Extravaganza was blasted back a few steps to cover his chest, his eyes having cleared up quite a bit. Lin also didn't pause for a moment. His right hand once again scratched across the card box on his waist side to replace his weapon. Flaming sword. The hilt of the fire torture quick lance transformed into the hilt of a sword, and the sword blade gulped out at a rapid speed, and in the blink of an eye, Interceptor was already holding the fire torture sword and looking towards Xiao Xiefei. His intent energy coalesced on the blade, and the pyroclastic sword was heavily weighted on the ground, his hands holding the hilt upside down. A blow is poised to strike. Stop! Zhou Extravaganza gazed at the scene, horror bringing him straight to his senses. However, Lin Yi had already slashed out with the fire torture sword lifted upside down. Fire torture Qiankuan split. The fiery red blazing sword chi overturned the ground, carrying a majestic killing aura straight towards Xiao Shuefei. Holy shit! It was a person with a gentle character like Xiao Shuefei who couldn't help but burst out at the sight of this, and he instantly clenched his hands quickly and summoned his weapon, the double axe, to block in front of his body. Boom! Amidst the violent roar, Xiao Shuefei crossed his doomsday double axe in front of his chest, gathering all his strength around his body and resisting the slash. Ahem! Zhou Xavier dropped to one knee, covering his chest, the weapon in his hand gone. He raised his head to look at Lin Yi, the criminal sky glistening in the sunlight. He turned his head to look at his master in the distance, and a complex and painful color appeared in his eyes. Interceptor. Thank you for saving my master. Zhou Luxury Fei had come to his senses, and it was only with such a violent attack that he could possibly get rid of his tyrannical emotions for a while, because when faced with the threat of death, all the rest of the emotions are suppressed, only the desire to live. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Insane Spectre is complete. Get rewarded, total mission completion plus 20%, fire torture palm, unlocked. Current, the end of the eye, quest completion level 40%. Intentional energy plus 2. Feeling the renewed increase in intentional energy in his body and the appearance of the weapon cards in the card box, Lin also showed some joy in his eyes. Although the armor hadn't been upgraded, his own strength had once again increased a bit. He then looked forward, gazing at the agonized Zhou Luxury Fei, and didn't say anything extra. No, it would have been part of the job. The old man's injuries are not serious, so you need not worry. Xiao Shuefei gathered up his ethereal body, and his face forced some smiles. I've heard Core Wrath talk about you for a long time, and when I see you today, you're really someone I can socialize with. Linny raised his eyebrows slightly at his words, then shook his head. Lufa is not dead, so it's better not to talk about this. In the future, if you help Lufa and hurt innocent people, I will not hesitate to do so. You're not blacked out today, so you can laugh and have a conversation with me. There's no telling what you'd do if you were compelled by Lufa to black out tomorrow. At those words, some sadness appeared on Zhou Extravaganza's face. Suddenly, Lin Yi's complexion changed slightly, sensing something, and suddenly twisted his head to look at the old man in the barber store not far away. Ahahaha! A purple mist vanished and turned out of the wall in a flash, transforming into the figure of Baloo. A hoarse scoff escaped his lips as he grabbed the old man by the neck. Captain, are you still the wise and courageous captain of our purple underworld detachment? I can't believe I'm presuming to make friends with these blue stars, and care about the lives of these people? Lin Yi's eyes revealed an icy color as he slowly walked towards the front. Baloo, are you a loser who can only do this kind of thieving? When Baru heard Lin Yi's mockery, he immediately grabbed the old man in his palm and roared. Interceptor, we meet again. I'd like to see how blocky your speed can be this time. If you save this old thing. In the morning under the confinement of the magnetic field of heaven and earth, he only thought that Lin Yi was fast enough to save Lily's parents. Xiao Shuefei had already been furious at this time. He roared up to the sky and his body suddenly transformed into a spectral demon once again. He strides forward, lifting his arm and pointing it at Baloo. Angrily, Baloo, how dare you? Get the fuck off that old man. Seeing the angry look on Josepher's face, Baloo, despite wincing for a moment, quickly opened his mouth to threaten again. Captain, the general has already found out about your three little minds. I'm here to do what the general wants. Kill Interceptor and I'll let this old man live. Otherwise I'll strangle him if you come over again. Seeing Baru's stern look, Zhou Shuefei suddenly threw in the towel and stopped where he was. He looked at Lin Yi, but found that Interceptor was staring at him coldly, and Lin Yi's cold voice came out. What, going to listen to him make a move on me? Xiao Shuefei's movements revealed struggle and entanglement, and his eyes were filled with pain. Lin Yi didn't pay any more attention to him, just staring tightly at Baru, his eyes full of killing intent, his decisive voice resounding. Baloo, I will kill you today. As soon as the words left his mouth, he folded his hands up and down in front of the summoner in the heaven and earth style. The intentional energy spread out, enveloping the area where Baru was in a flash. In the four directions of the area, there seemed to be invisible runes and seals that drew the energy of heaven and earth, turning the flowing red-colored intent energy into substance. Heaven, earth, and human magnetic fields. Lin Yi gulped out softly as his intent energy exploded, turning the area in front of him into stasis. When Xiao Shuangfei, who was on the side, saw this, shock appeared in his eyes. Shift. Using the skill again, Lin Yi Shasta entered that area to rescue the old man and set him aside as the heaven, earth, and human magnetic field was lifted. Baru looked stunned, felt the emptiness in his hands, and immediately looked down in horror. The old man who was holding him hostage had long since disappeared. How again? He cried out in grief, and then looked up to see two murderous gazes, the crimson-red intent energy flowing around the body of the interdictor armor wrapped around his body. The blue light of his eyes was like sharp starlight, and his entire mighty body was like an undefeated deity under the aura of heaven and earth. Lin Yi's mind moved, and the right card box automatically flew out the weapon card and inserted it into the summoner with a click. Fire torture palm. He lightly raised his right arm, and a set of exquisite and mighty precision armor made up of gold and red material was instantly manifested on his small arm from the virtual to the real, perfectly extending to the palm of his hand. As he inputted his intent energy into it, Lin Yi immediately felt the strength and magic of the fire torture palm. He casually pressed out a palm towards the void in front of him, and the strong palm force turned into substance. like the palm of a god ruthlessly blasting Baru against the wall and embedding him. Balu, ready for the judgment of death? Chapter 42, Fire Torture Stormcloud Palm destroys Balu. Lufa's plan is showing its first signs of strength. Lin Yi's cold voice came out, and together with the horror of this palm breaking life and death, it instantly caused Baru to be overwhelmed with fear. No, why is it so scary all of a sudden? The Fire Torture Palm. Is that something you can just use? In awe and horror, he then planned to use his wall-piercing technique again to escape. However, Lin Yi was able to pour his intent into the Fire Torture Palm and slapped out another palm. He was also quite satisfied with the power of the Fire Torture Palm. Damn, it's similar to the Rudraksh Palm. The strong palm power transformed into a crimson blast that descended on Baru's torso in an instant, interrupting his spell casting. Captain! Captain! Baru saw Zhou Chauffeur standing on the other side of the room, and with his head spinning he immediately pleaded with him for help. Help me, Captain! We're comrades in arms. We've been fighting together for so many years. His shouting at this moment was so sincere that it resembled the bridge of a negative man turning back to his old flame. Xiao Shefei hesitated a bit when he heard Baru's cry for help and turned his head to look at Lin Yi. Boom boom! Lin Yi didn't bother with this kind of love brain of his, and with a wave of his hand, he slapped out 2 more palms. The strong force hit Baru and he couldn't even speak anymore. He could only cover his chest with despair in his eyes. With that, Lin also slowly stepped forward and came in front of Baru. He slowly raised his palm, and underneath the palm that was wrapped by the Fire Torture Palm, golden and red energies gathered together, transforming into a ball of energy that contained terrifying power. Slightly lowering his head, Lin Yi let out a light gulp. Fire Torture Wind and Cloud Palm. Bang! He slapped his palm above the terrified Baru's head, and the explosive power of the Fire Torture Wind and Cloud Palm immediately rushed into his torso like a torrent. Zhou Extravagant Fei turned his head away from the sight of this with an unforgiving thud. Above the shattered walls and floor, only a purple and black genetic code remained suspended. Lin also breathed a sigh of relief as he absorbed the genetic code into the summoner. Today's intentional energy drain was too severe. Shift is fine to consume over short distances, but over long distances it's horrendous. Unless one can resort to powerful armor, such as the Shura armor, perhaps one can go with the flow a bit? Like Yendi take people displacement are like a game, and while it's true that heaven, earth, and human magnetic fields is a powerful skill, it also has its flaws. It's okay to confine people of lower strength with a smaller range. When I meet a guy with higher intentional energy, or a bigger range, I'm afraid that I'll be drained and only imprisoned for a blink of an eye. Luckily, though, Baru was at the vice captain level on the wanted list, which was enough to increase Lin Yi's intentional energy by 8 points. Now that his intentional energy strength had reached 50, if he had been evenly matched with Zhou Extravaganza earlier, he should have no such worries now. Lin Yi twisted his head to look at Xiao Shefei, who was filled with a melancholic aura to the side. Let's just finish him off too and save him from looking so miserable every day. Xiao Shefei noticed Lin Yi looking at him, and remembered how Lin Yi had coldly questioned him when Baru had threatened him earlier, and felt a bit guilty. Interceptor, I'm leaving first, I'm going to check on my master's condition. After whispering to Lin Yi, he turned around after regaining his human body and headed in the direction of the old man. Seeing his back with some loneliness, Lin Yi was a bit helpless and finally shouted towards his back. My name is Lin Yi. Don't TM Interceptor call me? There's another Interceptor. Don't mix it up. After parting ways with Xiao Shuefei, Lin also went by way of the repair shop that Kei Shanshan had designated to repair her motorcycle. It's hard to get around without a car. After arriving at the garage and picking up the repaired locomotive, he stroked the smooth and lubricated body of the locomotive and took a closer look at its cool appearance, and his face immediately broke into a satisfied smile. By the way, I haven't asked Welcome how things are going at a couple of other places. Lin Yi jumped onto the locomotive and was about to start it when he suddenly thought of this, so he pulled out his cell phone and called Welcome. Tic-tac-toe. No answer. Lin Yi frowned, some gloom showing on his face, and some worry flooding his heart. Something can't really be wrong. On the other hand, hours ago, after Lufa sent the Ares rallying order out, the whole group turned to look at the few Psy Devils that were there. Barnars, Shalons, Shatrai, you three, go collect the negative energy to attract the attention of those armors and get them to spread out. The 3 spectral demons knelt down on one knee to receive the order and then left. At that moment, Baru, who had been frightened by Lin Yi and fled, burrowed out of the ground and came to Lufa in a slight panic, opening his mouth to complain. General, as you expected, Captain Kor Wrath has a rebellious heart. When I was apprehending the woman who had a special relationship with him, Interceptor appeared and saved her. And it seems that there was a period of communication with Captain Kurath afterward. The Lufa-possessed Bata frowned, an icy aura radiating out around him as he said with dissatisfaction, Interceptor, how did he appear there? Baru bowed his head and said, "My subordinate doesn't know, but Captain Cu Wrath didn't fight with Interceptor." At that Luffy turned his head and sneered, Since he doesn't listen, don't blame this general for being merciless." Without paying any further attention to Baru, Luffy's eyes glowed red and he turned his head before ordering towards another Psy Devil of the Grey Underworld detachment. "You go, call in the person sent by that shadowy force in Manhwa City, and say that this general has become somewhat interested in cooperation. Then you leave straight away and inform Kara to start the operation." This ghostly demon was covered in grey leather armor, with a hideous head. Half of the helmet on top of the head at first glance looked like a split in the skull. "Psy Devil. Sofenta." Shafinta hissed as he dropped to one knee with his cracked, morose mouthpiece open. "Yes, General." With that he stood up and prepared to leave, but as he turned around he showed a snicker towards Baloo who was standing to the side. Baru was instantly annoyed. Equally adept at heartfelt strategy. "Would you have less inside you than I do? To think that I don't know? Heck, how dare you laugh at me?" Shafinta was about to leave with inner disdain when Luffy's slightly emotional voice once again came to his ears. "When you've completed your mission, find your captain in Mist Hue and bring him back." After ordering this, Luffy closed his eyes and his intentional energy was released, and with the help of his secret arts, he began to probe the situation of the Ares rallying order. Soon, his eyes snapped open and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Baloo, you go find Joe Luxury Faye and tell him to finish off that interceptor who's in the way." Baru, who had thought it had died down, was startled at the words, and already had a bad feeling in his heart. "I'm a vice captain, and I'm afraid I'm not strong enough if I'm asked to keep getting involved with the three captains." But silently spitting in his heart, he didn't dare to say this out loud. Luffy seemed to have sensed his concern and called Baloo directly to his side, whispering a few words quietly. "If he's not willing to deal with Interceptor, you'll be like this." When Baloo heard Luffy's command, he turned his head and vanished, even though he felt some similarities in the plot. The premonition in his mind proved to be accurate after all, and this time he left and never came back. After Baloo left, a strangely dressed man came up from the first floor of the abandoned building below, gradually coming up to Luffy. He had a black shirt on top, black suit pants underneath, and a loose black coat over it, with black sunglasses and a certain black gentleman's bowler hat on his head. All in black, Luffy coldly scanned the man in front of him before calmly opening his mouth to inquire, "If we cooperate, can you really collect enough negative energy for me? Beyond that, what use are you?" The man removed his hat and first scanned the last two Psy Devils standing on one side of Luffy before finally speaking respectfully. "This honorable general sir, our Dr. Lee has been informed of your situation. He believes that after absorbing some of the special varieties of the Death Blast virus, both you and your subordinates will see an unexpected increase in strength. As for the negative energy, didn't a little earlier meet and greet prove what we can do?" Chapter 43, Cold-Blooded Biker Begs for Cooperation. Yuzu turns Kara catch welcome. Luffy sneered, sizing up the man in front of him, hissing his voice out. "Humph, to cooperate of course, but to work with this general, you'll have to prove your strength. What's your name?" Hearing Luffy's words, the man all in black suddenly bowed his head and replied with a slight pride, "I am the first biker under Dr. Lee Xiao Xiao." Cold-blooded. Luffy could see that cold blood was not an ordinary human, and immediately turned his head towards a Psy Devil and gestured, saying, "Balgem, try him." Balgem was a member of the Purple Underworld detachment, and his purple leather armor was outlined with cyan lines, giving off a slight magical aura. He had two long horns on his head and two long teeth in his hideously split jaws, which looked extremely grotesque. At this time, hearing Luffy's command, Balgem immediately took a few steps forward to come in front of Coldblood, and his sharp claws lifted up to slap him across the face. Coldblood didn't even expect the opposite side to come up and give him such a blow so insulting to the face, and before he had time to transform he was slapped to the ground. Seeing how easy it was, Balgem slapped down and even taunted with disdain. Waste. At this time, Coldblood had anger rising within him, but he was the number one person under Mr. Lee. A trip to diplomacy and you actually get slapped in the face? Uncle can be tolerated. Aunt can't be tolerated. You're the loser. He stood up and let out a hiss as his body shook, and then his body instantly began to mutate, transforming into a terrifying cold-blooded biker. Seeing Coldblood transform his body, Luffy's eyes immediately showed interest. This transformation was very interesting. It could actually turn a weak human body into one as strong as a Psy Devil body. Meanwhile, Coldblood was covered in an ancient but somewhat theatrical-style leather armor, and his head and face resembled a demonized Peking opera face. The leather armor is a sky blue color overall, with some golden lines outlining it, and carries a gray cloak behind it. The belt was plain, but the shoulder armor was a pair of hideous eagle claws. After the transformation, Coldblood felt the strong power within her body, stretching her body and then tossing her head, the white ponytail at the back of her head following along. Sure enough, I'm going to get brutal. With an open-mouthed shout, he took 2 steps forward to Bargham and blasted his fist into his opponent's chest. Bang! A strong impact sound came out, and the strong force blew Balgorm back a few steps. What? This punk can actually explode with such a strong power? Bargham took a few steps back, somewhat incredulous, but in an instant he raised his battle spirit and instantly rushed forward to battle with Biker. The two clashed together, fists and feet connecting, powerful force bombarded on each other's body. This kind of hand-to-hand you and me under, surprisingly, cannot help each other. This kind of technology can actually mutate an ordinary lancing into an elite that can fight the Psy warriors under my command? Lufa was a bit incredulous, and the intention to cooperate in his heart grew a bit stronger. Even if the Underworld Legion is there because their strength has not been restored today, this kind of tactic is truly extraordinary. I'm sure that after I get that kind of technology under my control, both my own strengthening and my subordinates' promotion will be much easier. With that in mind, Lufa looked up at the 2 men who had already fought out their fires, and instantly barked out a command. Okay, stop. Bargham's movements stopped at his words, and he grunted coldly towards cold-blooded Biker after putting down the weapon he had summoned in his hand. Cold-blood did not show any weakness as he too withdrew the weapon in his hand before looking at Lufa. Not bad. Your Dr. Lee's research is indeed very meaningful. After I need to travel to discuss with him later. A smile appeared on Lufa's face as he continued to speak towards Cold-blood. But for the moment, I'm going to solve my problem here first. The look on his face turned icy cold in the blink of an eye. Cooperation is fine. I will have one of my subordinates return with you this time, but I need you to get enough negative energy ready for me as soon as possible. Cold-blood had some smiles on his face when he heard Lufa say that. He took out a lollipop and stuffed it in his mouth, thinking that this time he had done the doctor's job. And then there's that meddlesome Duan Muyen who showed up recently. We must finish him off this time when we go back. With that, Cold-blood and Bargham left together, and Lufa watched them go away with a cold smile on his lips. Of course he was clear about the purpose of the other party's visit, that Li Shaoxian undoubtedly wanted to borrow the body of the underworld demon to further research the death riot virus. Further, perhaps it was a matter of looking at his strength and trying to use him to clear the way. When I am resurrected, I will obtain the Gung Ho Macadam and the Shura armor. At that time, when seizing the Blue Star energy crystal to destroy this place, this general can let him be a researcher and leave him alive. As for cooperation, it's just a temporary utilization. They are all foxes of 1,000 years. How dare they play chatty with this general? Thinking of the hegemony after the resurrection, a confident smile appeared on Lufa's face. Huan Teppanyaki. After Lin Yi left, Welcome then contacted the 3 of them, Kei Shanshan, Xiao Fei, and Xiao Gang, while checking out the whereabouts of the underworld demon. After a long time, several people had rushed to their corresponding locations and started fighting. Welcome Relief brought a smile to his face. She was a secret practitioner passed down from her family, and had been aware of the mission facing her family since she was a child. It just didn't occur to me that this mission would actually materialize in my own generation, and that it would be up to me to stop the armored warriors from taking on the dreaded legions of the underworld. She also assumed that the task would be burdensome, tiring, and dangerous. But it wasn't until Lin also appeared. Under his strong and incredible strength at first sight, the progress of sealing the spectral demon actually greatly accelerated, and at the same time, it also made the pressure in her heart much smaller. Welcome had never thought before that the handsome young man he met that day at Lin Yi's home would actually cause his fate to change so dramatically. The thought of this was welcomed with a sweet smile in her eyes. A few of them should be fine, and if we seal the spectral demon again today, then Lufa's strength will be weakened some more. Soon everything, 1,000 years of carrying can end. With him it will be okay. However, Welcome, who was immersed in elation and hope, did not realize that behind her, Yuzu, who was supposed to be resting on the 2nd floor, was walking slowly towards her. At the corners of Yuzu's mouth, there hung an extremely unfamiliar cunning smile and cruel color. Yuzu, what are you doing? A sudden shout came from an incredulous and shocked voice of Goten, welcoming the sudden awakening of a quick turn. What came into view was the evil grin on Yuzu's face with the immediate slamming of the handblade. Bang! The hand slash with no less power knocked Welcome out, and Yuzu grinned at Goten as she hugged him. Ha 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 ha, you're too late. A look of disbelief appeared in Xiao Tian's eyes as he was about to step forward to stop it, but then he saw Yuzu's body shaking as Kara manifested in the demonic aura. Spectral demon. Xiao Tian was shocked, immediately took out the summoner, pressed the button, the card flew into the summoner, then merged into the belt in a flash to complete the summoning. Criminal armor. Merge, transforming into the criminal sky armor. Xiao Tian's aura increased greatly, and he immediately took a step forward and said in shock and anger, "Drop the welcome or you won't get away." However, Kara was not the least bit intimidated, and her body transformed into a grapefruit again, with a timid smile on her face, and she said in a pitiful manner, "Brother Xingtian, don't you recognize me?" Goten was a bit overwhelmed by this. Kara then put her welcome aside and her body once again transformed into a spectral demon as she pointed at Xingtian and hissed a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha, not only will I take her today, I'll take the man upstairs too." Chapter 44 about the matter of raiding the lair. The mystery of upgrading armor. Kara's Psy Devil body was reddish in color, with only some blue leather armor wrapped around key areas, and his face was like a mask, revealing only a pair of glowing eyes. She didn't have the slightest bit of fear when facing Xingtian at this time, but instead, she spoke out in mockery. "Interceptor. If it was another interdictor, then I would really have to be a bit more fearful, and might have to turn around and run away. But you're no match for me." There was no anger in Xingtian's eyes as he stepped forward to engage Kara in battle, and Interceptor's palm techniques were equally out of this world. "It's true that I'm not as strong as Linny, but I'll never let you escape easily," he softly shouted. "Criminal Sky Palm." The cherub slapped out with a torture palm and hit Kara straight in the stomach. At that very moment, however, Kula suddenly lifted her ethereal body and assumed the form of a grapefruit. "No!" Xingtian saw the scene and immediately looked shocked, forcing himself to deflect this palm to hit the air. Kara laughed out loud at this. His body shifted in a flash and blasted out a palm, hitting Xingtian in the abdomen. Bang! Goten took a few steps back from the blow and looked at Kara with one hand over his stomach. "Get out of Yuzu's body." Kara slightly closed her eyes and her body transformed into a human form again. She had a cheerful smile on her face as she slowly came before Interceptor and softly said, "But I am her." Upon hearing this, Xingtian within the criminal sky immediately had his pupils slightly condensed and angrily rebuked. "No way!" Kara's incarnation of Yuzu, however, didn't stop as she continued to cling to the interdictor's armor and continued to speak softly. "And oh, do you know the truth about your parents' disappearance? When you were 5. Hearing these words, Xingtian's heart shook tremendously, his body trembled slightly, and his intentional energy was already in disarray at this point. Kara smiled slightly, realizing that he had already defeated Goten. With such a heavy obsession in his heart, it's just too good to deal with. She spoke to Tiny at last. "Stop. Just stop here. I'll tell you what the truth is as long as you don't go against us again in the future." Click. The interdictor summoner on his belt was easily removed by Kara, and Goten's armor instantly disintegrated. With a smug smile on her face, she ignored Goten, who was in a trance with pain in his eyes, and opened her mouth straight towards the stairs. "Take those 3 and let's go." Upstairs Shafinta's surprised voice came. "Not kill the boy?" Shafta had been sent by Lufa to inform Kara to make his move, and naturally he had been there the whole time. It's just that Kara had instructed him not to have to make the move. Kara took one look at Ten and shook her head. "Can't kill. Earn." A roar like a muffled thunderclap came from far away, followed by the harsh sound of brakes. Bang! The door that had been broken down by Sabin was violently pushed open once more, and Linny's heart sank as he rushed in. He realized something was wrong after he made the call, and despite rushing back as fast as he could, he was a little late. The interior of the store was still largely intact, but the messy appearance made it clear that there had still been a battle. He looked again at Xingtian, who was crouching in a corner not far away with a face full of pain, and with just a slight analysis, he roughly understood what was going on. Walking up to Xingtian, Lin Yi sighed and inquired, "What happened?" Xingtian raised his head to look at Lin Yi, many emotions such as guilt, sadness, regret and pain surging up in his eyes, and for a while he couldn't even speak. "He's not stupid, he's just obsessive." Yet it was just Kula who caught the opening and created the situation that exists today. Hearing Xingtian's complaint with guilt and pain, Lin Yi inwardly sighed lightly unsurprisingly. "And it's my fault that I didn't make it clear enough for Kula to get the hang of it." In fact, he had guessed about Kara striking, but in Lin Yi's opinion, Xingtian was still more than capable of fending her off. Even if he couldn't, he could easily make it back if he delayed some time. But he did not expect that the small days were actually removed from the armor by a word from Kula. "Lin Yi, you said you know the truth. Tell me, okay?" Xingtian stood up and looked at Lin Yi, pleading in such a state of mind. "Tell me, whatever it is, I can take it." Lin also saw the many emotions contained under his pupils, and it was as if those emotions had turned into flames that kept burning. "It was then that your parents discovered the spectral demon Kula, who had been lured by the interdictor summoner, and they tried to protect you, lured Kara away and was killed by her." Such a truth does seem a bit harsh to Tiny, especially at a time like this. But it's being stuck there all the time that's sad. Lin also didn't look at him anymore. Everyone had their own battles to fight. He strides towards the outside and he does the same. Lufa took Welcome in order to threaten us or to force us to ask for the location of the Gung Ho Vajra. What about taking Lily and the others? No doubt it was to make Kor Wrath work for him willingly, but now everything is clueless. Where to find a Welcome? Go straight to the Bajaj group for Lufa? Linny was frowning in thought when a rough voice suddenly came to his ears. What? Been raided by someone? Linny looked up in the direction the voice had come from, and surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. Senpai, you're back? It was none other than Emperor Yen who came towards Linny, his face as condescending as ever. Grace went for a spin on Lufa and copied his lair too. Could it be that he's pissed off? Is that why you came to raid your lair? Linny's face was filled with questions when he heard this, and it was then that he learned about the Ba Wine group from Yen Di. He could only give this one a thumbs up too. A single suit of adamantium armor pierced Lufa's lair. I came back just in time to meet those spectral demons leaving with that little girl, and in passing, I put a wisp of tracking intent energy into them. Yen Di continued to speak, his voice very calm, as if he was talking about a small and insignificant matter, but this was a great joy for Linny. This way, at least he wouldn't need to worry about finding a Welcome for them, and wouldn't be too passive. Of course he wouldn't be stupid enough to ask, if you saw them, why didn't you stop them? Because he's Yen Di. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some friendship with Linny, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have even released this wisp of intentional energy. What's it to me if you fight and kill each other? I'm afraid that's the mindset of Emperor Yen. Lin also wasn't ambiguous, and immediately thanked Yen Di. Thank you, Senior. When I rescue Welcome and the others, I'll treat Senior to a good meal and drink. Hearing this, Yen Di's eyes lit up and he nodded in satisfaction. At this time Lin also suddenly remembered another thing, and he hurriedly asked for advice again with Yen Di. Elder, I feel that my own intentional energy is sufficient, but why can't you upgrade your armor? Yen Di sniffing immediately as a laugh, casually retort plus probe. Ha, don't believe it you kid. Also you think you can. It's only been a few days you. Lin also sensed Yen Di's probing and took the initiative to release his own intentional energy, and in the next second Yen Di's entire body froze. He stared down at Linny, all a little unsure of how to speak. It's only been a few days, and you've gone up so much, but after thinking about it, he still didn't spit it out like that. Otherwise where would he put his senior's face? Linny then saw that Yen Di, who was still somewhat agitated, quickly calmed down and opened his mouth to instruct. What do you think an armor upgrade is? Willingness to be able to automatically unlock the function as soon as it's reached? Linny sniffed and opened his mouth slightly, a little dazed. Isn't it? When Emperor Yen saw Lin Yi's appearance, he immediately hated him a little. This was his Yen Xing's armor. He came up and gave Linny a slap on the face before continuing in earnest. The intentional energy simply allows the armor to be more powerful, while the upgrade requires familiarity with the armor, an appreciation of the style and capabilities of this armor. It's a match. It's human armor in one. Seeing Lin Yi's thoughtful look, Yen Di nodded in satisfaction. If it's true that you can upgrade if you can achieve the intention, wouldn't I be able to upgrade whichever set of armor I summon? Lin also nodded his head at the words, ignoring Yen Di's unmoving praise of his own strength. He had already felt some of the mysteries. Upgrade War God Interceptor. That way the rescue welcomes them and the duel is more certain. And he already has an upgrade. Chapter 45, Saving and Killing. Meet the God of War. Interceptor. Since all of this had been asked about at this point, Lin also didn't wait any longer. Senior, where exactly did those underworld demons end up? Could it be that he went to Lufaxin's lair? When Emperor Yen heard Lin Yi's inquiry, he was about to go scout and track something down, but at that moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the corner of the street. He was so fast that he rushed in front of Linny in the blink of an eye, and then grabbed him and opened his mouth eagerly. Interceptor. Go to. Sabine, Lin also uttered in surprise. The visitor was none other than Sabine, who had come to him before, only to accidentally regain his original form and finally leave again. Sabine, what are you doing here? Going somewhere fast? Seeing Sabine's anxious appearance, Linny immediately spoke out to inquire. He was sure Sabine wouldn't come to himself at today's crunch time without something important. Sabine, who had regained his human body by now, wasted no time and quickly said, go save your flying shadows. The general has learned that she is very close to you and has sent Captain Kor Wrath to capture her. Our captain accidentally ran into this and sent me to tell you. Yen Di, who was on the side, watched the scene in front of him with some amusement. The spectral demon came to armor to rat him out? Still, it's interesting to have armor to save a companion. While Lin also heard Sabine's words but had already frowned. He certainly didn't think that the flying shadow the other party was talking about was Faye. Since we're talking about a great relationship, it must be Kei Shanshan. What a cunning wayfarer. Linny clenched his fists and let out a sigh of emotion. Immediately after robbing Welcome and Lily and the others, you used Lily to threaten Kor Wrath again. And you want to threaten me again by taking MSK as well? When Emperor Yen heard what Lin Yi said, he immediately chimed in with some disdain. Ha, he's always been such a mean bastard. At that moment, the familiar panel reappeared in front of Lin Yi's eyes, and the system voice in his ears came along with it. Ding! Triggered subquest, save and kill. Saving and killing, saving K Shanshan alone. Mission reward, 10% completion. If the mission results are outstanding, an additional 10% completion can be added. I didn't expect the quest to be triggered at this time, and Lin was also a bit surprised. The name of the mission is Save and Kill, and it turns out the mission is about saving people? So inaccurate. Is this system working for you? But now that the situation was urgent, Lin also didn't hesitate, and immediately turned over and mounted his motorcycle. Ready to go. Sabine, thanks to you and Mingsu for this help. I'll be sure to thank you personally when I get a chance in the future. Lin also continued to bark at Sabine. Hurry up and go back, or you'll have a big problem if you're discovered. In his last life, this buddy died a horrible death at the hands of his own people. This time he does not want to make Sabine end up in a tragedy because of himself. Sabin nodded and left with a sniff. His mission accomplished. Seeing Lin Yi's rare and somewhat heavy expression, Yen Di didn't know what was going on. But anyway, he opened his mouth in a smooth manner. You go ahead and tackle that side. I'm going to follow the tracking intent energy to see if I can find that Lufa guy's new lair. He stood with his arms wrapped around him, his eyes not looking at Lin Yi, and added offhandedly, if I meet those friends of yours, I will take care to protect their lives. Hearing these seemingly casual words from Yen Di, a touching look also appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. He wasn't a fool. Couldn't he hear the meaning of the words? Ah, barbecue and beer, sure is the quickest way to conquer a man. It wasn't wasted. He immediately clasped his fists in gratitude, looking quite solemn. Senior's help is something Lin also keeps in mind. I'll be sure to treat my predecessor to a meal all over the planet, and we will definitely return the favor in the future and help Senior return to the top. Draw the big pie first. Yen Di couldn't hear this and didn't care, immediately waving his hand in disgust and urging, hurry up and go. Big man chirping, and help me get back on top. Later, Lin also laughed and didn't say much. His right hand slightly twisted. The locomotive like an angry dragon's roar shook out. With that, he let the clutch out slightly and oiled the clutch to match. In an instant the black locomotive scurried out like a phantom and sped away like a sword. Yen Di watched as Lin Yi's back disappeared, the corner of his mouth curling up into some smiles, and then he muttered to himself as he left from the other direction. Bring me back to the top? Well, you have to find the Shura armor to do that. A brat with a lot of big words. On the roads of Hope City, locomotives that roared and sped like angry dragons braked by, leaving only echoing rolling sounds. This powerful locomotive with 193 horsepower and accelerating to 300 miles per hour in 2.9 is leading Lin to save its original owner. Like no other rider in the history of the world, he rides a never-before-seen mount and breaks through the cage. Road. Wind. It's so big. Holler. Mud. Forget the helmet. Lin also knew the address that K Shanshan was heading to, and welcomed the fact that he had told him all 4 coordinates when he told the coordinates, in order to make it easier for him to support him around. It wasn't that he didn't want to use shifting shadows to be faster, but it was just that his intentional energy didn't allow it anymore. This day since the morning he began to fight, all without stopping, and did not eat, and now it is approaching evening. Battle after battle. It's draining him dry. Of today's armor callers, except for the hot man, anyone else would have been afraid to kneel. The area where K Shanshan was located wasn't too close to here, and he just happened to use the time on the road to focus on recovering some of his intentional energy. At this point, 10 kilometers from the teppanyaki restaurant and 6 kilometers from Hope High School in an assembly line factory, K Shanshan was kneeling on one knee, and was struggling to hold her body up with her blast shadow blade. Not far away across from her, Siyu Wrath had transformed into a Psy Devil body, holding the axe of the angry dragon, and was gazing at her with complicated eyes. You're close to exhaustion. Disarm your armor and come with me. Why bother resisting unnecessarily? Core Wrath's low voice came out, and he didn't want to fight K Shanshan again. K Shanshan burst out laughing at her words, and despite her gentle voice, she didn't show any weakness and opened her mouth with a slight hint of mockery. You've already appeared here, and the 2 axes you stole just now were merciless. So what are you saying these hypocritical words for now? Positions are divided, so let's not talk about friendship. K Shanshan started to come here and encountered a Grey Styx detachment of Psy Devils. That underworld demon, after taking on human form, constantly controlled human affairs and fights within this factory, causing the entire factory to be in a state of chaos and collecting negative energy indiscriminately. It was only when K Shanshan arrived to transform into Flying Shadow that the guy transformed into a Psy Devil and began to spray balls of magical energy to bombard the place. This spectral demon wasn't very powerful in his own battle. He specialized in magical attacks and was extremely fast. However, she encounters the flying shadow armor summoned by Xingtian, and is defeated even after a fierce fight, and is eventually successfully sealed by her using the flying shadow bijutsu. However, after putting the genetic code into the summoner, Xingtian's mind relaxed for a moment. Core Wrath suddenly appeared. The axe of the furious dragon slashed at the back of the flying shadow in a flash. Xingtian, who had already been fighting for a while, was instantly hit and seriously injured. If not for the speed of the flying shadow, she quickly dodged and pulled away. I'm afraid that it would have been taken away by a set of Ku Wrath. Seeing Xingtian being so stubborn, Ku Wrath had a bit of a temper, and he opened his mouth to shout angrily once again. You can't stop me. If you keep this up, you'll be seriously injured. Lin Yi has some favors for me. I don't want to hurt you, just follow me obediently. At such an urgent moment, suddenly hearing Lin Yi's name, Xingtian was a bit surprised, but then, after a little bit of comfort in her mind, she felt even more ridiculous. If he's been so kind to you, how dare you willingly come and do such a thing? Core Wrath clenched his fists tightly, resigned but irritated. I can't help it. It's all I can do. He tried to take a deep breath and control his emotions before speaking coldly again. Don't presume he'll come to your rescue. Someone will naturally greet him. Taking you away was just to make him throw in the towel. You're not going to die, so why are you asking for your own death? After such a short period of time had passed, Xingtian felt that her intentional energy and physical strength had recovered a bit more. She struggled to her feet, stubbornness and pride flashing in her eyes. The blast shadow blade gently tapped the ground, and her entire body had adjusted its combat stance. Come on, this place is already blocked by you. Trying to take me away? Unless I die, how could I choose to live? Knowing that they took me to threaten you? Sisters of the school, so to preach and teach and solve the confusion, bull or not, right? Being the one with the responsibility to never give in and fight to the last second is the last lesson I have left behind. Xingtian can condense. The hands of the blast shadow blade instantly switched into the blast shadow gun, and then bang a few shots toward the Ku Wrath. She herself moved up quickly, dodging towards the depths of the factory. Ku Wrath was strong and powerful, and she was good at speed, so naturally she wouldn't fight hard. However, in the smoke caused by Fong's struck attack, a manic and domineering body quickly rushed out. He completely ignored the attacks that hit his body, and with the help of the huge axe in front of his chest, he charged violently towards Xingtian with a force that was like 1,000 pounds. Bang! The flying shadow armor was slammed into the breastplate and blasted out in a flash, hitting the wall behind it hard. Pust! The armor turned into nothingness and disintegrated automatically, and Xingtian, who was embedded in the wall, opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. If we can walk away from this one. Cuss Wrath didn't show any mercy this time. He took a big step forward and reached out his big hand remotely about to grab Xingtian, but at that moment, a sudden roar like an angry dragon came from far away, and the next moment the black dragon shadow roared into the empty factory building. Another calm, cold, hard voice pierced through the harsh but agitated sound of brakes. Take one more step forward and I'll let you see how powerful my God of War, Interceptor, is. Chapter 46 Upgrade, God of War Interceptor. 100 battles were won, and Ku Wrath died. Although the voice was cold, hard and calm, the anger contained within it was like nameless karmic fire, causing one's heart to palpitate instantly. The seriously injured Xingtian heard a familiar voice and instantly braced herself to look up. In the light of tears, a blurry figure became clear. A simple, sharp black sweatshirt, a well-proportioned but not skinny, slender body, and a slightly young but handsome, deep-browed but soulful appearance. Lin also calmly brushed past Ku Wrath and came to Xingtian. Senpai, sorry for being a little late. At this moment, Xingtian felt that the thoughtful gentleness of the male protagonist in all the romance novels she had ever been bored of reading was not even a tenth of this scene. But the next moment, Lin Yi's somewhat immodest voice came back and said, Ugh, why are you fighting back so hard? Why don't you pretend to surrender and be captured by him? You don't need to be so badly injured. At once, Xingtian's original feeling dissipated. Humph, shameless Lin Yi. Lin Yi carefully picked up Xingtian from within the shattered wall before placing her aside in a safe place. Core Wrath felt a great insult. He was one of the 3 captains of the Underworld Legion, and now he was being ignored at a time like this? Lin Yi, Interceptor. Kurath spoke out in a heavy voice and a low voice. You are not taking me too seriously. Do you really think that you can still fool me by using the previous War God Interceptor's argument again? At this moment, Lin Yi was taking off his sweatshirt and laying it beside Xingtian. Seeing the worry in her eyes, he smiled slightly. Sister K, later on you'll see how schoolmate will take it out for you. Xingtian's face blushed slightly when she heard the name calling, but then she saw Lin Yi's pure white short-sleeve liner. And then he stood up and walked towards Cu Wrath. Q Wrath, how come I saved your girlfriend's family, and this is how you repay me? Upon hearing Lin Yi's questioning with mockery, Core Wrath gritted his teeth and continued after a slight silence. I can't help it. Lily and the others have been captured by the general's men. Lin also laughed and asked in return. So you turned around and came to arrest my people and make me suffer like this too? Is that it? Is this the ennui you believe in? Hearing Lin Yi's naked and unforgiving mocking condemnation, Core Wrath breathed much heavier as he clenched his fists and said once again, I can't help it. When Lin Yi saw this look on his face, he immediately continued. Now then, I invite you to join forces with me to rescue your girlfriend and my friend. That way we don't have to be hostile and we have a solution. How about that? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Kurath clearly revealed a look of interest. But he then thought of the horror of Lufa and the risk of doing such a thing, and once again gritted his teeth. I'm afraid the general's tactics are not something you or I can fight against. How dare you? If you don't want to take care of Rufus and your girlfriend, you'll take care of me, won't you? Upon hearing Cu Wrath's reply, Lin also completely changed his face. I'll do to you what you do to me. Such a thing as repaying kindness with kindness did not exist with him. He snorted instantly. I thought you were some kind of character, but now you seem to be nothing more than one of his Lufa's lackeys. In that case, the position is different. No need to say more. Lin also took out the Interdictor Armor Summoner in his hand, scanned the iris, pressed the Summoner button, and the Shakti card flew into the Summoner and merged into the belt. Criminal Armor. Merge. Lin Yi lightly drank, and instantly, the energy of the heavens and earth swept over him, and the Interdictor's armor appeared on top of his torso. Interceptor stood upright, his hands tentatively holding his belt as he stood opposite Kurath, like a general confronting a demon. With that, Lin Yi's voice came out from within the armor. Kurath, having chosen the wrong path, you will stay here today. Kurath laughed at his words, which also contained anger within them. Just you? Don't worry. I'll remember your favor for saving Lily's family and will keep you alive. Lin Yi didn't answer him, only condensing his body's intentional energy and sinking it into the summoner on his belt. At the same time, his killing heart had risen, but his heart was not guilty, and his mind recalled the many images of fighting with the help of the Interdictor armor. Even though there wasn't much time, the battles he had experienced together with Interdictor were by no means considered few. The various abilities of Interceptor weapons are also gradually familiar with him. Control. The criminal armor is the general's armor as well as the justice armor. This justice is not what the public thinks it is, but what is in the heart of the caller. Criminal justice is not about repaying kindness with kindness, or sacrificing self to fulfill others. Rather, there is something to do and something not to do. Gradually, as his heart merged with interdiction, Lin Yi had felt the blazing heat and strangeness coming from the summoner. Despite its seemingly mediocre stats, it has the highest ceiling of the 3 pairs of armor, stronger in defense than the Flying Shadow, faster than the Vajra, and overriding the remaining 2 in means of attack. This was his perception of the strength and means of the Interdictor armor. The words spoken by Emperor Yen were also all turning back in his mind, and as he lightly spat out bites under his breath, the intentional energy of his body unexpectedly began to coalesce in a big way, converging around his armor. The latter sends, the first arrives, seeks the longest and the shortest, and is invincible in battle. Boom! Mighty energy descended within the Interdictor armor, and Lin also felt the powerful energy and gulped softly in a blessed manner. God of War Interceptor. Upgrade. Boom! The majestic intent energy exploded, and the invisible fire-red intent energy wrapped the Interdictor's armor like flowing water. Lin Yi's body slightly shook, his right hand instantly crossing forward from the card box on his waist. Instantly, a card depicting the God of War, Interceptor, manifested in his hand. Snap! He turned his hand and slapped the summoning card into the summoner at his waist, and in the next moment, wrapped in the golden red intent energy that manifested into substance, the Interdictor armor began to reconstruct itself at a rapid pace. Kurath looked at Xingtian in front of him with a shocked expression in his eyes, only to see the summoner lens in 4 corners of Interceptor's waist break open and shine out. He crossed his arms to protect his chest, his armor opening and expanding at the same time as his chest and back armor. At the same time, the white shoulder armor reconstructed into gold, the light blue eyes were embellished with gold stripes, and the sharp sword symbolizing punishment protruded from behind the head. A sense of majesty and dignity immediately emerged. In the blink of an eye, God of War Interceptor's upgrade was complete. His entire body was made up of a dignified golden red color, and the precise armor on his chest was embellished with white lines to give him a few more points of majesty. Boom! Lin Yi's original intentional energy was suddenly even more majestic under the War God Interdictor's augmentation, directly exploding into an astonishing aura. He took a few steps forward, and the majestic appearance of the god of war, interdictor, gave rise to awe just by looking at him. How can it be? You're just a blue star. How could you develop the interdictor armor to such an extent? Kurath looked at the god of war, interdictor, with a look of shock in his eyes. Lin Yi was unusually calm at his words. At this point, his strength had long since surpassed all the underworld demons except for Lufa. So what about the blue stars? Could it be that, in your opinion, Lancingers are inherently inferior to Eurasians? Kurath wanted to say something but didn't. I'll give you the chance to make the first move. Lin also stepped forward step by step, forcing Siyu Rath's spirit to tense up as he kept retreating. Finally, he couldn't help himself. Then I'll see the might of the god of war. Interceptor. He quickly charged forward with his axe, slashing down towards Lin Yi's face. Lin Yi dodged this axe with a slight movement of his body, and he took a backward side step and blasted out with a palm. Sheltering sky palm. Bang! The strong palm force exploded in front of Kurath's chest, directly blowing him back several steps. He roared angrily, holding his axe in one hand and suddenly charged again, wanting to engage Lin Yi. Lin Yi gazed at the charging Kurath and said softly, "Posterity hair." His body disappeared at once, and Kurath rushed in to pounce. The ancestors have arrived. Lin Yi's voice reappeared, and his body had instantly arrived behind Siyu Rath. The chief strategist section is short. He raised his right arm to make a fist to build up momentum, and above the palm of his fist there suddenly appeared a small red weapon that looked like a finger tiger. The electric light strike. Boom! He blasted his fist down, and the electric strike crashed into the back of Kurath, erupting with a powerful force that directly caused the latter to fall to the ground. Lin Yi gazed at the severely injured Kurath and uttered the words he had uttered back when they first met. "You're looking ahead and destined to have no place to stay." Kurath threw away his weapon, his eyes lost in thought, and eventually laughed out bitterly. "Yeah, to each his own. Death is not enough. That's what's going to happen to me. You do it, but I want to ask you to please. You must save Lily." Lin Yi nodded, seeing him shudder a bit and peacefully close his eyes. Electric lightning cannon. Boom! Only a suspended genetic code remained in place, and it was only then that Lin Yi softly uttered the last few words. 100 battles. Say a little bit about the recent problems. The book is still in the small black room. Really difficult. Yesterday I was still conceptualizing the outline, thinking about how to write a good write long. I am confident to write this book long, because I have a million words finished the old book well. Who knows vomit? Suddenly a notice to me to hit confused. I have no choice but to revise plus appeal for review to see if the book will come out. Don't worry. There will be updates in the next few days, but the only ones who can see it are the brothers and sisters who have added it to their bookshelves. Nothing else. I'm not giving up on this book, and I hope you won't give up on him either and support it. Thank you. My author said that sometimes it doesn't show up, so I'll write it here as well for once. The following is what I wrote when I came back at 150,000 words. The book had been pulled from the small dark room, and it's clear to everyone how it came out. Changing some of the personas. Being blocked for 5 days for 4 revisions is miserable, but thankfully it's out, and thankfully people still like it, and I'm quite relieved. So I'm trying to update it, and then it's just to say that for the next 3 chapters or so, I'll be adding some content that doesn't affect the main text, so if you're too lazy to read it, you can skip it. Since the book was in the darkroom when these 3 chapters were first posted, and I was changing the book every day, I've only written 1 chapter in the last 3 days, but I want to get full attendance, although only $600 but for me is also a lot of food for a few more days so I write some small extras after these 3 chapters to make up for the word count. Everyone who likes to read it can check it out, and if you don't like to read it, just skip it and go straight to the next chapter. Thanks for bearing with me. Extra 1, K Shanchan. I'm Sandra K. I'm 25 years old and I'm currently in graduate school. In March, I received a message from my benefactor that I would like to return to my alma mater to help her briefly manage the underclassmen. My benefactor is elderly but busy with the content of the college summit, so occasionally I need to substitute for her. As it happened, my dissertation also required research on learning in today's colleges and universities, so I gladly accepted. I've never shied away from my first degree and I've never been shy about talking about my alma mater. Even though it was only a general college of specialization within the City of Hope, I never regretted my choice. The accident at the entrance exams left me with only 2 exams, and the results were momentary, but my mother's last glance before she died was able to heal me for the rest of my life. The loss of a loved one is not a rainstorm, but a long, wet day in this life. I am no longer willing to go back to high school and repeat another year. So what if I'm a specialist? Where I start never defines where I end up. I had a great time during my 2 years at my alma mater, where I learned, grew, and met a lot of great people. I made it through to undergraduate school and on to graduate school at a top-tier institution, and I'm back where I'm supposed to be. Returning to the City of Hope and returning to my old stomping grounds was a trip to look forward to. There seems to be a lot of catch-all weird stories popping up all over the place lately, as well as people claiming to have encountered monsters, and while many people don't think it's a good idea, I'm convinced of it. Unfortunately, I'm just an ordinary woman with no way to walk into the center of this mutant disaster. Despite the fact that my father had invested all of his business empire in the whole of Blue Star to try to get to work on a weapon that could fight those monsters, there didn't seem to be any progress. That's a shame. I'd fight for this my whole life if I could. God have mercy. As if it had heard my call. The day after I returned to Hope City, a sky blue music player appeared out of nowhere. Reaching out to grab that music player, in a trance I realized what it did. It was amazing that there were such strange items in this world that could give even ordinary people enough power to protect themselves and others. I am thankful for the flying shadow summoner. By accident, I was chatting with my best friend, and the two of them eventually realized that each other were actually a mithralist and an armor summoner, respectively. She told me about the origins of the flying shadow armor and the origin of the spectral demon, and that chaos was coming. When the spectral demon appears, more innocent people are bound to be harmed and implicated. And can our strength actually stop those monsters? We're not sure. Interestingly, during my time at my alma mater, I discovered some interesting underclassmen in my classes. All the love affairs of youth seem to me extremely uninteresting. They are insignificant trifles in the face of great power. But the case of one of the schoolboys made me pay a little more attention. And in spite of good grades and serious studies, he was too cowardly. Being cowardly and stiff is nothing, but to actually pursue another schoolgirl with an extremely heavy heart like that is just stupid in my opinion. But after all, he's a schoolmate, and I occasionally take care of him so he doesn't get bullied too much. In this day and age, people are ultimately on their own. Welcome tells me that the phantom demon has started to show signs, but none of the other armored summoners have shown up. Many innocent people have been hurt and are on edge. That time, I did my best to finally eradicate a spectral demon, but I also nearly died from exhaustion. The spectral demons are appearing more and more frequently, and I'm finally realizing how weak the power of the individual is. When I was young and foolish, I always thought that there was nothing I could do for the world. The years are wasting away, and I finally feel that there is an end to the power of the world. I'm not the one who can save others after all, not a gifted summoner, and not able to fulfill my heart's desire anymore. Until that day, the phantom demon came to school. I won't let him hurt my schoolmates, even if I run out of strength again, even if I die. But on this day, hope appeared. I never thought that one person could make such a big difference. I think the most cowardly and stiffless schoolboy of all time. He didn't flinch, he didn't weaken, he just walked towards the Pantheon Devil all by himself. Criminal armor. He's actually the summoner of the Interdictor armor, and he must have better talent than me. I could see his excitement and the little ruse he used to decisively destroy a Psy Devil. I finally realized that people are really different, and that gifted talent is never used to describe people like that. Someone will come along and be the hope for me. For everyone, put an end to this mess. For a speck of dust from the age of chaos that falls on every ordinary person is a mountain big enough to overwhelm anyone. In the days that followed, I stood side by side with him and watched as he angled his way to finish off one foe after another. What a joy. I always understood that I would never be his peer. I'm just a recorder. Keep moving forward. Rinya. I will try to stand shoulder to shoulder with you and will watch as you end the age. Chapter 47 Armor Enhancement Value 60%. Yen Di's call. Core Wrath's death didn't make any waves in Lin Yi's mind. Back then, when he had first blocked him from killing the underworld demon, Lin Yi had known that he was not destined to be on the same path. Undoing his armored transformation, he helped Aku, who was down on the ground, with a rescue call. This Blue Star man was just possessed and recuperated, not life-threatening. Lin Yi then came to Kei Shanshan. Sister Kei, can you still drive? Kei Shanshan sniffed and raised her willow eyebrows. Just now it was you who personally carried me down from the wall. All set on the wall. Do you think I can still drive? Seeing her face, Lin also knew clearly that he had asked a stupid question. He bent his arms across Kei Shanshan's neck and the crook of her legs and picked her up with a slight push, then turned and headed outside. It was getting late. The last rays of light under the setting sun illuminated the exit, and the long dark night arrived. The beauty was in his arms. His upright body gradually moved forward, and he could vaguely hear some conversations. Lin Yi? Don't ever call me Hokage again. Why, Kei Hokage? I've been told. Don't call me schoolmarm, because you don't go to the academy for classes anyway. Okay, Kei senpai. You're really pissing me off. Don't get mad, Kei Hokage. Returning to the teppanyaki store? Fei and Kong had both returned as well. As for Xiao Tian, he seemed to have regained some of his vigor as well, and the look in his eyes was clearly different from before. Hey, how are you guys doing? And how is Shannon hurt like this? Following Lin Yi's address, Xiao Gang and Xiao Fei also went up to ask about Kei Shanshan's injuries with concern. Lin Yi didn't bother answering this. He sent Kei Shanshan to the couch and was too busy to just open up to these two. Got any food? Hurry up and get me something to eat. I'm starving. On this day, the exertion of intentional energy was still secondary to the main physical strength. Lin also at this time has really been hungry almost back to breath. Seeing Lin Yi in this state, Xiao Gang didn't say anything more and hurriedly ran out to buy him some food. Ah, come alive. After a bowl of noodles hit the bottom, Lin Yi completely felt alive. And then he picks at the rest of his meal while talking to the others about the situation. Now it has reached the most critical time. I reckon that the old thief Lufa should have to wrestle. Someone will come to pick up and take away to the hospital in a while from Kei Hokage's side, and there's definitely no way to contribute any more in the short term. Lin Yi raised his head to look at Xiao Fei and Xiao Gang, and finally looked at Xiao Tian who was on the side and said seriously, "It should be up to a couple of us next." He then inquired towards the two. "Have you resolved the two spectral demons you encountered today?" Fei and Kong looked at each other and both tilted their heads a little proudly. "That's for sure. I struck out and quickly took care of that underworld demon." With this young master stepping in, how could the underworld demon run away? Some surprise appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. Yan Di's special training really worked. Of course, the fact that Kong and Fei, who were able to upgrade their armor, were originally not too bad in terms of talent, but just had some weaknesses in their personalities. Now that he had been tempered by Lin Yi coming up, he was already much better. First we need to get Welcome out of there so we can continue to predict the search for the few remaining spectral demons. Lin wasn't sure exactly how many other underworld demons Lufa had in his hands nowadays, but not counting that in Mingsu and Xiaoshu Fa, plus Saban as his own demon, he had no more than 3 or 4 in his hands that he could use. So when the time comes, if you encounter an ordinary underworld demon, the two of you will step in to fend it off. If there is something stronger, or Lufa himself, then I'll do it. Hearing Lin Yi's analysis and command, Xiao Gang and Fei looked at each other and both nodded. Lin Yi's strength is growing too fast. The rest of them can't keep up with this speed, and now they can only give him a hand. At that moment, the person who came to pick up Kei Shanshan at the door arrived. The visitor drove a professional medical vehicle, but it was obviously a private facility, and several professional whitecoat personnel came down from the vehicle to take Kei Shanshan to her car. Lin also came outside the car, looking at Kei Shanshan who was received in the car. He suddenly opened his mouth. "Sister Kei." Kei Shanshan's beautiful eyes instantly lit up when she heard this. Her pretty face turning towards Lin Yi, her red lips pursed slightly, her eyes sparkling. "Lin Yi, do you have something to say to me?" Lin Yi nodded solemnly, and Kei Shanshan's face showed a look of anticipation. He was only seen hemming and hawing and holding out his hand. "School Sister Kei, you won't be able to use Flying Shadow anytime soon. Can I keep the summoner, please?" Kei Shanshan's eyes widened, the look of anticipation on her pretty face vanishing. She viciously threw the Flying Shadow summoner at Lin Yi. And then her original gentleness disappeared, and her entire aura instantly became majestic as she immediately opened her mouth to command. "Close the door. Drive." Snap. The car door was slammed shut instantly, and Lin Yi was busy taking a few steps back. "TCH, Kei-senpai is angry." As he returned to the store, Lin also muttered as he surveyed the Flying Shadow summoner. "What does Sister Kei's family do? Seems very rich and powerful. Those professionals and vehicles just now are not for the average person. Amo a rich woman?" Shaking his head, Lin Yi cast aside those irrelevant thoughts, and a sharp color reappeared in his eyes. "I wonder if Elder Yan Di has found Kula and their hiding place yet." Just as he walked back to the store, Xiao Tian came up to meet him. He came in front of Lin Yi and spoke with firm eyes. "Lin Yi, I know all this is my fault, but I want to salvage some of it, and I want to be able to help you guys out at least a little bit. And I want to get the truth from Kara myself." He looked very resolute, and his eyes had thrown away many of his past hesitant scruples. The whole person was like a blazing torch. "So, can you help me?" Lin Yi revealed his surprise. He could tell that at this time, Xiao Tian had already reached his best state. Without the interference of obsession and confusion, Xiao Tian's talent was very high. After all, he was an existence that could also solo Lufa by himself. Good seedling. Train up Xiao Tian and the others, and when they go to other regions in the future, when they come across those ungrateful and unappealing guys, they will just make a phone call. Summon a squad of armor. It's so pushy. "Look." Lin Yi smoothly tossed him the Flying Shadow armor summoner he had just obtained and said in passing, "I know what you mean. Of course I'll help you." After that he nodded in Fei's direction and continued, "Summon Flying Shadow to use it first, and with your talent, you shouldn't have any problem asking for more advice from Fei. As for the Interdictor summoner, to get it back in person, of course, once Senior informs us of the exact location of the Welcome Girls, we'll set off together." As for now, it's the time to get your strength up. Sitting cross-legged in front of the sofa, Lin Yi's mind relaxed, but his intentional energy was alive and began to recover. By the way, haven't had a chance to check out the quest rewards yet. With a thought, the virtual mechanical panel in front of him appeared at once. Congratulations to the host. Save and kill is complete. Quest reward, save K Shanshan. Kill Seal Core Wrath. Additional 10% quest completion. Bonus plus 20% mission completion. The current I's endgame is 60% complete. And receives the reward, armor enhancement value plus 10%. Lin Yi was a bit surprised to see the quest reward. So the so-called pursuit reward was to kill Kurus? No wonder it's called save and kill. This crap system. It's even playing word games. And then Lin also opened the quest redemption list. At this point, he already had 13 quest completions, which could be exchanged for either the interdictor's armor or the armor enhancement value of 20%. Redeem what? Lin Yi determined it after a moment's thought. Redeem the armor enhancement value by 20%. Interdictor armor he now has. Later want Ares star should be quite a lot. But the system's armor enhancement value, that was unique. Once it reaches 100%, randomly upgrading a pair of armor. Which person can withstand this temptation? Finally, Lin also opened his personal panel again. Personal panel, Lin Yu, 1955, Chinese-American physicist, astronomer and mathematician. Body, 9, normal adult 5. Summoning armor bonus. Intentional energy increase synchro boost. Intentional energy, 65, commoner 5. Gifted 10. Expected 40 for armor upgrade. Combat skill, 8, out of 10. Can be improved by practicing in real battles. 5 elements bloodline, 20%. Armor enhancement value, 60%, 100% can choose to enhance a pair of armor. Number of tasks completed, 13, items redeemable. The intent energy grew by 4 points on its own when you broke through the War God Interdictor. There's also the quest completion count has been 13. And when it reaches 15 you can choose either the spectral physique or the Ares combat technique. Lin Yi's eyes glowed with anticipation already. Which one is the best choice? Suddenly, a phone ringing interrupted Lin Yi's gorgeous imagination. He looked down and his complexion instantly became serious. Yendi. Picking up the phone, Yendi's voice came from the other side. Kid, already found their hiding place. Today is the small year in the north. I wish you all a happy small year. I wish you all a happy and prosperous year of the dragon. Blessings for the south tomorrow. Brothers and sisters, the book is the usual. If the review doesn't go through today it'll be next week. So thanks again for the shout out and support. The usual, from 180,000 words back to return to write a chapter of extras. Interested in everyone can look at, does not affect the main text to read. Not interested in everyone directly next chapter to skip it. Thank you for your support. Extra 2, me Gene Foresight. Blue Star. The most beautiful and only planet in our solar system where life exists is not stable. As far as I know, the battle between light and shadow has been going on here for thousands of years. And underneath the harmony of today's society, darkness still lurks. I'm me Gene, 25 years old. I run a burger joint in Jinghai City, and behind the burger joint lies the world's biggest secret. By chance, my brother found out about the origins of the Light War and the secrets of the 5 elements armor, so he chose to keep digging. In the past 5,000 years, it is not clear which way the 5 elements armor appeared when the Shadow Realm invaded, but in the present day, after my brother told me everything he knew, with much help we worked together to establish the ERP Research Laboratory, intending to protect Wasia and the Blue Planet, in the way we knew it. The Light War has a long history of sources, and the only thing we can surmise is that the location of the Blue Star is extremely critical. It was about the battle between the Shadow Realm and the Ming Realm, so this place was transformed into a battlefield for the Light and Shadow War. The only thing we can rely on is the 5 pairs of armor summoned with the help of the 5 light and shadow stones as a way to deal with the Shadow Realm's alien beasts. In the earliest days, I always thought I was on my own. Despite all efforts, despite the help of satellites and modern technology, we have only been able to find 2 lightshade stones for a very long time. The 2 armor summoners are not like us. They have their own lives. So it's not as if we've thrown our all into this battle of subversion. I don't blame them because everyone has to live. Reality is not a fairy tale. And everyone has to run around in the midst of firewood, rice, oil and salt and an ideal future. It's okay. I can work harder. And as soon as I can find more light and shadow stones, the situation will definitely get better with more armor. The infestation of alien beasts began to gradually become more frequent. Perhaps the Shadow Realm began to push behind the scenes. The Inferno Dragon armor isn't combat-oriented, and the Wind Eagle armor has a rather middle-of-the-road personality. So I gradually felt overwhelmed. But suddenly, one day, the ERP satellites probed for armor that was nothing like the 5 elements armor. In the City of Hope, there was chaos there as well, but there was also hope. I gradually turned my gaze there, wanting to both see if the other armored summoners fighting chaos had as many shackles as I did here. Again, I want to study what kind of combat power the new armor has, how much it differs from the 5 elements armor, and how much it can help in the light war. But gradually, I realized that it seemed completely different. Hope City's criminal sky armor frequently appeared, like a tireless fighting machine, madly resolute but calmly persistent in killing and suppressing the chaos there. Finally, I couldn't resist. I need one of these armor summoners so badly. Lin Yi, that's his name. As long as he comes here, I can both study his armor and likewise reduce the pressure of the current battle. So I made the call and also managed to make the invitation. Heck, tempted by my little schemes and favors, he agreed. Over the next few hours and days, I began to watch his side of the story more frequently and look forward to his arrival more. As much as I hate to admit it, armor summoners like this are what I like and want. I long for the future, for more powerful battles and new armor. Until that day, Lin Yi, that's a name I really love and fear. His strength had progressed too quickly, and the chaos in Hope City had been quickly pacified under his leadership, even though it was only a simple fragment. I could tell that he had become too powerful, but no matter, I consoled myself. I had what he wanted here, and were also much more technologically advanced, using satellites to check out, teleport, and designate transformations. Yes, I was originally sure, but that day, I happened to check out the City of Hope, but was shocked into silence by that one fearsome battleship. What kind of battleship is that? Several times bigger than an aircraft carrier. The level of technological sophistication far exceeds that of the Earth. And even in a few breaths it is like a steel whale rushing out of the blue planet. And in the blink of an eye, it can no longer be found. I thought that I had recruited a tiger cub, but I did not realize that the tiger cub had already transformed into a dragon soaring in the sky. He's coming soon. What's going to happen here? I can't imagine. But it is generally clear to me that he came from the City of Hope and he came with hope. I had mixed feelings of joy and sadness in my heart, not knowing how to deal with such a strong support. Such worries continued until that time I went out. Under the schemes of the Shadow Realm and the threat of the alien beasts, he descended from the sky like a god and stood in my way, and my sorrow dissipated into thin air. It is a blessing for the times that a character like him has emerged in such times. Unsurprisingly, I watched as he looked out of the corner of his eye, like an emperor descending to the earth. Perhaps the light wars will end because of him? Will the blue planet, the solar system, the Milky Way and even the entire material universe also see the emergence of a leader as supreme as the Emperor of the Bright Realm and the Shadow Emperor of the Shadow Realm? This chaotic time and space is a hell for the weak and a temple for the strong. I think I'll always be watching you, climbing to the top and protecting the universe. Chapter 48, The Strong and the Weak, Death and Disgrace, destined to be the fate of the weak. As Lin Yi listened to Yen Di's voice on the other side of the phone, he immediately opened his mouth to inquire once more. Senpai, where are they? Are they with Lufa? Even though it was considered a secret notification, Yen Di's voice was not the slightest bit restrained, and he still returned with a big grin. Ha ha ha, it's really back to Lufa's new lair. That old boy. He doesn't want to meet me. He wants to run away? I'm going to meet him right now. Lin Yi had been listening to Yen Di, but then who knew that this one's tone had changed and he was actually going to single-handedly fuck Lufa again. Not, elder. Tell me where the address is first. I'm with you. Tick-tock. The phone was hung up, leaving Lin Yi alone, looking at his cell phone in a daze, his face full of helplessness. But luckily, soon Yen Di sent the address coordinates. Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's still reliable. He then stood up as a whole and called on Xiao Tian, Xiao Fei and Xiao Gang, and the four of them set off together. Ding! Triggering subquest, Strong and Weak. Strong and Weak, travel to Lufa's lair. Rescue the weak and defeat the strong. Mission reward, 10% mission completion. 10% additional mission completion in case of perfect completion. Same time, an undeveloped superstore property of the Bajaj Group. The second floor of the building with no shade on all sides and only a few load-bearing pillars across the perimeter. Inside the Lufa's lair, a casually dressed and mischief fix stood in front of the Lufa-possessed Bardu, with a bit of indignation in his features because of Lufa's arrangement for him. General, we do this by any means necessary. Blowing up the oil tanks in the City of Hope? At that time, I'm afraid that half of Hope City will be affected, with an unknown number of deaths and injuries, and by then we will truly be the so-called demons. Doesn't it seem ironic to think of all the past glories of our legion? Lufa's complexion suddenly turned cold as he listened to Nminxu's increasingly indignant words, and he spoke coldly. We are, originally, demons in the eyes of the Blue Stars. What's the point of dying as many blue stars as possible for the sake of our future? Have you forgotten all the planets in the past? Which one of the spectral legion is not a mountain of corpses on his hands? And Minxio was lost in thought as he sniffed, and he lowered his head to look at his palm, a pained look in his eyes. When you've been in hell, you can ignore everything and kill with abandon. But if you return to earth and experience the fire of the earth, the warmth, you will never want to live that life with blood on your hands again. Eyes covered by killing are open to see the sins of the past. Lufa looked down at Ningxu and smiled, then tilted his head back to look up at the dark night sky. He stretched out his hand towards the moon in the sky as if to grasp it in his hands. What does it matter if you kill some people? When I am resurrected to find the Gung-Ho Vajra mortar and pestle and search for the blue star energy crystals, the fate of this planet will be the same as the ones that were blasted to pieces. What difference does it make if you die sooner or later? Lufa's voice was calm and unruffled, as if destroying a planet with billions of lives was nothing more than a trivial matter of indifference. And Manchio clenched his fists and looked up at Lufa, his face having calmed down. You were once the chief of the army of Ares, and you yourself possess unrivaled power, so naturally you don't care about the lives of some ants. But what is the sin of those ordinary human beings? It is to be deprived of life in an instant, or even die a tragic and incomparable death. And Miss Ao's questioning resounded throughout the space and caused Lufa's expression to freeze for a moment. He came to Ninxio's front, his eyes staring dead at the other party's eyes that were no longer cold, and suddenly laughed and mocked out. You three have really been here long enough to consider yourselves blue stars as well. Core wrath. I gave him the opportunity to blow up the substation, and he wouldn't do it, but I used a little trickery, and he had to be good enough to go and get the man, but I've sensed that he's dead. And then there's Joe Extravaganza, the titular one of the reigning captains, to actually care about the death or life of an old man. Do you think that such a person is still worthy of being the captain of my underworld legion? Lufa walked past Ningxu to the balcony of this property, gazing out into the long, dark night, when suddenly his voice suddenly exploded in anger. What is the crime of these blue stars? You ask me. Then I tell you, their sin is weakness. To be weak is to be eaten. It is their destiny. Death and shame are destined to be the fate of the weak. If it weren't for the fact that you're my son, I wouldn't bother to waste so much time with you. After shouting angrily, Lufa's eyes showed a reddish aura, intending to turn around to see how Ningxu reacted. But at that moment, a rough and domineering, equally imposing and majestic voice suddenly appeared and drank. Good point, Lufa. So you're weak and I'm strong, and it's your destiny to die by my hand. At the sound of this voice, Lufa's face suddenly changed drastically. Yendi, and Ningxio and Sabin, who had his head lowered to downplay his presence behind him, also both had their bodies shaken and turned to look towards a short distance away. Under the pale moonlight, it was possible to see the surroundings clearly despite it being night. So the bald tattooed man who was taking a step forward not far away was extraordinarily intimidating. Emperor Yen, aren't you trapped there by me? How did it get here? Lufa was the first to speak, disbelief in his voice in addition to shock. He had sworn to open his mouth in front of his subordinates in the first place, saying that Yen Di would never come out from there. However, scanning around the room, Lufa calmed down once more. The spectral demons that were present at the time are basically all dead. Good news, you won't die socially in front of your subordinates. Bad news, the subordinates are all dead. For a moment, Lufa almost had the urge to turn and run. Yen Di stared at Lufa's ugly face, and for a moment, his heart darkened with pleasure, and he burst out laughing. Scumbag, you've missed the mark. How could I? Emperor Yen, the #1 powerhouse in the galaxy, fall in place twice. He will never admit that there is a reason for a particular person's influence. It was he, Yen Di, who was brilliant. When Lufa heard Yen Di's bragging about himself, it was a bit hard to accept, and he angrily shouted, No way! I could never have miscalculated you. How could you have changed? Inferno, to quickly kill this guy who is not only despicable but also mouthy. I don't care to talk shit to you. Inferno blocked the rest of Lufa's mouth-breathing attacks with a single word, and as soon as he took out his adamantium armor summoner, he pressed the button. Vajra armor. Combine. Boom. A golden-yellow torrent enveloped Yen Di's body. The energy of heaven and earth converged, and the domineering adamantine armor made its appearance. When Lufa saw that Yen Di had summoned the armor, he was shaken, and immediately turned his head towards Ningxu and bellowed, Ningxu, take me away. There's no way he can't run away from Yen Di now that he's a Badu. And Mishu and Sabin ran together towards Lufa, and when Yen Di saw this, he suddenly gave a cold shout, Seek death. With a hard leap of his legs, his entire body instantly came to be not far away from Ningxio. With that, Yen Di clenched his fist in a square step, his arm storing power towards the back, his intent energy condensed in his fist, and his final punch blasted out with a furious power. Vajra Mountain and Sea Fist. Boom! Strong power blasted out. The void in front of him instantly formed a golden-colored giant power fist print. fiercely blasting in the direction of Minxio. Seeing that he was about to hit Minxio, Sabin's body trembled and hissed before transforming into the appearance of an underworld demon and blocking in front of Minxio. Captain, you've got to go. Bang! Shanghai Fist Seal with unparalleled momentum bombarded through the Sabin, directly blowing him out a few meters to fall to the ground. A punch of serious injuries dying. Chapter 49, Siege and All. My favorite. Sabine. And Minxio turned around to see the scene, and immediately opened his mouth in sorrow and anger, shouting angrily as he transformed into a ghostly body. When Lufa saw this, he immediately grabbed Minxu and gave a cold shout. Move! And Manshu looked to Sabine. The Yandere had taken a step closer to him. The sound of Lufa's command in his ear came again, and he gritted his teeth, turned and grabbed Badu's body and fled into the night with a leap. Yendi stepped in front of Shaban. Looking at the painful Shaban, he looked calm. His adamantium armored fist had been raised once again, and Sabin, because of his severe injuries, was unable to control his body at this point. At times he transformed into a spectral demon body. At other times he took on a human form. The one constant was the pain on his face. He looked at the overbearing adamantium armor in front of him, his mind drifting a bit in pain. Finally, is it going to end? But it was because he showed his human form that he got his life back. The moment he saw Sabin's appearance, Yendi's thick eyebrows slightly raised, somewhat unexpectedly. Oh, it's you. During the day, Yendi was also present when Sabin reported to Lin Yi, and he saw the other party's appearance. Lowering his fist, Yendi first glanced in the direction not far from downstairs, and then looked in the direction wherein Minxio and Lufa had fled, and muttered to himself, Lufa, you escaped again. But did you escape? He moved his body to the place wherein Minxio and Lufa had jumped just now, and with a slight leap he also jumped down. Following closely, silence fell on this side, but the other side was just coming alive. A few hundred meters away from here, there was a row of colorful steel houses left over from the construction of this superstore building, and it was here that Kula and Shafinta were guarding those who had been recaptured. Welcome had woken up by this time as well, and she stared out angrily with glazed eyes, while in her mind she wondered how she was going to escape. Damn the vile spectral demon. Let Linny seal them all away later. She and Lily and Lily's parents were kept inside the colorful steel room, while Kara and Shafta stood guard outside, not far from where Lufa was squared away. After Minxu escaped with Lufa and Inferno jumped off the floor in hot pursuit, Kara seemed to hear something. She turned her head to Safanta, a bit skeptical. Did you hear anything? Nothing is going to happen on the general's side, is there? Shafinta, who was leaning against the colorful steel wall and faking a nap, snorted at the sound of his voice as he glanced at Kara. Kula, you're worrying about nothing. With the general's skill, what can happen? The general purposely called only Captain and over to say something, and I advise you not to play your little game. You're still early if you want to get to the top. Apparently Shafta thinks that Kula has something in mind and wants to do something while he's at it. When Kara heard Shafinta's words, a look of anger sprang up on her face, and she pointed at Shafinta and retorted with a light gulp. What do you mean? I'm harboring evil intentions? It's better than you, who is two-faced and always likes to count on others. This is a critical time. I'm not going to bother with you. Being interrupted by Shafinta, she forgot all about the voice she had just heard, and at that moment, with the Inferno Emperor in pursuit, their beloved Lufa was being carried by Minxu in his frantic escape. Nighttime. A figure walked slowly towards the color steel room. With its own unparalleled momentum and outstanding style, Kara was the first to notice the figure. Her eyes startled at first, but then she looked to where Lufa was not far away, and was at peace, with the general around. What's the point of being afraid of this kid? Humph. Interceptor. Should I say you're a godly man? Or should I say you're bold? How dare you? How could you find your way here alone? Kara spoke towards Linny with a cold smile, which was filled with mockery towards Linny. Shafinta, who was also close by, laughed out loud with cunning in his eyes. Is this the interceptor they blew out of the sky? I see nothing more than that. He hissed and looked at Kara, the demonic aura around him spilling out as he spoke excitedly. There's only one of him. We'll both go together. Roundups and stuff. My favorite, ha ha ha. Kara didn't refute Shafinta either. She also had some shadows in her heart towards Interceptor, and at this time, she felt that it would be better to go together. However, in the next second, 3 more figures appeared right behind Linny. They followed behind Linny, spread out on both sides, pressing forward together. At once, Shafinta's face changed wildly, and Kara's eyes were rounded, and her footsteps looked like she was backing up a bit. You guys. Before Kara finished speaking, Lin also pulled out his interdictor summoner, and after the 3 Shao Tian people also took out their summoners at the same time, he let out a light laugh. Brothers, transform. The moment was accompanied by a clear and resolute voice. Criminal Armor. Merge. Flying Shadow Armor. Merge. Vidra Armor. Merge. Boom. Dense and majestic heaven and earth energies accompanied by shining substantial intent energy rushed through the party, and the 4 pairs of armor transformed from virtual to real, erupting with a powerful aura. The light gradually dispersed, and the interceptor armor stood squarely at the forefront, its majestic and dignified appearance intimidating. On each side, there was a flying shadow flanked by a flying shadow, only the temperament was very different. On the far right, the thick and powerful clash of King Kong's 2 fists as Lone pressed. At that moment, Lin Yi's teasing and soothing voice came out from within the interdictor armor. Fruitful, surrounding and stuff, I like it the best. The words left her mouth, and Kara looked slyly at Safanta. The face of Shafinta's skull-like head was green, and his expression was even more difficult as if he had eaten. Sure, both of you'll have to stay here today. Within the flying shadow armor, Xiao Tian's voice of suppressed rage came out, and his entire body instantly bullied his way up. Kara was busy taking a few steps back when he saw this, and then, as if remembering something, he turned around and was about to rush towards the colorful steel room. Hostages. Take hostages to make them throw in the towel. She had only just turned around when she realized that Safenta was all but rushing to the door. Asshole. Both are one-of-a-kind strategists who don't talk about anyone. Xiao Tian and the 3 of them rushed up together intending to deal with the 2 underworld demons, but Lin Yi didn't make a move. It was only then, seeing Kara and Shafta's movements, that he chuckled. With me here and with you 2 playing smart? But for a moment, Lin Yi's intent could coalesce slightly, his left hand lightly holding onto the summoner at his waist, his right hand stretching forward in a Tai Chi style as he lightly drank under his breath. Shift. Inside the colorful steel room, Shafinta was just now rushing into the house, and he rushed straight towards Welcome, trying to grab her. Welcome was a little frightened at the sight of Shafinta's fierce and ugly appearance. She couldn't help but close her eyes, a little bit of despair in her heart. I'm only in my 20s. I'm at the age of a flower. I haven't even fallen in love yet, and I didn't think I was going to die here first. She unconsciously blurted out a soft cry at the thought. If I die, Lin Yi, you must avenge me. However, the expected attack didn't fall, and instead, the voice of Shafinta's terrified and angry cry came to his ears. Welcome opened his eyes and for a moment it was like seeing a god. The golden-red majestic and upright body stood in front of her. The figure merely launched one hand forward, the palm of which was none other than Shafinta's head. Shafinta hissed out, his heart suffocating. Interceptor. How could he not expect that Interceptor actually appeared in front of him in a flash out of thin air, and even grabbed his head in passing, resisting his forward momentum. Low height. Low height has no human rights. It wasn't until then that Lin Yi's voice with some flirtatious laughter appeared. Rest assured. I'm here. Nothing will happen to you. His voice began to chill as his words changed. Fire torture palm. In a flash, the card box on the side of his waist automatically ejected the weapon card and spun it around at speed to insert it into the summoner. The right arm of Interdictor against Shafinta instantly emerged as an exquisite gold and red armor, which extended to the palm of his hand in a flash, and was blasted out by Lin Yi in a smooth motion. Bang! The fiery red void palm print appeared in front of Shafinta, and then flew forward to strike into his torso, directly blowing him out of the colorful steel room, flying backwards and falling to the ground. Kara, who had been a step behind, was coming to the doorway at that moment when, with a loud thud, Shafinta's blasted body brushed against her. Her body tensed, her head felt like it was exploding, and her feet quietly retreated. Hello? As usual, this is a little extra for the 200,000 word return write-up for Enwood. Unsurprisingly, this is also the last extra in the early stage. If you are interested in reading, not interested in skipping directly on the good, does not affect the reading of the main text, by the way. And to report to the bookworms who just came to see this, the main thread of the entire text has now come to the light and shadow chapter, and everything is good and ready to go, and I have plans to make this book longer. No worries. Finally, thanks again for your support. Extra 3, Duanmu's Realization. I'm Duanmu Yen. Until then, I never imagined that my future life would be this exciting. How can the unexpected disappearance of my father, even though I don't seem to care, not hurt when the person who gave birth to me may be dead? I had no intention of chasing this because I'm just a regular guy and I always thought it was an accident. It wasn't until that day, an unexpected encounter with Spirit, that I went down a path I never imagined. Nava Armor. It gave me the ability to chase the truth and save myself and others. The moment the Orcus, the creature appeared and became known to me, I understood that I would fight today to eradicate all Orcus, but after a few battles, I realized that I was so much worse. That was the day I found an Ocker. Maybe not an Ocker? But what the hell? It must not be good. At the same time I found a man, the one who appeared every time I fought. and after that engagement I had learned his identity, cold-blooded biker. They were sneaky and actually left Numbo City. Where are they going? Unable to control my inner curiosity, and wondering if I had a chance to destroy them, I followed. What I didn't expect was that they traveled to another city. There, I met seniors that I admired enough to chase for the rest of my life. The other cities occurs were powerful, but it seems that by the time I showed up, they had all been wiped out by my predecessors, leaving only their leader. Sir, everyone is to be punished. So I transformed into Naba and went up to try to help that armor. But in just one move I was beaten until I disintegrated. If it wasn't for Senior's hand in summoning another armor, I'm afraid my life would be over. That time, I finally saw what a truly powerful person was like, changing the sky and the earth with a wave of the hand, and rebuking the winds and clouds when engaged in battle. That Senior eventually won. The cold-blooded biker who was so powerful in my hands was decimated by him with a wave of his hand, and that scene was unforgettable in my mind for a long time. Men should be like that, cutting down the world's oixer. I am determined to work hard to improve my strength, and one day I can be like that Senior and wipe out an entire evil force. But I didn't say that I had some feelings about the overbearing and overwhelming armor that Senior had summoned. It was a strange feeling, and I especially wanted to touch it myself. But armor I have myself, and certainly understand that it's an absolutely private item for everyone, and a guarantee of our strength. I didn't have that luxury, but what I never expected was that he took the initiative to point me out, and even offered to give me a try on that armor if my strength rose to that level. I don't know how to put it, but I think the feeling is that a confidant is hard to find. I admire him for all his style and strength, and I share his philosophy of combat and intend to practice it myself. He has come a long way down this road and I am the one following behind the forerunner. I look forward to the day when I can fight alongside my seniors, even though he forgot me on a deserted mountain and I walked most of the way out. I don't blame him for a match later. Win and I'll let him walk too. After returning to Numbo City, I practiced meditation, comprehending the true meaning of the flame and training in the Naba armor, with remarkable results. Could it be that I have a bit of talent too? Soon, my strength improved by leaps and bounds, and an ordinary oxymoron didn't stand a chance in my hands. It's all just dirt. But along the way, friendships have changed and loyalties have expired in ways that are hard for me to accept. Gradually I began to miss my predecessor. Did he also experience these tortures on his way forward? The sky has changed in Numbo City. There seem to be monsters here that are different from the normal orcas that I am somewhat familiar with. It seems to be the scent of Hope City. I didn't think the spirit wanted me to be humble and thought I would lose out that way. Humble? What is humility? If you have invincible strength, why be humble? That Senior told me that as long as you rise above it all, fight forward, and break through a single shackle. Humility is the cover for the useless. I'm on my own and sometimes I get tired. I later learned that the Senior had finally come to Southborough, against a strong enemy. He summons a new armor unlike the past two pairs, which seems to be the Shizumi City Light and Shadow armor. The aura released by this armor was strong and majestic, and from it I could feel how terrifying it was. Elders said that this battle is far from over. Beyond the planets, beyond the universe, there may be more splendid landscapes, more treacherous and hot-blooded battles. He asked me if I dared to come along. Ridiculous. I am fearless alone, let alone with a forerunner to open the way. Finally, side by side, we will finally go all the way. Chapter 50, Pyroclastic Heavenly Blazing Chop, Collapsing Kara. Welcome looked at the figure in front of him, his eyes gradually widening. This powerful? She knew that Lin Yi's strength should be very strong right now, but she didn't expect it to be this strong. After visually seeing the spectral demon who was blown away by Lin Yi's palm, only then could one have a concrete perception of his strength. Lin also turned around and released Welcome and Lily and their parents, then barked a few words. You go out and head towards the outside. There's a car there. Why don't you guys go ahead and wait in the car? Welcome nodded at his words, knowing that the battle wasn't over, and greeted Lily and the girls and left. Seeing that they were welcome to leave, Lin also looked sideways at the battlefield at that moment. Shafinta had already been seriously injured by his palm blast, and at this point, he was already at the end of his strength and was circling around with Faye. As for the Kara on the side, it was surrounded by Xiao Tian and Xiao Gang together, and they did it together. Work on their casting experience, and when the spectral demon is about to hang up, a fire torture wind and cloud palm collects the head. Perfect. Lin Yi thought prettily that he was really a genius. Two birds with one stone, getting the full value out of these spectral demons. Kara had summoned her weapons by now, and she gritted her teeth as she watched out for Flying Shadow and Vidra, her heart already full of anger and resentment. The words of the siege came from Shafta. Why are you guys coming at me like this? Xiao Tian summoned the Flying Shadow armor at this time. He held the blast shadow blade, slowly stepped forward and pointed at Kara, asking in a deep voice, Did you kill a couple 20 years ago? Kara sniffed, then burst out laughing in surprise. You already know? Ha 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 ha, strange. I should be the only one who knows about this. Ridiculous, you because of this matter willingly buy me to take the interceptor summoner. Ha 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 ha. Xingtian smelled the words immediately. The whole heart and mind are wrapped in pain. He instantly went forward, the hands of the blistering shadow knife flying chopped out, and Kula battled together. On the other side, the knight, Lufa spoke in a deep voice towards Mingsu, who was running at a fast pace. This won't work. Even though Inferno Emperor is summoning adamantium armor, we can't shake him off with the bonus of energy. He'll catch up sooner or later. It's going to take someone to block him for a bit. Despite the indecent posture at this point, something ghostly had flashed in Lufa's eyes. Boom! After fighting Fei for a few moves, Shufwenta, who was already seriously injured, was caught by Fei and fell to the ground with a blast from the summoned blast shadow lance. He covered his chest and stepped back, scanning his surroundings before speaking hoarsely towards Dash. If you hadn't been seriously injured by a slap from Xingtian, do you think you could have injured me with just you? Shufwenta is a big, strong man, and despite his low stature, his strength is not to be underestimated. He was the third in command of the Grey Underworld detachment, and his strength could be said to be relatively strong. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, it wouldn't have been easy for Fei to clean him up. When Fei heard Shufwenta's words, he immediately felt offended and immediately disliked him back. Little underworld demon, how dare you talk tough when you're at the end of your life? Come on, you're so good. Get up and fight me again for 300 rounds? Shufwenta's anger surged when he heard such shameless words, and the weapon in his hand, the ghost whistling blade, was thrown out by him in a flash, like a flying dagger heading straight for Xiao Fei. Hearing the sharp cracking sound, Fei was busy avoiding to the side, and the ghost whistling blade flew by and plunged into the ground viciously. You seek death. Fei was furious and was about to step forward to finish him off as he spoke. At that moment, Lin Yi came and reached out to stop Flying Shadow, who was about to launch a surefire kill, and slowly raised his right palm. Let me take care of him. Shufwenta raised his head and looked at the powerful intent energy coalescing into a golden red colored ball of substantial light within the right palm of Interceptor's armor. A devastating sense of oppression came over him, and he finally let out a miserable laugh and said, how could a character like you appear in the tiny blue star? I, the Spectral Legion, have traveled across the galaxy, but I never thought that I would have to fold here. Lin Yi didn't pay any attention to him. His right palm suddenly slapped out towards the void, and he let out a soft cry under his breath. Fire, torture, wind and cloud palm. Boom! The terrifying palm power condensed into a strong ball of wind and cloud energy blasted out in a flash and did not enter Shufwenta's body. In the next second, a violent explosion arose. Shufwenta was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a grayish-purple genetic code cube suspended in the air, including the genetic code within the summoner. Lin also shook his head slightly. Without me, you will have none as usual. It is you who underestimate Blue Star. The bull came in and ended up all over this most despised planet. It was like that in his previous life, but now that time and space were in chaos, Lufa was mistaken if he really thought that there was no one in Blue Star. Lin Yi looked in the direction of the distant Qinghai city. The enemy there is afraid to be much stronger. When the time comes, let's see which is stronger, the so-called Light and Shadow 5 Elements armor or my God of War. Interdictor? He smiled slightly at the thought. Then again, it could be that it gives me another set of armor to use. Thinking of the Supreme Ultimate Armor and the Light and Shadow armor, a fiery look appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. The highs and lows have to be straightened out. On the side, the Flying Shadow summoned by Goten and the King Kong summoned by Kong were still fighting Kara. Kula is the co-captain and is still above Shufwenta in terms of strength. Bang! King Kong threw a punch towards Kula, who was not the least bit weak and threw the same punch, and the two collided. Xingtian took the opportunity to come behind Kara, and the blast shadow blade in his hand slashed down hard towards her back. Kara reacted quickly and immediately flashed his body and rolled out to avoid the slash. She had already consumed most of her power at this point, and she had long since lost her strength in the face of the two pairs of armor. You're despicable. Kara chortled angrily. Seeing Shufwenta blown up made her rabbit up as well. Xiao Gang sniffed and sneered before opening his mouth. The despicable ones are you. Capturing welcome to threaten us. I'll beat you to death today. You mean-spirited guys. Goten spoke likewise, his language full of hatred for Kara. Today, I will avenge my parents. Kara sniffed and suddenly laughed madly. Ha ha ha. She collected all of her demonic energy into her body, and her underworld demon body dissipated without a trace, turning into the shape of a grapefruit. Come on, come and get your revenge. I will never resist, but do you bear it? Kara arrogantly picks at Vidra and Flying Shadow, matching Yuzu's look with an instant rage. When Xingtian saw this, he hesitated as well. Only Lin Yi, when he saw Kara being so arrogant, He immediately couldn't stand it. Mud. For your face. He immediately took a few steps forward. His right hand slashed across the card box on his own side, and a weapon card flew out in a flash, inserting itself into the summoner. Fire Torture Heavenly Flame Sword. Linny let out a soft shout, his right hand reaching out toward the front in a false grip, only to see the armor on his arm dissipate in the blink of an eye, and in its place was the mighty sword hilt that surfaced in his hand. In the next second, the fiery red energy on the hilt of the sword blossomed in an instant. The wide and delicate yet majestic sword body was instantly revealed, and the sharp and powerful aura spread out. Holding the pyroclastic heavenly flame sword in his hand, Linny took one step forward, gradually approaching Kara. What did you say? Say it again. The voice was calm but contained an unquestionable aura within it, directly causing Kara to take a few steps back in fear. Interceptor. What are you going to do? This is your companion. Don't you be impulsive. Hearing Kara's words with panic and awe, the three Xingtians in the back looked at each other, all a little surprised. Devil advises Armor not to be impulsive? Open your eyes. There was nothing else. Kara knew the character of Khoten and the others, and they were bound to hesitate when it came to this kind of situation. But this one in front of her, she had investigated long ago. That's a killjoy to say fuck you. She was really afraid that Linny would destroy her and Yuzu together without saying a word. She doesn't want to die. Lin also heard Kara's words, but he just sneered and stopped to stand. Kara was relieved to see this, and her heart was just about to drop when a voice followed. Then don't resist and die in peace. Only to see Xingtian holding the Fire Torture Heavenly Flame Sword in one hand. He pulled out the card from the card box and inserted it into the hilt slot in a smooth manner, and a fiery red light suddenly began to spread from the hilt. Lin Yi's right hand followed the trend from the hilt of the sword, stroking across the blade as powerful intent energy merged into the weapon. He changed to holding the pyroclastic heavenly blazing sword in both hands, the sword slashing diagonally as he gazed at Kara with both eyes, his majestic voice resonating from one side to the other. Fire Torture Heavenly Flame Slash. Boom! The majestic energy tinted the entire Fire Torture sword with flowing crimson, and around Kara, a huge fiery red square-shaped intentional energy formation wrapped her, with an arcane chopping pattern in the center. Feeling the terrifying power and murderous aura, Kara's hanging heart, which hadn't been let go yet, finally died. He really wants to kill me. Chapter 51, High Magnetism Prison locks up two devils. Xiao Xiefei summoned the Interdictor to battle the Yin Emperor. Feeling the majestic and terrifying power, as well as that majestic and indifferent voice, Kara was truly afraid. The power to survive instantly overpowered everything, and the fear inside her caused her to instantly explode with all her strength. She once again transformed into a spectral demon around her body, trying to defend against this strike. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth curled into a smile when he saw this. The less you want to die, the less you will put yourself in danger. The moment he swung the sword, his entire body vaporized and came directly in front of Kara, and the heavenly flame sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. Boom! Accompanied by a violent chopping roar, sharp and terrible power to drive the fire-red intentional energy formations, directly from the body of Kula through and through. Kara's body trembled and her voice hissed out in pain. Interceptor! You're so cruel! You kill your own companions! You're not human! Lin Yi? He put away his pyroclastic heavenly blazing sword, turned to look at the hideous Kara, and laughed softly, saying, "Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror to see what we both look like? Who's more inhuman?" The room was silent at this statement. Annoyed, Kara struggled to get the last word out angrily. "Did you think that I would be cut down by one of your moves? You're wrong. I'll stay inside this girl and I'll be back again." With that said, Kara's ethereal body faded into Yuzu, and Yuzu herself fainted. Lin Yiching held Yuzu up, then frowned, somewhat speechless. "I didn't realize that this Kara was so tenacious. The reincarnation of Little John can't be." Kara was on the verge of death, but finally managed to hold on to her breath and burrowed into Yuzu, which she definitely won't be coming out of anytime soon. Lin also taught her a lesson, and she taught Lin a lesson. The tenacious survival guide of a Psy Devil who doesn't want to die. Xiao Tian's three people also came over at this time, and seeing this scene they all understood what was going on. So what's next? Yuzu hasn't woken up either. If Kula awakens again, there was some worry on Xiao Tian's face, and he couldn't help but open his mouth towards Lin Yi to inquire. Lin Yi disarmed the Interdictor armor and thought for a moment before his eyes lit up slightly. "I have a great place for both of them." With it he reached towards his pocket and a silver egg the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in his palm. The silver egg was very regular in shape, but the flowing yet technological look of the gadget made it immediately obvious that it was extraordinary. Gravity-free high magnet prison. When Lin Yi had acquired ownership and control of the gravityless high magnetic prison, he had realized that the gadget could be shrunk after releasing Yen Di. Lufa at the time also only had the authority to open and close this prison. a little less than what he had today. Lin Yi's mind moved, and a deep spatial portal appeared in front of him. He then told the three Xiaotian about the role of the gravityless high magnetic prison, and also explained the identity of Yen Di. What? Xiao Zhang's eyes widened when he heard what Lin Yi said. That big bald man is actually the galaxy's #1 powerhouse. Emperor Yen? Xiao Tian sniffed with relief on his face. No wonder the senior is so powerful and has a deep understanding of all three armors as well. Fei was equally surprised, and the pride was gone from his face, and he was even a little embarrassed. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Otherwise how dare I talk about him like that? Lin Yi smiled then spoke to the three of them. Now that Yuzu has Kara lurking inside of her, she's at risk no matter where she's placed, and by placing her in this prison, I'm actually doing her a favor by protecting her. When he retrieves the Gunguzi Vajra pestle and mortar at a later date, Kula will naturally have no chance of survival. The three Xiaotian nodded and together they placed Yuzu into one of the gravity-free high magnetic prisons. With that, Lin Yi put away the little silver egg and instructed Little Sky and the others. You guys go outside first and return to the store after you find the welcome girls. I'm going to check on the situation over at Elder Yen Di's side. Despite Yen Di's unrivaled force, Lin Yi is still worried that this one will be fooled by Lufa's trickery. He was completely unaware that the current Yen Di was somewhat different from before. Coming to the superstore building not far away, Lin also came to the second floor, and after scanning a glance his eyes revealed some surprise. Ha, Sabine, what are you doing here? What about Inferno and Lufa and the others? When Sabin, who was sitting paralyzed against a load-bearing pillar, saw Lin Yi, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he explained to him everything that had happened here just now. Lin Yi was also speechless after hearing this, and then looked at this old brother. It's too bad, almost died again, but I must say, this one is indeed loyal, the Quanji of the demons of the underworld. After thinking about it, Lin also took out the silver egg again and headed towards the immobilized Sabine. Sabine, if you trust me, you can nurse your wounds in here for now. I'm sure that in just a short time, soon you'll be able to live on Blue Star as you please. Sabin sniffed at the gravity-defying high magnetism prison in Lin Yi's hand. Already recognizing it, he reluctantly clasped his fists in obeisance toward Lin Yi and said under his breath, "There's nothing to distrust. I trust your character. A great favor is not appreciated. I'll repay it sometime in the future." Lin Yi waved his hand without saying anything more and immediately put him inside another space. And then he walked to the same balcony where Inferno and Lufa had left the place, and then looked downward, muttering under his breath. Inferno went after Lufa, and Mingsu couldn't shake off Inferno with Lufa. If you don't want to fight Yen Di, then you will inevitably need other people to block Yen Di for a little while. But there aren't many Psy Devils left, so who else can Lufa count on? Suddenly, Lin Yi's brows furrowed as he lightly spat out a name under his breath. Joe Extravaganza. Realizing what might happen, he instantly pulled out his Interdictor Summoner, completing his transformation in an instant, transforming into Interdictor, who was filled with a mighty aura. Lin Yi instantly leapt down, using his intentional energy to probe towards the front. Senior, don't beat him to death. I'd like to keep them for later. Meanwhile, a few kilometers ahead, the passing mortar and pestle in Lufa's hand dissipated, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And Mingsu, someone will be with us soon to support us. By the time we escape directly into the center of the city, it will be very difficult for him to find us again. The area is empty and overgrown around the perimeter, a wasteland left behind by that superstore to build a park. And Minxiu also stopped at this point, looking forward slightly nervously. Suddenly, energy surged and Yen Di's body appeared in a flash. He was wearing adamantium armor and was slightly lacking in speed, but Lufa couldn't shake him off after all. At this moment, Emperor Yan's voice, which was somewhat self-satisfied in its roughness, suddenly came out from within the adamantine armor. Lufa, why don't you run? Why don't you run? Lufa frowned slightly, scanning his surroundings before looking at Yen Di, and said in a direct and angry voice, Emperor Yen, and I thought you were the bravest warrior in the galaxy, but I don't even have a body at this point, and you're actually coming after me? Could it be that you don't want to fight me in a fair battle to wash away your shame? Yen Di let out a loud laugh at his words, his adamantine armor raising his arm and pointing at Lufa as his voice with some mockery came out once again. Fair? You deserve to say those two words. Did you give me a fair fight back then? Seeing what that kid did, I also think there's a little bit of shit he's talking about. Today I'll give you a half-death first. If you can escape from me, then won't the chance of a fair fight come later? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Yen Di let out a loud laugh and seemed to be in pain, Lufa gritted his teeth a bit. What kind of son of a bitch made Yen Di this way? Where was that rash back in the day? Just as Emperor Yen could not hold back and was about to go forward, suddenly a spectral demon chi messed in. And then chakra drilled out of the ground and came in front of Lufa, transforming into a spectral demon with an astonishing aura. Joe Extravaganza, and Mansu shouted in surprise. Joe Extravagant Fei ignored in Mingsu. He just turned his head towards Lufa and solemnly said, "General, as you wished. I came to help you block Yendi. You said that I would live or die after this battle, and that you would never force me to do anything afterward." The Lufa-possessed Bardo sniffed and sneered, then backhandedly took out a summoner and threw it to Zhou Shuefei, saying, "Summon the armor, and hopefully you'll be able to hold on to it for a little while." Zhou Extravaganza Fei turned towards the Inferno Emperor with the Interdictor Summoner in hand, while pressing the summon button and whispering, "Criminal armor, merge." Chapter 52, If you want to save him, you can, beat me. The energy of the heaven and earth mixed with a faint demonic aura dissipated, and then a criminal armor with eyes releasing a red aura appeared in its place. Yen Di came to some interest when he saw this scene, and his voice came out from within the adamantine armor. Kind of. Joe didn't hesitate after summoning Interdictor with an extravagant fee, and instantly drew the weapon card from the card box and inserted it into the summoner. Flaming sword. Behind Xiao Shuefei, and Minxiu watched this scene, and an anxious look suddenly appeared in his eyes. "General, Xiao Shuefei is definitely not a match for Yen Di. He's looking for death by going up there." The Lufa-possessed Bardu, however, watched this lightly, the corners of his mouth hooking up slightly as he looked towards Mingsu. "I told you, there's a price to pay for betraying me." With that, he didn't say much more to Miseo, turned around and pulled Miseo far away. "Can't stay much longer. Immediately leave this place." He was worried that Yen Di would soon catch up. "Go hide in the center of the city first. That Yen Di guy shouldn't be able to find it. Humph. Wait until I successfully resurrect and restore my body." Lufa and Mingsu had already left, but it was this that brought about the initial test for Zhou Luxury. He held the fire torture sword and quickly charged towards Yen Di, his sword blade forcefully slashing down with a sharp aura. However, Yen Di was not at all moved by all this. When the moment the fire punishment sword chopped down, his body slightly moved to avoid this chop. In turn, a card instantly flew out of the card box at his waist, and was inserted into the summoner at his waist in a smooth manner. Explosive fist. While his right fist was blasting down towards Xingtian's back, the overbearing and strong explosive fist was instantly assembled on his small arm, erupting with a powerful force. Boom! A fist as heavy as a mountain fiercely bombarded the back of the Interdictor summoned by Joe Extravagant Fei, accompanied by a violent collision sound, instantly bursting out explosive sparks and smoke. Joe Xavier grunted in pain and staggered, using his pyrokinetic sword to hold his body up so he didn't fall. He half-kneeled on the ground, barely raising his head to look at the calm and wave-free Yen Emperor, his voice coming out in a low tone. "The gap. It's actually so big." Yen Di looked down at Xiao Shuefei and spoke with a slight hint of disdain. "Your strength is already average. Not to mention that you don't have the slightest intention to fight in your heart. Dare to stand in front of me. You're looking for death." Xiao Shuefei sniffed and made a renewed effort to stand up. His intent energy condensed and disappeared into the criminal sky armor, and a layer of crimson light immediately surfaced around the fire torture sword. After boosting his status, the red light in the eyes of Interdictor's armor lit up, and his voice suddenly got louder. "I didn't try to beat you either." After opening his mouth and saying these words, Xiao Shuefei's entire body suddenly increased in speed and violently came before Yen Di. The pyroclastic sword in his hand chopped rapidly, and his entire body was like transforming into a phantom. Feeling the oncoming aura, Yen Di became slightly more serious and laughed. "That's what makes it interesting." Both of his fists flew out at the same time, each punch attacking right at the weak spot of the fire torture sword's force. Bang! 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 The sound of metal collision constantly resounded. The center of a gold and a red two figures entangled together. It didn't take more than a few seconds before there was another roar like a landslide. Vajra Mountain Abyss Fist. Boom! Yen Di let out an explosive cry, and at once, his right fist was storing power backward in the gap to blast at Xiao Shuefei's abdomen, sending his entire body flying out. Bang! Joe Extravaganza was sent flying more than 10 meters away, and the ground was plowed with a deep trail. The pyroclastic sword was thrown away and dissipated, and Zhou Shuefei coughed violently a few times. Cough cough. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his body, he covered his abdomen and tried to get up, but only just after moving his body. His entire body fell to the ground in pain, and the Interdictor armor suddenly disintegrated. Armor summoner falls aside. Xiao Shuefei collapsed to the ground, and under the influence of the severe pain in his torso, he did not realize that Yen Di had walked up to him. Suddenly his mind recalled many past memories of honor, betrayal, killing and escape, until a gruff but cold voice came to his ears. Explosive thunder cannon. Inferno's right hand crossed from the card box at his waist, and the weapon card was drawn out and placed into the summoner. The strong and domineering armor gloves were withdrawn and replaced by a huge and explosive golden multi-barreled hand cannon. The blackened muzzle of the cannon was already aimed at the badly wounded Zhou luxury on the ground, clearly poised to fire. As Xiao Xiefei looked at the domineering and overwhelming adamantine armor in front of him, the first feeling in his mind was actually relief. Is it finally over? After thousands of years of experience, the last thing he recalled was actually the warmth of those years on the blue planet. It's good to end it this way, and Master and the others will be safe and sound. And it's a way of repaying my favor, please. Zhou Extravaganza mumbled something, but his eyes were closed. It seems to be telling Yendi, it's all set up and ready to go. All that's missing is your shot. Yendi wasn't used to him either, and immediately the explosive thunder cannon in his hand built up its strength and was about to blast out. Suddenly, a hand probed out to carefully hold the blaster before pushing its muzzle slowly away. Emperor Yen turned his head to look in surprise, disbelief still in his eyes under his adamantine armor. Old man's gun, who dares to push me away? I'll link you. Senpai, you are a senior. What's the point of killing a punk like him who's given up resistance? The one who had rushed over was none other than Linny, who was currently pushing the exploding thunder cannon away from him while looking towards Yendi, his mouth continuing with righteous indignation. Doesn't that bring down your reputation? As he spoke, he also looked over at Zhou Chauffeur, who was lying in the dirt pit waiting to die. Seeing his picture of a poser with a serious injury, he couldn't hold back his flirtatious outburst. TSK. No wonder they say that emotions only affect the speed of the draw. Look at Captain Zhou's look of death even in peace. If you didn't know, you'd think he was some old man at the end of his life. Even Zhou Extravaganza couldn't help but open his eyes again when those words came out. Damn, that's a pissy thing to say. Even if you save me, I want to beat you up. He opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was the same red-based, mighty and extraordinary armor of Interdictor, only that the aura around this Interdictor was obviously more vibrant and more powerful. Yendi took a look at Xiao Xiefei in the pit, then looked at Lin Yi, and when he was about to say something suddenly his gaze tightened, as if he could see something. Kid, you've successfully upgraded War God Interceptor? The hallowed Yen Emperor's voice at this moment actually had an obvious surprise, as if it was somewhat unbelievable. Lin also nodded as he sniffed, also somewhat surprised. This thing, you can still tell just by looking at it? Emperor Yen put away the explosive thunder cannon and looked at Lin Yi with a somewhat fiery gaze. He was very aware of how big the span of Lin Yi's strength was, so he became even more excited. Good boy. I was right about you. Yendi laughed out loud, his laughter full of unrestrained joy. He stretched out his fist to aim it at Zhou Extravaganza Fei, his powerful alien energy coalescing at the end of his fist while he opened his mouth towards the slightly nervous Lin Yi. Kid, I know you want to save this punk. Zhou Extravaganza. Yendi didn't even bother to look at him and continued towards Lin Yi. But you don't have to compliment me. Back in the day, when I was crisscrossing the Milky Way and commanding the Infernal Planet, the people I wanted to kill weren't saved so easily. Hearing this, Lin also understood the meaning contained in Yendi's words. The previous care was care, but now he wasn't going to keep it up. Then what does senior mean? Lin Yi tentatively opened his mouth to inquire. Inferno is also dry. Want to save him? You can. Beat me. Chapter 53, A Life of No Weakness, Engagement with Yendi. Yendi's voice threw out his voice, the battle intent in his words practically bursting out. The pit. The originally somewhat half-dead Xiao Shuangfei's eyes widened at the words, and then a weak voice came out. Interceptor. No, you're no match for him. In his heart he was guilty. If Lin Yi were to be injured or even die because of saving him, then the peace of mind he was supposed to have died in would turn into a peace of mind. Lin Yi didn't look at him and didn't bother to reply to him when he heard this. He just looked at Yendi in front of him, feeling the battle intent on this senior, which seemed to have infected the blood in his body as well. As the same god of war, Interdictor, Xiao Tian could defeat Yendi in the beginning. So what's wrong with him? Even though Xiao Tian was facing Yendi in a weakened state, wasn't he also facing Yendi without the Shura armor? I've come to this world for a trip, so how can I be subservient? I would have been no less than anyone else. Soon, the blood in Lin Yi's body seemed to boil, and the battle intent in his eyes similarly transformed into a burst of aura, separate from Yendi. Feeling the battle spirit and silky aura that appeared on Lin Yi's body, Emperor Yan's eyes lit up and he shouted out, Good boy. That's when the familiar voice came. Ding, triggering subtask, combat task, not weaker in life. Note, this task is difficult. You can choose to refuse or postpone it. Not weaker in life, fights with Yendi and defeats him. Mission reward, 20% mission completion. Shura Armor Summoner Location Coordinates, Blue Star. Shura Armor Summoning Permission, the strongest breath sprout. Upon reading the entire mission introduction, Lin Yi's eyes blossomed with a blazingly bright light. The look in his eyes was as if he had been abstaining from sex for 10 years and had been given the chance to see a beauty right there in his bed. This time the rewards are extraordinarily generous. Perhaps because the difficulty of the task is also unprecedented. The rewards are obviously all related to the Inferno itself. At the same time, Lin also checked the settlement rewards from the last mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the completion of the Strong and Weak quest. Mission reward, 10% mission completion. Current large chain quest, Eye of the Endgame, completion level, 70%. Receive reward intentional energy plus 3. Feeling the intentional energy in his body that had significantly increased some more, Linny revealed a satisfied smile. At the moment of the Great War, a little boost is a little boost. Denial? Denial is impossible to deny. Now that the situation was so urgent, he needed more power. In his previous life, despite being calm and unruffled, he did bumble along, swimming against the current to see more scenery. And the mission completion number is now 14. Once this task at hand was completed, not only would the Shura armor be found, but also he would be able to exchange items again. Whether it's the spectral physique or the Ares combat technique, I believe it's all good. After this fight, the future looks bright. Linny looked up at the domineering and incomparable adamantine armor in front of him, and in an instant, his heart's battle spirit soared. It was at this moment that Xiao Xefei actually forced himself to endure the injuries to his body and reluctantly climbed to his feet. He covered his chest and looked up before continuing to speak bitterly towards Lin Yi. Interceptor. Lin also. Can't say yes. I don't care if I die. Lin Yi backhanded him and proceeded to lie back down in that appropriately sized pit, flirting with him in passing. Now it's not like you can die just because you say you want to. The seniors said. Punks have no business talking. He walked towards the front. His eyes were raging as if they were about to erupt with battle intent. Right now, I'm the one who wants to fight senior. He smiled slightly and said to give Joe Extravaganza one last word. All you need to do is listen quietly to our battle and then be ready to repay the favor of saving your life. As Emperor Yan looked at what Lin Yi had done, the color of interest in his eyes intensified, and he looked at Lin Yi more and more smoothly. I told you, you're the only kid I like, ha ha ha. He took a few steps back, his body appearing not far away in a flash. Kid, come on, show me what you've got today. Immediately under the soft moonlight, Yen Di's body within the adamantine armor shook, and his eyes were full of battle intent, and a majestic energy immediately erupted out in all directions. Lin also became equally cautious in his expression. After all, the opponent this time was not the same as before. If he didn't go all out, he barely had half a chance. He focused his intentional energy and coalesced it into the summoner on his belt while detonating it with a blast. Boom! The same has been quite a majestic momentum of intent energy outbreak. The blink of an eye will be the interceptor armor package. Crimson flow of intent energy into substance. Lin Yi's body suddenly shook, and his right hand flew across the card box from his waist. In the next moment, the War God Interceptor's upgrade card appeared in his hand. Lin also tapped the card with the fiery red God of War pattern in his hand into the summoner, and immediately a strong force surged out from within the interdictor armor. It was accompanied by a soft drink. God of War Interceptor. Upgrade. The dense heaven and earth energy descended, and the already mighty interdictor armor began to reconstruct and upgrade in an instant. The four corners of the summoner spread out, and the chest and back armor reassembled, the gold accents shining even brighter as the judgment sword, a symbol of justice and judgment, was revealed. Lin Yi put his hands together into a heaven and earth yin-yang style, and the mighty and extraordinary golden red God of War appeared all of a sudden. Not far away, Emperor Yen gazed at this scene, some emotion showing in his eyes under his armor. Good, this is the only way to not dishonor my Inferno Star armor. He slightly crouched his body and set up a boxing stance, and the explosive fist noiselessly appeared on top of his right fist. Watching Yen Di's movements in the distance, Lin Yi still didn't relax in the slightest despite his greatly increased strength nowadays. The God of War, Interceptor, had majestic eyes, but his body was slightly sidestepped, in order to better respond to the attack. With a thought, the card on the side of his waist flew out and automatically disappeared into the summoner. The right hand clenched its fist, and all of a sudden, electric light strikes were assembled on top of the right fist. Seeing that Lin Yi stood steadily but did not make the slightest move to attack, Yen Di could not help but laugh out loud. Good, have mastered the way of fighting in the interdictor. In that case, I'll be polite. He lowered his body, and with a slight force from his legs, his entire body rushed in like a cannonball, accompanied by the bursting of air. The adamantine armor pressed down with force like a mountain peak, and its aura was unparalleled. The strike was extremely fast, but Lin Yi didn't panic. The moment Yen Di was about to blast into him, the God of War, Interceptor, instantly blurred and avoided the strike. At the same time, the moment Yen Di pounced, Interceptor's body appeared behind King Kong. Lightning strike. Lin Yi gulped softly, his intent energy merging into the electric light strikes, transforming into a strong fist power to blast out. This is the hair of the latter and the arrival of the first. Boom! Electric light strike transformed the intentional energy, and this punch was extremely powerful, instantly causing the adamantine armor to burst into sparks. However, in the next moment, the adamantine armor shook with a majestic force that directly lifted Lin Yi away. A hideous explosive thunder drill then probed out, aiming straight for Xingtian's chest. Lin Yi's heart was stunned. Shift. On his way back, War God Interceptor's body shifted to a short distance away in a flash. That explosive thunder drill lost its target and instantly blasted into the ground, directly blasting the ground open into a deep pit that was 1 person wide. Lin Yi, you're good. Yan Di stood straight again to look at Lin Yi, green light flashing in his adamantine armored eyes. Lin also, however, didn't hesitate for a second, switching weapons quickly and inserting another weapon card into the summoner. Fire Torture Heavenly Flame Sword, the God of War, Interceptor, stood upright, holding one hand in a false grip, and at once a mighty and extraordinary broadsword, as if extracted from the flames, appeared in his hand from the virtual to the real. Senior, I'm offended. Softly confessing, Lin Yi's eyes revealed a brilliant aura, and in an instant, his body flickered to the front of Yan Di. The Fire Torture Heavenly Intensity Sword was held by both hands, but it was flexible and incomparable as it slashed towards the adamantine armor, and the fiery red blade was like a storm as it continuously impacted towards Yan Di. Yan Di was slightly surprised, but he wasn't the least bit flustered. Holding the explosive thunder drill in one hand, he toppled up, clashing up with the Flame Torture Heavenly Flame Sword continuously. Bang! 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 Strong collision and bursting sound constantly out. 2 people fighting area surrounding the aura overturned. Lin also used his own speed and shapeshifting to fly and chop. Even if Yan Di's strength was amazing, the adamantine armor itself wasn't good at speed, so it was bound to create a loophole. Seek the longest section and the shortest section. Despite the moment of time, the God of War Interceptor's Heavenly Flame Sword has already cut into the adamantine armor several times, and now and then there are flashes of fire in the dark night. Yan Di was also having a bit of a hard time at this time, and he gritted his teeth a bit. The boy, although King Kong has amazing defense under my intentional energy, it's only a matter of time before it disintegrates if it continues like this. But there was nothing he could do about it, as he would be interrupted by Lin Yi taking advantage of the situation when he was brewing a strong strike, arbitrarily fending off and not being able to keep up. Defense, while viable, is not a long-term solution. At this time, Emperor Yan finally began to miss his big baby. Shura Armor, Chapter 54 8-bit shift plus pyroclastic heavenly flame chop. Little crazy man, kid is a bully. Finally, after yet another sword slash by Lin Yi grabbing an opening, Yan Di finally became somewhat unable to hold back. He condensed his intentional energy around the periphery of his adamantine armor, and then exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Like a muffled thunderous tremor. Almost instantly Lin also lost his concentration in the past. Taking advantage of this moment, Yan Di's feet exerted force, directly moving away from the War God Interceptor's perimeter as his body's strength began to coalesce. What the hell? Lin Yi felt as if his brain had been struck by a muffled hammer, and despite quickly coming to his senses, he couldn't help but marvel. How far can this will get to be used like this? He recalled that Luffy's strongest moments seemed to be when he used his own intentional energy to interfere with others. Could it be that the difference is the same? After just a brief thought, Lin Yi put all of this behind him. No way. The crisis is near. The adamantine armor put away its weapons and stood rigidly. But Yan Di's voice came out in a ghostly manner, no longer as spirited as before. It's a good fight. By means of that bullshit shift. Listening to this voice, Lin also a little weak. His own family knows his own business. It was pretty awesome just now, but the intentional energy was also mostly depleted. If we can't get Yan Di, we're screwed. After thinking about it, Lin Yi reluctantly smiled and said, Senior, Thunder Steel Blast Hammer. An angry shout interrupted him, and looking up, Vajra Armor clasped his hands forward in a false grip. Immediately afterward, under the outline of the golden flowing energy, a golden yellow long-handled explosive hammer with an exaggerated shape, like a mechanical assembly but containing the most primitive and gigantic power, was grasped by Emperor Yan. In the next moment, Yan Di looked up, his adamantium armor glowing green, his rough voice extraordinarily hideous. Let's see if I hammer you today. Feeling that majestic aura, Lin Yi instantly felt some numbness in his scalp. He held the Fire Torture Heavenly Flame Sword in front of him with both hands, but his mouth was still speaking in an attempt to awaken Yan Di's sanity. Senpai, we're cutting it close today. Just point and shoot. What do you think? On the other side, Yan Di, whose emotions had not changed in the slightest, held his hammer in both hands and looked about to step forward. Even if you say nice things and call seniors, I'll hammer you too. Hearing these words, Lin also understood Yan Di's determination. He raised his eyebrows slightly and rolled his eyes, instantly continuing to speak loudly. But senior, even if you whack me, it won't change. I was still pressing you to cut just now too. Hearing such shameless words, Yendi's face under his adamantine armor twitched a few times, and his entire body lifted from its staging. He's going to whack that kid right now. Immediately. So the next moment, Yendi came towards Lin Yi with his thunder steel exploding hammer in hand. Like a crushing Tarzan, Lin Yi's eyes lit up with a brilliant light, and the battle intent that he had hidden only moments ago reappeared. Right now, best chance to have hope with that move. His body's intent energy was raised to the limit, and the War God Interceptor's circumference even lit up with a golden red glow, and the mountain-like pressure of the party suddenly dissipated. He held the sword in one hand, and the other hand crossed from his waist, and the must-have card he took out was inserted into the hilt slot in a smooth manner. At that instant, majestic flames mingled with the sword chi on the fire torture heavenly flame sword. The pounds are poised, but all is not lost. Lin also projected his remaining intentional energy towards the surroundings of the charging Yendi, his mind turning together, his heart moving at will, his intent moving. 8 shifters. A cry suddenly woke up Yendi. His mind tightened slightly, and in an instant, he blocked the thunder steel exploding hammer in front of his body and stood in a strict stance. Almost the moment Lin Yi shouted out, in an instant, the 8 war god interdictors that looked like substance had surrounded the adamantine armor. Emperor Yan even consoled himself in this moment. There's no harm in it. I'm protected by the thunder steel exploding hammer, and his 8-bit shift isn't enough to defeat me outright. But in the next moment, another teeth-clenching bellowing voice that contained as if it was enduring great pain and collapse came out. Fire torture heavenly flame sword. Emperor Yan was dumbfounded at his words. Little maniac. At that instant, the 8 war god interdictors around him simultaneously held the fire torture heavenly fiery sword, and the 8 majestic war swords fused in fiery flames and sword chi exploded with intense and pure power. In that instant, the golden red light even illuminated this side of the night sky. It was like a torch in the night. Chop. Already does not seem like a human voice fell, and with it is as if the destruction of the sky and the earth like a fiery sword chi. Rumbling and sharp chopping sounds came out, and it seemed that a rough bellowing cry could be vaguely heard. At once, the entire space trembled as violent forces shook out, and the perimeter of the wasteland was almost completely destroyed. The fallout from the attack alone has left the place barren. In the center of this battlefield, 2 upright and similar figures stood opposite each other in silence. The god of war, Interceptor, at this time looked dull all over his body, and was no longer as mighty and exquisite as the flow of fiery red intent energy. As for the other side, the adamantine armor was covered in gray, and the places visible to the naked eye were filled with all kinds of sword marks. Bang! The adamantine armor disintegrated, and Emperor Yan staggered back 2 steps, his thick eyebrows wrinkling up as he covered his chest and looked up at Lin Yi across the room. You kid, you're actually this crazy? Inferno Emperor didn't take much damage himself despite being disintegrated by the blow. He was just a bit shocked now. 8-bit shift was originally an ultimate skill with extremely high battle power, but it was also extremely consuming. The drawback of such a strong fighting technique is naturally that it is difficult to perform it at will, because the cost is too great. As for the fire torture heavenly blazing slash, as one of the classic must-kills of the god of war, Interceptor, the difficulty and lethality, even if it's not as good as the 8 shifting lines, it's still considered to be a big move. Have you ever seen anyone put 2 moves on top of each other? And it's not just 1 plus 1, 8 big fucking moves at the same time. Deathstroke. So at this time, Emperor Yan was actually a bit taken aback as he surveyed Lin Yi, who was standing on his sword across the room, and inquired in surprise, "You're actually okay?" Within the war god's criminal sky, the voice coming from Lin Yi was a bit strange. The voice was low but still clear, yet it spoke softly as if it were suppressing something. Then, "Senior, is this battle considered a win for me?" Yendi instantly frowned at his words, and after a few seconds there was really nothing he could do about it, and waved his hand with a face full of obscurity. "The armor is disintegrating. You win." Hearing Yendi's words, Lin Yi was completely relieved. Breathing a sigh of relief, the god of war Interceptor instantly disintegrated and exploded. The summoner fell to the ground, and without the support of the pyroclastic heavenly blazing sword, Lin Yi instantly fell forward. Finally, the fucking fight is over. The muscles in the body were as if they were torn apart inch by inch, and the organs and internal organs were all in unbearable pain. It was as if his head was about to explode, accompanied by a fine pain, as if at all times a little man was stabbing him in the sky with a needle. Crap! Yendi was a bit surprised to see this scene, and his mouth subconsciously spat out the vocabulary he had learned during this period of time. As soon as he dragged Lin Yi down, followed by a slight release of his intent energy to probe, he couldn't help but frown completely. You're killing yourself. Chapter 55 Redeeming the Underworld Body. Saying that, do you believe me? Yen Di also felt tricky after probing the situation inside Lin Yi's body, which was already destroyed. How? It's like a machine that's been overloaded with parts that are on the verge of breaking down. In martial arts parlance, the meridians are broken. Yen Di's complexion gradually lowered, and there was a bit of inexplicable emotion in his heart. He raised his palm and tried to slap it over at the frail kid in his arms to bust a gut. You're the one who said cut it out. And you're the one who did the fighting. The old man was thinking of raising it. Well, you just crippled yourself. But the palm was raised and could not fall for a long time. There's no way around it. It's just not tolerable. Lin Yi at this time was too miserable. His face was pale. His body was covered with severe pain that turned into sweat under his patience. And his body was like a porcelain doll that could not be touched. After a lapse of thousands of years, the rugged, unconventional, hallowed Hulk was once again in a different mood. This same emotion had appeared thousands of years ago when he himself had been captured and the Inferno planet had been breached, and he was not aware of the fact that the name of this emotion was called sadness and regret. Suddenly, a voice came through gritted teeth. Senpai, can you flatten it for me? It hurts. Only then did Yen Di sniff his words and return to his senses again, placing Lin Yi flat on the ground. Not far away, the somewhat recovered Xiao Shuefei also noticed the scene here and felt a sudden pang of discomfort. Another person implicated because of me? Lin also didn't know the mental journey of these two people around him, and he didn't want to know. The only thing he wanted to do now was to open the system damn quick. Ah, it hurts so much. Open the system quickly. Redemption list. Number of quests completed *15. Can be exchanged, Spectral Physique / Ares Combat Technique. Yes, 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 yes. Lin Yi was overjoyed that the quest had been completed, and he hadn't had time to look at the other rewards, but the number of quests completed had already reached 15, and he immediately forced himself to endure the pain and redeemed the underworld physique with his mind. The moment the exchange was completed, a magnificent energy rushed inside Lin Yi's body and began to restore and strengthen his body with the most original power. Lin Yi could clearly feel the changes in his body, tougher and more powerful. There seems to be some metaphysical changes in the vagueness. The original collapse of the body caused by the execution of the 8-bit shift and the fire torture heavenly intensity beheading also rapidly improved, and the severe pain dissipated, replaced by a crunchy and itchy sensation. Comfortable. But despite the fact that the body had begun to metamorphose, the force was real. Lin Yi then looked at Yen Di anew and spoke in a slightly weak voice. Elder, I can't move now either, so please send me back. Yen Di's face was tense, and when he heard this last wish from Lin Yi, he immediately nodded solemnly. Boy, don't worry. So then Yen Di left with Lin Yi in his arms, while not forgetting to take away the 2 interdictor armor summoners. Eventually, only one Joe Extravaganza was left bewildered in a large pit under the devastation in the wilderness at night. On the way back, Lin Yi was simply too sleepy. It was a really intense day, so naturally, he fell asleep. He just wasn't sure just how many stories he'd triggered by falling asleep. It was the latter part of the night when he returned to the teppanyaki restaurant, and when Yen Di pushed open the door of the store with Lin Yi in tow, the crowd inside looked towards him. When they saw that Lin Yi was being held by Yen Di and looked like he wasn't even in his right mind, the group was shocked in their hearts. Lin also. What happened to him? Welcome took the first few steps forward and came to Yen Di, opening his mouth to inquire somewhat uneasily. Immediately afterward, all 3 of Xiao Tian's men also stepped forward together, and a look of worry appeared in their eyes. Even though it was clear to everyone that Lin Yi was very strong, there was a world beyond the sky, and no one dared to say that he was surely infallible. This went out vertically and came back horizontally. Welcome gazed at Lin Yi's pale face, and then saw the body vaguely showed paralysis. Her face swished white. It was hard to stabilize her emotions, and she said with a quiver in her voice, He won't. Yen Di looked at the crowd blocking in front of him also a little annoyed. Originally raised seedlings were accidentally crippled heart is annoying. Seeing the unkind look on Yen Di's face, Xiao Tian also understood. He immediately told the crowd to disperse, and then he also asked seriously, Elder Yen Di, Lin also this is. Yen Di took a few steps forward to place Lin Yi on the sofa, and then turned around to look at the apprehensive expressions of the crowd, and immediately said in a bad mood, Don't worry, you won't die. When these words came out, everyone was relieved. Some smiles appeared on Welcome's face as well, and Kong also laughed and said, I told you, how can an evil person like him die ha 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 ha. Xiao Tian and Xiao Fei looked at each other and had just revealed their smiles when the second half of Yen Di's words came out. But it's not that far from death. At once, The smiles on the faces of the people stiffened. The whole room was silent. Welcome's soulful eyes widened. Water mist seemed to have appeared in them. Her face full of incredulity, but still strong enough to inquire. How did this happen? Senpai? He's so strong. Who else can hurt him? I can't believe I beat him up like that. The three Xingtian people similarly clenched their fists. Their faces were all resolute, and their summoners were taken out. Whoever it is, we must all avenge Linny. We were all companions, and no one could be indifferent when Linny was so severely injured. Originally, the Yen Emperor, whose face was still a bit impatient, heard the welcome to their inquiries about who had injured Linny, and then his face changed slightly, and he also stiffened up. How do you say this? How do you say this? Yeah, in a way, he was actually beaten by me like that? Or rather, I got him into this mess and brought him back. Isn't that a start and a finish? Or maybe, I simply sparred with him and he got himself into this mess. Can you believe it? Thinking about all this, Yendi felt a nodding head at once. He is not afraid of Welcome and Small Days and their revenge, mainly because of embarrassment. At this time, Xiaogang saw Yendi's tangled look and immediately patted his chest and exclaimed, Senior, you don't have to worry about anything, even if that enemy is powerful. I will make a note to avenge Linny. After saying that, he also gestured towards Xiao Fei and Xiao Tian and said, Right. Xiao Fei nodded seriously, and Xiao Tian seemed to see what was going on, but seeing how the two looked, he eventually agreed. In the next second, Yendi's forcibly flat voice came out. It's me. Xiaogang's original expression of righteous indignation froze on his face as he stared blankly at Yendi, somewhat speechless. What? Dash frowned at that and wordlessly took a few steps back. As for Goten, even though he wasn't that surprised, he quietly gripped the summoner. Yendi watched the small actions of the three people in front of him. On the one hand, he somewhat recognized their feelings for Linny. On the other hand, he couldn't help but snicker. With you guys, you can't even think of fighting me? Do you really think anyone is that little crazy? But suddenly, a clear and questioning voice with a strong sense of grievance appeared. This senior, why did you beat Linny like this? He obviously has so much respect and trust for you. Looking up at Welcome's exasperated appearance, Yendi's original snort of laughter was also converged in an instant. He could feel that little girl's anger, so he thought for a moment before saying, I just sparred with him and then he got himself into this. Do you believe me when I say this? Chapter 56, The Strongest Chi, Haoran Chi. Still saying it's not the underworld demon? Well, that was a good night's sleep. Lin Yi awoke, feeling the good signals coming from his body as well as the relief brought by his full spirit. He couldn't help but stretch and stretch. These days are so exhausting. The load brought on both physically and mentally is too much. This time, after performing the underworld body metamorphosis and sleeping, it was really much more comfortable. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Yi was stunned, only to see in his room around the bed, surrounded by a full circle of people, can be described as watertight. Looking around at the many heads with care-filled expressions on their faces, he suddenly closed his eyes again. Well, what's with the dreams? It's too scary. Suddenly, a pleasant and gentle voice came, and along with it, a soft catkin covered his forehead. Lin Yi, how do you feel now? It's okay, we'll do everything we can to save you. Feeling the coldness of his forehead, Lin also realized that it seems not a dream. Crap! His eyes snapped open, and as soon as he pulled the covers up, he sat up and back to the foot of the bed, looking cautiously around at the circle of people on the ground. What are you guys huddling around here for? Peekaboo! Do you know it's scary to stand next to someone's bed when they're sleeping? Only after righteously saying such a thing did Linny look towards the silhouette that had just spoken towards him. It was none other than Kei Shanchan. Kei Shanchan is wearing loose clothes today. White light bodysuit with some black stripe embellishment. Loose black pants show off her long and straight legs. Although her face was not rosy either, and was still slightly pale, she still looked at Linny with concern, and her large, soulful and beautiful eyes seemed to be a little red. Cried? Linny was a bit puzzled and opened his mouth to ask, Sister Kei, didn't you go to recuperate from your injuries? What's with the running back? When he finished speaking he looked at the others. Welcome right next to Kei Shanchan. His eyes also filled with worry and sadness. On either side of them, Xiao Tian was equally worried, and Fei and Xiao Jiang both looked solemn in a rare way. No, what are you doing? Linny clearly felt the strangeness of the atmosphere, an atmosphere that gave him a bad feeling. It seems that the village has the same vibe when old people pass away or are about to die. Kei Shanchan's body slightly probed forward at this time. Her red lips lightly opened, and she softly opened her mouth, her tone full of sadness and concern. Lin Yi, don't worry, that senior said you won't die. Next, I'll definitely cure you even if I take you all over the blue planet. Lin Yi, ? Xiao Gang also forced a smile at this time. He deliberately made himself into his old big grinning self, while then comforting towards Lin Yi. Boss. I'm really calling you boss this time, so don't be in a hurry. Elder Yen Di said that your life is not in danger for a short period of time, and at most you will be half paralyzed. Lin Yi. The surrounding crowd silently looked at Kong. Are you trying to comfort people? At this time, Welcome also stepped forward a bit. She was no longer in her previous lively and spirited appearance. She just inquired towards Lin Yi. You were really an accident when you were sparring with Emperor Yen. Made yourself like this? As she spoke, her gaze also intentionally looked towards Yen Di, who was silent with his back against the doorframe. It wasn't until this moment that Lin Yi realized what had happened. Shit. It couldn't be that the Inferno Emperor probed my previous physical condition and then told them I was going to hang up, could it? It wasn't that Lin was negligent. He had thought carefully about it at first and finalized that plan. Executing the fire torture heavenly intensity / in conjunction with the 8-bit shift was the most likely way to defeat the Yen Emperor. After all, he didn't have people to transmit intentional energy, and for the time being, he hadn't fathomed the method of summoning the war god's flaming sword. My presumption was indeed correct. Even though my body and intentional energy will be overloaded after casting this blast skill, I will be able to replenish my physical injuries by enduring the pain and quickly redeeming my spectral physique. Unsurprisingly, he is currently feeling twice as fit. Just as Lin Yi was pondering, Yen Di silently walked over. Seeing Lin Yi's frothing appearance, he thought that Lin Yi couldn't hold up this blow, and instantly felt a little bit more guilt in his heart. He sighed and spoke helplessly. I'm just trying out your current power to see what level you're currently at. Why are you trying to fight me? Is winning that important? Lin Yi came back to his senses when he heard Yen Di's words, and he raised an eyebrow, a fluttering smile appearing on his handsome face. I'm not trying to win either. I just don't want to lose. At the words, Yen Emperor was silent. His eyes were in a bit of a trance, as if he had seen that same radiant young man on the Yen Star many years ago. Finally, he looked at Lin Yi and spoke again. Next I will find Lufa and force the whereabouts of the Shura armor out of him. Emperor Yen looked at Lin Yi and said solemnly, I'm returning to the planet Inferno, where there may be a cure for your body. Lin Yi, who was currently checking the rewards of this quest, heard Yen Di's words and instantly raised his head in surprise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, A Life Without Weakness. Quest reward, 20% completion of the main quest. Shura Armor Summoner coordinates *****. Shura Armor Summoning Permission, the strongest breath sprout. The strongest Chi, Haoran Chi, upright and fearless. The greatest and the most rigid, vigorous and prudent. Decisive and murderous Winky Face. Current main quest completion level, 90%. Rewarded with 5 elemental bloodline plus 10%. A great harvest. A great harvest. Lin Yi could barely contain the smile on his face when he happened to hear Yen Di's words. What? Shura armor? I'm familiar with this stuff. Just gave me the coordinates. What do you think of the coincidence? Seeing the surrounding crowd's appearance, Lin Yi didn't bother to tease them anymore. The atmosphere was just too sad. He smiled and was about to move forward and get out of bed. His leg just flopped. Boom! The bedpan was collapsed by a direct hit. Lin Yi's eyes widened as he subconsciously held the wall behind him with his hands. Boom! The wall was blasted right through a big hole. The people who had previously surrounded the bed all stepped back in unison, a wary look in their eyes. Who are you? Such a powerful force. Could it be that he was possessed by the underworld demon? Lin Yi knew that they had thought of something just by looking at their expressions, and busily opened his mouth with the intention of explaining, while his mind was calmly and anxiously controlling the power of the underworld physique, as if being led by his mind. In an instant, Lin Yi's aura around his body skyrocketed. The diamond-shaped body tended to be more perfect, and the power contained within it suddenly doubled. More importantly, from his brow center extending toward his forehead, a gold and red arcane pattern quietly emerged. The pattern was arcane and noble, and the gold and red interlacing seemed to contain power, instantly adding a touch of mystery to Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi could feel that his body had now increased dramatically in both physical strength and power. At the same time, the lines in the center of the eyebrows seemed to contain a strange power. While Lin Yi was in the midst of realizing all of this, Xiao Gang instantly let out an explosive cry when he saw this. Still saying it's not a spectral demon? Chapter 57, New Exchange Items. Arcane Cultivator arriving on horseback. Xiao Gang had all but made up his mind when he saw this scene. It must be because Lin Yi was now weak and didn't know which underworld demon had exploited him. The Vajra summoner appeared in his hand and was about to summon it when Xiao Tian stopped him. Yen Di looked at Lin Yi at this moment, and some suspicion appeared in his eyes. Immediately after that, Xiao Tian took out the interdictor summoner and slapped it towards Lin also. Nothing happened. It's not the spectral devil. When these words came out, everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Lin also woke up and could basically barely control his body's power. He opened his eyes and scanned the crowd, followed by an awkward smile. Would you believe me when I say that nothing actually happened to me? After a long time, after getting the top all cleaned up, the group came downstairs to the couch and sat down. It was then that Lin Yi realized that he had actually slept for a day. Yen Di grabbed Lin Yi with one hand and probed his body. The face with the tattoos had a thick frown on it, and confusion in his eyes, with a phrase written all over it. Bastardly. How is it that someone who was on the verge of hanging up the day before gets up after a good night's sleep and is a dragon? He's healthy as hell now. Yen Di sat back on the other side, seemingly resting his eyes, but in fact searching the memories in his mind for the answer to his question. Lin also knew his own family's business, and his current body could be described as extraordinarily strong. Maybe it's entirely possible to hand-rub armor. Of course it still wasn't as good as the God of War. Interceptor. The armor increased 1 in all directions. The underworld physique was a bit more one-sided, and he felt as if his own genetic fragments had changed a little bit as well. Lifespan. Maybe it's been lengthened quite a bit. I don't dare to say that I will live forever, but I should be able to live quite a bit longer. How many people's pursuits in ancient times? Lin also thought of this instantly beautiful. After informing them that he was physically unharmed, Lin Yi didn't say much more and instead discussed his next move with them. It was inevitable that Lufa wouldn't show up anytime soon, but no one believed he would be honest. That's why Lin also intends to make a preemptive strike. Nowadays I've got the bottom of the barrel. He scanned towards the crowd in front of him, then his eyes were firm as he slowly spoke. The next step is to find the Gung-Ho Vajra Pestle. The Genesis Vajra Pestle was powerful, and its location was quite easy for Lin to find. The only problem is, the Jutsu cultivator is still on his way here on horseback? Lin Yi looked sideways at Welcome, voicing his own question. Although I knew before that the art cultivators appeared late, but this underworld demon is almost sealed and you still haven't appeared. That's a bit outrageous, isn't it? Welcoming hearing Lin Yi's inquiry, he busily raised his hand in an awkward smile and then said, I informed him 2 days ago, and yesterday I asked again, and he said he'd be here today. Lin Yi nodded, and then took out the interdictor armor summoner that Yen Di had retrieved, handing over the one that had originally belonged to Xiao Tian. The flying shadow armor summoner was also returned to Kei Shanshan, and was now considered full. Turning his head to look at Kei Shanshan, who had a gentle and calm demeanor, Lin Yi smiled and opened his mouth. Sister, your injury is already healed? Why are you back in such a hurry? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yi realized that he had asked a stupid question. Sure enough, Kei Shanshan rolled her eyes at him before pursing her lips. The injuries aren't too serious, just recover slowly next. Nodding, Lin also said towards the crowd again, the only thing we can do at the moment is to wait for Lufa to show up and find him in the meantime. Leave this to me. Just keep training yourselves in intentional energy and strengthening your armor. Humph. Does he go to Jinghai City by himself? When the time came, he would take his armored brigade and tell that group of alien beasts who was the master of the Jinghai. The 3 Xiao Tian people nodded and left after hearing this, but they didn't have any complaints. Lin Yi's strength was there for all to see. If it wasn't for him, with the way Lufa was raging this time under the drastic changes in heaven and earth and spacetime, it was still an unknown whether they could grow up and resist the underworld demon in a short period of time. Seeing the crowd leave, Lin Yi eyed the Welcome, then gestured to Kei Shanshan on his side. Manhwa Welcome was an eyeless one, and with a light grunt she took Kei Shanshan's arm and opened her mouth. Shannon, go! Let's also go practice intentional energy. With me as a tantric practitioner to guide you, it can't be bad. Kei Shanshan's pretty face showed some difficulty, but had no choice but to stand up. As soon as Lin Yi reached out and grabbed Kei Shanshan's catkin, he gently pinched it, his eyes blinking as he said, Sister Kei, don't you think you should stay and talk about research with me? A powerful and experienced schoolmate? Feeling the heat in her palm, and hearing Lin Yi's teasing words, Kei Shanshan's ears suddenly reddened. In her heart she wanted to stay, but never because of wanting to stay with Lin Yi. It was only because Lin Yi's strength and intentional energy nowadays did surpass that of other people, and it was thought that there would be some high level of opinion. But feeling the sly gaze at her side, Kei Shanshan ultimately couldn't refuse her good best friend. Cut. Watching Kei Shanshan leave with Welcome, Lin Yi collected his gaze back and opened his personal panel with a slight movement of his mind. He could feel that he seemed to have improved a bit, and the panel's display was a bit more intuitive. Men, after all, are meant for career strength. Having reinstilled himself with the right idea, he then looked at the simulation panel in front of him. Personal panel, Lin Yu, 1955. Chinese-American physicist, astronomer and mathematician. Body, 59, normal adult 5. Summoning armor bonus. Intentional energy increase synchro boost. Intentional energy, 80, commoner 5. Gifted 10. Expected 40 for armor upgrade. Combat skill, 8, out of 10. Can be improved by practicing in real battles. 5 elements bloodline, 40%, 70% can transform into Imperial armor with the help of the belt. Armor enhancement value, 70%, 100% can choose to enhance a pair of armor. Number of missions completed, 15, redeemable items. After the battle with Yen Di, the intentional energy had a breakthrough once again. The intentional energy had reached 80, and the underworld physique has also directly brought 50 points of body bonus. Lin also estimated that the body should now be comparable to the 3 captains. You can try out the Joshi Fae sometime, but they seem to be wearing simple armor as well. The armor enhancement value was already 70, and another 30% would give you the option to upgrade to a higher level of armor. As for the quest redemption list, Linny glanced at it and actually refreshed it as well. Quest redemption list, Hope Edition, for other versions to unlock. Please go to your region. Number of quests completed *15. Can be exchanged, Spectral Physique / Ares Combat Technique. Number of quests completed *20. Can be exchanged for, Armor Enhancement Value 20% per unlock God of War Blazing Sword. Quest completion *25. Redeemable for, Underworld Genetic Transformation Device / Gravity-Free High Magnetic Prison. Psi Genetic Transformation Device, can use the genetic code of the members of the Psi Legion to resurrect or extract the Psi body for them to realize the transfer. Note, requires the use of energy. Quest completion *30. Can be exchanged, Shura Armor *1. The following levels are too low to be viewed. Number of missions completed *****. Redeemable, Alphas *1. The documentary history of Vajra and Pestle. This time, the quest redemption list clearly marked the points needed for the Shura armor, while the God of War Blazing Sword, the armor reinforcement value, and what with the Underworld Genetic Transformation Device and the High Magnetism Prison were also within the redemption list. What gene conversion device? Lin Yi frowned, not understanding what this was, but it was still too early for it to be redeemable, so he didn't think much of it, because when he saw the High Magnetic Prison, he suddenly remembered that there were still 2 people locked up on the inside of his own prison. Lin was about to take out the High Magnetic Prison and release Sabine, but then there was a gentle knock on the door of the teppanyaki restaurant, and a young man in a long shirt, thin but amicable, pushed his way in. Linny twisted his head to look, and his eyes lit up. You're finally here. Chapter 58 Returning the Vajra Summoner, a drop of wine and a glass of wine. The one who hurried and came quickly was naturally the art cultivator, Ching Zz. Ching. He was actually working his way back to the house by the time he was welcome to be contacted. Unfortunately, their lineage of art cultivators had always been idle, walking the earth at large, so it would take some time to return. Not to mention, he did ride a bit on the road to catch up. When he saw Ah Cheng walk in, Linny instantly went up enthusiastically and reached out with both hands to grab the other's hand, shaking it up and down. This scene immediately caused Ching Zz to be flattered, and he hurriedly said, I believe this handsome young man is the one who welcomes the said interdictor summoner. Haha, there's no need to be so polite. Linny nodded and replied with a smile on his face as well. Don't worry, I'm not being polite. I am indeed excited to see you coming. That's not true. With the Gungrai Vajra Pestle in place, can the Shura armor be far behind? In the midst of the 2 men's warm pleasantries, Linny removed the string from Ah Ching's wrist without moving. However, what he didn't expect was that just as he applied his own techniques to remove the chain strung by the magnetic energy ball, Ah Ching's hand followed like a probing snake. Ha! Linny exerted his wrist slightly, nimbly avoiding Ching Z's hand, revealing some surprise. This art cultivator is really extraordinary. There is some kung fu in his hands, worthy of being a ruthless person who can dare to fight with the underworld demon by virtue of his mortal flesh. But alas, Lin Yi's body today was even stronger than that of an ordinary underworld demon. Ah Ching seemed to want to retake the bead, but Lin Yi's hand reversed slightly and a strong force struck out, instantly knocking Ah Ching back a few steps. Of course he controlled the strength so that he wouldn't let Ching get hurt. Grasping the magnetic energy ball in his hand, Lin Yi stepped forward to support Chang. He was about to open his mouth to explain, but he didn't expect Ah Ching's eyes to glow and open his mouth towards him instead. I didn't realize that your kung fu, this interdictor summoner, was so powerful, so it seems that my trip here won't be of much help to you. Linny smiled and held up the beads in his hand and said, that's what helped me the most. At that moment, Welcome came out after hearing the sound, and she also came to greet Ching with a smile, followed by a few simple explanations, which instantly made Ching gasp out in shock. What? You've already sealed almost all the spectral demons? Then what am I doing here? Lin also heard what Ching meant and immediately said to him, Ching, you are an art cultivator, and you have studied the summoning of armor and the respective combat arts. I hope you can stay and continue to mentor a few other armor summoners. Ah Ching looked at Linny in surprise before smiling bashfully. Why? Didn't you already get what you needed? Linny smiled at the corner of his mouth and turned to look into the distance, his firm voice coming out. because that's definitely not the only thing we're dealing with in this eventful time. Welcome was attracted by this picture of Lin Yi's profound appearance and couldn't help but pay attention. Lin Yi silently gave himself a nod of approval. This look was loaded with points. Of course he's right. The phantom demon isn't the only enemy. The allomantic beasts, the orcus. There may even be other monsters hidden in the shadows. The current blue star is like a vortex. Wonderful to watch, but just a bit of a waste of life. Ah Cheng understood Lin Yi's meaning after hearing this, so he decided to just stay here and go instruct the three Shao Tian and Kei Shanshan. At this time Yen Di also walked over. Ah Cheng's eyes instantly brightened up even more when she saw him, and she immediately spoke with certainty. I think this good man must be the summoner of the Vajra armor. Both Lin Yi and Welcome had a bit of a toothache at that. It's kind of like that. Before the words were finished, Yen Di casually threw the adamantine armor summoner at Lin Yi, saying in passing, "Give it back. I can't use it." Cheng, who was originally filled with a look of certainty. What? Have I angered this good man with this remark, and put an armor summoner off? Yen Di glanced at Cheng before opening his mouth towards Lin Yi to explain. It would have been just to summon King Kong for a bit of fun. Now your strength has increased greatly. The underworld demon is almost finished being sealed by you, and the old thief Lufa has been beaten by you and doesn't know where to flee to. From what I know of him, the next time he appears must be when he recovers his body. He stretched, his eyes looking off into the distance, his gruff voice unapologetic. Without the Shura armor and with just Vajra, I'm not afraid of the resurrected Lufa, but I can't kill him either. It's no fun. It doesn't matter if you use it or not. Lin Yi nodded, understanding what this one meant. Immediately after that, Yen Di turned to Lin Yi, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat fierce. You boy, it's all right now, isn't it? A vigorous cultivation and enhancement of strength. Finally up to now. It's okay, go drink with me. Lin was also tempted to open his mouth and say something was wrong. I'm still going to look for the Gungrave Vajra pestle and mortar, and for the Shura armor. But when he saw Yen Di's domineering but not rigid look, he changed his mind instantly. Ha ha ha, blame me. I've spoken to Senior many times before, and I only had the chance to eat and drink with Senior again today. Seeing Lin Yi say these words with a smile, Yen Di then nodded in satisfaction. It just so happens that I will also speak with you about the strength and standards of the powerful in this universe. In this galaxy. Lin also heard the words suddenly stunned. Feelings you still left a hand? If I don't go to eat and drink with you, you won't talk to me. You have to say that ginger is still hot. Seeing Lin Yi talking with Yen Di, Welcome and Cheng Zzz went to the backyard. This side Lin Yi and Yen Di went out together, and immediately walked towards a good store in his impression. After sleeping all day, it was close to night again by this time. Walking on the street, Lin Yi felt the long-lost ease and freedom, and looked at the people around him who occasionally rubbed shoulders and passed by, and couldn't help but feel a slight stirring in his heart. The vast air. After a few moments of thought, they had arrived in front of a store. This is a famous seafood restaurant in the neighborhood, and the seafood here is not only fresh, but also made in a variety of ways. Grilled, white, raw marinated, stir-fried, simmered, different seafood with different ways to eat it and a couple of ice lollies. It's really a place you'll never forget. Lin Yi stood in the doorway and turned towards Yen Di with a smile. The flavor of this store that is very famous, and it is 20 or 30 years old. Yen Di surveyed the place, then walked in with satisfaction. After going inside and ordering some signage, the two of them sat down there. How do you think your strength is now? And how much different from mine? Tilting his head back and pouring down a bottle of cold beer, under the afterglow of the setting sun, Yen Di opened his mouth towards Lin Yi and asked this. Hearing Yen Di's inquiry, Lin was somewhat surprised. He felt that his current strength, after acquiring the underworld body, was barely enough to deal with Yen Di without his Shura armor. Likewise, against Lufa, who was not at full strength. I'm sure it's the same. After thinking about it, Lin Yi looked at Yen Di and tentatively used his hands to spread the width of one person, saying, about that much difference? Seeing his look, Emperor Yen poured a glass of wine with a smile, then used his chopsticks to point out a drop that landed on the table, almost like this. Lin Yi frowned, a little surprised and taken aback. Just one drop? Yen Di shook his head, his chopsticks nodding back and forth between the droplets of wine and the glass of water, and said flatly, I mean, it's like the difference between this drop of wine and this glass of wine. At those words Lin Yi wrinkled his eyebrows, a bit incredulous. Which one am I? Yen Di's eyes were calm. Need you ask? Looking at Yen Di's bashful appearance, Lin Yi couldn't help but give him a compliment. This wave is loaded to the gills. Chapter 59, The Connection Between Intentional Energy and Strength. Obtaining the shard to travel to Jin Demon. Lin Yi certainly had a number in his heart regarding the gap in strength, but the comparison is too damn hurtful. Lin Yi certainly had faith in Yen Di, but he wouldn't be presumptuous either. The rate of growth of his strength was different from others, and he was afraid that he would slap Yendi's face in the future. Sitting up straight, Lin also looked squarely at Yendi again and asked in a puzzled voice, "Elder, I don't read much in this area. Don't you dare lie to me." He shivered a large oyster into his mouth as he continued to ask questions. "Although I feel that I'm still lacking compared to Senpai. But Senpai, it's a bit hurtful for you to say that, isn't it? Is the difference that big?" Seeing Lin leisurely eating and drinking while uttering such words with a puzzled look, the tattoos on the side of Yendi's face suddenly trembled a few times, forcing back the impulse in his heart. He fiercely poured a mouthful of wine into his stomach without dragging his feet, and immediately explained, "If we talk about the difference in strength between intentional energies alone, then we really aren't that far apart. But the division of strength in the universe is not just a simple comparison of intentionality." Speaking of this, Yendi's voice also became serious. "In the end, intentional energy is nothing more than a spiritual-like presence that we subjectively generate. It's powerful, but intentional energy cannot be transformed into true strength without the aid of some object or means." Hearing this, Lin pondered, roughly understanding some of Yendi's meaning. "And with the help of this thing, it's not so consistent. The armor we use, for example, is the most famous and convenient and efficient way in the galaxy. Then, there are the strong bodies of those ethereal demons evolving as well as the magic, the special mechanical mechs of a certain race I've seen. There are even various unique methods of other races within the universe. Battle patterns, controlled mutations, these are the ways that translate into strength." Lin Yi's eyes glowed as he listened to what Yendi was telling him, and his entire being was instantly mesmerized. Various different races in the universe, different ways of surviving and fighting, different civilizations, mechs, war stripes, mutations. That's too tempting. Seeing Lin Yi with this look of yearning, Yendi was also happy. He said with some smile, "With the rate of your strength increase, you still have the chance to enter the universe to see these colorful and magnificent scenes. That's all I'm going to tell you. You can read it for yourself later." Hearing Yendi say that, Lin also came back to his senses. That is to say, the intentional energy is still basic, and the exact strength depends on your fighting style? If we leave Blue Star in the future, is it possible that we can still fight with mechs? Or is it a primitive mutation? Thinking about this, Lin Yi himself felt like he was thinking far away. By this time Yendi had eaten a lot of seafood on the table. He was fit and strong, and he ate with great vigor. Quite a few things he had eaten for the first time. He actually quickly mastered eating them skillfully, and then winded up in a mess that made Lin Yi gasp in amazement. Hiccup. Tilting his head back and downing another bottle of ice lollies, Yendi's thick eyebrows stretched and his face was filled with a relieved look. Lin also looked down twice, then looked up again. There was nothing left on the table that could be eaten. Wiping his mouth, Yendi seemed to be in a much better mood, and immediately once again preached towards Lin Yi. "That's why the enhancement of your intentional energy is important. But finding a fighting style, a fighting system, that best suits you is the only way to bring all of your intentional energy into play." With that he pointed to himself, slightly haughtily. "For example, for me, fighting with armor is the most suitable fighting style for me, and the Shura armor is the most suitable armor for me. The me that summons the Shura armor is the true number one in the galaxy." Lin Yi nodded, having fully understood Yendi's words. Lufa's intentional energy wasn't that far off from Yendi's idea, but he was no match for Yendi at all, and most of the reason for that was in the Shura armor. He had heard what Yendi had said, but he wasn't too worried. "In my case, with the help of the system, every pair of armor is at its strongest. There's always one for me, and maybe every one of them will fit." At the thought of this, Lin Yi's heart for acquiring armor strengthening values became even hotter. God of War Interceptor upgraded again? How awesome would that have to be? Or choose a pair of 5 elements armor and upgrade it once after completing the quest? That should be awesome too. As Lin Yi was beautifully thinking about the future, Yendi's voice came once again, only this time it seemed to carry some despondency. "By the time you hit a bottleneck in your intentional energy enhancement, that intentional energy strength will be similar to mine. Planetary, stellar, cosmic. It's cosmic. It looks like a step away, but it's a fog." Lin Yi heard what Yendi said, but didn't understand for a moment, but he was roughly guessing what they meant. Then, without waiting for Lin Yi to open his mouth, Yendi took the initiative to open his mouth to kick people out as he waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can fuck off now. Knowing you boys are busy, I'm going to sit here by myself and have another good meal." At those words Lin Yi cried and laughed a little, but he didn't force himself to stay. He got the shopkeeper to settle a lot of money in advance, enough for Yendi to continue to eat and drink quite a lot. Then he went out and walked toward the North City of Hope. Listening to Yuzu said before, "Her grandmother's address is over there." On the way, Lin was still pondering about those levels that Yin Di had mentioned. So Emperor Yan's current intentional energy level is at the peak of the stellar level, one step away from the cosmic level? After frowning and pondering for a moment, he could only deduce this information, but to him, the level of intentional energy didn't really mean anything. As we all know, Lin Yi, broke through by relying on the system's rewards and those underworld demons wanted. The personal cultivation that you bottlenecked against. What's it to me to add points directly? Thinking of this, Lin Yi was instantly relieved. I shouldn't be able to have a bottleneck when I get to a point where I'm almost as good as Yin Di's powers, right? The northern district was not far from the western district, but even so, Lin Yi certainly wouldn't walk there. Alright, master, just stop here. Getting out of the cab, Lin also arrived in front of the door of a small detached two-story building in front of him. At this time, it is getting late. This area is far from the center of the city. This neighborhood is mostly this kind of self-built detached small buildings with a small yard. Seeing that there were lights on inside, Lin also didn't hesitate any longer and immediately knocked on the door. Who is it? Coming. An old woman's voice came from inside. And then an old woman with a good momentum of essence came out from inside and walked to the entrance of the courtyard. The old lady came to the door of the courtyard to look at Lin Yi, slightly squinted her eyes and moved forward. Then she was surprised. Who are you looking for, young man? Without half a word of nonsense, Lin Yi backhandedly pulled out the criminal heaven summoner and showed it to the old lady while smiling and speaking. I came to you, to pick up one thing. Seeing the interdictor summoner, the old lady's complexion obviously changed. Only this old lady was obviously very cautious. She didn't immediately hand over the pieces of the gung-ho vajra pestle and mortar, but instead calmly looked towards Lin Yi. The meaning is obvious. Prove who you are. Lin Yi lost his smile, but was also clear about the old lady's scruples. To her, it was an item that had been guarded for generations, and the fate of the entire blue planet was at stake. When the gun-yielding vajra pestle was first broken, it was eventually split into 3 parts and handed over to 3 separate cultivators to pass on. The energy sphere was taken away by the Jutsu cultivator family, made into a string, and passed on to Qing Zizai. The location of the main body of the Gungra vajra pestle has been held by tantric practitioners for generations and buried in their hearts. A small fragment of the broken piece was kept by the family of the hidden cultivator and made into a necklace, which is currently in the hands of Yuzu's grandmother. Lin also took out the gravity-free high magnetic prison and walked into the house with Grandma Pomelo, transferring the pomelo inside and delivering it to Grandma Pomelo. Seeing Yuzu's grandmother's surprised and shocked eyes, Lin Yi opened his mouth and persuaded her. She has the genes of the Psy Devil inside her, and the Psy Devil is parasitizing her at this time. After finding the Gungrai Vajra pestle, I will also completely purify Yuzu's genes and restore her to her original form. After a long time, Grandma Yuzu's mind calmed down. There was a clear look of concern in the old man's eyes for Yuzu, but in the end, he allowed Lin Yi to take his granddaughter back into the prison. A few moments after leaving, Grandma Yuzu came down from upstairs, and something she held tightly in her hand was handed to Lin Yi. The old man's voice had aged, but the determination in his words never changed. She handed the shard necklace to Lin Yi personally and said, "Child, I hope you can use it to really end this." Looking at the old man's eager gaze, Lin Yi put the fragment into his pocket and solemnly nodded before turning to leave. When he came into the yard, Grandma Yuzu stood inside the door watching him. Lin also reached out and pulled out the interdictor summoner, pressing the button to scan the iris and transform. Instantly, a golden red flowing light accompanied by the energy of the heavens and earth appeared, and a mighty and rigid yet murderous armor appeared. Lin also condensed his intentional energy and projected it to the distance in a flash. The Devil's Tower. The light blue light in Interceptor's eyes suddenly lit up. Shift. Calm with a resolute light drinking sound sounded. The interdictor armor disappeared in a flash in the small courtyard. Chapter 60, The Gung Fu Vajra pestle arrives. Sabine, Lufa, and in Mystic Thursday. Within the dark and pitch-black Devil Suppressor Tower, a flash of light appeared, and then an armor evolved into reality like a phantom. The interdictor armor appeared, and Lin Yi scanned around towards the interior of the Devil Suppressor Tower. Nothing had changed here. It was still fragmented and broken after Lin Yi's last big battle here. Such an ancient building. No one cares. It's 1,000 years old anyhow, isn't it? Lin also whispered softly to himself and spat out his voice. And at once the entire secluded Devil Suppressor Tower echoed with his voice. Standing in place, he gazed at his concentration and carefully pondered the exact location of the Gungray Vajra pestle within the Devil Suppressing Pagoda. Seems like it fell out when Kong accidentally broke something in the first place? After thinking carefully, Lin Yi felt that he hadn't remembered correctly. Raising his head toward the left and right, it took little analysis for him to determine the location of the gun-grazing Vajra pestle, because when you look up, the huge string of wind chimes is just too obvious. Inside the entire Jinmu Tower, In addition to those have produced cracks in the spectral devil statue. Can break this thing is also. I think that's the one. Lin Yi looked up into the air. His right palm lifting up his intentional energy exploded out, creating a shockwave. Knock! The shockwave impacted on the string of wind chimes, and at the same time as it made a loud and dull sound, the string of wind chimes also fell down together. Bang! A cracking sound came out, and among the broken pieces of wind chimes, a sharp-edged Vajra mortar and pestle with no discernible material fell to the ground. Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he immediately squatted down to pick up the Vajra pestle and mortar and said happily, "Finally got you." The Gung treasure Vajra mortar and pestle wasn't heavy, at least not as heavy as a metal mortar and pestle at all, in Lin Yi's opinion. Made of crystals. This crystal stone is claimed to be the nemesis of Shura armor, but it's too brittle. It was casually shattered and a shard fell off, and in the original time and space, Lufa destroyed it with an easy pinch. Can't see what it's all about at all. Lin Yi spat to himself and then carefully observed the item in his hand, and as he looked deeper, he really found something different. At the same time, the moment when the Gung Ho Vajra pestle appeared in the world, under a bridge hole in the center of Hope's downtown area, Adu, who was leaning against a stone pier and resting his eyes, snapped his eyes open, revealing a flash of red light within them. There was suppressed anger in Lufa's voice, with some scorn in it. Gung's revolutionary Vajra mortar and pestle. This sentence instantly woke up in Minxiu on the other side as well, and he looked at Lufa with an endless tangle in his eyes. Lufa turned his head towards Minxiu, his words filled with coldness. "We can't wait any longer. If that Dr. Li person doesn't come again, you'll go with me to the Central Oil Depot in Hope City immediately." His eyes were blazing with fire. "Even if we risk the situation of being blocked by Interceptor's discovery, it's still better than now." After saying this, Lufa looked around with a heavy look of disgust and loathing on his face. Lufa, once the chief of the army of the Planetaries, am actually hiding in a place like this. The originally entangled Minxiu was also a bit embarrassed when he heard this, and he said somewhat helplessly, "It can't be helped. If they're bent on finding us and searching for the head of the guard hall, we'll be spotted as soon as we show our heads." Lufa nodded and didn't say anything more. Only the determination in his eyes was more complete. "The big deal is that the fish is dead. With the help of the massive explosion death, I also have a chance to resurrect and put up a fight with that damnable criminal Sky Yin Emperor." When Minxiu heard that Lufa was so resolute, his expression changed once again, and he gritted his teeth and spoke once again. "General, why be so adamant? There's nothing wrong with the way we are." "Shut up!" Lufa was instantly furious when he heard Minxiu's words and directly interrupted him. Turning around, Lufa gazed closely at Minxiu and spoke slowly and icily. "Don't let this general hear anything like that again, or you'll be just like Joe Chauffeur and Korath." And Miss Ao sniffed and bowed his head, but his eyes were just as determined. Suddenly, it was as if Lufa sensed something, and a joyful look appeared on his face. "Great! I felt the breath of the Balrogs. It is they who have come to fulfill the pact. Yendi, Ting Tian, this general hasn't lost yet." Inside the Devil Suppressor Tower, Lin Yi surveyed the Gunguzi Vajra pestle in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that the workmanship was rough. He had a bit of a disgusted look on his face. "This looks exactly like a shoddy product. No wonder it breaks when dropped." At this point, he took out the 3 energy balls and the small shard and brought them close to the Gung-Ho Vajra pestle. At once, an invisible force came. The force was making these 3 united, and the small shards automatically absorbed themselves to the edges of the Vajra, recovering instantly without a trace. The 3 energy balls also instantly disappeared within the corresponding grooves, and in an instant, a majestic energy surged out. The entire gung-yielding Vajra pestle seemed to be instantly transformed as if it had been transformed into a new body, and an arcane aura emanated from it. Crap! Lin Yi didn't hold back his expression of amazement, as he was already able to clearly feel the power within the gung-grazing macadamia pestle as he held it at the moment. "Sorry, pestle." Lin Yi was a bit tense, and smoothly continued towards the Vajra mortar and pestle in his hand. "I'm the one with the eyes to see. Nothing else." He had felt a huge increase in his intentional energy after gripping the Vajra pestle and mortar. As for the other abilities of this thing, currently Lin also hadn't had the chance to experiment. Suddenly, he thought of something and his gaze shifted to the center of the Devil Suppressing Tower. "It seems that this thing is sort of the key to the Alpha's battleship?" He couldn't help himself at that thought. Battleships, who wouldn't want to drive? But Lin Yi immediately realized the limitations of this idea, and he rubbed his chin. "Searching. I have a pilot's license, but I didn't learn to fly a battleship, and the main gun on this thing is powerful, but one blast for Blue Star. It's not good either, is it?" Shaking his head, Lin Yi put away the thought. Then his eyes flamed, and he had already begun to think of one of the most useful roles of the current Gungrave Vajra pestle, finding the Shura armor summoner. Leaving the Devil Suppressor Tower, Lin also planned to head to the coordinates of the Shura armor summoner that the system had given out. Suddenly he looked puzzled, frowning and rubbing his brow, muttering, "Hiss, am I forgetting something?" After thinking about it for a while, and not coming up with anything, his demeanor shifted to frankness. "It looks like there's nothing missing, just saying. What am I? How can I forget things?" At this time, inside a certain room in the gravity-free high magnetic prison, Sabine was sitting cross-legged on the floor gazing at his thoughts, and in the midst of them he was chanting, "My injuries have healed, and a day and 2 nights have passed. Why hasn't Interceptor released me yet?" His complexion changed at the thought, and he tensed up. Could something have happened to him? Gravity-free high magnet prison lost? Or was it taken by someone else? But after thinking about it, Sabine thought it should be unlikely. Probably too busy to forget. Thinking of this, a simple smile appeared on the face of Sabin, who had been loyal and righteous all his life. "It's okay, it's better to forget than to have something else happen. He'll always remember." He didn't realize how much he regretted his utterance of those words for many years to come. Chapter 61 Shura Armor arrives. Endgame, Lufa is resurrected. After leaving the Demon Tower, Lin didn't skimp on his intentional energy and immediately performed shifting shadows again, correcting his coordinates several times before arriving outside of Hope City. It's a small river that runs around the city, and the trees around it are still plentiful. This time of year is the rainy season, so the creek will flow a little more and look like a big river. Linny came here and surveyed his surroundings, and immediately felt that this place did look familiar. He nodded confidently. Shouldn't have gone wrong. Facing the great river in front of him, Lin also held the Gungrave Vajra pestle and mortar, and his interdictor armor was particularly conspicuous even in the night. With the tip of the Gungrave Vajra pestle facing forward, he inputted his intentional energy into the interior, while his mind moved slightly to probe into it. There's a space that keeps moving. Doesn't seem to be a dimension yet? It's amazing. Lin also locked that space down, then unleashed the power of the Gungrave Vajra pestle. Instantly, a strong wave of energy erupted from the front end of the Vajra pestle and instantly surged into the center of the great river. In the next moment, the ghostly blue light flashed, and space seemed to ripple. Suddenly, a lavender flip phone appeared abruptly in the air directly in front of them. Lin Yi's eyes glowed at this. Shura Armor Summoner. With a slight movement of his mind, the flip phone flew into his hand, forcing back the excitement in his heart. He first put the Vajra mortar and pestle into the gravity-free high magnetic prison, and then lifted the interdictor armor and carefully studied the phone in his hand. Linny was more excited at this time. Who would have thought that one day you could hold the Shura armor in your hands and play with it? Flipping the summoner open, Linny instantly saw the many data displayed on the screen. Status, summonable. Energy, slightly insufficient to summon. Continuously charging in. Linny had expected this scene. After all, the time he had been here was still too short, and the chi in his body had not been contained to the extent that Yen Di's had been. But he wasn't in a hurry. As time passed and more battles and experiences were experienced, he believed that his chi would soon contain enough. He couldn't stop the smile on his face as he surveyed the summoner in his hand. It doesn't matter if you're low on energy. What matters is that you can summon it. Ha 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 ha. When it comes to me, how can I afford to treat you like a big baby if I don't give you a good time from top to bottom, inside and out? And so, it was a sleepless night. On the other hand, Lufa, who felt Bargam's aura, understood that the people from the side of Nambo City had arrived. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed towards the agreed place together with Miss Ao. If it brings enough negative energy, Hope City's Shiching district, in one of the larger street parks, under the dull moonlight, Cold Blood, who was wearing a black coat, was holding a lollipop in his hand, waiting in place with boredom. Behind him, Barghem, whose form and appearance had changed more than a little, stood silent. Finally, Cold Blood got a little tired of waiting. He instantly shoved the lollipop into his mouth and turned to look at Balgorm, hidden in the darkness, impatiently. Is your general coming or not? If it wasn't for Mr. Li's insistence that I come along for the ride, I wouldn't bother staying with you anymore. That Duan Muyen is still waiting for me to clean up. Bargham looked up at the words, a blood-red color showing within his pale eyes as he hissed and spoke. Any more nonsense and I'll fight you. Cold Blood's brow furrowed at that, thinking of the enhancements Bargham had received, and eventually tightened up a bit. In between the two were conversing. Lufa and Mingsu arrived together. The two sides met in the empty street park. Lufa wasn't even the first to be doomed to the change in Balgorm. He stepped forward and approached Coldblood first. Well, did you bring the stuff? Coldblood looked at Lufa with more or less respect. He backhanded a palm-sized, ethereal crystal ball from his pocket, within which a vague gas flowed vaguely. Sure, we Dr. Li have always been true to our word. Coldblood spoke proudly. and in the next instant the object in his hand was snatched from Lufa. Holding it in his hand and feeling the rich negative energy inside the crystal ball, Lufa burst out laughing. Good. So strong was the negative energy that it was enough to bring me back to life. Yendi, Xingtian, just you wait. At that moment, and Mingsu behind Lufa looked at Bargham in the darkness behind Coldblood, and his tone suddenly showed surprise. Baljam, how did you get like this? Lufa looked over as well when he heard in Mingsu's words, and it was then that Balgorm stepped out of the darkness, only to see that his original grayish-purple body had changed a bit, and it looked like he had actually proliferated a strong skeleton. At the same time the pair of coiled long horns on the head were sharper, stabbing straight ahead. Lufa stared at him carefully for a few seconds, his brow displaying a frown but then stretching. Your aura has changed. It seems to contain a wave of other energies. Could it be the so-called morning riot virus? How much have you improved and are you in any discomfort? Hearing Lufa's inquiry, Bargham immediately bowed his head and reported, General, my subordinate strength has increased by about 50%. Not really any other discomfort. Just can't control the tyrannical negative emotions sometimes. Lufa sniffed and nodded, instantly complimenting him. Not bad. You've come back this time. This general has a great use for you. After saying that he didn't care that there was still cold blood beside him, he immediately detached himself from Bado's body with a tremor and transformed into a blur of gas. The gray mist wrapped the crystal ball, and a powerful suction force came out. The negative energy within the crystal ball started raging out in an instant and didn't enter Lufa's torso. Along with a progressively stronger aura, the gray mist began to gradually evolve into a body, and Lufa's slightly excited hoarse voice came out. Baljam, guard this general, and Minxio, you now immediately go to the oil depot to set up and wait for this general to be resurrected. Speaking of this, Lufa's voice had become more than just excited. There was some smugness within it. Without this general's coordinates, what good is a mere gun-ho Vajrapesal? You can't get the Shura armor. You can't handle the alphas. Ha. And Minxio's complexion changed a bit when he heard these words, and in the end, he finally left from here after all. Baljam, cold in appearance and with a tyrannical aura around him, stood guard near Lufa. Coldblood, on the other hand, leaned against a tree to the side, wondering why his mind was a little restless. Strange, what the hell is going on? What General Lufa didn't realize was that at the same time he was saying those words, on the banks of the river on the outskirts of Hope City, there was a pretty boy who was excitedly riding a domineering and powerful purple armor. The armor, which looks like it's pretty dominant, has been played with from the inside out. Again, what was not clear to Coldblood was that at the time he felt his heart was not in the right place. On the edge of hope, another pretty boy from Southborough was cautiously making his way into the unfamiliar city, all the while mouthing words into the phone. Strange, I was following them the whole time. How did I lose them? As the day dawned, a phone call interrupted Linny from his state of restoring his intentional energy by sitting on his knees. He took out the phone, realized it was a welcome caller, and picked up. Hello, what's going on? A welcoming voice came eagerly over the phone. Linny, come back quickly. Rufus is going to be resurrected. We already know what Lufa wants to do next. At the same time, a familiar voice in his ear, ding, triggered the large chain quest, Endgame of the Eye, subquest, Endgame. Endgame, sabotage Lufa's plans and do your best to destroy Lufa's camp. Quest reward, 20% quest completion, Ares Combat Arts. Chapter 62, and Mingsa comes, Lufa's crazy plot. After telling him that he was welcome to go back right away, Lin also finished reading the newly appeared quests. He clenched his fists and stood up to look off into the distance. The sun had not yet appeared, but with the coolness of the morning, the darkness had dissipated. It's almost dawn. Lufa, let me see what else you have up your sleeve then. Come see who we really are better at. Inside the Huan Teppanyaki restaurant, when Lin also returned, he suddenly realized that the crowd had all come out and stood in the living room on the first floor, apparently all ready to go. However, there was one particular figure among them that surprised him slightly. In Mistress? In front of the welcoming crowd, a young man was standing there with an anxious look still on his face. It is exactly the anamnesis that fixes it. Seeing Lin Yi come back, Xiao Tian and the rest of them all instantly shifted their gazes over, welcoming a step forward to pull Lin Yi back, somewhat anxiously. Come and listen. He came to us suddenly in the morning and told us all those things. She pointed at Minxio, and despite understanding that he was a spectral demon, the crowd didn't have any ill feelings towards him because of what Lin Yi had once said. And Mansu also saw Lin Yi. The two hadn't met, but both knew exactly what the other looked like. Taking a few steps forward, Lin Yi had a smile on his face. And Miss Ao, you're finally here. To Lin Yi, part of the memory in his mind was just a reference. If at the last moment Mingsu were to follow Lufa, then he definitely wouldn't show any mercy either. But today, it seems that Mingsu hasn't changed. so Lin Yi directly inquired towards him. What did you come to tell us? That Lufa has really come back to life? What's his plot? And Miss Ao looked at Lin Yi in front of him, only feeling that the young man in front of him had confidence in his smile, and the aura he exuded was convincing. He couldn't help but lament. It's better to be known than to be seen. And today I realize why the general has fallen to this level in a short period of time. After lamenting slightly, he didn't say anything else, but quickly told Lin Yi. The general has long been associated with an evil force in another part of the world, and after the last time, they formalized their cooperation. This time someone from over there has brought enough negative energy to the general, enough to resurrect him. He then quickly told Lin Yi Lufa to head to the oil depot to set it up and his intention to blow it up. Lin Yi was shocked at his words, and a rare shade of gloom appeared on his face. Sure is a tough guy. Lufa is also worthy of from the Aries star to kill out of the Lord. In the face of loss quickly came up with a jade and stone means. And is he still there now? Lin Yi inquired towards Minxiu, who wanted to go straight over and end that old thief's wave. And Minxiu revealed hesitation at his words. He was also a bit unsure. I'm not sure how long it will take for the general to resurrect, but the general is very strong, so you have to be careful even if you want to stop him. Lin Yi smiled and nodded his head as he smiled, his aura not dropping at all. I'd really like to see him at his full strength. Seeing that Lin Yi was so confident, and Mansu was a bit torn again. After thinking about it he said towards Lin Yi again, if you can, please keep the general alive. Lin also smiled non-committally. He turned to the others and asked if Yan Di had returned, and Xiao Tian and the others all shook their heads in unison. Didn't come back all last night? That one's been hanging out somewhere again, I wonder. Hearing them say that, Lin also didn't think too much about it and was about to set off in search of Lufa right away. Suddenly, a gasp of surprise was welcome. This. What does he want? The crowd sniffed and looked over, only to see an emergency plug message playing on Welcome's cell phone, a live feed from Hope's downtown TV station. The image is in the South City area of Hope, directly in front of the main oil depot. The Lufa body was complete. He was fully lined in red, with golden leather armor wrapped around his chest and back as well as his lower torso, antique arm guards and leg guards, and a pale gold helmet that left only a pair of eye sockets. He was standing there at the moment, with Balgem not far behind him, only to see Lufa casually swing his arm towards the front, and a wave of energy blasted out, directly blasting into one of the houses surrounding the oil depot. Boom! The majestic power exploded out like a thunderous roar. The one hit, a two-story service center built around an oil depot, exploded into a pile of rubble. Ha 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 ha! Lufa hissed out a laugh, a sense of relief filling his entire being as he scanned the people scurrying ahead of him and some of the distant shots. Interdiction, Emperor Yen. I know you can all see it. 3 minutes. I'll only give you 3 minutes. Immediately bring the Gungrai Vajra pestle here, or I'll just blow this place up. His voice was hoarse but loud and incomparable, and in an instant, it reached many ears. You are well aware that those fragile iron skins can't stop a single blow from me. And Mishu, oh, I would have given you a chance, but unfortunately you couldn't catch it. Good thing I didn't get my hopes up for you either. Even though it was still morning, word of such a major and egregious event spread instantly, and the evildoers are still those horrible, hideous monsters that are constantly rumored to be attacking, which instantly makes many ordinary people in Hope City even more desperate. The city's breaking news broadcast. This morning the city once again rumors of demonic beastmen attacks. This incident is extremely dangerous and bad. Rumor has it that the demon beastmen demanded a meeting with the armored warrior or they would blow up the oil depot. The oil depot is the largest central oil depot in the city, with extremely sophisticated security, but it comes and goes as it pleases for the demonic beastmen. Once it explodes, a quarter of the city of Hope will be affected, and the deaths and injuries will be countless. Many citizens are currently having an emotional breakdown. Without continuing to listen, Lin Yi walked out towards the outside. You guys stay here, I'll go alone over there. Yendi is nowhere to be seen, but he can't just go by himself. At the same time, a young man who was wandering the streets of the west side, unable to tell where he was going, also saw the emergency news broadcast. The young man had curly hair and a t-shirt shirt, and at this point there was bewilderment on his face. He was none other than Duan Muyen, who had chased Coldblood and the others into Hope City by mistake. He had only stumbled upon the Nava armor in Nimbo City a few days before, and happened to encounter the mutated Balgorm and Coldblood yesterday, so he followed them all the way. Watching the news within the big screen and feeling the quiet tension around him, Duan Muyan also noticed not far behind Lufa, the hideous and terrifying ball gem, and the big black trenchcoat man eating a lollipop. Do monsters exist within this city as well? I don't know how strong they are. I could give them a hand. Confident, Duan Muyan advanced towards where Lufa was. Chapter 63 So-called Justice, Deception by Phone? Collapsing Pathfinder. Over here, Lin Yi had just walked out of the teppanyaki restaurant when the criminal armor summoner appeared in his hand. He picked up the summoner and turned his head slightly sideways as the summoner began to scan the iris. Pressing the side button and feeling the energy coming from within the summoner, the belt appeared out of thin air around his waist. Lin also lamented as he quickly inserted the summoner into his belt. Old buddy, you've accompanied me from the most ordinary of times to today, and it's kind of like a dozen battles, big and small, and today might just be the short finale. So don't worry, old buddy, if there are avenues to be able to achieve more, of course I can't forget you. He gently stroked the summoner, his arms coming together in the heaven and earth yin and yang pose, and then his voice suddenly became resolute. Criminal armor, combine, boom, the energy of heaven and earth converged around him, and a mighty armor consisting of red and white armor appeared at once. With that, Lin Yi's mind moved slightly, his intent energy projecting into the distance. Shift, a wave of light flowed before his eyes and he was instantly clear. Ahead of them were Lufa, who was eyeing them, as well as many huge and endless energy-containing oil storage silos. Behind them are many panicked people, seen and unseen, known and unknown. Lin also gazed towards Lufa, who similarly looked at Lin. Suddenly, Lufa sighed softly and an emotional sound came out of his mouth. When I see this armor, I think back thousands of years to that determined descendant. They are very good squads, but are only sent out as patrol squads to exterminate us. You have more natural talent than Gulfa. Lin Yi smiled at his words as he stood upright, the blue glow of his face armor's eyes lighting up. And then you destroyed him yourself. Lufa's eyes suddenly turned cold as he spoke coldly. Yes, there's no way around it. He's hellbent on being my enemy. That ridiculous kid who thinks he stands for justice. Lin also thought carefully this time before speaking. Isn't it? Lufa's emotions instantly became agitated at his words, and he pointed at Lin Yi and roared out in anger. What did I tell you about justice? I have fought for justice for thousands of years, but in the end, like a lost dog, I left my family and my native land. And has anyone ever stood up for me and said a word of justice? Justice is but the crowning word of the victor. You didn't know where you were when I was fighting for justice. Suddenly hearing these classic words, Lin Yi himself froze. It was thought that these words had been hidden in Lufa's heart for a long time, and now it was just an opportunity to vent them out. Only, Lin Yi wasn't affected by his words. He just spoke calmly. It is not the justice of King Peel that Gulfa represents. Rather, it is the justice of those in the universe whose families were destroyed by your destruction of the energy crystals, and the justice of those on the blue star that was to be destroyed 1,000 years ago. You're right. Justice is divided into positions and crowns. Lin Yi's voice was calm but resolute and powerful. The intentional energy in his body condensed at high speed, and something else was vaguely growing. At the same time, his voice spread to more people's ears through the distant equipment. So, you should also stop using your so-called conquest for justice as a cover. All I know is that you have destroyed countless planets of life on the grounds of being betrayed by justice. And now you are going to destroy my homeland, my friends, and me. I have no intention of speaking for anyone's justice. What I do is really simple. Speaking here, Lin Yi's voice suddenly stopped. Many places, many people, known or unknown, looked at him. Kei Shanshan was inside the teppanyaki restaurant. Her beautiful eyes coalesced as she looked at the figure with pride and joy in her eyes. The welcome on the side was also a little lost in thought listening to what Lin said, while the three of them, Xiao Tian, Xiao Fei, Xiao Gang, were even more glittering in their eyes, incomparably agreeing with Lin Yi's words. As Lin Yi spoke, he felt the blazing heat of the summoner at his waist, and the intentional energy within it instantly exploded, wrapping the entirety of interdiction. Fiery red intent energy turned into substance flowing around his body as he crossed the card box with one hand, and in his hand was none other than the card of the God of War. Interceptor. Snap. Tapping the card into the summoner, Lin Yi gulped out softly. The God of War. Interceptor. Upgrade. Boom. The majestic heaven and earth energy caused surprise to appear in the eyes of Lufa, who was not far away. Of course he knew the God of War. Interceptor. It was just that he hadn't seen it for many years. However, in a few breaths, the circumference of the criminal sky armor had transformed into a combination of golden and red armor, and the overall more powerful and extraordinary, full of the power of punishment of the God of War criminal sky. Lin Yi was within the war god's interdiction sky, the golden frontal armor on his forehead gleaming as his clear voice came out once more. If a man does not sin against me, I will not sin against him, and if he does not sin against me, I will not sin against him, and if he does not sin against me, I will not sin against him. I don't understand your justice. All I know is that if I don't fuck you, me, my friends, and even my homeland will be in danger. The war god interdictor's imposing aura and Lin Yi's unassuming voice instantly rendered Lufa somewhat speechless. Many people, either through the live broadcast or with their own eyes, had seen that mighty and extraordinary figure, as if it were a god of war, and had also heard Lin Yi's resounding words. At once, hope slowly coalesced in the city of hope. Who is this armored warrior? The armor he summoned looks awesome. Yeah, it's so cool. He must have been able to stop that demon beastman. I'd love to see what that person looks like underneath the armor. Lufa was furious, and just as he was about to open his mouth to threaten, Lin Yi suddenly spoke again in a puzzled manner. I've actually been wondering. King Peel has negated you. Go find him. What are you looking for in someone else? Oh, you get negative. You fall short, and someone else has to sacrifice for your revenge? You said, aren't you cheap and shameless? Lin Yi said this quickly and relieved. Off guard, Lufa just got his nose pointed at him. At once, Lufa experienced the pain of his many subordinates. He stared deathly at Lin Yi, hissing and gritting his teeth. Where's the Gungrako Vajra pestle and mortar? Did you bring it? Lin Yi nodded. Bring it on. Lufa nodded and spoke reasonably. Give him to me. Lin Yi shook his head. No. Lufa? He was a bit confused and continued to threaten angrily. You're not afraid I'm going to blow up the tanker? Thousands of people will die by then. Lin also nodded. Afraid? Then give it to me. No. Roadmap. Do you believe I'll blow it up with my backhand right now? He shouted furiously. This one immediately scared all the people around them, as well as many of the people from Hope City who saw this scene. Worried, Lin Yi looked at Lufa and spoke seriously. I can't die if you blow it up. I'll hunt you down every day with the Gung Ho Vajra mortar and pestle until I die to avenge their deaths. Lufa was silent. Based on his experience of conquering so many planets, those heroes who protected planets to protect others were not like that. What's going on? A few hundred meters away from here, in a corner, a large tattooed man could barely hold back his laughter as he watched Lufa's dumbfounded appearance. Despicable Lufa. You have your day. Over here, Lufa had a hard time regaining his composure. He thought for a moment and turned toward Bargham, who was off to the side. You go, teach this kid a lesson, and collect interest for your brethren who were sealed by him first. At the same time, he shouted towards Lin Yi. Interceptor, if you don't want to hand over the Gungari Vajra pestle, I can't force you. But now my subordinates are going to take it out on me. If you fight back, I'll blow up this oil depot right away. When the time comes, all those dead people will be on your head, because you're the one who won't even take this little bit. After an angry scolding, Lufa felt that he must have taken Lin Yi this time. He looked at Bargham as he walked past, some smile on his face. Fight me? My scheming methods are not yours. Fire torture palm. A sudden soft gulp came, interrupting Lufa's thoughts. The opposite god of war, Interdictor, instantly raised his hand just as Bargham arrived in front of him, the fire torture palm armed on his right arm, and blasted out with a palm. Bargham was knocked back a few steps at once. Immediately afterward, Lin Yi traveled. His intent energy condensed in his palm, and a golden red ball of energy evolved as he blasted his palm at Balgorm's body. Fire torture wind and cloud palm. Bang! Bargham's body was struck again, and he flew out backwards like a storm cloud sweeping over him, falling to the ground injured. Lufa was confused. Bargham was also confused. What's going on here? Shouldn't he be the one who was too afraid to fight back and is being humiliated and taught a lesson? Lufa burst into a rage, and there may have been some hint of annoyance within it as well. Interceptor, are you really not afraid I'm going to blow up the fuel depot? Lin also shook his head. Afraid? Lufa gritted his teeth. Then I repeat, no counterattacks. No. Lin Yi withdrew his palm and squared his body, his figure majestic, his aura naturally diffused, and he calmly opened his mouth. If it's within my power, I'll do it, but stupid things, I don't do. Thinking about it, he cocked his head and added with a smile, I think I've heard an old saying, and I don't know if it's appropriate for this time of year. A gentleman can be deceived by a party? Unfortunately, I am not a gentleman. His eyes were blazing, his mind was open, and his heart's vast chi was precisely in full bloom. Chapter 64, The Tragedy of Junju. Duan Muyen Nawa appeared. After saying these words frankly, Lin also immediately took a step forward. His right arm's fire torture palm remained the same, and at the same time, the electric lightning strike also evolved in an instant. His voice was slightly icy as he stared at Bargham, who had fallen to the ground. Your body seems to have changed a little. A little stronger? Unfortunately, it's all the same with me. With a single step, his figure disappeared, arriving in front of the ladder in a flash. Electricity struck the intent energy and coalesced rapidly, evolving into a mountain-like force. Lin also threw a punch. The electric lightning strike and the fire torture palm bloomed with light, and the fiery red intent energy turned into substance. As the fist blasted down, a violent collision sound accompanied by Bargham's miserable screams came out. The strong power of the electric light strike instantly shattered the proliferating bone armor of the phantom demon, and then struck him hard on his chest. Balgorm was already dying. and Linny was about to completely end him when a cold, gloomy voice came. Interceptor. Stop. Look who it is. Lin also stomped on Balgorm, then looked up as Lufa was looking at him coldly. Behind Lufa, Cold Blood, who had taken on the form of Biker, let out an impish laugh as he was currently holding a young man hostage. Cold-blooded Biker's sharp fingers rested on the young man's neck, as if the slightest movement could slit the latter's throat. Interceptor. I think it's better for you to calm down a bit. Lufa stood in place with his arms wrapped around him, once again regaining his original demeanor. The young man who was held hostage by Cold Blood was stout and rigid in appearance, but at the moment he was a bitter man, carefully keeping away from the sharpness of his neck. The young man was none other than Jianzhu. Linny hadn't been looking for him these days, also because he was worried that it would involve him, but he didn't think that this kid would be so unlucky, and just happened to be caught by Lufa. Lufa was inwardly helpless. This was all that was left of his men. If Bargham died as well, he would have no available subordinates at all, and the one who was even more helpless and sad was Zhu Junjie, who was still comfortably dreaming under the blanket in the morning, when he was suddenly grabbed up by a handful of people. Originally arrested, he opened his eyes to see that it was a thin man in a black coat and was a little angry. Mud, are thieves so rampant these days? Besides, you don't look at Master's physical fitness. Look at your skinny face. Master will make you regret being a thief. This is his true mental journey. Then he charged, intent on teaching Cold Blood a lesson. As a result, Cold Blood's body shook after being slapped back a few steps by one of his big slaps, and after he let out a furious cry, his entire body turned into a biker-like appearance. What can I say about how Jianzhu felt at that time? Can be pretty fucked up. It's like when you were going to see a little chick with the intention of going up and bullying a bully, and then the person transforms into a big Tyrannosaurus Rex. And so the current situation was created. Zhu Junjie felt Cold Blood Biker's killing chance behind him, and looked at the terrifying Lufa in front of him, and as soon as he heard him speak, he was on the verge of crying out. No! This big guy, did you arrest the wrong person? He looked towards the mighty and extraordinary armor in front of him, and at this time, there were only 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past in his heart. Completely not recognizing this number of characters, Lufa ignored him and instantly sneered as he once again turned towards Linny. If you continue, then I wouldn't mind doing this kid before blowing up the tanker. Linny laughed lightly and didn't say anything. However, Zhu Junjie was already completely going to collapse, and he said in breathless grief, you have designated the wrong person. I don't even know that strong man. Look, he's ignoring me. No, can you villains be serious about your research? To lose your life because of someone else for no reason, it's not a good way to die. Zhu Junjie grief and indignation, only to feel unlucky, more than sinusy still wrong but at that moment, he suddenly realized that the armored warrior who was not far away actually did stop moving his hand. At once, some small hope appeared in his heart. Murphy, is it really someone I know? Or maybe this Bodhisattva has a heart of gold? Can't bear to see a stranger die because of him? But suddenly, a burst of words with a teasing tone came from that one. You can kill him if you want. It doesn't matter. Zhu Junjie's eyes widened at the words, and he was about to curse out immediately. Crap. But before the words could be uttered, he saw that the mighty armor that originally had an invincible aura suddenly disintegrate, revealing the figure inside. The figure was handsome in appearance, with a smile still hanging at the corners of his mouth, but his aura was not at all lacking. He was elongated and powerful, his body well-muscled, and his simple clothes were still elegant. Seeing the figure's true appearance, Jianzhu was yet more shocked. Crap. Family, who understands? A good brother suddenly turned into a legendary armored warrior and actually fucking involved himself? The pussy is yours to play. The danger is mine to bear. At that time, Zhu Junjie was somewhat unable to resist rushing up. Lin also. You kid, actually kept this from me. His body snapped forward, giving Cold Blood such a fright that he almost broke free. Not far away, Linny couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Feichan in this state. He turned to Lufa with the same disinterested light smile. See, I've undone my armor transformation. Are you satisfied? He then swept another glance at Jianzhu and headed towards Lufa. Ballgum for you. Switch him back. Zhu Junjie's eyes lit up at his words. Good brother. Lufa sneered and was about to open his mouth when a clear and loud voice suddenly came out. In broad daylight. You orcsers are so arrogant. The moment this voice came out, everyone in the room immediately looked towards the source of the sound in surprise. After all, in a way, no one present here was an ordinary person who dared to talk like that. Duan Muyan walked up from the back, her eyes looking disdainfully at Lufa and Cold Blood. He had just arrived not long ago, but he had already seen the god of war. Interdictor. I didn't realize there were other armors here. It looks as if it's still strong. He then saw Cold-Blood Biker and the way he was holding Junju hostage, so he immediately stepped forward, intending to help Lin Yi. Lufa's eyes shifted to show a cold red light. Oxy? Are you talking about this general? How dare you confuse this general with those bugs? Cold-Blooded Biker also saw Duanmu, and shock appeared in his eyes. Duanmu Yen, how come this kid even chased me here? Lin Yi, on the other hand, was surprised. He didn't expect Duanmu Yen to actually appear in Hope City. Is it because of the cooperation between Li Xiaoxiao Group and Lufa that led to his appearance? But just in time. Let's see how strong Duanmu Yen is today. As for the last one, Zhu Junjie, his eyes were already spitting fire at this point. He stared viciously at Duanmu Yen. It was all going to be a smooth exchange of prisoners and I was going to be out of danger. Where did this kid come from? This is afraid I won't die. When Duanmu Yen saw that all the people present had shifted their eyes over, he didn't hesitate and immediately took out the summoner of the Nava armor. Flame of Nava. Placing the summoner on his waist, the belt was suddenly extended. Duanmu Yen took out the key with one hand and instantly inserted and twisted it. The light of flames blossomed out, and the fiery energy instantly wrapped him. Devour the power of the fierce flame. Combine. Chapter 65 Summoning the Shura Armor. Shifting scenery. With everyone watching, Duanmu Yen summoned the Nava armor. The Nava armor is covered in crimson and orange, with an overall embellishment of flame-scorched lines, and at a glance one can feel the bursting and burning intent of the flames. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at this. Is this the 4-elemental armor? Flame Nava, despite being artificial armor, doesn't seem that weak. Lufa saw Duanmu Yen transform while he spoke with Coldblood, and there was some surprise in his words. Oh, is this the kind of armor you have there? I didn't think that such a remote planet actually had armor that could enhance strength. Cold-Blooded Biker, on the other hand, gritted his teeth a bit as his demonized faceplate revealed some sinister looks. This kid hasn't summoned Nava for a few days yet. He's not strong but he's capable of causing trouble. I'm going to finish him off today. Being held hostage by the cold blood of Zhu Junjie at this time has been completely desperate. Did not expect the newly appeared kid is actually also an armored warrior. Duanmu Yen came to Lin Yi's side, her voice coming out from within the Nava armor. Don't worry. Watch me help you. Lin also glanced sideways at this later legendary and enthusiastic armor summoner, who was also somewhat speechless at this point. Originally he was also sure to solve all this. Did not expect to kill out a Duanmu Yen in the middle of the. Just after finishing with Lin Yi, Duanmu Yen looked at Lufa and immediately spoke. Newly appeared oxymoron, do you dare to fight me for a few moves? Using other people's lives as blackmail doesn't look like you're very good at it. Lufa instantly hissed and laughed out loud at his words, and he pointed angrily at Duanmu with one hand, saying, arrogant boy. Well, I'll grant you that wish. After saying that Lufa looked at Lin Yi and continued, Interceptor, I advise you to be honest, or you'll end up like this kid. Lin Yi. When Duanmu Yen heard Lufa's taunts he instantly leapt his torso and his entire body rushed out. Lufa also took a few steps forward and ushered himself towards Duanmu Yen. With flames in his armored fists, Nava armor punched hard at Lufa. Lufa sneered, his body slightly sidestepping the blow, and then he clenched his fist and punched fiercely towards Duanmu's abdomen. Boom! Duanmu Yen felt the fist momentum, and with a shock in her heart she immediately took a step back, while crossing her two hands to block towards the punch. However, Lufa's powerful punch was accompanied by a mountainous force, and Duanmu Yen's entire body was immediately sent flying out. Bang! The Nava armor fell to the ground, and he was about to continue to get up when Lufa's form flashed and had arrived in front of him, blasting down with another punch. At that moment, Lin Yi's voice suddenly came. Left. Duanmu Yen subconsciously rolled towards his left to avoid the punch, and there was a roar coming from the ground of the party, which had been punched out by Lufa. So strong. Duanmu Yen climbed to his feet with awe in his voice, but before he could finish marveling, Lufa came to him in a flash once more, a voice coming from within his golden helmet. Arrogant boy. You're too weak. Boom. Lufa throws a jab that connects straight away and sends Nava flying out the door. Ahem. Duanmu Yen was blown away and fell to the ground. He covered his chest with severe pain and was about to stand up again, but there was a burst of weakness in his body, and the Nava armor automatically disintegrated. When Cold-Blood Biker, who was not far away, saw this scene, a burst of laughter came out. You meddling boy. Too bad I won't get a chance to clean you up myself. Lufa also had a grim look in his eyes, and was about to step forward to add another punch to end Duanmu Yen completely. Duanmu Yen's brows tightened as she felt her body's weakness and saw the murderous Lufa. Damn! I can't believe I can't kill you. Seeing Duanmu Yen, who was still talking tough in the face of death, a cold light appeared in Lufa's eyes, and Lin, who was not far away, was also surprised. It's amazing that he still has this kind of character in this situation. Maybe he's really suitable for the Shura armor. But right now, Tatsuki is still too young. Today's battle was supposed to be a battle that belonged to him. So of course Linny wouldn't let Duan Muyen be killed by Lufa like that. The moment Lufa was about to step forward, a sudden clear voice came. Shura Armor. Merge. Hearing those words, Lufa on the other side of the room was abruptly startled, turning his head towards Linny in a flash. No way. At the same time, Yen Di, who was hiding in the distance, also stared with wide eyes. In that instant, Lin also took out the Shura Armor summoner and flipped the phone over. And instantly a portion of delicate arm armor appeared on his left arm from the virtual to the real. There were grooves in the arm armor, and he smoothly inserted the flipped phone inside the groove, and a powerful energy surged darkly. With that, Linny scanned across the front, his right hand pressing the 4 buttons on his cell phone symbolizing wind, fire, thunder, and darkness, and finally tapping his finger on the launch button. Shura Armor. Merge. Boom. Instantly, energy far beyond the 3 pairs of armor of the sun, moon, and stars instantly appeared, sweeping the entire area. Lin Yi's already low intentional energy didn't go into the summoner, and with the vast chi raging in his heart, a pair of domineering and overwhelming armor suddenly appeared slowly from the virtual to the real. In the midst of splitting electric light, the energy of the heavens and earth subsided, and the Shura Armor appeared and stood dominantly in place. The Shura Armor is black-lined overall, with the chest and back, arms and legs and feet, and other key parts of the armor being silver and white, but with rounds of golden mystical runes dotted all around it. The shoulder armor is sharp and protrudes outward, the belt is silver and white, and right in the center of the abdomen is the open golden 8 trigrams, as if they contain endless power. The head was even more domineering, with golden wings sprouting from the forehead, and the crimson eye armor and silver white overall symbolizing the majesty of the law. Lin Yi manipulated the Shura Armor to take a few steps forward slightly, and behind him, the cloak of Yingli Xianwei was suddenly fluttering in the wind. Lufa, your end is nigh. Within the cultivator armor, Lin Yi's voice was majestic and incomparable, and together with his overbearing aura, it instantly caused even Lufa to take a few steps back. A red aura appeared in his eyes, and there was incredulity in his voice. No way. I had already sealed the Shura Armor back then, so how could you possibly find it? Lin Yi didn't answer him. He just shifted his body and arrived in front of Balgorm, and Shura blasted out with a fist. A punch far beyond the adamantium armor blasted at Bargom's head, and a powerful wave erupted. Boom! Bargom's eyes were wide, and there was incomprehension in his eyes to the point of death. Didn't you tell the general that the time to die had come? Why did you come to kill me first without saying anything? A violent explosion appeared, and only one purple genetic code remained in its place. Reaching out, he grabbed the genetic code in his hand and threw it into his belt, releasing a red light from his Shura Armor eyes as he looked towards Coldblood, who was not far away, being stared at by Lin Yi. The terrifying and domineering Shura Armor's aura was strong. Coldblood immediately trembled and subconsciously released Junju. From the time Lin Yi had transformed into Shura until now, only a few seconds had passed, and the entire situation had already reversed. Sensing the awe of the guy behind him, Zhu Junjie immediately gritted his teeth and ran out, while looking at Lin Yi with a light in his eyes. Transform 2 types of armor in a row? This is also too handsome. Duan Muyen, who had collapsed on the ground, also had a glint in his eye, as he had witnessed Lin Yi's God of War Interdictor's 2 palms almost shattering a monster. Instead of a new suit of armor, it's now even more awesome? Looking at the Shura Armor's domineering and overwhelming appearance, he was instantly drawn to it. On the other hand, Lufa on the other side was furious when he saw this scene. His demonic aura surged and he shouted, "It's all crap." He looked at Lin Yi and had become frantic, the waves of energy in his hands instantly condensing about to strike. Interceptor. Since you won't let me live, don't even try to live. Do you think I'm really afraid to blow it up? Within the cultivator armor, Lin Yi's eyes were calm. He had a plan in his heart the moment he set out. At this moment, the Shura Armor stood squarely, its arms like Tai Chi setting out the yin and yang style of heaven and earth. Lin Yi's intentional energy surged madly into the Shura Armor, and the golden lines on Shura's body blossomed with brilliance. With the help of this power, this intentional energy spread out in an instant, wrapping around the people present and then projecting off into the distance. In the end, Lin Yi let out a soft cry. Shift. At once, strong energy swept out, as if there was electricity coming down, about to send out an attack. Lufa face full of shock. The other locked cold blood. Duan Muyen, as well as Zhu Junji also looked around with a bewildered face, followed by a flash of electricity. It disappeared in an instant. Chapter 66, New Vajra Armor Summoner. Nava Molten Flame Splitting Demon Split. Hundreds of miles away from the City of Hope, on a barren mountain, electricity flickered slightly and blazing energy appeared, transforming into several people in the blink of an eye. Lufa's body shifted, feeling the transformation of the scenery in front of him, and he was shocked and furious. You've actually learned to move around. How many times did the fucking backstabbing practice? At the same time, Duan Muyen scanned towards the surroundings with wide eyes, his eyes filled with incredulity. An individual's power can actually do this? Zhu Jinjie was transferred over. Immediately dizziness on the ground, almost vomited. He dry howled. I get carsick. Linny had already gathered his spirit by this time, and was strictly waiting for the duel with Lufa. Hearing Junju's voice, he thought for a moment and casually took out the Vajra summoner and threw it to him, saying, you and Tatsuki summon the armor together to deal with the other one. If you do well, this armor will be yours from now on. After saying that, he ignored Junju's surprise and great joy, and immediately flipped open the Shura summoner on his armor with his right hand and pressed the thunder, lightning, and darkness buttons on it, and then launched it. Shura demon dagger. In an instant, a delicate short sword appeared in the right hand of the Shura armor. The Shura demon dagger was made of the same material as the Shura armor. It was short sword-like, but the same silver-white prototype was dotted with golden lines. Linny could feel the sharpness of the short sword as he tightly reached out to hold this magic dagger. Lufa looked at the opposite Shura armor. His eyes had long since been filled with endless anger and disbelief. Why did you find him? It was all supposed to be mine. Linny snorted at his words and subconsciously opened his mouth to retort. He doesn't belong to me, but equally he doesn't belong to you. You don't have a clue where this came from, do you? Without another word of nonsense, Linny held the cultivating demon dagger and with his cloak flung behind him, he instantly arrived in front of Lufa and slashed down with his sword. Bang! Lufa was shocked in his heart. His right arm was raised to block in front of him. His armor collided with the Shura demon dagger, and the sound of gold and iron striking was heard. The two forces clashed with each other's power being evenly matched. Lufa took a few quick steps back after blocking hard, stumbling a bit. Your strength has actually reached this level? Lufa drank in horror. The simple exchange of words just now had already tested each other's strength. With the Shura armor, Lin Yi's strength was already completely no weaker than Lufa's, if not even stronger. Lin also ignored him. If he wasn't sure, how could he have made a move? Lufa's body shook and hissed. Thunderbolt Jedi Order Sword. At this point, he was already alone, so he immediately pulled his hands toward the void and summoned his weapon out in the raging demonic aura. With his weapon in hand, Lufa pointed his sword at Lin Yi and bellowed angrily. This general has traveled across the galaxy, so what if you have the Shura armor? Nothing but a milquetoast blue star kid. Lin Yi's heart was firm, not at all affected by Lufa's words. He sneered at the other party and said, since I was able to destroy your spectral legion in a short period of time, I can naturally destroy you as well. With that said, he put away the Shura demon dagger and pressed a few more times towards the Shura summoner, lifting one hand in a false grip. Shura purgatory blade. Instantly, a long-handled sword with a strange shape and a gold and silver blade appeared in his hand. With his Shura purgatory blade in hand, Shura armor took up a stance. His eyes lit up with a red light as he waited for Lufa to come. Lufa shouted angrily, his body covered in raging underworld demon chi, holding a sharp sword and rushing forward all of a sudden. The two sides engaged in a battle in an instant. Swords and knives clashed. Several rounds passed in the blink of an eye, and the sound of gold and iron striking was unceasing. Around the two people fighting, the majestic energy hedge has already made the surrounding area full of devastation. Lin also tried his best to keep his mind unique, and his heart's Hao Ran Chi was always the same, so that he could support the use of the Shura armor for so long under the greatest and most vigorous. Lufa was not weak, and the negative energy absorption was sufficient. If he is allowed to get the Shura armor again, it is still doubtful whether he can rely on the god of war blazing sword to defeat him this time. Not far away. At this time, Cold Blood was a bit distraught watching the aftermath of the fight between Lufa and Lin Yi. It's too strong. His mind moved slightly, and he was about to turn around and flee when he realized that Duan Muyen had already blocked him once again. Duan Muyen also saw the fight between Lin also and Lufa not far away, but reason told him it was better not to get involved over there. Converting through Lufa defeating him with ease, he knew that Lin could probably defeat him with ease as well. Duan Muyen secretly told herself in her heart, I have to be stronger. With that he looked up and took his anger out on the cold-blooded biker in front of him. Oxer, you want to run away? I'm not letting you off the hook. Cold Blood froze at his words, and then his anger surged. Duan Muyen, you want to kill me? And you're still wounded. I'm still too kind. I'm going to be cruel. I'm going to teach you a lesson today, and get the Nava armor summoner back in the process. With that he charged straight towards Duan Muyen, his arm punching. Tuan Mu was shocked to see this and took the tile armor summoner and placed it on his waist instantly, twisting the key to complete the summoning. Boom! The Nava armor clashed with cold-blooded biker, and the clash of their powers instantly caused Nava to take a few steps back. Duanmu didn't hesitate and instantly summoned his weapon, Molten Lin Blade. He clenched one hand in the air, and a wide blade that seemed to be composed of burning flames appeared in his hand. Coldblood saw this immediately, also yelled up to the sky. One hand pulled from the void, similarly pulled out a knife that looked like a prop in the theater. Duanmu Yen, you think you can beat me? Coldblood held a sword in his hand, and with a taunt, he suddenly slashed towards Duanmu. Duanmu Yan's body was slightly sideways to dodge a knife, and the melting Lin blade in his hand also slashed towards the latter. Cold-blooded backhanded knife. Both sides of the weapon collision. Suddenly stalemate. On the side of the Zhu Junjie saw the scene immediately a little anxious. This Duanmu if defeated. This armor summoner Lin also will not take back? He held the Vajra summoner in his hand, recalling the way Lin Yi summoned his armor, and subconsciously pressed the button on it. With that, a mechanical sound appeared, and a belt appeared out of nowhere at his waist. Zhu Junjie subconsciously inserted the summoner into his belt, and at the same time, a card in the side card box flew out to be inserted into the summoner. Then as if blessed, he exclaimed, Vajra armor, merge. At once, the energy of heaven and earth descended, and thick golden-colored armor appeared like a mountain. Within the adamantine armor, Zhu Junjie's eyes instantly glowed as he felt the powerful strength coming from within his body. Linzi, good brothers for life. Seeing that Duanmu Yen had already fallen into a disadvantage, and was slashed in the back of his armor after being shocked by Cold Blood Biker's backhand, he immediately took a few steps forward towards Cold Blood Biker to fight. Zhu Junjie hadn't learned how to use armor and hadn't seen much of it, so with his years of fighting experience, he went up and just lowered his head, waist and back together, and slammed his head into Coldblood's chest. Boom! The head of the adamantium armor originally had a head dart that was unusually sharp. At this time with the huge force, immediately the cold-blooded chest hit sparks, and then splashed out in all directions. Duanmu Yen had already felt the coalescence of the flames at this point, as if there was a new power coalescing within the melting Lin blade. He stood with the blade, and the fire elemental power condensed rapidly, eventually coloring the entire molten Lin blade with the appearance of blazing flames. Eventually he aimed at Coldblood and bellowed angrily. Molten flame demon splitting split. The Nava armor instantly leapt up into the air, and the flames were already blazing like torches after the molten Lin blade spun around its circumference 2.5 times. Eventually, he slashed down hard towards the front with his sword. Immediately, the blade chi that contained the power of flames was huge, and it slashed above Coldblood's body. Chapter 67, Shura Purgatory Chopping Road Method. I's Endgame, completed. On the other side, the battle between Lin Yi and Lufa grew more intense. Boom! Both sides held weapons, and after another collision, the Shura Purgatory blade slashed down towards Lufa's chest, and Lufa held his sword in both hands in a backhanded block. At the same time, Lin also blasted a fist towards his opponent, weighing as much as 1,000 pounds. Lufa was unable to block with both hands holding his sword, and was blasted in the right shoulder by Lin Yi's punch. He took a few quick steps back and covered his shoulder, his voice hoarse. What a strong fighting sense! Lufa was aware that he himself had been through 100 battles, and all kinds of combat techniques had long since been fused into his body. With his combat skills, he could make up for the lack of combat power to a large extent. As for Lin Yi, even though he was a bit stretched in the beginning of the engagement, as the number of moves against each other increased, his battle spirit and skills were obviously growing by leaps and bounds. Backing up at this point, he looked across the room at Lufa and pointed forward with the Shura Purgatory blade in his hand. So you will lose today. Lufa laughed out loud at his words, the sharp sword in his hand slashing down as he coldly mocked. Just a compliment. Do you really think you can skillfully use the Shura armor? Your gas. Is it enough? Lin also ignored him, just intent energy sinking into his brow. At once, the red crystal in the center of the golden wings in front of the Shura armor's forehead bloomed with light. He held the sword in one hand, and with the other hand, he made a double finger point at the center of his eyebrow, and then he drew out a thunderbolt of electric light to point at Lufa in a flash. The Infinity Ray, along with Lin Yi's soft shout. Instantly that electric light transformed into a ray and blasted on top of Lufa's chest armor with the intent of thunderbolts. Boom! Caught off guard, Lufa was instantly blasted back a few meters. He covered his chest with one hand. His expression was unsightly, and the golden armor in front of his chest had been blown into black. It was then that Lin Yi spoke calmly. My chi is certainly not enough to harness the full power of the Shura armor, but killing you. Enough! As soon as these words were uttered, his arms unfolded towards the side, his legs flexed and pressed down, and the majestic energy coalesced and wrapped around his knees. In the next moment, the Shura armor made a forceful leap, instantly coming into the air, and shakily toppled downward with one knee facing forward. Purple intent energy flowed through Shura's right leg, his body all formed a purple aura. The speed of this top was like a hurricane, as fast as lightning. Prime impact. Lin Yi's cold shout came at the same time as this strike, and when Lufa saw this, the red light in his eyes was soaring, and his intentional energy soared to the extreme. He blocked with both arms facing forward. The Thunderbolt Jedi Order sword in his hand similarly blocking with its blade. Boom! As the two collided, the prime impact of the Shura armor was like a titanic pressure, raising its power to the limit with the help of intentional energy transformation. Despite Lufa's best efforts to fend it off, he ended up being instantly knocked off his feet and flying backwards. Bang! Lufa fell to the ground, splattering dust everywhere. Lin Yi gazed at the scene, then stepped toward the front. Lufa covered his chest and got up, his rapier in his hand supporting his body. Despite his gray head, he still didn't have the slightest bit of fear and instead snorted at Lin Yi. You think you can beat me? Milky. Being snickered and insulted 3 times by this old kid Lufa, Lin Yi finally couldn't help himself, and the original inactive state of mind that summoned the Shura armor was somewhat destroyed. He held the Shura purgatory blade and pointed it at Lufa, instantly countering and mockingly opening his mouth. I'm milquetoast? Then how come you can't even beat a milquetoast? Waste. We have an old saying in Blue Star China, which is that if you have a will, you can't grow 100 years without a will. Have you lived these thousands of years to a dog? A few words out of Lin Yi's mouth, and Lufa's body instantly trembled a little. This general has traveled across the galaxy, and you dare to call this general a waste? Lin Yi sneered, his eyes gleaming. It had been a long time since he had output freely. His frame was erect, his language clear, his tone firm with some disdain. You're not a loser. So why are you here? Wiped out by the entirety of your descendants 1,000 years ago, and 1,000 years later by a regiment of me, a Blue Star kid. A subordinate captain betrays you and his own son rebels against you. Silence. A long silence. Lufa's face turned green in that instant, his body trembling slightly as his anger level continued to rise. Broken defense. The next moment his roar came out, and his body even gathered the last bits of intentional energy. Lin Yi, interdictor. Let me tell you, this general is not defeated yet, and I will be stronger. When this general recovers his full strength, he will find you and tear your stinking mouth off. He roared angrily and stepped forward, chopping with his sword in one hand while swinging his fist with the other. His majestic force instantly raised to the limit. Thunderbolt Divine Spirit Strike. When this move was used, the aura of the surrounding space was shattered in an instant, and the surrounding ground was lifted up by the airwaves. Lin Yi stepped back slightly, his brows furrowing as the Shura Purgatory blade disappeared into his hand. Is this Lufa crazy? This type of fight, regardless of consumption, although strong and incomparable, could not be sustained. To put it in layman's terms, 3 seconds of real man. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't go up to him at this time. Seeing that Lufa was crashing straight into him, he instantly wrapped his hands around his front and lucked out like Tai Chi. Instantly, purple battle chi coalesced in front of him, forming a purple aura with electricity flowing through it. He then let out a light gulp the moment Lufa hit the air shield. Sure, 100 breaking strike. In a flash, Lin Yi blasted out with a palm, and the air shield steeply coalesced in front of being blasted onto Lufa. A violent popping sound came out, and he exerted his legs at the same time, and his entire body instantly flew backwards several meters away. In just 2.5 seconds, Lufa stopped. The pounding energy and moves had quickly exhausted him, and the armor on his torso was worn out and on the verge of destruction from the battle. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi didn't hesitate any longer. He pressed the button of the Shura summoner and held his right hand in a false grip, and suddenly the Shura purgatory blade reappeared. At the same time, with a thought, a palm-sized space crack appeared on his left hand. He reached in and instantly took out the Gungrave Vajra pestle. Not far away, Lufa's heart instantly twisted again when he saw this scene, and he nearly spat out blood. All this should have been mine. Feeling the increase brought about by the Gungrave Vajra pestle, Lin Yi was instantly relieved. After fighting Lufa for so long, his intentional energy was equally depleted. Having received some increase at this time, a blazing red light immediately bloomed in his eyes. The Shura armor stood in place, and the aura of the entire armor suddenly grew strong, becoming more and more domineering and overwhelming. The powerful intent energy converged into the long blade in his hand under condensation, instantly causing the entire blade to be tinted with a layer of purple intent. Lin Yi pointed his longsword forward, and a red aura appeared at the center of his brow as he spoke calmly, but within it seemed to be tainted with the majesty of the law. Lufa, I won't say you're 10 times worse, you're guilty as hell, nor will it be said that you are unpardonable and that you are to blame. What I'm trying to say is that what was the cause then is the effect now. You and I are on different sides of the fence. The guilt is the sentence those innocents gave you, not mine. All I have for you is death. The shaky Lufa threw back his head and laughed out loud at the words, still without fear, still arrogantly saying, Lin Yi, we're not done yet. One day I'll return all of this one by one. Linny frowned slightly at this, feeling something strange in his heart. But the hands of the Shura Purgatory blade is getting heavier and more majestic. Not chopping cannot be. He immediately took a step forward and chopped. The purple blade chi was like a moon rainbow chopping through Lufa's body. Without hesitation, he once again stepped forward and made another chop. The blade chi came out before and after the previous one, like a cross chop cutting through space and blasting in front of Lufa's chest. Immediately following the cross, Lin also took another step and chopped fiercely. The last blade chi seemed to be even stronger, like a purple crescent moon splitting into Lufa's abdomen. At this point, Lufa was already shaking, but there was still a snicker and mockery in his eyes. Seeing this, Linny finally let out a deep cry. Purgatory blade slash. With the disappearance of the Vajra pestle in his left hand, he held the Shura Purgatory blade in both hands to build up his strength and slashed straight out from top to bottom. Purple electric light with terrifying energy was enough to become a blade chop that seemed to be able to cut through the sky, forcefully slashing down from the center of Lufa's brow. Boom! A violent rumbling sound came out. The ground trembled and cracked, and this blade directly chopped a huge scar of tens of meters out of the ground. The next moment, Lufa's body shook slightly, then exploded. Ding! Subquest, endgame, completed. Quest reward, 20% quest completion, Ares combat technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Large chain quest, Eye of the endgame, completed. Task completion, 110%. Quest reward, right to summon any common armor, to be selected. Extra bonus due to mission completion exceeded, 20% of armor enhancement value. Current number of tasks completed, 17. Armor enhancement value, 90%. Concentration of the 5 bloodlines, 40%. Incomplete completion of the quest, King's Landing. Chapter 68, Destroying Cold Blood. Instructing Duanmu. Looking at the long list of panels in front of him, Linny was a bit dazzled. This time it's really developed. But he didn't have the heart to keep checking it this time, because there was still the sound of fighting on the other side. Turning to look towards the other battlefield, the fight between the adamantium armor and the Nava armor and cold-blooded biker was nearing its end at this point. Cold Blood's strength, although not very strong, was close to the level of the vice-captain of the underworld demons. At this point, Zhu Junjie and Duan Muyan, who were still considered budding newcomers, were still a bit difficult to defeat even though they were barely on par with him. Even though Duan Muyan had unleashed his Nava armor move, Lin also didn't hesitate, and his Shura armored body instantly disappeared. In the next second, he had arrived in front of cold-blooded biker. Zhu Junjie and Duan Muyan were stunned when they saw this, and only then did they realize that Lufa had already disappeared. Cold Blood, on the other hand, was shocked and immediately waved his hand to attack, but Linny just reached out in a flash, grabbed cold-blooded biker by the neck, and gently shouted, "How dare you!" With that, the cultivator armor stood in place and raised one hand with a slight force, directly choking Cold Blood off the ground on his toes. Such a domineering scene fell in the eyes of Duan Muyan and Zhu Junjie, who were bitterly fighting with him, as quite shocking. Is the gap in battle power so big? Cold Blood was breathing hard from the chokehold, and his facial features were already showing pain. He struggled to break Shura's arm that was choking him with his hand, but the arm was as motionless as a statue. Kill me, Dr. Li, ahem, won't let you off the hook. The Deathstorm virus will, eventually, infect the entire blue planet. A hoarse, agonized voice came out from Coldblood's mouth, but at this point, he was already on the verge of death. Linny was within the cultivator armor, quietly watching cold-blooded bikers struggling in terrifying appearance, and pondered a little. He hadn't traveled to Numbo City yet, and there didn't seem to be any gain in killing this cold blood. Also, Twanaki is still too young today. He needs to be whipped. Eventually, he detached a strand of intentional energy and utilized the Ares combat technique, planting it deep within the cold-blooded body. From now on, you're my Numbo City locator. Thinking so happily, Linny instantly flung his hand, thumping Cold Blood out and crashing into a large pit. He turned his head to look at Cold Blood biker who was lying on the ground, and the majestic eyes and helmet of the Shura armor instantly caused the latter's body to tighten up, fearing that Linny would come up and give him another blow to take his life. In the future, don't let me see you in Hope City again. Linny's slightly cold voice appeared, instantly causing Cold Blood's spirit to quake. Nodding his head as if he had been pardoned, he climbed to his feet and in his haste was going to run for his life. Not far away, Duan Muyan and Zhu Junjie both gazed at this scene in surprise. But suddenly, Lin also sighed. Sure enough, I still can't do the job of executing the so-called optimal solution. As soon as the words fell, he stroked one hand over the red crystal in the center of his eyebrow. Then he input his intent energy into it, suddenly releasing a limitless ray. Boom! The infernal ray carried a purple electric light and was extremely powerful, instantly piercing through Cold Blood who was trying to escape in front of him. With that, Linny took a step, and the Shura armor instantly appeared in front of Cold-Blood Biker. Sorry, I suddenly changed my mind. Cold-Blooded Biker's eyes widened. His facial features distorted as he opened his mouth to say something. Linny glanced at him and spoke faintly. Don't beg me. Even if you beg me, I won't let you go. These words immediately caused Cold-Blood Biker to despair, followed by a rigid fist blasting down. Under the majestic power, the cold-blooded biker body immediately exploded and dissipated without a trace. Such a punch instantly refreshed Lin Yi, and he took a step out to come in front of Duan Muyan and Zhu Junjie once again. It's true that killing these things is the best way to feel good physically and mentally. Disarming the Shura armor, Lin Yi uttered such a sentence with a smile on his face. Instantly, Duan Muyan stood in awe of Lin Yi. Senpai. After Duan Muyan and Zhu Junjie lifted their armor together and transformed, Duan Muyan was fine and Zhu Junjie immediately pounced towards Lin Yi and punched him on the shoulder in excitement. You boy. I can't believe you've been keeping something so cool from me, but it's good to know you have a conscience. Seeing him in this state, Lin Yi immediately opened his mouth indifferently. Seems like you guys didn't solve Cold-Blooded Biker. This adamantium armor summoner. As soon as he heard this, at once, Zhu Junjie's words changed, and he looked at Lin Yi with a face full of sincerity tinged with sadness. Lindsay, you and I are such good brothers. I've always believed that you'd give me a share of any goodies you have. I didn't realize it was such a summoner, and that's if you have too. I can't believe you're not even happy about it. Have you forgotten that you were blocked in the toilet by someone back in the day? Stop. Lin Yi waved his hand for him to stop, then said with a face full of obscurity. Stop it. Here you go. But you're going to have to go somewhere for this next period of time to set up training so you can use the armor better. I'll have a use for taking you in a while. Zhu Junjie didn't even listen to Lin Yi's words behind him. And as soon as he heard that the Vajra armor summoner was willing to give it to him, he immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. As for the latter condition, is to let him go to sell his body as a duck. I'm afraid he will not hesitate. Seeing Zhu Junjie's joyful appearance, Lin also turned to look like Duan Muyan again. Duan Muyan's gaze towards Lin Yi was filled with admiration and respect for the battle he could have experienced just now. He could completely imagine how strong Lin Yi was. He wants to be strong too. Exterminate those orcas. Finding the truth about my father's death. Seeing Duan Muyan's gaze, Lin Yi instantly revealed a smile. Now watch him raise a strong man as well. Senpai, what can I do to get stronger? To become as strong as you? Duan Muyan couldn't wait to speak, and in her eyes was a gaze that was firm to the core. These days after he summoned Nava, even though he could also deal with a normal occulter, but today's cold blood made him completely recognize his strength. Lin Yi sniffed and thought carefully, then pointed towards him. The 4 elemental armor requires you to understand the true meaning of the element it corresponds to truly understand what the flames symbolize, and the power of the flames, and you will be able to take stronger control of the Nava armor. Meanwhile, you need to experience more battles. This is how combat skills are perfected and the ability to use the armor's abilities more flexibly. Duan Mu listened and then pondered. The Nava armor symbolized the burst of flames and was extremely offensive armor. He used these days and did not deliberately communicate the flame. The elemental energy was never high. Seeing Duan Muyan's contemplative look, Lin Yi thought for a moment before speaking again. I also have a general idea of what's going on in Southborough, so I'm counting on your efforts these days. In a few days I think I'll be there as well, and then maybe there'll be a day of fighting side by side. Duan Muyan's face instantly showed joy when she heard this. Lin Yi's strength was so strong. Wouldn't he be able to go to Nanhua City at that time and take oxygen in one fell swoop? In the end, Lin Yi ended up giving Duan Muyan a little surprise, and he also wanted to see if his incentive would make him grow faster. He took out the Shura armor summoner and merged the Shura armor under the energy of heaven and earth. That kind of domineering and overwhelming but mighty and extraordinary aura instantly caused both of the people present to reveal shock, and Lin Yi reached out to pat Duan Muyan's shoulder and finally said, if in the future your strength can really grow quickly to the point where I am impressed, this armor on my body can be given to you to try. After saying that, Duan Muyan raised her head in a flash, an intense light appearing in her eyes. He clenched his fists and looked carefully at Lin Yi in front of him, at the domineering and handsome Shura armor in front of him. In the next second, Lin Yi grabbed Junju. Shift. At once, the two disappeared into the barren mountains. You returned directly to Nambo City. Lin Yi's last voice reached Duan Muyan's ears, and Duan Muyan foolishly looked around at the empty and deserted barren mountains, her entire body frozen in place. Senpai, how do you expect me to get back? Chapter 69, is Lufa dead? How's the satellite? Against girlfriends? Lin Yi didn't know how devastated Duan Muyan was after he left, and he definitely wouldn't admit that he had neglected to do so. It's calendars. Yeah, right. Using the Shura armor's shift, he and Junju instantly returned to the City of Hope. At this time, the City of Hope has long been in full swing, and the armored warriors' rescue of Hope City and driving out the demon beastmen has been made known to all. There was even a video circulating of what Lin Yi saw after he returned to the Huanhuan Teppanyaki restaurant with Junju. Everyone in the store was sitting neatly on the couch, not far in front of them. On a television, a video like this was playing. The mighty and righteous god of war, Interceptor, facing Lufa under the soft light of the morning sun, softly sipping a paragraph in his mouth to refute the other side. Gorifa stands for something other than King Peel's justice. A clear, strong, firm voice came out, and Linny took a big stride forward to turn off the TV with one hand. No, what's there to see in this thing? The highest level of social death is to be collectively stared at by friends to relive the process, and Linny empathizes at this point. His eyes looked at Kei Shanshan first, only to see Kei Shanshan smilingly looking at him, her beautiful eyes full of relief and happiness. Then Lin also swept his gaze over to welcome Xiao Tian, Xiao Fei and Xiao Gang. A few of them looked at him with smiles on their faces. No, I went to fight Lufa. Linny opened his mouth heavily towards the few people, then asked back with a face full of surprise. Oh Lufa, leader of the Psi Corps, the one-time chief of the army of the planetaries has plundered the energy crystals of half the planets in the galaxy. Aren't you guys worried about me? And gathering here to watch live episodes? Off the charts. When Kei Shanshan saw Lin Yi's righteous indignation, her eyes softened and she was about to speak, but then a gruff voice came from the stairs. I was the one who told them not to worry. With your strength and scheming, plus the Shura armor, I believe you can defeat Lufa. Lin also sniffed and looked over, and the visitor was none other than the tattooed hunk of a man, the lanky Yen Di, behind Emperor Yen. Xing Zizi also walked down with a smile on his face as he opened his mouth towards Linny. I didn't realize I'd just gotten here and you'd already fixed everything. I should be the easiest jutsu practitioner of all. Linny sniffed and laughed, instantly pulling over a handful of Zhu Junjie, who was following behind him, and then pointing at him towards Chang. Look, another newbie for you. The summoner of the adamantium armor knows nothing, so you and welcome take him well. The crowd all looked behind him at the slightly simple but stout Zhu Junjie, and they didn't have any opinions on Lin Yi's decision. After all, the adamantium armor summoner was originally his. Emperor Yan looked towards Lin Yi at this time. His rough voice rarely had some curiosity as he opened his mouth to inquire. Where's that scumbag Lufa? Did you kill him? He had a long-standing grudge against Lufa. When Lufa attacked Yen Xing, Yen Di was strong. If he hadn't been overly conceited and defeated by Lufa's use of intrigue, he wouldn't have ended up imprisoned for thousands of years. The Yen Star was not so bad that it was attacked, and now there was no telling what had become of it. Thinking of this, Yen Di's mind produced some changes, and he looked at Lin Yi again, waiting for Lin Yi's answer. But Lin Yi's reply wasn't decisive. He hesitated slightly, frowning slightly as he recalled everything from the battle, and finally said towards Yen Di, I fought him and eventually used the Shura armor to decapitate him. But there seemed to be something strange about Lufa's mental state during the battle, and I kind of wondered if the guy was really dead through and through. The way Lufa desperately expended his intentional energy at that time, but did not fear death, was indeed strange. When he finished speaking he asked for advice towards the Yendi. Is there any secret method in the universe that can still preserve one's life in such a situation? Listening to Lin Yi's description, Emperor Yan also furrowed his brows in careful thought. A few breaths later, he looked over at Lin Yi, something seeming to come back to him in his eyes, and finally spoke uncertainly. I've heard of such a secret method, but I've never seen it practiced. Seems to split the soul so you can split yourself in two. However, this is a technique of breaking and rebuilding, and once it's cast, everything can start all over again. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at his words, and despite being a bit surprised, his face didn't show the slightest bit of fear and remained confident. I'm not even afraid of him having his past strength, let alone starting over. He's getting stronger. I'm getting stronger. What is there to fear? As Emperor Yan looked at Lin Yi and heard him say these words, a look of appreciation appeared in his eyes. Ha ha ha, good. Only with such a mindset can you harness the Shura armor. Saying this he showed a disdainful look in his eyes and mocked. So what if a jumped-up clown like the old Lufa thief survives by chance? Not to mention that he may have been completely killed by you. Lin Yi nodded. He really wasn't afraid. At the same time he had other plans in mind. At this time, he saw that everyone was there, and immediately turned toward the crowd and spoke together. Now that Lufa has been annihilated, the Psi Corps is also gone in name only. The few remaining Phantom Devils are not ones that will make waves. Hope City should be safe for now. Kei Shanshan and Welcome sniffed with happy looks on their faces. The two of them were the first to start getting involved in this fight, so how could they not be happy now that it was over? The three of them, Xiao Tian, also revealed a look of joy. To be honest, they had fought far less often than Lin Yi, but the dangers and hardships of battle were clear to them, and it was certainly a joy to be free of this hidden danger now. Lin Yi noticed their expressions, then smiled and continued, but we can't let our guard down. The blue planet is like a deep pool these days, and the Psy Devils that have surfaced, the ectoplasmic beasts of the Oculus and the Sea of Shizukai are just scratching the surface. What else lies beneath the deep pool? No one knows, so if any other monsters and dangers roam over, you'll still be needed to step in when the time comes. The crowd nodded at his words and understood what he meant. Wasn't there an Occidental running around today? That's why I've decided to head to Jinghai City after settling this side of the story, and have Mijin over there get us a satellite positioning finder system for our side as well. Lin Yi's eyes revealed a brilliant light, and he said slightly smugly, "This is the best way I've come up with to monitor the City of Hope." Upon hearing this, Welcome was the first to show joy, but then he thought of Mijin, and suddenly a torn look appeared on his face again. Humph, I don't need her help. I can use the Aries prediction technique. Linny shook his head when he heard her say that. Your Aries predictor has too little range, too much volatility, and too much consumption. Iper's satellite detection is so handy for basically monitoring the city in real time, said he. Even got emotional. It's true that the poor rely on mutation and the rich rely on technology. When Linny said that, Welcome couldn't help it and immediately spoke angrily. Who are you calling poor? Eat my food, live in my house, and call me poor? Do you have a conscience? At those words Linny immediately rubbed his nose in embarrassment and didn't dare to say anything else. In fact, he just thought of the terrain of his previous life and casually said, I did not expect to touch the Welcome pride. However, behind him, Zhu Junjie, who had been holding an inquisitive spirit and listening attentively to the crowd's conversations, took a step forward at his words, and a look of reproach also appeared on his face as he turned toward Linny. Lindsay, your girlfriend is right. What's wrong with you now? People are harboring you. Linny, huh? Welcome sniffed and blushed in the next instant. What girlfriend? I'm not. Kei Shannon turned her head to look slyly at her best friend. However, Zhu Junjie had no intention of stopping at all. He frowned and said seriously, No, I heard you all the other day. Linny said he wanted you, and you agreed, and said you would live with him. Could it be that you two have been hiding your relationship? His eyes widened as he scanned quickly over the two men. At this moment, her Welcome face was as if it was ripe, unusually flushed, and she stammered and tried to retort. But Kei Shanshan's sentence came in a ghostly voice, completely messing her up. Welcome, my good girl, can you explain this matter? At this time, Kei Shanshan's heart is exceptionally complicated. Fire prevention and theft prevention of girlfriends. The ancients were true to their word. Chapter 70, Purifying the Yuzu Gene, Killing Kara. God have mercy. Welcome is really feeling wronged. She and Linny are indeed currently innocent. How did it get so vilified? How can you even say you slept together? Could it be that Lin also had this idea and told his friend? But why didn't he talk to himself first? Ugh, nope. How could he have such nasty thoughts? She instantly tried to open her mouth to explain, but with a heart that was beating like a deer and a head that seemed to be dizzily ripe for the picking, she somehow couldn't get the words out. Hearing her best friend Kei Shanshan's question, she stammered and opened her mouth. Sam, no. Linny stood aside at this time and saw this hilarious scene, and instantly reacted to what Junju was talking about. Mud, this dog is eavesdropping on me. He looked helplessly at the two women while opening his mouth to explain. It's not what you think. It's a misunderstanding on his part. The two women calmed down a little at those words and looked at Linny in unison, but at that moment, the words of his good brother, Zhu Junjie, came again, with some indignation in his words. No, Lindsay, how can you say that? I saw it all with my own eyes. At those words Kei Shanshan instantly widened her eyes and was about to ask for another welcome, but the next words from Junju instantly made her cheeks instantly redden as well. People don't mind that you're just starting college, and they've adopted you, give you a BMW locomotive to drive and a sports car to drive. You're still so secretive and talk about people like that. Do you think you're acting like it? Zhu Junjie does have a bit of a hateful streak going on. It's a good thing that a good brother is in the company of a rich woman. Maybe we can give him a piece of the action? Not to mention armor warriors. You have to use money even if you're Ultraman walking the earth. As a result, this guy is still obsessed and dares to make the rich woman angry. So watch this good brother of his give him a wave of assistance. Take it hard. Zhu Junjie was secretly pleased in his heart, thinking about how Linny would have to thank him in the future. Completely did not notice Kei Shanshan at this time and welcomed the same reddish cheeks, as well as the side of Lin also looks like he wants to kill him. Kei Shanshan was originally angry, but as soon as she heard the words behind Zhu Junjie, BMW motorcycle, sports car, isn't that what I gave him? This, to an outsider, is actually not the care of a schoolmate for a schoolmate, but is it a package? She could never have imagined that the word adoption could be associated with her. Kei Shanshan was wearing the same clothes that Linny had seen her in for the first time today, A knee-length black horse-faced skirt paired with a white loose-fitting shirt, long black hair tied up in a high ponytail, warm and mature with some youthfulness. The already beautiful cheeks were already red at this point, and even the neck was tinted with a light pink color, as if she was drunk. She looked up at Lin Yi and gave her a blank look, only to realize that Lin Yi was looking at him as well, with a bit of a smile at the corner of his mouth. At once she put her head down again. Obviously she is the schoolmate. At this time, Welcome had also reacted, and when she saw Kei Shanshan's gentle with a shy look on the side, she exploded with anger. After all this, I'm taking your back? Then I'm shy as a hammer. Welcome's outfit has always been simple. Slim light blue jeans outlined the perfect leg shape, a white t-shirt embellished with its own lively temperament, light brown hair coiled behind the head, clean and sharp. She glared as she took a few steps forward to Lin Yi, then spoke in a resolute tone. Get the satellite if you say so, but figure out the money you need. I'm a poor man anyway. I just want what's readily available. And then she came back to Kei Shanshan, holding the other's cheeks with both hands and forcing her head up, saying without a trace of anger, no good woman. With that, Lin also didn't dare to sit back and watch any longer, and immediately viciously pulled Junju forward to explain the oops. Ching, take him away and exercise him properly. His tone was aggravated, and he handed Harry over to Ching, and finally said seriously towards Zhu Junjie, don't worry, I'll come and test the results of your training later. With that, Lin Yi took out the Shura Armor Summoner and pressed the button in front of Yendi, completing the summoning in a flash. Inferno, why do you have the feeling that the original wife is a mistress for someone else? Looking at the overbearing and majestic Shura armor that was revealed in front of him, Emperor Yan actually froze for a moment. Lin Yi didn't have any other ideas. He planned to save Yuzu. Cultivator turned his head to scan towards the crowd present who were all subdued, and then Lin Yi's voice slowly came out. I'm going to purify the genes in Yuzu's body and get rid of the kara in her body in the process. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian immediately revealed a joyful expression. A few people were welcome to nod their heads as well, happy for Yuzu. Summoning Shura was also a way to get rid of kara more quickly before it became a crossroads. With a thought, Lin Yi opened the gravityless high magnetic prison, and a spatial vortex immediately appeared in front of him. I can't believe I've woken up already, he muttered to himself, having noticed the situation inside the prison. Inside the prison, Yuzu, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes and spotted the exit. Humph, a slightly smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then she stood up and walked towards the outside. And in the end, you're still going to put me out? What can you do to me? Once Kara was inside Yuzu, strutting out with her head held high, she saw the Shura armor in front of her that was watching her majestically. The fear of having been dominated came flooding back. Impossible. Kara took a few steps back, an incredulous shrill voice coming out. Nothing is impossible. Lin Yi responded with a light laugh, then raised one hand. Powerful intent energy surged, and with a tight grip in the void, it was as if Kara's neck was being strangled by large, invisible hands. With his current power combined with the Shura armor, a spectral demon of Kara's level wouldn't even be able to make it through a single move in his hands. Kara's face twisted and his hands grasped at his neck with difficulty, as if he could no longer get out of breath. Cough, cough, you kill me. This girl must die too. Behind Lin Yi, several people from Xiaotian were watching this scene with complex expressions. Yuzu is a poor girl, and perhaps it's the mission she carries that has turned her into a downtrodden introvert. Listening to Kara's threat, Lin Yi's left hand once again grabbed from the spatial vortex, and the gun-grazing Vajra pestle was taken out by him. I won't bother you with what happens to Yuzu, but Kara, you shall die. His cold voice came out, and the gun Vajra pestle in his hand pointed forward at the same time, and a wave of light immediately disappeared into Yuzu's body. In an instant, Kara, who had originally been restrained by Lin Yi, hissed madly in pain despite the confinement of his neck. Ah, what's this? Damn it, what have you done to me? She hissed frantically and her body began to manifest uncontrollably, changing frequently. Boom! Seconds later, after a violent tremor, Kara's body violently popped out of Yuzu and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Gung's revolutionary Vajra mortar and pestle. She collapsed on the ground, covering her chest and staring dead at Lin Yi's left hand, her crimson pupils filled with hatred. Lin Yi didn't bother to pay attention to her, and a hand under pressure ruthlessly suppressed her in place, unable to move. Meanwhile, Yuzu's body was placed on the couch by Xiao Tian as he continued to help her purify her genetic blood with the Gung Ho Vajra pestle. With that, he opened his mouth towards Xiao Tian. Going to take care of her yourself? Chapter 71 on Going Back in Time, a follow-up. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Xiao Tian looked at the struggling Kara with a complicated expression, some sadness showing in his eyes. Lin Yi, do it! But I want to see with my own eyes what happened back then. An elder Yendi said that you can go back in time using the Shura armor. I'd like to try to see if I can. Linny nodded at his words, his face showing a look of understanding. It was human nature to want to save both parents, but unfortunately he was destined to be disappointed. I'll deal with Kara first and talk to you later. Linny walked towards Kara's position, his Shura armor moving forward one step at a time like an earthly god of death. Kula struggles and tries to escape, but it's no use. Ha! She looked at Linny with a miserable laugh and opened her mouth to inquire. I just want to ask one last question. Where is the general? Lin also bowed his head, looking down at Kara at the last moment, and replied, him? It was defeated by me one step ahead of you, and as to whether it was a complete death or a fake death to get out of it, that's unclear. Upon hearing such an answer, Kara's heart finally turned to dust. She closed her eyes and her voice plummeted. General, the Spectral Legion, Vice Captain Kara of the Red Sticks Detachment, has come to follow you. As the high-pitched voice came out, the demonic aura around Kara immediately began to expand, and a dangerous aura emanated out. She seemed to want to blow herself up, but even at this time she still held the intention of being able to damage or kill Linny and his party. Lin also did not panic in the slightest. The Shura armor clenched his fist and stored up his strength. His arm suddenly bent to gather a strong force, and then he blasted down with a punch. You are rather a loyal subordinate. Lin Yi's comment with some mockery came out, while Kara was shattered on the spot by the dominating punch. A layer of purple aura coalescing to wrap Kara's body around him without the slightest bit of aftershock leaking out. The genetic code with some deep red color appeared, and he held it in one hand, while the palm of his hand was hard. With a bang, the genetic code burst into pieces and dissipated into points of light in space. Disposing of Kara, Lin Yi turned to look at Yuzu on the other side, who was being continuously purified of blood and repaired genetically by the Vajra Pestle. She should be waking up soon. With the Gung Yako Vajra Pestle, he was able to sense that the genes in Yuzu's body had basically been repaired. After it lasted for a few more moments, Linny put away the Gung Ho Vajra Pestle and placed it inside the gravityless high magnetic prison once more. So much for the functionality of this Ares artifact. Apart from the uses he already knew, he had yet to study the other functions of the Gungrai Vajra Pestle. As for restraining the Shura armor, how? He didn't find out. Maybe he needed to engage to find out? Now that both the Shura armor and the Gungrav magisterial pestle and mortar were in his hands, this functional genus was not practical. When closing the gravity-free high magnetic prison, Lin also had a flash of light in his mind and vaguely felt as if he had forgotten something again. But at that moment, Xiao Tian, who had already pressed on, stepped forward and spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Lin Yi, I want to know if the Shura armor can really go back in time and change what once happened. Seeing Xiao Tian's face full of hope, and looking at Yen Di who was standing with his arms by the sofa, Lin Yi nodded helplessly, but right after that, he continued to add before Goten could break into a smile. Theoretically the Shura armor does do that, but, for one thing, your intentional energy is not strong enough to support the opening of this ability of the Shura armor. This period of Xiao Tian, even if he already had righteous chi in his body, could briefly summon the Shura armor. However, insufficient strength of intentional energy would affect the use of many of the Shura armor's abilities in the same way that the chi in the body was not pure and sufficient. It was obvious that Xiao Tian's intentional energy was not strong enough at this time. Xiao Tian's brow furrowed at his words, some reluctance showing on his face, and just as he was about to continue saying something, Linny opened his mouth to interrupt him. I know, you want to say that you'll work hard on your training and raise the strength of your intentional energy as soon as possible, but what I just said is only one of them. And this second one is the more serious problem. Speaking of this, Lin Yi's expression also became quite serious, and he even looked at Yen Di, saying, after I summoned the Shura armor, I discovered that Shura's ability to return to the past as well as travel to the future seemed to be blocked. To put it more bluntly, the upper limit for opening these two time-related abilities has been raised indefinitely. According to the original situation, since the energy of the final Xiao Tian could even open a spacetime channel back to the past, the Linny at this time was definitely no less than the final stage Xiao Tian, but he couldn't sense that he could open this ability at all. Anyway, with my current ability, I can't open the time channel yet. Linny looked towards Xiao Tian with a sigh in his eyes. Xiao Tian looked gloomy after hearing this and understood what he meant. Even Linny couldn't do it, and he couldn't do it even more. With that, Linny lifted his Shura armor transformation and then went up to the Yen Di, and then he placed the Shura armor summoner into his hand under Yen Di's astonished gaze. Boy. What do you mean by that? Yen Di's rough eyebrows raised, and his hardened, rigid and unchanging face moved slightly, also revealing his surprise at this moment. Linny smiled at his words and spoke very spontaneously. These days, I've bothered Senior to help me, and I told Senior at the beginning that I would be repaid in the future. Look, isn't this coming? He then looked at Little Sky, who was originally eclipsed beside him, and continued. I also want to let Senior help me see again if the judgment I just made was accurate or not. If I have made a mistake in judgment and Senior can start the time passage, then of course it would be perfect. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian looked up at Lin Yi, who was earnestly asking for advice from Yen Di, and a touched look appeared in his eyes. People who can understand your difficulties and are willing to help you in any way they can must be kept in mind. Yen Di leaned against the sofa, playing with the long unseen Shura summoner in his hand, and looked up at Lin Yi once again, some smiles on his face. This is the galaxy's premier armor, a treasure that countless people want to obtain and harness. Besides, you just happen to be able to use it. Aren't you impressed? Just give it to me? As he spoke, Emperor Yan suddenly stood up straight, slightly bending his head down to meet Lin Yi's eyes, and continued. If you summoned the Shura armor, I'm afraid you'd be considered a first-tier expert in the galaxy today. Shura's power can still be stronger than your god of war. Interceptor. Lin Yi had a calm gaze and a frank expression. He was no longer at the stage where he had just arrived and desperately needed strength to gain a foothold. Men do something and they don't. Yen Di had helped him a lot before, and he promised to help back. Besides, if he wanted the Shura armor, he could redeem it again if he worked hard and did more quests. But looking at Yen Di's serious appearance, he suddenly let out a light laugh and said towards Yen Di, since Senior said so, then I'm going to get him back. He made a gesture to grab at the Shura armor summoner, but at that moment Yen Di, who had been observing him, suddenly laughed out loud and pushed him away with a big hand, saying, now that you've given it to me, don't even think about taking it back. With that, Yen Di didn't nag, and immediately held the Shura armor summoner and began to probe the situation that Lin Yi had mentioned earlier. A few breaths later, he opened his eyes and frowned, slowly shaking his head in surprise. That's weird. Chapter 72, The Departure of Emperor Yen Di. Yen Di frowned just as he opened his mouth, and Xiao Tian's heart went cold. The past of his parents had always been a hurdle in his heart, and now, despite having avenged the two old men, how could a man's son not be greedy? But now it seems that there should be little hope. Yen Di first looked towards Lin Yi and spoke in surprise. Even though I haven't used this ability of Shura to go back to the past all those years in the past, I can feel that as long as the intentional energy is at its peak, it is absolutely possible to do this with the support of a powerful obsession. But now, I don't feel that way anymore. Or rather, it seems that making the leap in time and space is becoming difficult and hard. Lin also nodded. He also had this feeling, like a barrier that was hard to break. At that moment, Welcome, who was listening to their exchange from the sidelines, suddenly widened his eyes a bit and interjected. Do you guys think it's possible that it's caused by the temporal chaos we detected earlier? When she said that, both Yen Di and Lin Yi instantly recalled the earlier probe. The two men looked at each other and both nodded and said, it's still possible, but no one could be sure. After all, spacetime was the most esoteric thing of all. Who dared to say that they could master the mysteries of it? Those of them, even if Emperor Yen were to view space and time nowadays, would be nothing more than looking at flowers in a fog. I'm afraid that only a realm master, an ineffable being at a higher dimensional level would have some understanding of this. Yen Di looked towards Xiao Tian at this time and opened his mouth with words that carried some admonishment despite being cold and hard. It's not a bad outcome for you right now. Even if the Shura armor really can go back in time, could it be that you still want to change what once happened? Do you understand how serious the consequences of that would be? Listening to Yen Di's words, Xiao Tian was a little lost in his eyes, but gradually some clarity appeared. Changing just a little bit in the past is enough to have a huge impact on the future, and the price to pay is naturally extremely large. Lin also walked forward at this time. He lightly patted Xiao Tian's shoulder, then thought about comforting him. It's good to have obsessions. What you can't do now, you may not be unable to do later. All you need to do is keep going, but don't get lost. Seeing Lin Yi say this, the corner of Yen Di's mouth revealed some smiles, and he also spoke out once again. I see that your talent isn't too bad. Even if you can't compare to that kid Lin Yi, there's still hope that you'll be able to reach my level in the future. There is no end to the power. Maybe above me you can influence space and time? Come on. If you want to keep this wisp of infatuation and leave a hope for the future, you only need to catch up with Lin Yi at the moment. Xiao Tian raised his head at the words and thanked Yen Di. Then he looked at Lin Yi again and spoke seriously. Lin also, I hope that down the road, I will have the opportunity to fight alongside you. When Lin Yi saw him like this, he instantly understood that he was going to use this strand of obsession to walk a different path than before. TCH, still weirdly looking forward to it, side by side, Tu Taing. Lin also heard Yen Di's slightly lecturing words to Little Fei and Little Tian in his ears again. You too, the talent is not even close to Li Haotian, let alone that kid. But then again, more or less, there is still a bit of talent. Curb arrogance and guard against impatience. and concentrate on studying the flying shadow Vajra. Your future achievements won't be bad. The two of them, Su Tingfei and Wu Gang, were like rats meeting cats when they were lectured by Emperor Yan, and they didn't dare to raise their heads. However, Lin Yi frowned as he listened to these words from Yan Di. Why does that sound so much like a dying wish? Snap! Yan Di slapped Lin Yi on the shoulder, and his unkind voice came out at the same time. What nonsense you boys are talking? Lin Yi wasn't the least bit abashed as he stared up at Yan Di and asked with some suspicion. Then what are you talking about? Being stared at by him like this. Yan Di was surprisingly rare and a bit unavoidable, but he was originally a frank and straightforward nature, and no longer hid it. Immediately said, I'm going to leave Blue Star. Lin Yi's eyes widened, not expecting this one to have such a mind. When Emperor Yan saw Lin Yi's appearance, a rare smile appeared on his face, and then he spoke with some melancholy. Yanqing, that's my hometown and my territory, the place where I rose to power. When I was angry and did not know how to adapt, I was finally defeated and captured by that old thief Lufa with a scheme. The Yen Star, thus, was breached. After all these years, I shudder to think what Inferno Star went through after that. My subordinates, the clan, the Yen Emperor, who had never been a rough and rigid-looking man, seldom had this delicate look nowadays, and he sighed and continued. Until this time, oddly enough, seeing you like this made me miss it there instead. Uncontrollably, I've always felt that I was born for battle, and I became the leader in the first place at Inferno Star by fighting. I should have kept going after stronger opponents. I still thought so when I was first released by you. All the people present quietly listened to Yan Di's words, none of them expecting that such a seemingly unattached and fearless person would actually have so much inner drama. But these days, seeing as your kid has such a slippery personality and a foul mouth, but in his heart, he actually still has a duty to his friends and his homeland, and he's actually able to summon the Shura armor. LOL. Is it hard to believe that he approves of your appearance too? When the hang-ups mount up, one is too embarrassed to pretend they can't see or feel it. Emperor Yan glared at Lin Yi, then sighed again. Lin Yi feels innocent. Suddenly he was scolded again. So I'm going to make a trip back to the Inferno, for no other reason than to see what it's like there now. What about the clan? The homeland? Yan Di finally stated his purpose. The battle back then was because of him that the planet was breached. He had originally planned to return after challenging the strongest on the blue planet, but now he had changed his mind. It's time to put myself down for them for once. Lin Yi was very conflicted at this time, both lamenting the fact that Emperor Yan had thought things through and was happy for the planet Yan and the people on it, but also a little heartbroken. It's so hard to get a powerful bodyguard, but it's actually going to run away. Seeing Lin Yi's sad face, Emperor Yan laughed and slapped him on the shoulder, saying, Look at you. I'm just going back for a quick look and I'll be back again soon. After all, your planet seems to have quite a few strong people right now. Lin Yi nodded helplessly, and could only be thankful that his current strength wasn't too weak. What's that saying? When the bodyguard who accompanies you is getting off, even if your heart is not willing to let go and you feel that you have lost money, then you have to smile and wave for him to come back early. Yes, that makes so much sense. I've heard that over there in Jinghai City. It's a battlefield between the Bright Realm and the Shadow Realm, so maybe the highest level bigwigs from both worlds will come down. Lin also opened his mouth in a pretense of carelessness. Yan Di's eyes lit up when he heard this, and the idea of hurrying faster became even stronger. Finally, he stretched his body and pressed the Shura armor summoner, instantly transforming into a Shura. The Shura armor, which had a slightly different aura from Lin Yi's transformation, released an overbearing aura that instantly caused the crowd present to be a bit oppressed. A golden red colored pattern lit up on Lin Yi's brow, and a light shield immediately blocked out the aura in front of the crowd. Ha, you kid has something now. Yan Di's astonished voice came out from within the Shura armor, and he carefully looked at Lin Yi. Then he urged again as if he had remembered something. I know you kids should have gotten Lufa's battleship, but I advise you not to leave the planet anytime soon. You're not strong enough. The universe is ever-changing, and the power of the individual is no more than a pittance. Now that your planet is a short-lived vortex of the universe, it's a good time to experience and improve your strength under the chaos of time and space. When you have another big boost in strength, it won't be too late to leave Blue Star then. Chapter 73, Inferno Dragon Armor Summoning Permission, Leaving Bada. After instructing these, Yan Di shook his head again and muttered to himself, Why am I talking to you so much? Maybe I'll be back in a while and it won't be too late to turn you in then. After saying that, he instantly turned around and walked towards the outside. Seeing this, Lin Yi followed him, still a bit puzzled, and inquired, Elder, how do you go? Is it hard to just physically cross the stars? Several people came outside together, and a terrifying purple electric light erupted from outside Yan Di's body, and a powerful intentional energy instantly swept around him. With that, He tapped a few buttons on the Shura armor summoner with his right hand and let out a soft gulp. Purgatory Cult. Instantly, under this powerful intentional energy, a corner of the sky above Yendi began to appear distorted, and then it contracted steeply, and a spatial channel appeared. Immediately after, accompanied by a piercing sound that ripped through the air, a purple electric light instantly appeared from the spatial channel and flew in front of Yendi in a flash. The Purgatory Cult, with its purple construction and overall streamlined shape, was likewise a sophisticatedly constructed shuttlecraft. However, it was about twice as big as the shuttlecraft of the Interceptor Squad, while the structure was a bit more domineering and intimidating. Kid, didn't you ask me how to get there? Just go. Inferno Emperor answered Linny and then leapt up, and the lavender, highly sophisticated cockpit cover at the front of the Purgatory Cult shuttlecraft opened at once, picking him up. Linny looked at the shuttlecraft in front of him, his heart pounding inside. In a moment, we'll go take a look at Interceptor's shuttlecraft as well. The Yen Emperor entered the Purgatory Cult, and a voice came out at the end. Kid, don't forget your agreement to compete with me. Without waiting for Linny to reply, the shuttle boat suddenly erupted with a burst of purple electric light, and then, after a sizzling sound that pierced through space in a flash, it had already transformed into a ray of light and left the place. It comes in peace and quiet and leaves in a blaze of glory. Very inflammatory indeed. Linny turned his head to look at the crowd and said with a smile, let's go. Back to the store. I want to wait for 2 more customers. Returning to the teppanyaki store, the 3 Xiao Tian and Kei Shanshan also went to the backyard together, where Qing was instructing Junju, and they just happened to go over to train together. Welcome, on the other hand, went up to the 2nd floor after inexplicably glaring at Linny, probably still having an inner grudge against him. Finally, it's just me left to receive this reward. Linny was not affected in the slightest and happily opened the panel. After killing Lufa, he had acquired the Ares combat technique. The mind was flooded with many combat arts almost instantly, and even this power gradually affected the body. Ares combat arts, by and large, are some techniques for the use of intentional energy, like tracking, transmitting sound, and isolating magnetic fields, are some very practical tricks. As for the others, excluding some of the secret laws, more of them are actually various combat body techniques. Linny rubbed his chin, feeling the memories in his mind, lamenting, if I can integrate these physical and intentional energy use techniques, I'm afraid that I can directly handle most situations directly with my underworld physique. Little did he know that the Ares combat technique was a distillation of the best of the entire Aresian military in terms of combat, covering almost every aspect. It could be considered the supreme treasure of the Ares Legion, and ordinary people were not really qualified to learn all of them. Immediately after formulating a plan for the next step in melding the Ares combat technique, Linny finally opened the most precious reward of this large chain of quests. Select the summoning privileges for any of the normal armors. In addition to Interceptor, Flying Shadow, and Vajra, there were also a full 9 pairs of armor that could be chosen. The Inferno Dragon, Wind Eagle, Earth Tiger, Snow Mastiff, and Black Rhinoceros from the 5 elements, as well as the Nava from the 4 elements. Linny looked at the selection screen and pondered. I have all 3 pairs of armor from Sun, Moon and Star without choosing. The 4 elemental armor seems to be something that can be summoned by anyone as long as they get a summoner. The armor summoning restriction with the harshest conditions should be the 5 elements armor, which requires a corresponding bloodline. Then if I choose this one, will it give me this bloodline? Or will it just shield me from the perception of this armor? Linny thought for a moment, so he'd better choose the 5 elements armor. Although he didn't know in what way the system had helped him gain summoning privileges, but it wouldn't be over if he could summon anyway. It just so happens that they're going to Jinghai City next, using the 5 elements armor to give their side a big one. Which one to choose? Inferno Dragon, Black Rhinoceros, Snow Mastiff? Earth Tiger is a no-brainer. Wind Eagle seems average, and the most powerful would be Inferno Dragon. Like the Interceptor, the Inferno Dragon armor is an armor with middling stats but an extremely high ceiling with no shortcomings. Finally, he made a good decision and clapped his hands together. Select the Inferno Dragon armor summoning permission. Instantly, a fiery red light appeared out of nowhere, like a new energy, and instantly disappeared into Lin Yi's body. A warm feeling immediately came over him, and even drove the strength of his body, causing the red gold pattern in front of his forehead to reveal itself, instantly erupting into a powerful aura. A few breaths later, Lin also felt that the energy seemed to have gradually dissipated. His eyes glazed over, a little speechless. This is the end? It doesn't even give a summoner, so it's true that it only gives summoning privileges, and I'll have to grab the summoner and qualifications myself, right? Obviously, if he wants to summon the Inferno Dragon armor, he'll have to take the place of the original summoner. Ugh, if only I had been given a fire crystal straight away. Tu Taing, Lin lamented. Isn't there bound to be a dispute if we go to Jinghai City? Let's go see if the summoner over there is the same as the one from memory first, and then see if they know better than to mess with my head. Even without the Shura armor, the current Lin Yi's strength using the War God Interdictor was not to be underestimated. Who was strong and who was weak? Lin Yi had confidence in his own strength. At that moment, the door of the teppanyaki restaurant was suddenly pushed open and two young men walked in together. Lin Yi turned his head to look, and a smile appeared on his face. The visitors were none other than Minxiu and Xiao Xuefei. I thought you guys weren't going to see me again. Hearing Lin Yi's words with some flirtation, and Miss Ao and Xiao Xuefei both had bitter smiles on their faces. They had all dealt with Lin Yi, so they knew each other's character well. And Minxiu walked over to Lin Yi and shook his head. Now that you've eradicated all the hidden dangers in Hope City, if we don't come to you, I'm afraid you'll have to seal us off as well. Zhou Luxury Fei also took a few steps forward, his brow still a little forlorn. I've been recuperating from the injuries I sustained last time when I was injured by Yen Di still in the wilderness. Lin also nodded his head when he heard the two of them. He wasn't that heartless. It's kind of like being friends. How do you think of him like that? It's not like he's some spectral demon killing machine. Looking at the two Psy captains, Lin also stood up and came to them, and said after some thought, I know you two just want to live in peace, but there's still one thing I want you to do. Both Minxiu and Xiao Xuefei sniffed with some surprise on their faces and said at the same time. What is it? Lin Yi sniffed with some coy smiles on his face before he said, do you know how to operate the battleship Alphas? While Lin Yi was having a friendly exchange with the two spectral captains, at this time, a man in strange clothing was sitting in a corner quietly waiting on a long-distance train that was about to depart from the bus terminal in Hope City. He was dressed in a smart suit with leather shoes, but had a hat with an extremely large brim on his head. The strangest thing was that it was as if no one was around to see him. The car drove on, gradually pulling out of the city of Hope. The strange man looked sideways out the window at the scenery speeding by, a haze filling his occasional face, and he was actually Bardu. A ray of red flashed in Badu's eyes, and the corners of his mouth tensed, but a wisp of sound came out. As I said, Lin also. Interceptor. We're not done yet. Chapter 74, Sabine is released from prison. Junju was abused. What? You're going to activate the battleship Alphas? And Miss Ao's eyes widened. His face filled with incredulity. Shock also appeared on Xiao Xuefei's perennial emo face, not realizing that Lin Yi actually wanted to fly a battleship. Lin Yi still had a smiling look on his face, and then opened his mouth to explain. That battleship is just sitting there. Why don't we test it to see if it's broken down after all these years? Zhou Extravagant Fei and Mingsu were both a bit speechless. The Alphas represented the highest level of technology on Ares at the time, and with the help of the energy ball on the Gungrax Vajra mortar and pestle, they could even achieve unlimited energy. But Lin also now said so, and the Gung Macadamia pestle is also in his hands. The Alphas warship currently seems to be only he can drive. Sighing softly, and Minxiu opened his mouth towards Lin Yi. The battleship Alphas are actually very intelligent and can be driven by even one person with the installation of a core as long as enough energy is fed into it. At those words Lin Yi's eyes lit up with interest. He was immediately about to drag in Minxiu and Zhou Xuefei to the demon suppression tower to activate the battleship. But at this time, and Miss Ao stopped Lin Yi. His brows lightly frowning, some sadness in his eyes. Then he opened his mouth towards Lin Yi and asked, Interceptor, have you seen Sabine? Is he, or is he not, being Yen Di? Sabine? Lin Yi was instantly stunned when he heard in Mingsu's inquiry, and then his eyes suddenly widened. He finally remembered what he'd forgotten these last few times he'd opened his gravity-defying high magnetization prison. Thinking of this, he immediately waved his hand towards Minxiu, a bit of embarrassment showing on his face. Don't worry. Sabine is fine. I found him injured that day and put him in a gravity-free, high magnetic prison to recuperate. And Minxiu's face instantly showed joy at his words as he continued to ask, and he is now? Lin Yi's mind moved, and a dark spatial vortex appeared on his side, leading directly to the room where Sabine was, still staying inside the gravity-defying high magnetism prison. The last 2 days had been like years for Sabine. He gradually felt that his suspicions might be true. Interceptor must have fallen. The gravity-free high magnet prison fell into the hands of the general, and all the things I did fell apart? So the general is holding me here? The more he thought about it, the more he panicked, the more he nearly killed himself in this. At that moment, a sudden spatial vortex appeared in this room, and Saban's eyes widened. The next moment he stepped carefully inside. Inside the teppanyaki restaurant, Saban stepped out of the gravity-defying high magnetic prison, and the next thing he knew, he saw Joe Extravaganza and Miss Ao, as well as Lin Yi, who had some unnatural smiles on his face. Ha, Captain Joe, Interpol, you guys didn't fall? What the hell is going on these days? Sabine was in a mixture of sadness and joy, and her mood was a little unsteady under the great sadness. That gravity-defying, high-magnetism prison really isn't a place for people, much less people who still have thoughts of the outside world in their hearts. It was like a deep void, empty, with no concept of spacetime. There is only eternal darkness. Yen Di could actually stay there for thousands of years without changing his face. Sabine now really admired that one. But the fact that Emperor Yen was able to stay there peacefully was not an escape in his mind. Hearing Sabine's inquiry, Linny immediately stepped forward to hold his hand and inquired with concern. Sabine, how's it going? Physically? It just so happens that you're back now, and I have something I'd like to ask of you. Linny opened his mouth like that, and it really cut Sabine's bout of questioning short. He looked at Linny, his expression instantly serious as he asked, if there's anything, Interceptor, just say it, and I'll do my best to help. After all, in Sabine's mind, Lin had sort of saved his life in a way. Seeing Sabine's straightforward appearance, Lin also actually felt a little guilty in his heart. How could he forget for others? It's so wrong. And Minxiu and Xiao Xifei heard what he said to Shaban, and both of them did not hesitate to join together towards Linny. If there's anything you can do for the two of us, just ask. Linny smiled and waved his hand before turning towards Sabine. This is something that really only Sabine can do. Since Sabine's human identity nowadays belonged to the Defense Department's Demon Beastman investigation squad, it was considered a bit of authority. What Lin also wanted his help with was to keep back those who were interested in him. In Wanhuan Teppanyaki, leaked or not, he didn't think it mattered. If he was caught on camera, he was caught on camera. But he doesn't want someone to find him specifically asking questions and possibly involving someone further up the chain. Lin also didn't want to get involved in these things. Sabin immediately patted his chest when he heard Lin Yi's meaning. Don't worry. I can talk to them when I get back, and let me serve as the dedicated person to contact and interface with you. And I'll just come and talk to you if there are any problems. With that said, he put some smile on his face and chuckled. In that case, maybe I can even mention my rank. Seeing Sabine say that, Lin also put his heart down. And then Lin also dismissed Sabin with a few words. He also really needed to return to the department quickly to report his disappearance over the past few days. At that point I can say I'm involved in the final battle between your armor and the Phantom Demon this time. Sabine said he was experienced in this sort of thing. Next, Linny didn't rush to the Devil Suppressing Tower, but instead brought in Miss Ao and Xiao Xifei together to the backyard, the place where everyone trained. These two are in Mingsu and Zhou Extravaganza, the two captains of the Psi Corps back in the day. Lin also pointed at the duo and introduced them to Kei Shanshan. Welcome and Xiao Tian. And then he raised an eyebrow and continued. Both of them are veterans who have summoned armor before and are powerful. You can ask him for some tips on how to summon and use the armor. And you can also spar with them to improve your practical combat abilities. With that said, all of a sudden, Kong and Fei's eyes were fixed on the duo of Zhou Extravagant Fei and Minxiu. As for Xiao Tian, he was a bit more bashful. Kei Shanshan and Welcome were working together to strengthen their intentional energy, while Ching was in charge of instructing Zhu Junjie on some basic things. Linny scanned over the crowd in front of him, and then a joyful voice came out. Of course, you guys can also ask me for advice, and I'll be happy to exchange ideas. When these words came out, a few people simply ignored them. It's okay to ask for advice. Cut and dry? Does any one of you have a penchant for being actively abused? Linny looked over at Jun Zhu with a more official smile on his face. Student Zhu, Ah Qing should have given a lot of theoretical knowledge. Right. Now let's put it into practice. A wary look appeared on Zhu Junjie's face as he sniffed. He took 2 steps back to hide behind Ah Qing and said, I see you're trying to wait for an opportunity to retaliate. I'm not stupid. I'm looking for abuse. I'll fight with you. Linny sniffed with a deliberately tangled look on his face. Then he gritted his teeth and said towards Jun Zhu, Come. I don't summon armor. Compare notes. At those words Zhu Junjie's eyes lit up, and his face immediately showed a look of intent. Really? Lin also nodded his head. But unfortunately, Zhu Junjie didn't see the strangeness that showed in the eyes of the other few people and the way they tried their best to stifle their laughter. A few seconds later, Vidra armor. Merge. At the same time, the panel appeared in front of Lin Yi's eyes, and a familiar voice came to his ears. Ding. Triggered the challenge quest, self-imposed. Self-imposed, defeat Zhan Zhu, who summoned the Vidra armor, without using the armor. Quest reward, +2 to intentional energy. Chapter 75, Going to the Devil Suppressing Tower. Town. The alphas appeared. Looking at the new quest that had suddenly appeared, Lin Yi was a bit surprised. Although the quest rewards aren't a lot, the difficulty of the quest really isn't that high either. Self-importance? Lin Yi's eyes revealed some amusement. This system is really damaging. It just so happened that Lin also wanted to try out the strength of his physique, and with the Ares combat technique, he thought that it wouldn't be hard to abuse Jun Zhu. At this time, Zhu Jinjie had already summoned the adamantine armor, and the golden-colored lanky armor allowed people to feel the power added at a glance. Ha 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 ha. Within the adamantine armor, a rampant laughter had already emanated from Zhu Jinjie, instantly causing the other people around him to look even more strange. Rinchan, don't say I'm bullying you by relying on my armor. He didn't show any mercy even after he said this. Striding forward, his adamantium-armored fist swung towards Lin Yi. The force of this punch is not small. If it is an ordinary person to receive this punch, I am afraid to hurt the bones. However, Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged as his forehead and eyebrows lit up, and reddish-gold arcane patterns appeared. He raised his arm break to block the punch, and a shield of energy of the same color as the tattoo immediately appeared in front of his arm. Bang! Zhu Junjie's punch was blocked by Lin Yi's left arm, which didn't move at all, and he froze for a moment. However, Lin also didn't hesitate, and immediately formed his right hand into a palm, similar energy enveloping it in his palm, and then blasted his palm onto the breastplate of the Vajra armor in the style of the criminal heavenly palm strike. Boom! Lin Yi's palm seemed to be flat, but the energy in his body surged, his strong physique exporting its power. A dull, loud sound appeared, and he immediately knocked Zhu Junjie back out, causing the latter to nearly fall to the ground. Ha! Junju staggered to his feet, an incredulous voice coming out of his mouth. No, you're that good? Outrageous! He didn't admit defeat. His fists clashed, and his entire body suddenly rushed forward again. Lin Yi wasn't afraid in the slightest. That special layer of energy enveloped his body as if it had formed a special shield, making him fearless of colliding with the armor. Bang! 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 Lin Yi struck quickly with both hands, and after parrying several of Junju's punches, he transformed his palm into a fist and blasted out the same. At the same time, his intent energy condensed, and suddenly the speed of his body's moves suddenly accelerated. Several punches were thrown out, bringing an extremely strong force to blast sparks out of the adamantine armor. Then he clenched his hands on the shoulders of the adamantine armor, and gold patterns appeared on his knees. Then he suddenly toppled forward. Suddenly very fast attack so that Zhu Junjie cannot resist, followed by the abdomen came like a mountain-like knee top directly let Zhu Junjie eyes glazed over. The whole person was topped flying out, crashed on the ground. Bang! The adamantine armor turned into a torrent of data and suddenly disintegrated. Jianshu screamed out in agony as he covered his stomach. Hiss! That hurts! How are you so sick that your body is stronger than armor? Am I dying from your beating? Lin Yi, don't pretend. I control my force well enough to disintegrate you without hurting you. Stretching his body, Lin Yi glanced at Junju and spoke out calmly. He scanned the panel and realized that the mission was complete. And at that moment everyone around them had a look of surprise on their faces. They knew that Lin Yi's body seemed to have metamorphosed once and become very strong, but they didn't expect that they could actually beat the armor until it disintegrated with their bare hands. Though, it's a watery one that just summoned armor, I guess. And Minxiu and Xiao Xiefei were equally surprised with their eyes and took a few steps forward to marvel. This body of yours is no less than our mutated bodies. Lin Yi smiled faintly at his words and didn't say anything. Oh, what a big nonsense. It's your mutated bodies. It was only the aspect of appearance that had not been altered by the demonic infusion. Next everyone exchanged some armor summoning and combat tips with each other. And even Zhou Extravaganza Fei and Misao accompanied Xiao Tian and the others for a while. There was no doubt about it. Both Xiao Xiefei and Misao's strength wasn't bad, and their combat experience was even more plentiful. Lin Yi rubbed his chin, looking at the performance of the two of them in the arena, secretly pondering. In the future, if you have the chance, you can get 2 more suits of armor for the two of them. When the time comes, the fighting power is immediately doubled. Gradually, the sky darkened and the last glimmer of light was swallowed by the darkness. Lin Yi brought in Misao and Xiao Xiefei together to have dinner at the store, and then the group planned to head to the Jinmu Tower together. Everyone was eager to see a high-tech battleship, so everyone came, and Lin also had no intention of hiding. It's just about nighttime now, and the alphas won't be seen by anyone else lifting off. This was Kei Shanshan, still cautious in her considerations even at a time like this. TCH, a high-tech warship from an alien planet. Never thought I'd get a chance to see this. This is John Chu, and you can hear his excitement from his voice. Both Welcome and Qing were also somewhat expectant, while the 3 Xiao Tian were more curious. Several people drove together to the front of the Devil Suppressor Tower, and then walked inside. As soon as he entered, Lin Yi looked around for half a day and lamented. TCH, it's kinda weird. It used to feel weird and eerie when I came here. This time I don't feel that way at all. And Misao and Xiao Xiefei both looked a little complicated as they listened to Lin Yi's sentiments. Yeah, well, you've killed the original statue in the tower, so what's the point of being eerie? The two of him are also in a somewhat awkward position at the moment. The equivalent of bringing an enemy to the base of their own legion and having to instruct the enemy on how to open. So where is the battleship Alpha's hiding? Xingtian scanned the circle, then lightly stepped to Lin Yi's side and asked with a sideways glance towards Lin Yi. Kong walked past the statues of the spectral demons one by one, his face filled with disdain. It looks menacing. Who's it scaring? In the end it was not sealed by us. And Ms. Hu, Zhou extravagant fee. Xiao Tian and Xiao Fei also looked around at the interior of the towering demon suppressor tower with similarly complex expressions. In a way, their destiny started from this demon suppression tower. Welcome took a step to Lin Yi's other side at this time and said softly, the devil suppressing tower was constructed on top of the Alpha's battleship, and our 3 cultivators' ancestors spent many years here back then, finally building such a tower. Lin Yi nodded. He also knew the location of the Alpha's battleship. Without the need to be reminded by An Minxiu and Xiao Xiefei, he walked to the high platform in the center of the Jinmu Tower and clenched his right hand into a fist with a forceful blast. At once, the entire stone platform shattered, revealing the delicate mechanical countertop inside. The moment the tabletop shattered, Lin also heard a new mission coming out of his ears. Ding! Trigger the daily quest, Town, reactivate the Alpha's authority to make the battleship permanent over the earth to suppress evil spirits. Mission reward, +4 intentional energy, full access to the battleship Alphas. After seeing this mission, Lin Yi's head was full of question marks. Resident over the earth? That means I won't be allowed to fly my battleship around? Suppressing evil spirits? What kind of evil is being suppressed? How do you suppress it? It's hard not to perceive an evil spirit and aim the plasma cannon at it. There's also this bonus, which is weird. Don't I have his permission to open the Alphas with the Gung-Ho mortar and pestle? With some doubts, Lin also reached out and took out the Gungrab magisterial pestle and mortar from the spatial vortex, and then slowly placed it on the metal table in front of him. In an instant, the metal tabletop transformed, engulfing the entire Gung-Ho Vajra in a flash. Then the earth trembled like an earthquake, roars resounded in all directions, and huge deep cracks spread all around the Jinmu Tower. The Devil Suppressor Tower also trembled and destroyed, and the central earth suddenly shattered as a flash of silver appeared. If one were to look down from a high altitude, one could see that a huge and incomparable silver-colored warship was slowly lifting off the earth, just like a giant whale breaching the water and about to soar into the sky. Chapter 76 Full Authority of the Alphas, Traveling to the Moon. Inside the Devil Suppressor Tower, the violent shaking caused the crowd to be a little unsteady on their feet. Lin Yi felt this strong tremor and immediately grabbed Xingtian with one hand and welcomed with the other to prevent them from being thrown out. Xingtian saw Lin Yi's hand and immediately leaned her body over. Welcome, despite the skittishness, grabbed him all the same. By this time it was obvious that the battleships were coming out of the ground. What's going on? In Minxiu? How do you get inside a battleship? And Minxiu was also crouching low at this moment, gripping the beams around him, and when he heard Lin Yi's inquiry, he immediately replied quickly. I don't have access to the battleship Alphas. Access used to be only for the general. Lin Yi? What the hell? No. So what's the deal with you coming over here with me under oath? By this time the tremors were becoming more and more pronounced. The Jinmu Tower was on the verge of falling apart, and the foot section, which would be the head of the battleship Alphas, was clearly tilted upwards, ready to sprint. In the moment when Lin Yi was about to explode, the heavily breathing In Minxiu continued, but with the Gungrave Vajra pestle as an energy source, the person who controls it can have partial access to the Alphas. That's when Zhou Extravaganza's voice came through. You use a ray of your intentional energy to sense the Gung-Ho Vajra pestle and convey your intent, which will be picked up by the Alphas. At those words Lin Yi immediately spread out his intentional energy, quickly wrapping everyone around him. Teleport everyone inside the battleship. His mind was randomly able to spread and pass out in a flash. The Jinmu Tower was structurally damaged, and the sound of rumbling and vibrating and collapsing was incessant. Xiao Tian and the others all hid in their respective corners and took control of their bodies, while Zhu Junjie hugged a statue of the underworld demon and was a bit confused. Didn't you come to see the battleship? How come I can't get in? The surrounding debris and broken wood kept smashing down, and smoke and dust rose up in all directions. How it was an earthquake scene. With his physique, Lin Yi's body stood in front of the operating table as if it had taken root. Outside, many people in Hope City felt this strong sense of vibration and ran out, thinking that an earthquake had occurred. The Alphas had completely burst out of the ground at this point, and a gully 100 feet in length appeared in the ground below. Much of the dirt was brought out and fell down, landing in the large, newly emerged crater. The Alpha's battleship was poised like an ascending rocket, its bow tilted upwards, and a light blue raging tail flame burst out from the stern, and a terrifying thrust came from it at once. Boom! A roar like a rocket launch came, and the entire Alphas accelerated in a flash. The Devil Suppressor Tower on its bow was already hundreds of meters from the ground at this point, and under such terrifying accelerating inertia, it suddenly began to completely collapse. The moment the countless masonry and earth tiles smashed down, Lin also felt some sort of teleportation power, accompanied by several flickering lights. All of them suddenly disappeared from within the Jinmu Tower, and the full 1,000-year-old Devil Suppressor Tower was reduced to a mass of rubble, thrown down from the battleship high in the air. Soon, the Alpha's battleship rushed up to 10,000 meters in the air with its strong power, and then began to rush into the inner atmosphere. The flames from the friction began to burn only angrily at the bow, but soon enveloped the entire Alphas. The battleship rushed out of the blue planet like a great burning sun. Boom! In an instant, the violet roar disappeared, and the majestic power was cut in an instant, as the battleship entered the boundless space. Inside the battleship Alphas, Lin Yi and the others were standing on the bridge, with the huge consoles and intelligent mechanical modules of the Alphas in front of them. Further on is the bow of the battleship, which at this point has simulated transparency and can see what space looks like outside. What a powerful warship! Lin Yi scanned the various sophisticated mechanical structures around him and couldn't help but lament. It's only been how many seconds, and it's already broken out of the blue star and into the universe. Inside the battleship before the bridge is the command room. Just the command room is several basketball courts large. As for a variety of instrumentation display is covered around. But fortunately, battleships for the most part can fly autonomously without human control. He came to the command table, where the gung-ho vajra was being set in the center of the table. Lin Yi reached out and placed his hand on the command console, and with a thought in his head, he was able to give orders to the battleship. Interesting. With a look of excitement on his face, he instantly began probing the functional modules of the Alphas, as well as causing the battleship to moor towards the top of Blue Star, in a higher orbit than the near-Earth satellites. At the same time, Kei Shanshan and Welcome Xiao Tian and the others were all filled with curiosity as they surveyed the interior of the Alpha's battleship. They were all a bit excited to suddenly see such a technologically advanced warship. I really never thought that I would be able to take a spin in space in a spaceship in my life. Xiao Gang touched the operating virtual screen in front of him, which was composed of highly precise special materials, and could not help but sigh out with emotion. Ah Ching is also happily wandering up here, looking at this and touching that. This was much more exciting than his earlier excursion into the mountains. Only in Ningxiu and Zhou Shufa had complex faces. They had once been on this warship, destroying planet after planet. Plasma cannon. Lin, who was exploring the functions of the Alphas, also felt the most powerful main weapon on the battleship at this time, and he couldn't see the precise structure of the thing's interior, but he could appreciate how terrifying it was, converting the energy within the Gungrai Vajra pestle into the power to fire the plasma cannon. One shot could shatter a planet. Awesome, he lamented, and then realized what the problem was. He actually couldn't manipulate this exalted master weapon. I've dominated my way in, and I actually have permission to keep it closed. Lin Yi frowned, his heart filled with displeasure. It's like that in a sense. You got my body, but not my heart. At this time, within the universe around Blue Star, the slowly traveling battleships gradually stopped in a certain orbit. From this orbit, one can look down on the aquamarine planet below, as well as see the many various satellites orbiting the Blue Star. Lin also had a smile in his eyes as he looked out at the outside universe from the floor-to-ceiling windowed analog light shield in front of him. You're just as stubborn and steadfast as you can be, and I'm going to get your heart. The sound of mission completion came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest. Town. Gained reward, +4 to intentional energy, full access to the battleship Alphas. In an instant, Lin also felt as if his soul was instantly connected to something, and with just a thought, the entire battleship Alphas was scanned in its entirety. A strand of intentional energy branched out into the battleship's mainframe, and instantly all permissions were quickly opened. Initiating stealth mode. Lin Yi calmly opened his mouth, and instantly a semi-virtual host panel appeared in front of him, and then a mechanical sound resounded within the control room. Stealth mode activated. At that moment, in outer space, the original majestic, like an aircraft carrier in space, the surface of the battleship flickered slightly, and then quickly disappeared. Inside the battleship, Lin Yi turned to look at Xiao Tian and the others, then smiled and said, "Let's go. There should still be some of your stuff on the moon." Chapter 77, Discovering the Shuttle Boat. Summon the War God Interceptor Colt. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Xiao Tian and Xiao Fei Xiaojiang were stunned, surprise in their eyes. On the moon? Got something for us? Lin Yi nodded and reached out to take the Interdictor Armor Summoner out of his pocket, then instantly inserted it into his belt after pressing the button and scanning his iris. Criminal Armor. Merge. After the transformation, his voice came out from within the Criminal Sky Armor. All of you summon your armor as well, and we'll go around the moon together. Zhu Junjie's eyes widened as he pressed on without the slightest hesitation and started summoning the adamantine armor. He only felt that he had earned a lot today. An ordinary person can't come across something like this in their lifetime. Xingtian, Tian and the rest of them also took out their armor summoners after hearing Lin also. And instantly, in the midst of the majestic energy, several armors transformed from virtual to real and appeared inside the battleship. Ching stepped forward at this time, a thoughtful look in his eyes as he inquired towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi, could it be the shuttlecraft you're talking about? Lin Yi sniffed and looked sideways at Chang, also smiling. That's right, it's a shuttlecraft. It had to be said that Chang, the art cultivator, was quite professional, and was actually able to surmise the existence of the shuttlecraft. The shuttlecraft should be parked on the backside of the moon, and we can use the short-range teleportation ability of the battleship Alphas to teleport directly to the backside of the moon. Lin Yi explained towards the crowd, but since there is no air on the moon, the armor has to be summoned in advance. The other 5 all nodded indistinctly at that, and then Lin Yi gave orders towards the Alpha's battleship, accompanied by several white auras. Several people instantly disappeared inside the battleship between the flow of light and shadow. Behind the moon, this is a lightless zone, but not a state of total darkness. As in the universe, there was a faint glow to see by. Despite the gloom, 6 beams of white light appeared here in a flash, like white torches falling from the sky. When the white pillar of light dissipated, the figures inside were revealed, and they were 6 armored figures with their own distinctive features. Lin Yi looked around at the desolate scenery and turned his head towards the others. I've just had the Alphas scan the backside of the moon, and the spot it beamed over to can't be too far from the shuttlecraft. Let's look around the neighborhood. Shuttlecraft are so powerful that they can be considered small spaceships in a way, being able to travel through the universe on their own. Now that he understood the location of the shuttlecraft, Lin Yi certainly wouldn't let them remain here. It's only right to make the best use of what you have. Within a few minutes, the communication voice of Jun Shu came from inside the armor, his voice full of surprise. I think I found the shuttlecraft. 3 ships in all. Crikey, that's awesome. With that, several other people, including Lin Yi, rushed to his location at once. Soon, the crowd saw 3 streamlined, differently colored shuttlecraft hovering and parked within a moon pit. The shuttlecraft is not large, but has a sophisticated structure, stable passage and powerful weapon systems, powerful in performance but reduced in size. This results in a maximum of 2 people sitting inside each shuttlecraft. The fire torture colt is reddish-red in overall color, with gold decorative stripes accenting some of the edges. The flying shadow colt is predominantly sky blue, and the Vajra colt is a light green with gold accents. Their structure is basically the same. The front cockpit has a special material like a glass cover protection. The rear is the mechanical module concentration place. The 6 people all came here at this time, gazing at the seat in front of them. Everyone had curiosity and fire in their eyes, and Zhu Jingjie was the first to realize the problem. He first scanned the crowd, then spoke in surprise. Wait! There are 6 of us here, and there are only 3 shuttle boats. How do I split it? This is indeed an interesting question. There are too many monks and not enough to share. Shanshan didn't care about that. She walked to Lin Yi's side and spoke calmly. I'll listen to Lin Yi. Little Sky, Little Fei and Little Khan looked at each other before they all nodded and looked at Lin Yi in tacit agreement. We listen to you too. Zhu Junjie smiled and paralyzed his hands. Then I have even less to say. Lin Yi didn't respond to them right away. At this time he was rubbing his chin and pondering a question. These 3 shuttlecrafts were parked here by Gulfa and the others 1,000 years ago, so they should belong to Xiao Tian and the others. But now that I summoned the interdictor armor, the intentional energy has also been sufficient for a long time, and it is reasonable to be able to summon the shuttlecraft as well. So here's the question. Was it a new shuttlecraft he had summoned? Or was it this interceptor colt? Without hesitation, Lin Yi's eyes immediately revealed a sharp aura, and his intentional energy began to coalesce, quickly disappearing into the summoner at his waist. At the same time, the interdictor armor stood squarely in place, with crimson intent energy flowing like substance around his body. His right hand shakily crossed from the card box on his waist side, and the War God Interceptor's upgrade card instantly appeared in his hand. The God of War, Interceptor, upgrade. In an instant, strong energy burst out, and a terrifying aura spread out, shocking several people. Shanshan, back a few steps. The 4 corners of the interdictor armor summoner were open, the center red, and the 4 corners turned to gold. The chest, back, and shoulder armor is also reassembled, with gold accents throughout the armor, along with the appearance of the golden flying wings in front of his forehead and the appearance of the Dharma sword at his back. War God Interceptor's aura reached its peak. Boom! On the backside of the moon, an armor that looked like a god of war was recklessly exploding its own energy. This aura spread out, immediately knocking up all the sand and soil around them. And even Xiao Tian's few people had to retreat some more. What a powerful aura! with the same criminal heaven armor. Xingtian summoned the fire torture sword and inserted it into the ground to ward off the onslaught, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. On the other side, Xingtian was half kneeling on the ground at that moment, and she looked up as the eyes of the flying shadow armor revealed a blue light. He's really getting stronger. The two adamantine armors of Zhu Junji and Xiao Gang were side by side, barely resisting the impact, and Zhu Junjie was a bit dumbfounded. This, did Linzi turn out to be this strong? Kong, on the other hand, responded with disdain. You think anyone can be my boss all the time? At this moment, Lin Yi was indeed unimpeded, and he could feel the majestic power within his body at this moment. After completing 2 more quests, he realized that his intentional energy seemed to have come to a bottleneck. It was a feeling of being powerful and unmatched, but there was a divide. He hadn't had every opportunity to unleash his power so freely on the blue planet, and this time he had. How strong am I? Now, it's a pity that Yin Di has already left, otherwise we could have had another match. Within the battle god's criminal sky, Lin Yi's eyes were tinted with a crimson color, while his eyebrows lit up with lines, and his power suddenly increased once again. The intent energy elevated, and the intent began to emanate from within him. Quick, be quick to the limit. At once, all the intentional energy was poured into the summoner, ushering in a burst once again. Lin Yi's eyes lit up for a split second, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he lightly drank. It's now! War God Interceptor held the summoner at his waist with one hand, while his other hand stretched out towards the front, slightly flexing his palm, and a summoning card appeared out of thin air. He instantly tapped this newly appeared card into his summoner, and then bellowed, War God Criminal Cult. Boom! Strong fire red intent energy burst out at once. In the God of War Interceptor slanting overhead, strong energy instantly from Lin also hand blasted out, piercing the void. A crimson vortex that was several people tall appeared. Under a gust of trembling, a golden red light instantly flew out of the vortex and rushed to Lin Yi in the blink of an eye. His aura gradually converged. Then he looked at the golden red delicate shuttlecraft in front of him, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Gold and red armor dotted the shell, and key areas were covered with formations. The light blue cockpit cover is more dignified, and the jet power plant and weaponry on either side are a bit more bulky. Not as big as the Purgatory Cult, but not the least bit less imposing. Chapter 78 Sleepless Tonight. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Lin Yi looked at the brand new shuttlecraft that had appeared in front of him, and there was some surprise in his eyes in addition to satisfaction. I didn't expect that using the God of War Interceptor would summon a different shuttlecraft. Gee, it's still new. It's a joy to look at. Not far away, everyone else saw the new shuttlecraft that Lin also summoned, and all came forward at once. Xiao Gang came to the forefront and couldn't help but get up and touch the God of War Interdictor Cult, and then he turned his head and hammed and hawed towards Xiaotian. Xiaotian, look at everyone's interdictor armor. How come the shuttlecraft is still different? Xiaotian could hear the flirtation in his voice as well, and he shook his head, saying, maybe it's a different shuttlecraft summoned in the excitement form. While several other people were observing the new shuttlecraft, Lin also opened his mouth towards the crowd. The original shuttlecraft on the moon was left there by the last summoner of the 3 pairs of armor 1,000 years ago, so that's for the 3 of them. Koten. Then he looked at Junju and Xingtian and added, but the 3 of us want to summon shuttlecraft that's up to us. Zhu Junjie sniffed and nodded furiously. Such a handsome mount he high and low have to work hard to cultivate. The whole one to pretend to be more than. With that, Lin also didn't stay on the moon for much longer, and immediately had the crowd return inside the Alpha's battleship and shuttlecrafts. After this trip to the moon, he found that having full access to the battleship allowed him to simply maneuver it, even at a distance. In that case, the battleship will be stationed in space. And then he maneuvered the battleship to lower its altitude. And after returning to Earth, he teleported Welcome Ching and all of them back to the ground. And then he returned to his initial position once more. Zhou Extravagant Fei and Mingsu, since you two have already familiarized yourselves with life on Earth, I won't say anything more. Lin Yi looked towards the two who were gazing up at the night sky and shook his head as he continued to speak. But the way things are now, there's chaos everywhere. In the future, if any more evil creatures appear in the City of Hope, I hope you two can come to their aid as well. When Xiao Xiefei and Miseo heard Lin Yi's words, the two of them turned to look at Lin Yi together, both with smiles on their faces. It should. Even if we weren't friends, I think we'd step in if we were really in that situation. Lin Yi nodded, revealing the same smile. The crowd then parted, and Lin Yi and Welcome and Xingtian returned to the teppanyaki restaurant. Worried about Yuzu, Xiaotian went upstairs to check on Yuzu just after he got back and found that she was no longer in any serious condition. Phew, it's finally okay for the short term. I can sleep in peace. Lin also returned to his room and had a rare good night's sleep after lying comfortably on his bed. Although he had the help of the system, the intensity of his fight was really not low. In just a week of being here, he'd already wiped out the Psy Legion led by Lufa, and was basically either fucking the Psy Devil or on his way to the Psy Devil. It's not too much of a stretch to call him a phantom demon killing machine. This night, Lin also slept soundly. But again, it was a night when many people couldn't sleep. In the vast starry sky, Yen Di driving the Purgatory Colt is continuously leaping, looking for natural wormholes and rushing toward his hometown hundreds of thousands of light years away. Downstairs in Welcome's room, Kazan and Welcome were talking next to each other, but with occasional loss in their eyes. He should be leaving soon. Inside the security department, Sabine, who has been absent from work for 3 days, is still working on an emergency report and a proposal for not disturbing Lin Yi's life. Inside the city of Nambo, a suited but already somewhat disheveled man is nestled under a bridge hole, gritting his teeth and talking about something. Also within the city of Nambo, a young man with long hair lay on his bed, holding the Nava summoner tightly in his hand. His eyes filled with determination as he muttered to himself, "I want to learn from my predecessors." Inside the ERP research base in Jinghai City, Mijin looked at the screen in front of her with some disorientation, her mind filled with the horrifying scene she saw through the satellite tonight. Also within Jinghai City, inside a hidden grotto on the far outskirts of the city, a middle-aged man cloaked in black robes laughed up at the sky. "Ha ha 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 ha, to think that I got such a secret method. Some people are happy and some people are sad." The next day, it wasn't until sunrise that Lin Yi lazily woke up. Stretching his body, he felt like he was in extraordinarily good shape. "I'm just not sure what happened to that bottleneck I felt yesterday. I'll turn around and open the panel to take a look." He didn't care about that either. Nothing else, just because he's the man with the system. How can this bottleneck thing not be happening to him? After going downstairs, Lin also found only Welcome sitting on the sofa. He came to the place of the dining table and grabbed one of the well-made sandwiches placed on it and stuffed it into his mouth smoothly. "Welcome, how many of them are there?" As he ate, he asked towards Welcome, who was reading a book on the couch. Hearing that, Welcome frowned at Lin Yi, his gaze fixed solely on the sandwich in his hand, and said a bit angrily, "Humph, that's what I got for myself." Then, after blanking him, he went on to answer, "A few of them have gone to the backyard, and Xing is instructing them in the use of the art." Lin Yi didn't care at all about the words of Welcome, still happily chewing the food in his mouth and spitting in passing. "Why don't you eat what you prepared for yourself? It's a waste to leave it there." As for the cultivation of the other few, he didn't bother to look at them. In a way, Lin should also be considered a man one season beyond his peers. He's all done with the monsters, and a few of them still haven't upgraded their agitation state. After thinking about it, Lin Yi smoothly grabbed a water cup on the side and took a drink of water. Then he said towards Welcome again, "Then tell them for me that they all need to cultivate hard until they reach the strength of an Mingsu and the two of them." Pretending not to see the Welcome look that wanted to kill, Lin Yi burped comfortably before adding, "I'm planning to go to the Sea of Tranquility tomorrow. I'm alone, they are too weak, and there is no peace there, so they will not be taken." Welcome sniffed and gritted her teeth. "You're not allowed to use my cup ever again." Lin also pretended not to hear. "Whenever it's almost time to turn on the agitated state, I'll give the call and they'll all just come in their shuttlecrafts and fuck them up." Welcome was doubly feeble, and then she turned her head and flopped down on the couch, muffling her words. "I don't need to relay it, they can probably hear it." Lin Yi looked at her in surprise at her words, before reacting by looking towards the location of the back door. Without closing the door, at the front stood Kei Shanshan, Jun Zhu, and Xiao Tian, all of them leaning to the side as well, all a bit silent. With all this going on, Lin Yi instantly became a little too much to bear. He was planning to have a good talk with them. "It's not that you guys are too good, it's that you guys are really kind of weak on this issue. It's definitely not that I dislike your dishes." With a bang, the door to the store was suddenly pushed open, and Sabine walked in full uniform. As soon as he came in, he saw all eyes on him. All of a sudden, goosebumps rose. "Hiss, what? Did I come at a bad time?" Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately took 2 steps forward and grabbed Sabine. "No, you're just in time." Chapter 79, The Flying Fortune. New panel, The Mystery of the Intentional Energy Bottleneck. Behind him, Kei Shanshan's somewhat sultry gaze was about to give him a whole lot of numbness, and Sabine instantly relieved him of it by doing so. "Sabin, what is your business here today?" He instantly opened his mouth towards Sabin to inquire, but then he saw Sabin's slightly deep and purple-black encircled eyes. "TSK, what's the matter with you? Been given a beating?" Sabin waved his hand at Lin Yi's words and smiled carelessly. "It's okay, it's not a problem. I just didn't sleep all night yesterday." As he spoke, he took a few steps towards the inside and looked towards the crowd in the teppanyaki restaurant and continued to speak. I'm actually here today on behalf of the people at the top of my unit. For one thing, they wanted to simply publicize the fact that you guys saved the City of Hope this time around, and also to appease the masses. Secondly, speaking of which, Sabin looked a little more serious and some concern showed in his eyes. I don't know if you guys are clear or not. The president of Ba Wine Group, Ba Do, ran away. Everyone present knew exactly who Ba Do symbolized, and suddenly running away. Did this mean that the guy wasn't dead? Linny sniffed and rubbed his chin, and then a calm voice came out. Don't worry about that. I've heard a saying that actually applies to me as well. His voice was calm and strong, and the sense of power within it was unusually stabilizing. An enemy defeated at my hands never threatens me again, and I give him the chance to catch up until he is remotely out of sight. This passage immediately shook the spirits of everyone in the room. So wild, but also so confident. When Sabin heard Linny say that, the worry in his eyes slightly lessened. He laughed a little and continued. The meaning of the above is that such a big group can't fall down. And there is a share belonging to Batu, which is under empty since he has fled. They mean to share it with you, and it's some way to say thank you in any way they can. Linny raised an eyebrow at that, but he hadn't thought that there could actually be such a thing. He thought about it and didn't refuse. When you're out and about, it's hard to beat a penny. That's fine. Just credit welcome. Linny pointed towards the welcome location as he spoke, a smile on his face. After all, welcome is usually busy and is sort of the logistical guide for this large wave. Needless to say, the expenses are small. With such a flying fortune, it shouldn't be a problem to let her take care of it. Ask her for it if you don't have any money anyway. Welcome suddenly heard Linny say this and froze on the sofa. Such a big group, not to mention the value of the shares. I'm afraid the annual dividends must be millions of dollars. Just give her? While her head was spinning, Lin Yi's flirtatious voice came. Didn't you always say I ate your food, lived your life, and had no conscience? Is this enough money to buy you out? And how about you take care of me from now on? At those words, Welcome snapped back to his senses, a look of pride on his face. Humph, you want to buy me for such a small amount of money? You at least. At the back door. Upon hearing these words, Kei Shanshan's gaze, which didn't carry a single ripple in its calmness, suddenly looked over. Welcome scowled at the moment and added, this amount of money is just enough for you to pay off your previous debts, and at most, you'll be counted as having free food and lodging in the future. In the future, you'll say less about buying me and giving people the wrong idea. Lin also sniffed and touched his nose awkwardly. He just casually said. He then turned to Sabine and said after a moment's thought, publicity is fine, but don't deliberately try to expose us here either. Otherwise you're on your own. The two men talked for a few more moments before Sabine left to return to her unit. As Linny saw the others return to the backyard to train again, he also returned to his house and began to check his personal panel. Personal panel, Lin Yu, 1955. Chinese-American physicist, astronomer and mathematician. Body, 60, normal adult 5. Summoning armor bonus. Intentional energy increase synchro boost. Intentional energy, 99. Note, individuals who have reached the peak of their climbing intentionality and have broken through the bottleneck on their own can continue to improve their intentionality during the period of no breakthrough. The intentionality is accumulated. Warm tip, individual breakthroughs in the material universe require the use of impacts, which are united with their own way of transforming their strength to achieve a deep metamorphosis. Combat skill, 9 out of 10. Can be improved by practicing real combat. Light and Shadow will mastery, unlocked. Note, affects the strength of light and shadow armor in play. The stronger the control, the stronger the armor. Winky face. 5 elements bloodline, 40%, 70% can transform into imperial armor with the help of the belt. Armor enhancement value, 90%, 100% can choose to enhance a pair of armor. Number of missions completed, 19. Looking at the brand new panel, Lin also gradually frowned. The intentional energy has reached a bottleneck and needs to find a way to break through? What with the help of the impact, and their own strength transformation way to unite, to achieve a deep metamorphosis. What the hell? He read it over several times, but in the end he couldn't work out what it meant. Alas, it's a pity that Yen Di isn't around anymore. Lin also let out a secret sigh. Otherwise it would have been a good idea to discuss the issue with him. Or as they say, if there's an old man in the family, there's a new one. Leaning against the bed, Linny rubbed his chin as he continued to search. Then in that case, my current intentional energy strength should be basically equal to that of Inferno Emperor and Lufa. Back then, Emperor Yen had lamented that despite having reached his peak for many years, he still hadn't broken through to a higher level of realm, the cosmic level. So at this stage, even if there is a breakthrough in one's own intentional energy, it just keeps accumulating, not reaching a qualitative change. But seeing his intentional energy today, Lin also realized one thing, and that was that Lufa really wasn't dead. My intentional energy happened to reach a bottleneck after killing Kara and completing 2 more missions. If the old thief Luffy is really dead through and through, his wanted intentional energy reward can be quite a lot. A glint appeared in Lin Yi's eyes as his right hand subconsciously clenched and unclenched its fist. That's good. When I successfully break through the bottleneck, I'll take your wanted reward to boost the first wave. But then he really can't put it off any longer. He has to travel to Jinghai quickly and get ERP's help to put satellite surveillance over here as well. As for the new mold that appeared in the panel, the light and shadow will mastery. Lin could also roughly understand what this thing meant. Guess it'll show up when I successfully summon the light armor. But he got out of bed and walked over to the window, gazing out at the traffic, some doubt in his eyes. The light and shadow armor does not seem to directly enhance the strength of the summoner, relying solely on the summoner's control of the armor to determine strength. To put it bluntly, what's strong on the light and shadow armor side is the armor, and what's strong on Interceptor's side is the summoner, regardless of whether it was a criminal flying shadow or a Vajra, or even a Shura. In order to utilize its full strength it depended on the summoner's own strength, the strength of the intentional energy, and after having a high enough intent, even without using armor, the summoner has some strength. But the light and shadow armor side is different. The strength is only due to good manipulation of the armor and development of its stronger power. Once you lose your armor, a summoner is basically the same as a normal person. Why is that? Lin raised his eyebrows and looked toward the distant sun, thinking darkly. Could it be because this side is supposed to be the armor of the material universe? And the light and shadow armor is essentially something from the bright realm. Shaking his head, he didn't think any more about it and turned his head back toward the room again. Tomorrow, travel to the Sea of Tranquility. Light and shadow battle. 5 elements armor, alien beasts, and imperial armor. I'm coming. Chapter 80, Drama. Who drives a regular locomotive when you have a shuttle boat? The City of Hope seemed to have not yet awakened in the early morning, with mists shrouding the distance, and the heat of summer was completely removed in the early morning, leaving only refreshment. In front of the Huan Teppanyaki restaurant, Linny stretched and turned around with the intention of saying goodbye to the crowd. On his side was the black BMW locomotive that hadn't been used for a long time. Last night, after learning that Linny was leaving today, the crowd had gotten together for dinner in the evening as a sort of farewell ceremony, but they hadn't expected him to leave so early. Lin, why are you leaving so early? Kei Shanshan walked up to Lin, reluctance evident in her bright eyes. Lin smiled and turned towards the crowd. Since there seems to be something interesting going on over at Shizumi today, I have to go ahead. With that, he stepped forward and embraced Kei Shanshan in his arms. Kei Shanshan was still in her black cloud-patterned horseface skirt and white loose shirt. Her perfectly tall and dimpled figure was embraced by Lin at this time, and she was indeed stiff and didn't dare to move again. On Lin Yi's side, he buried his head in Kei Shanshan's white neck, some of his broken hair fluttering about, and a fresh aroma suddenly didn't enter his nose. Sister Kei, when I go over to Jinghai to take care of the bonding, I'll have to trouble you with the process in school over here. Lin Yi's lips were close to Kei Shanshan's ear, and the warm, hot air tickled her ear, and suddenly her face turned red all of a sudden. I know. Feeling the relaxation of Lin Yi's arm, she immediately took a step back and opened her mouth to reply. At this moment, Kei Shanshan's ears were red, her delicate cheeks were also slightly flushed, and the whole person slightly lowered her head, but she was still looking at Lin as she opened her mouth warmly. Don't worry, I'll help you with this side of school. She seemed to be a little shy after she finished speaking, and shifted her feet sideways twice to make way for the open space in front of Lin. With that, Lin also said goodbye to the others, and he looked towards the 3 Xiao Tian people. Xiao Tian, Xiao Fei, and Xiao Gang. You guys cultivate with Ah Cheng, and feel free to contact me if you have any problems. I'll be waiting for you at Jinghai. After saying that, he looked to the side of Zhu Junjie, who was a bit lifeless and spoke breathlessly. You're not as strong as Xiao Tian and the others, so you don't want to go with me this time. Hearing Lin say this, Zhu Junjie's originally stout body suddenly drooped as he sighed. Alas, I didn't think that we, 2 brothers, would actually have a day to separate. In the past, he was the one who took care of Lin, but now, Lin obviously doesn't need him to take care of him anymore. Lin also didn't continue to say anything, knowing that Zhu Junjie would definitely try to improve his strength as well. I'm not sure how strong the light and shadow armor and the alien beasts over there are, so I'm going to check out the situation over there first. If it's appropriate, I'll call you over soon. Lin scanned the crowd in front of him and spoke so again. He doesn't bother to fight alone if he can fight in a group. Finally he laid his eyes on Welcome, who was at the very back, standing casually against the door. Welcome, I'm off. You've got to keep an eye on the house, so people don't steal it once I'm gone. Lin smirked and flirted towards the Welcome opening, instantly causing the ladder to blow up. Che, who are you underestimating? Now that I have money, this place will be better than ever. Seeing that Welcome was so spirited, Lin also nodded in satisfaction. Then he opened his arms to look at the latter and smiled. How about a hug? Welcome froze at the words, looking at Lin Yi's handsome face with a touch of light smile. Her whole being was like a cat that had originally fried its fur being smoothed out, instantly calming down. Seeing that she didn't make a move for a long time, Lin also didn't care and smiled, both intending to turn around and leave. At that moment a figure suddenly rushed down the steps and instantly crashed into his arms, while a welcome no-nonsense voice came along with it. Bon voyage. In the next second, her entire body braked to the side, her face as calm as could be. Well, I'm off then. Lin also didn't say anything more this time, turned around and lifted his leg up to straddle the locomotive, reached down to put on his helmet, and started the car. Despite his calm demeanor, his eyes were filled with excitement. Evil wolf beast? Interesting. Boom! A sound like the roar of an angry beast rang out, and the dazzling black motorcycle rushed out of the street in a flash, and then went away. Shanshan. Several people looked at Lin Yi's back as he left for a long time. He appeared in a flash like a shooting star, brightly blossomed with light, brought hope to the city of hope, and now once again carried the light far away. Soon, I'll catch up with you, a soft voice whispered to itself. On the other hand, Lin Yi, who had already left Hope City and was winding down the road, thought about last night's incident. After deciding to travel to Jinghai City, he called Mi Jin. Hey, I'll be leaving for Jinghai City tomorrow. Tomorrow? Okay. How about I pick you up then? Right there at the World Trade Center in Jinghai City? Could be. Only just hanging up the phone, Lin Yi heard a familiar voice in his ear. Ding! Trigger the daily quest, drama. Go to the World Trade Center in Jinghai City within the exact time. Kill the evil wolf beast and save Mi Jin. Quest rewards. The Jinghai version of the quest redemption list opens. The Jinghai version of the wanted list opens. Light and shadow will mastery unlocked. Intentional energy +3. The sudden appearance of the mission was the reason why Lin Yi had to travel to Jinghai City early. There weren't many vehicles on the wide, straight road, probably because it was morning. In the brief moment when there were no vehicles in front or behind, Lin Yi released his intentional energy, forming a temporary isolation shield. With that his voice came out of his helmet. Criminal armor. Merge. Accompanied by a crimson light and a majestic heaven and earth energy, the figure on the BMW motorcycle had transformed into the interdictor armor. After reaching a certain level of intentionality and a higher degree of fit with the armor, transformations can also no longer be limited to fixed movements. His mind moved, and a voice came out of his mouth once again. War God Criminal Cult. All of a sudden, within the screen that ordinary people could not see, a reddish golden spatial vortex appeared in an instant in front of the originally high-speed speeding locomotive, and the black locomotive instantly rushed through and into the vortex. The next second, the other side of the vortex violently rushed out a reddish gold structure of the shuttle boat, and then break into the sky. Who drives a regular locomotive when you have a shuttle boat? Jinghai City. Inside the ERP research room, at that moment, Mitsumoto was looking at the screens that filled the walls monitoring the anomalies in the city. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, she sat back in her chair with a sigh of relief and muttered something. We're going to pick up Lin Yi today. Did he say he'd be here earlier? So I should have left earlier? I don't know what he's like, how he gets along. What if he doesn't get along with me? She was thinking about this when suddenly an alarm sounded and a warning sign appeared on the screen. Ding, ding, ding. Mitsuru looked up as she heard the voice, then quickly tapped on her keyboard to quickly pinpoint the location of the anomaly. Another alien beast? 200 meters east of the World Trade Center? Inside Jinghai University? She froze after seeing the location, but then immediately informed Tiki Nan and Tsuji. Xin Nan, there are alien beasts appearing within Jinghai University. I've sent you the exact coordinates. Tsuji, come to the research room and I'll teleport you there. Chapter 81, with a mortal body, comparing to an exotic beast? After teleporting Tsuji away using the satellite inside the research room, Mijin frowned a bit torn. It's the time when the exotic beasts appear. Do I still have to go pick up Lin Yi? She hesitated a bit, but quickly thought of Lin Yi's strength. So she set the teleportation device in the research room and left the place at the same time with the help of teleportation. Only the location she teleported to was not the World Trade Center, but 200 meters away from the alien beast's location. I can go to the World Trade Center after collecting some data on Tsuji and Tiki Nan's battles and the characteristics of that alien beast. Mijin thought well and thought nothing of herself. After all, with two pairs of armor, the Inferno Dragon armor and the Wind Eagle armor, couldn't they still subdue an exotic beast? But she thought wrong. Inside Jinghai University, a pillar of light descended from the sky, and when it dissipated, the Wind Eagle armor summoned by Tsuji suddenly appeared in place. The 5 elements armor is basically similar in terms of body construction, and there are no significant changes. Windhawk armor is predominantly dark blue, with most of the armor on the chest and back. The arms and legs are mainly small armor with silver accents. Unlike the other armor, the Wind Eagle armor is red at the eyes and has a flywheel on each shoulder that can be thrown. Wind Eagle ring. Dongsan immediately saw the mutated evil wolf beast after he was teleported over, and he immediately stepped forward to engage in a fierce battle with the alien beast. The evil wolf beast is the incarnation of the demon spirit stone plus a demon wolf that has been mutated by an environmental infection. It had an overall grayish-blue torso, and the lower half of its body was draped in a broken battle skirt, resembling a werewolf walking upright. Moreover, this exotic beast had a robust and unusually flexible body, and was very powerful. Damn it! Tsuji failed to achieve results with a few moves, while the vicious wolf beast turned around and summoned a weapon. With a large sword in hand, he dodged his attack with great speed and then cut him down to the ground with a few backhanded slashes. Tsuji had been seriously injured before he even had a chance to summon a weapon, which caused Mijin, who was secretly watching, to become anxious. The bad wolf beast walked towards Dongsan with a hiss, and Dongsan's Wind Eagle armor had already disintegrated by now. Just as it raised the large sword in its hand to slash down, a figure came in a flash and blocked underneath the evil wolf beast's arm. It was the arriving Inferno Dragon armor. Tiki Nan. Xin Nan blocked the evil wolf beast with one hand and was about to turn his head to keep Dongsan away, but the evil wolf beast flew up and kicked the Inferno Dragon armor, knocking him back a few steps. Then the evil wolf beast hissed and went up extremely fast. The large sword in his hand slashed out several slashes in a flash. These slashes hit the front chest of the Inferno Dragon armor, and sparks flew everywhere. Tiki Nan couldn't support himself, and his whole body half-kneeled on the ground. The evil wolf beast hissed up to the sky with its great sword in hand, as if celebrating its achievement of wearing 2 in 1. Seeing that it was about to come forward and lay its hands on Tiki Nan again, Mijin finally stood up without holding back. "Hello, alien beast, come and get me." This sentence instantly made all the creatures in the room look over, and unsurprisingly, the vicious wolf beast shifted its target to her. No one noticed that above the corridors on either side of the road, there was a man staring daggers at what had just happened. "I'll go. This is too hot to handle. Straight up let this thing wear 2 in 1. Linny was a bit speechless. He was naturally very fast in his shuttlecraft, and he was standing here when the evil wolf beast first appeared. With that, the Wind Eagle armor appeared and was beaten up. The Inferno Dragon armor appeared and was beaten up again. All of this was in his eyes. This evil wolf beast is indeed quite powerful compared to other exotic beasts, and placed in the Underworld Legion it should also be in existence close to the vice captain level. But even then, he didn't expect the light shadow armor to be worn twice in one. So it hasn't been long since this side of it started either? So none of the 5 elements of armor have grown up yet either. As Linny was pondering all this, the evil wolf beast had already arrived in front of Meijin with a flash of its body. Its face was hideous, and the slimy drool dripping from its fangs as it hissed looked both horrifying and disgusting. Mijin wanted to get up and run away. However, the alien beast was close by and wouldn't even give her the right to escape. The vicious wolf beast raised his arm. His great sword swung up, and without any mercy was about to cut down. And not far away, Tsuji's eyes were filled with panic, and Tiki Nan raised his hand feebly, but there was nothing they could do. Seeing that the large sword was about to fall, Mijin closed her eyes in some despair. I didn't expect to die here, but at this time, she actually thought of Linny. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have come here. I'm dead, so I hope you can avenge me. Otherwise, become an evil spirit to haunt you. After thinking so viciously, she was a little surprised how she wasn't dead yet. Just then, boom! The powerful blade did not chop down. Instead, a dull but powerful collision sound came out, just like a mountain crashing on the ground. A confident and flamboyant voice then came out. Unsurprisingly, this woman should be here because of me, so I'm here. You can't kill her, but you will die here. When she heard the voice, Mijin's heart skipped a beat, and then she opened her eyes. In front of him was a slender but seemingly broad-backed figure, like a solid city wall, but with a stern aura. It's paradoxical, but true. The moment the evil wolf beast was about to attack, Linny directly leapt down from the roof of the room and sent the evil wolf beast flying with a prime top. He blocked in front of Mijin without the slightest worry or fear. The evil wolf beast was knocked out, and it was the right time to get back up in anger. It hissed and was about to charge up with a large sword in hand. Linny was about to step forward to resist, but at that moment a sudden voice came out from the other side. Black Rhino armor. Merge. The next moment, a figure leapt to Linny's side, and it was none other than Bei Miao, who had summoned the Black Rhino armor. The Black Rhinoceros armor is basically black all around, and while it looks thick and powerful, The sharp horns of the rhinoceros on both sides of the shoulder armor add a bit of murderous spirit. Bei Miao also just arrived. He was drinking coffee with Xingtian Nan's little girlfriend. Sensed that this side of the breath is not right. Came over just to see Lin also jumped to save Meijin scene. It puts something in his heart. If Lin also doesn't exist, then the one who saved Meijin and the others can only be him without a doubt. Thinking of this, the black rhino armor that had come to Lin Yi's side casually pushed towards Lin Yi, trying to push him away. Where are the commoners from? Get out of the way and stay out of the business here. But Lin Yi's physique was so strong. How could he push it just by saying so? Moreover, the moment Bei Miao said those words, a cold color had already appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. I've never met anyone who dares to be so wild in front of me. Bei Miao was also surprised to find that he hadn't pushed Lin Yi down at this time. And although he was a bit surprised, he didn't continue to target Lin Yi, because the evil wolf beast had slowed down. It directly charged towards him. Despite Bei Miao's arrogance, the defense of the black rhino armor was realistically strong. The evil wolf beast rushed up and slashed several times with its large blade and swung its sharp claws quickly in its hands, but it didn't cause too substantial damage to the latter. Bei Miao let out a cold smile, then thumped two fists in front of the evil wolf beast. Humph! I'm not one of those losers. What arrogance do you have in front of me? When the evil wolf beast was knocked back 2 steps, it immediately roared up to the sky and unleashed its own unique technique, phantom duplication. In an instant, the evil wolf beast in front of him shifted and transformed into 3 identical individuals. Seeing this scene, Bei Miao froze in place. The evil wolf beast, however, didn't take advantage of the opportunity to escape. This beast still remembered the revenge from just now. A phantom quickly crossed over the black rhinoceros armor, wanting to continue attacking Lin Yi and Meijin. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Lin Yi and Meijin. Its sharp claws quickly raised. Marred. There was already fire in my heart because of that base Sanchue who likes to pretend just now. How dare you, a werewolf, come up to me? Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, and the fire in his heart surged up, and the thoughts he had intended to teach Bei Sanchue a lesson were immediately vented on the evil wolf beast. Meijin saw the evil wolf beast's movements from behind Lin Yi and let out a shocked cry from her mouth. Look out! But in the next moment, golden red lines appeared on Lin Yi's brow, and a layer of red-colored intent energy covered his right fist, which was then violently blasted out. Boom! A few people there were dumbfounded. Meijin, Bei Miao, and not far away, Dong Sugi and Xingtian Nan, all watched in awe as the evil wolf beast was blown away by a punch, and crashed hard into the opposite wall. Behind her, Meijin's bright eyes widened, her face filled with shock. With a mortal body, compared to an alien beast? Chapter 82 Evil Wolf Beast Escapes. Lin Yi violently punched the black rhinoceros. The evil wolf beast was blown away by a punch and crashed into the wall, directly cracking the wall behind it. It itself was severely injured, and all of a sudden, this wolf's heart was filled with fear. Fighting those armored warriors of the Bright Realm had counted for something. After all, those people had the power of the Bright Realm to help them. But even when those losers summoned the armor, didn't it beat the crap out of them? It is the strongest evil wolf. But the man in front of him just now, he doesn't have any armor. It's completely bare-handed. Blow it away with one punch. That's too scary. The evil wolf beast struggled to get down from the wall, its eyes once again showing a fierce color. It held the large knife with difficulty and was about to hiss ferociously again to strengthen its courage. But Lin Yi's gaze with a murderous aura turned over at the same time. The voice that was about to hiss out became a low whimper. Ow. Oh. Only after seeing this did Lin Yi's gaze retract. It feels pretty good. The psionic physique is strong enough to fight most of the exotic beasts barehanded. As Lin Yi thought this, he was immediately about to step forward and get that evil wolf beast killed. After all, this is a mission. But as soon as he took a step, the black rhino armor summoned by Bei Sanchue blocked him, and the questioning voice followed immediately after. What kind of monster are you? I said I see something wrong with you. I see you're a Shadow Realm guy too. How else would it be so powerful? It had to be said that Xingtian Nan, Dong Su and Bei Miao, who had just seen Lin Yi's ferocious punch, were stunned. Blowing away alien beasts with one punch? In their view, it was simply impossible for ordinary people to have such abilities. Bei Sanchue had already looked at Lin Yi with displeasure in his heart, and now he was even taking advantage of the situation. Who cares if you're from the Shadow Realm? Let's give you a big hat first. You can't be normal anyway. Lin Yi was too lazy to bother with this kind of retard, and he immediately continued forward intending to get to know the vicious wolf beast, but Bei Miao had no intention of letting him go. What just appeared on your forehead? I see you're an alien beast too. Bei Miao's voice with anger and killing intent came from within the black rhino armor, and then he even turned the right side of his belt's spinning wheel in a flash to summon a weapon. Shooting star gun. Behind Lin Yi, Meijin stood up hurriedly and was busy voicing out a warning. Stop. He's not an alien beast and he's not our enemy. Bei Miao didn't bother listening to me Jean. He hadn't joined ERP yet. The black rhinoceros armor held its hands towards the front in a false grip, then gently grabbed it from the green chart. And the meteor gun, which was originally just a pattern, instantly transformed into a solid body. Lin Yi frowned, his eyes revealing a stern color. Don't you seek death? He coldly drank, and in a flash, he was about to head towards the evil wolf beast. I'll deal with you when I've finished with this wolf. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the anger in Bei Miao's heart intensified, and the meteor gun in his hand instantly reached out to the side, blocking Lin Yi's direction. Taking advantage of the gap between Bei Miao's block, the evil wolf beast regained some strength, and immediately once again performed a phantom replication, disappearing without a trace in an instant. When Lin Yi saw this, he only even had time to flick out a strand of intentional energy. Actually escaped? When he saw the evil wolf beast fleeing, he was furious and turned his head towards the black rhinoceros armor. Tyranny hidden in his calm voice. I've TM'd the entire psionic legion, and I've never let a psionic demon escape under me. At the end of the day, just after arriving at Jinghai, you actually missed an alien beast? Lin Yi reached out and took out the interdictor armor summoner as he spoke, while his voice revealed a strong sense of disbelief. And, it's actually because of stupid people like you. Upon hearing Lin Yi's angry scolding, Bei Miao couldn't tense up and shouted out angrily with his meteor gun in hand. I see you as an ordinary person. If you dare to speak out of turn again, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Lin Yi laughed out loud at his words and opened his mouth. Ordinary people? Ordinary people your ass. Didn't you say I was an alien beast? You're still showing no mercy. Today I'm going to beat you until your mom doesn't even recognize you. With that said, he scanned the iris in a flash and pressed the summoner button, then violently inserted the summoner into his belt under the descent of heaven and earth energy, and then Lin Yi's voice appeared with coldness and anger. Criminal armor. Merge. Boom. Majestic intentional energy surged into the summoner, and immediately a torrent of energy surged through, and the red-based, mighty and extraordinary interdictor armor transformed from virtual to real and appeared here. Seeing Lin Yi summon the armor, an anxious look appeared on the face of Mei Jin, who was not far behind him. Lin Yi, don't! At the same time, she shouted back towards Bei Miao. He's the armored warrior of Hope City, not our enemy. Seeing Lin Yi transform into his armor, Bei Miao and Dongsan and Xin Nan, who were not far away, were all a bit surprised, as the armor was clearly not the five elements armor. After hearing Mei Jin's explanation, they also understood where Lin Yi had come from. After all, they had also heard long ago that the same forces of evil and armored warriors existed in other cities. However, Bei Miao's heart was filled with displeasure, and he didn't even care to listen to Mei Jin. He was within the black rhino armor, the tip of his spear pointing straight at Lin Yi as he spoke in a cold voice. So what if you're an armored warrior from somewhere else? Since you've come to Jinghai, I'll teach you the way things are done here. Here, it's a dragon you coil for me, a tiger you hold for me, and there's no room for you to be reckless. He viewed himself as the boss of this area, not to be provoked by someone like Lin Yi. Lin Yi had only just come here, but that confident, strong look had already offended him. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Idiots like you don't deserve to hear it. Disdain appeared in Lin Yi's eyes as he opened his mouth towards Bei Miao and said his last words. With that, he made a slight movement of his mind, and his right hand instantly scratched from the card box on his waist side. In an instant the two weapon cards flew out one after another, spiraling straight into the summoner. Fire Torture Palm. Fire Torture Heavenly Flame Sword. Lin Yi's cold snort sounded out. His right hand gripped forward in a false grip, and at once the crimson hilt assembly appeared in the center of his hand, and at the same time the flaming broadsword, which looked like it had been plucked out of a blazing fire, gulped out. At the same time, at the end of his right arm, a golden red delicate armor appeared, extending to his palm in a flash. Shift. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yi's body instantly dissipated in place before instantly appearing in front of the black rhino armor. Boom! The Fire Torture Heavenly Flame Sword chopped down, and immediately the black rhino armor took a hit on the front chest, and immediately sparks flew everywhere, and the whole person retreated a few steps back. A punk like you is worthy of pointing a gun at me? Lin Yi lightly shouted, taking 2 steps together, holding his sword with both hands and slashing down with another vicious sword. The crimson flaming sword she slashed down. The power contained within it made Bei Miao shudder and subconsciously swung his spear to ward off the strike. Bang! The meteor gun was held by Bei Miao with both hands in front of his body, and the Fire Torture Heavenly Flame Sword slashed down and impacted on the gun, and the sound of tremors rose in all directions. Meh! Seeing this, Lin Yi laughed mockingly, holding the sword down hard with his left hand, causing the latter to have no way to get away, and then he transformed his right hand into a palm, and his intent energy surged into the Fire Torture palm. and a ball of fiery red energy coalesced in the center of his palm and kept rotating. Fire torture wind cloud palm. Palm power condensed to a certain degree. Linny immediately swung his palm toward the black rhinoceros armor, cheeks ruthlessly slapped. Boom! The berserk palm force collided with the shell of the black rhino armor, and a powerful impact erupted, and the black rhino armor was directly blown out by a palm, knocking it to the ground. A miserable grunt then appeared as the black rhino armor disintegrated. Inside, Bei Miao woefully reveals himself. The right side of his face has swollen a large piece. Chapter 83, Taking the Water Shadow Stone. Enhanced Evil Wolf Beast. Feeling the hot pain on his cheeks, Bei Sansui's eyes went a bit into a trance. He'd forgotten how long it had been since he'd suffered this kind of humiliation. This kind of powerlessness, vaguely able to recall. It seems that when he was a child, the orphanage suffered an invasion and he was so powerless. So he chose to abandon his companions, abandon his sister, and escape alone with the Water Shadow Stone. So what exactly caused you to be so cocky? He was in a trance when a sudden taunting voice interrupted his recollection of the man. Bei Miao is not clear about Lin Yi's name, but today's terrible experience will make him memorize Lin Yi's appearance. Perhaps it will be the shadow of his life. Lin Yi disarmed the interdictor armor as he stepped in front of Bei Miao, looking down on this arrogant yet not very powerful person. He really didn't understand. What do you mean you don't have the strength to pretend? And you're so hostile to a stranger, afraid that someone else will steal your thunder? Who's going to get beat up if not you? Looking down at Bei Miao's changing appearance, seeing him gritting his teeth at times and enduring humiliation at others, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Let me guess. You're not thinking anything about me being the enemy of your life, are you? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Bei Miao instantly raised her head, her face showing her unwillingness, but until now he seemed to want to retain some poise as he clenched his fists and said, I'm no match for you today, I admit it, but someday. Stop, Lin Yi interrupted Bei Miao's righteous indignation. Then some indifference appeared in his eyes. You don't have a chance. He bent down and took the Water Shadow Stone out of Bei Miao's arms at his panicked look, then stood up and examined it carefully. The Water Shadow Stone was ghostly black in color, which seemed to correspond to the image of the dark depths of the black water. However, its color seemed to change when it glowed, and it blossomed with a green aura. It seems to be able to feel that power contained within this stone, potent as a torrent. Too bad I can't channel this thing. With that, Lin Yi glanced at the injured Bei Miao on the ground, and threw the Water Shadow Stone into the gravity-defying high magnetization prison as the other party looked on in despair. Without paying any more attention to him, Lin Yi turned towards Mi Jin, who was watching the scene in shock not far away. Coming to Mi Jin, he smiled slightly. I didn't expect to meet under these circumstances. When Mei Jin heard Lin Yi's words, a helpless look appeared on her face. She opened her mouth and then sighed. I didn't expect this to happen as soon as you arrived either. She was going to invite Bei Miao's black rhino armor to join the ERP. But now that it's like this, she doesn't even know if she should keep inviting it. Lin Yi shook his head as he sniffed, and then looked at Xian Nan and Dong Suo in the distance and said, I also didn't realize that your side of the team was so pulled across. A team that can't do that with just one voice is simply not effective. As for how to do it with only one voice, his understanding is also simple. Armor. Everyone relies on strength. A single-minded but slightly less level-headed team is better than a strong individual, divided team. As for Bei Miao, Lin also felt that he was a shit-stirrer, just based on his behavior today. Not ending him would just be him being generous. Thinking about this, Lin Yi felt a little bad luck. Mud, a vicious wolf beast, and I actually managed to tell it to run away from me. Luckily, a ray of tracking intent was thrown out at the end to be able to, as long as he wasn't discovered, Lin Yi still had a chance of finding the vicious wolf beast. Ordinary exotic beasts basically don't have much of a brain, so they shouldn't be able to find out. And at this time, not far away, Xian Nan and Dong Sugi also came together, and both of them looked at Lin Yi with gravity in their eyes. 2 moves to disintegrate the black rhino armor showed that the result would be the same if they were replaced. And it seems that this new armor is still a tough guy. Directly took the light and shadow stone as well. This was equivalent to directly disqualifying Bei Miao's summoning. So overbearing. On this side, Lin also didn't chat with Mi Jin here for too long. His motorcycle was still parked outside of Jinghai University. So the two of them turned around Lin's future school while heading outside. Gee, you don't say. People, this famous university is good. Campus construction is much better than our crappy college. Lin Yi emoted towards Mi Jin by his side as he walked, not the least bit rusty as if they had just met. Mei Jin and Kei Shanshan are about the same age, but they do dress in 2 different styles. She wore a pair of white sneakers, also simple slim jeans underneath and a simple white singlet sweatshirt on top, pale yellow hair in a short ponytail, looking very lean. Hearing Lin Yi's sentiment, Mei Jin also smiled and said, Jinghai University is a famous university and the construction is certainly not sloppy. But you don't have to be envious. After all, you're going to be studying here next semester. So now is a good time to familiarize yourself with the campus ahead of time. After the two of them had a brief conversation, Linny began to ask her about the current number of exotic beasts that had appeared. Nowadays, more than a dozen alien energy beasts have appeared, and 8 of them have been sealed, all of which have been transformed into magic spirit stones and sealed away. Linny nodded thoughtfully at his words. That means it's still Shadowbane who's currently showing his head in the Shadow Realm. Just as the two of them left Jinghai University on their way to the ERP research laboratory, a new situation arose at Shadowbane's place, which Lin also had in mind. Inside the dark and deep cave, many mechanical devices were transmitting electricity, and from time to time, the sound of electricity splitting was heard. Shadowbane was standing at the very top at the moment, sweeping his surroundings with complacency. He was well aware of the evil wolf beast's power. Just then, the vicious wolf beast stumbled in from the cave entrance in a sorry state. Physical exertion, not to mention that it had been seriously injured. Ow! The evil wolf beast fell in front of Shadowbane, a feeble cry escaping its mouth. What? Shadowbane looked at the evil wolf beast that collapsed on the ground, and instantly his color changed, annoyance appearing on his face. Waste! I can't believe I didn't take down those armored warriors like that. The evil wolf beast was a bit aggravated as it struggled to get up and wailed a few more times, but there was clearly still a fierce look in its eyes as if it wanted to hiss out. Shadowbane frowned, a thoughtful look in his eyes. That is to say, you were strong enough to crush 3 armored warriors, but an unknown guy appeared and injured you? Luckily, he, Shadowbane, could understand 10th level exotic beast language, or else he wouldn't have known what was going on. Humph. I'll give you one more enhancement and none of that crap armor will be a match for you. After Shadowbane finished speaking, he pointed to the power charging pod on the other side, and after seeing the evil wolf beast obediently stand in, he raised his hands to his eyes, and then gave a gentle pull to the sides. Instantly, 4 magic posters with arcs of electricity were suspended in the air. A look of determination and ruthlessness appeared in Shadowbane's eyes, and in an instant, he output the current, transferring all the alien energy of the 4 magic posters to the evil wolf beast. Majestic and loud electric arcs appeared, and the evil wolf beast's body was shrouded in violent light bursts of electricity that trembled continuously, but its breath gradually strengthened. A few breaths later, a hissing sound with wildness and tyranny came out from the current chamber. The evil wolf beast instantly rushed out from inside as if it had been revived with full blood, roaring up to the sky. Shadowbane's face finally showed a look of satisfaction when he saw this. Go ahead. Now that you have stealth, instantaneous movement, and phantom doppelganger, no one can stop you anymore. At the same time, a pretty boy was leisurely coming to the ERP research laboratory with Mi-Jin. With a slight movement of his eyes, he had sensed the location where his wisp of intent energy had rested. Shadowbane. Right, old boy. Let's see if I can find time to go to your lair. Let's show you what a fucking surprise is.